The aircraft stopped, and we arrived at the central square. The spectators made way for the young children to enter the stadium and cheered for them loudly. The last match of the selection competition. Before everyone arrived, the gongs and drums were already as loud as the sky. 8:59. Chris and the other four formed a circle and stretched out their hands to high-five. Whether you are an opponent or not. Come on! Come on! At 9 o'clock, the 18 people came on stage one by one and lined up in front of Lu Jun and the host. I won't say anything more. Lu Jun smiled and handed over a very traditional lottery tube. The 18 slender white jade lottery boards collided with each other, making a crisp ding sound. Draw the lot. Absolutely random. No black box manipulation. Everyone laughed and came forward to draw a stick. The bottom of the stick was divided into gold and silver. And Xiao Sifang drew the gold one. Ah! Wang Dan poked his head out. Sifang, and we are not in the same group. Lu Yi and Sheng Xia both turned their heads. Especially the former, staring at the jade stick in her hand. Then we are opponents. Xiao Sifang calmly accepted this reality, and did not become nervous because he was not in the same group with everyone. Maybe it was because he slept well these 2 nights. So he was refreshed and energetic. Lu Yi turned his face back. We will not show mercy. Same here. She was also merciless. Just like Ma Yi said yesterday, there was no time for everyone to communicate before the game. As soon as the lot was drawn, the host immediately stepped forward to divide everyone into 2 teams, and then drove everyone to the ring. Fortunately, there was still a little distance from the high platform to the ring, and the students who were put into teams did not care whether it was a violation or not, and they rushed to communicate. There were also relatively familiar people in Xiao Sifang's team, such as Bao Bo, who once said that he wanted to fall in love with her. The others were very unfamiliar. After all, not everyone would speak on the ring, and what they said was so out of tune that people couldn't forget it even if they wanted to. The first to speak was the captain of Phoebe College, Wen Cece. Although the name was soft, he was actually a steely tough guy who didn't say what he meant. Due to time constraints, I won't be polite. There are 4 of us in this team, including Phoebe and me. We are familiar with each other and have good coordination. When the time comes, the 4 of us will gather together to attack. Do you have any questions? As the biggest winner among the 10 colleges, Phoebe has a clear advantage in the number of people who passed the first round of selection. There are a total of 18 places, and their college occupies 6. Then, the second-ranked Chris occupies 4, and the third-ranked Themis only has 2. Tong Rang and Bao Bo, and the rest of the colleges are fighting alone. From the perspective of the team, his plan is completely fine. No matter how much strength the on-the-spot coordination can bring out, it is always not as good as the original team coordination. The girl from Chronos struggled for a second, then gritted her teeth and asked, "What about us?" Assist. Play freely. When Cece's attitude was very frank. I am not the commander, nor your captain. Instead of arranging your positions randomly, it is better for you to play by yourselves. The journey is already halfway through, and there is not much time left. Xiao Sifang hurriedly asked, "How do you 4 fight? Do you rush forward to capture the flag or bear the firepower and advance steadily?" Everyone looked at her, with their strength in front of them and being pulled into the same team. No one looked down on her because of her identity. Besides, her question was right at the key point. When Cece glanced at the team on the other side and said without hesitation, "Bear the firepower. If the opponent can't cooperate, I guarantee that the 4 of us can contain at least 5 at a time." Okay. Xiao Sifang nodded, stretched out his hand and patted Bobua. "Brother, let's be the vanguard." Baowa wanted to spit on her brother, but he had to endure it because of the situation. Okay. Everyone has studied the information. To be honest, among these 18 people, only Xiao Sifang and Bubwa can compete for the first place in terms of individual combat ability. It is more appropriate for them to be the vanguard. When Cece had no objection and nodded readily, "Okay. We will try our best to support you." The remaining 3 looked at each other and found their positions. Then we will be responsible for the rear defense and ensure that the opponent will not have the opportunity to pull down the flag. Above the ring, the 2 teams had already finished their urgent discussion, full of fighting spirit, just waiting for the host to wave the flag. The game begins. The fierce gong and drum sound suddenly stopped, and the 2 sides immediately lined up. Xiao Sifang and Bao Bo rushed into the enemy group on the left and right without any delay. Huang Dan of the silver team had the guns of all the team members hanging on his body. He held 2 guns in his hands, and retreated to his own flag while accurately blocking the path of the 2. EXIN used the strongest king, and his bullets were one after another, forcing Xiao Sifang and the other 2 to move left and right, and be entangled by other team members. Xiao Sifang. Lu Yi rushed over, and his long ponytail swung out a high arc. Don't think about breaking through. Lu Yi, who was promoted from the first madman in Chris to the first madman in the 10 colleges, attacked very quickly and entangled with him without any regard for the consequences. Xiao Sifang's mind raced, and he made a decision in an instant. It was easy to hit her, but it was difficult to defeat her without any injury. Then why fight? She was a forward. Just disrupt their rhythm. Xiao Sifang retreated without any desire to win or lose, and successfully brought her into the attack range of the main attack team of Phoebe led by Wen Cece without much twists and turns. Thank you for your trouble. You're welcome. Wen Cece laughed, and her momentum rose steadily. She temporarily tied up her opponent with one enemy, and at this gap, the Phoebe members, who escaped firmly hooked Lu Yi and forcibly pulled her into their coordinated offensive. On the other side, Bao Bo was also stopped. It's not that serious. Brother Rang Rang. How can a small character like me trouble you to personally take action? Tong Rang ignored him, and led him into the ditch as usual. When Bao Bo reacted, he had already fallen into the joint attack of the remaining 2 members of Phoebe. In addition, Huang Dan, who was sitting in the back and was extremely safe, aimed at him, and his left thigh was stained red. If it was a real fight, his legs would be useless at the beginning. Why is it another trick? Tong Rang coldly said stupid, and joined hands with Xingxia to enter Wen Cece's battle area. Bao Bo was furious and grabbed Phoebe's shoulder with all his strength, pushed her out, and dodged another bullet with a backflip to get out. With Huang Dan's support, Xingxia and Tong Rang will join forces to counterattack. Wen Cece won't be able to hold out for too long. Xiao Sifang appeared behind Bao Bo. Let's go together and get rid of one first. The long-range shooter intervened in all directions, causing huge psychological pressure on every member of the Gene team. They could not play 80% of their full strength and were extremely passive. If this situation lasts for a long time, they are likely to lose. Tong Rang is too shameless. Bao Bo cooperated with Xiao Sifang, aiming at one person and hitting him fiercely in the offensive that surrounded the 3 of them, while shouting loudly, "Hang all the guns in the audience." The idea of their shooter must be his. Foul. Serious foul. We must kill him. The strange code was mixed with angry curses, and the 2 reached a consensus with each other more easily than expected. Li Chunghong of Oceanus grabbed the slippery Xiao Sifang with both hands, blocking the attack between her and Baobua, giving the 2 members of Phoebe behind him a chance to retreat and breathe. You talk too much. Xiao Sifang and Baobua looked at each other through him. After a glance, Baobua withdrew and continued to pull Phoebe's members alone. Xiao Sifang stopped dodging and confronted Li Chunghong head-on. The latter knew that he was no match for her in a single fight. In order to avoid the situation changing after he was defeated by her, he skillfully led her to change direction and tried to wrap her and Baobua together with Phoebe. The 5 men fought in a group, almost sticking together, and the 3 members of the silver team gnashed their teeth and devoted themselves to fighting them. The time was ripe. Xiao Sifang, I'll do it. Bao Bo, you'll do it. The 2 men collided with each other, and their slender and powerful fingers heavily grasped the other arm. Bao Bo used all his strength and screamed, "Go!" He jumped up majestically with the weight of another person to avoid the attack of the 3 people, and his weak arm swung forward with all his strength. With the point of force and initial velocity given by him, Xiao Sifang turned his straight body around and kicked Li Chunghong's attacking fists, and then released Bao Bo's left hand. Li Chunghong felt that she was really fearless, and was about to grab her ankle with his backhand to throw her out. But Xiao Sifang's foot stepped firmly on the new point of support, and she actually stood up on his fist. In an instant, perhaps less than 0.1 second, the foot that stepped on the fist appeared on his shoulder again, as if it was a springboard, allowing her to jump again, and the whole person jumped into the air. The right hand that had been motionless finally raised up, the index finger tightly holding the trigger. The muzzle of the gun pointed at Huang Dan next to the flag. Puff. The force of the rubber bullet was buffered by the combat suit, and it didn't hurt at all. Only a slight impact. Huang Dan took the opportunity of Xiao Sifang jumping up, and there was no one in front of him to block the bullet. He watched the target's body tremble, perfectly avoiding the bullet that went straight to the sensor disc. But his chest quickly turned red, until his whole body was blood red. He was confused. When did she draw her gun? She was surrounded by 3 people, and she was still going to deal with him. She was actually going to deal with him. Huang Dan was eliminated unexpectedly, holding his gun pitifully, wanting to cry but not tears. Xiao Sifang and Bao Bo never wanted to deal with any of the 3 people who were entangled with them. They went for Huang Dan from the beginning, because the opponent's attacks were too intensive, and Huang Dan, who was alone in the rear, was consciously protected by this person. They had no chance to draw their guns and aim. Therefore, they had to create enough free time and conditions to draw their guns in order to get rid of Huang Dan after losing the initiative. Li Chunghong and the other 2 were confused by their crazy attacks, and they only focused on intercepting the attacks of the 2 men, protecting each other, but forgot that Huang Dan, who was alone in the rear, had a clear goal, which gave Xiao Sifang the opportunity to draw his gun and shoot, without any worries. Bao Bo laughed loudly, and he still did not lose out when fighting 3 people at full power. I have tolerated you for a long time. Xiao Sifang landed, and regardless of whether Bao Bo could hold on, he went straight to the opponent's flag. Tong Rang, who was about to break the cooperation of Wen Cici's team, had to give up and retreat to help the member who tried his best to intercept, but was obviously not Xiao Sifang's opponent. How could Wen Cici let go of such a good opportunity? He took the opportunity to eliminate another member of the opponent. On the high platform, Lu Jun was very happy and laughed. I thought Themis was stupid, but I didn't expect him to have such a reaction. Xiao Sifang cooperated very well. Dean Oceanus was sad for his students and couldn't be happy. Team Silver was careless. With such an excellent shooter in the rear, they would be the target of everyone's criticism. How could they give Team Gold a chance to get out? No. No. Dean Themis smiled and stroked his goatee, disagreeing with his point of view. This is not a question of carelessness. If Bob had no concerns, he could handle those 3 guys by himself. Not to mention Xiao Sifang who could challenge him. It's still a question of strength. If these 2 people cooperate a little, no one can stop them. Selena also smiled, agreeing with Dean Themis's opinion, and pointed to the central battle circle from a distance. It's not right to say that the silver team is careless. Aren't they playing conservatively enough? Wen Cici, the main force of the 4, needs to be absolutely contained. Otherwise the whole team will be quickly flattened. Tong Rang and Xingxia, as the most capable players in the team, can only do it by themselves. In this way, pointing to the front battle circle, the task of suppressing Bao Bo and Xiao Sifang can only be handed over to the gunners and the other pair of Phoebe Academy. Li Chunghong, as the flexible support of the silver team, must wander between the 2 main battle circles. Staying at either end for a long time will cause imbalance. If we really want to find out the reason, we can only say that Bao Bo and Xiao Sifang's cooperation was too amazing, which completely destroyed the rhythm of the silver team. Wait, I didn't pay attention to them just now. How did Xiao Sifang eliminate the gunman? Phoebe's main focus was still on Wen Cici. The sudden change in the situation made him a little slow to react. That gunman was extraordinary, fast and accurate, and there were no interference factors. Even if they were fighting face to face, he shouldn't have fallen. Lu Jun turned around and told him with a smile. In fact, it was a matter of initiative. Xiao Sifang wanted to knock out Huang Dan from the beginning, but Huang Dan didn't know. He probably thought he had seized the best opportunity to eliminate Xiao Sifang, and foolishly only cared about sending him off the stage in one go. He basically became a fixed target, and it was easy to hit him. Xiao Sifang had been on guard against him, and with her strange body movements and speed, it was much easier to avoid him. Dean Phoebe explained the puzzlement, nodded with a smile, and sighed. It's still that the cooperation is not sufficient. If we can get used to each other for a while, we will definitely play more excitingly. The silver team, which lost 2 players, was quickly defeated. Bob waved the opponent's flag several times, and was so happy that he was blurred. The winner is determined. The 14 judges looked at each other and laughed together. The final decision is much simpler than expected. The ones who have strong adaptability are those few people. There is no need to argue about things that are obvious to all. There was no conflict of opinion on the stage. Lu Jun raised his wrist and began to write the list. During this waiting time, the 18 exhausted students simply sat on the ground and chatted while recovering. After the first round of selection, Those students who were strong but also really thorny were eliminated. Those who can sit here are all outstanding and open-minded. Even if they have different personalities and don't understand each other, it is still easy to make the scene harmonious. Bao Bo's mouth is always busy. Even if Tong Rang put a bubble gum in his mouth and asked him to blow it, the effect is not obvious. He put his hand on Xiao Sifang's shoulder in a familiar way. And imagined the future as if no one was around. If we can all be selected for the main team, we can form a group? A brother-sister combination? The bubble gum suddenly stuck to Bao Bo's teeth, making him unable to say the following words. He looked at Xiao Sifang expressionlessly. The latter showed 2 dimples, but it was obvious that there was no sincerity in his smile. Tong Rang added fuel to the fire and nodded decisively to thank Xiao Sifang, which made Bao Bo so angry that he dared not say anything, and his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. The others laughed out loud, and the tension of waiting for the verdict faded a lot. They talked about gossip instead of serious competition training. I envy you, Chris, so much. You can have such close contact with Vice Dean Cian. The girl from Chronos clasped her hands together in admiration. I also want to see him in person. Huang Dan was also a chatterbox. This sentence immediately aroused his envy, jealousy and hatred. And he betrayed Xiao Sifang and Lui. You don't know? They are the 2 of them. But they are direct disciples. My father is a special teacher in their class. Although it has not happened once. They have really met face to face. My father also gave them souvenirs. Oh my God. I'm jealous. Is this the teacher of other people's families? Is it too late for me to transfer to Chris now? The enthusiasm of the crowd made Louis give up his stinky face and showed a smug smile. But have you heard about that incident? It was the girl from Chronos who spoke hesitantly. From what we know, it's not that the Holy Father came to our 338 to collect some information. But some people on the internet said that he actually offended the royal family and was ostracized and exiled to us. Ah. Everyone showed a look of surprise and distress. No. He was just here for vacation. Xiao's Zhendiquan disciple Sifang secretly complained. After spending so much time together, she was sure that Sin Bo was indeed on vacation. As for the messy things he did, half of them were just for fun, and the other half were just selective. No. Why? Someone was indignant. Vice Deanson has made so many contributions to mankind, and those people in the royal family are eating shit bah. It's mainly that Harrison. The Chronos girl sighed. I heard that he specifically targeted the Holy Father and always made unreasonable demands. The Holy Father is so upright, and he doesn't flatter like others, so he doesn't indulge him. And then his relationship with the third prince becomes more and more incompatible. Wait. Someone found something wrong. Vice Chancellor Sun was raised in the royal family. When he first came out, he seemed to have been with His Majesty. His Majesty loved him very much. Why was he excluded by the royal family? That was more than 20 years ago. His Majesty hasn't appeared in public for a long time. I'm afraid the person in charge of the royal family has changed. As the saying goes, a new emperor appoints new ministers. Ah. The imperial power won't fall into the hands of the third prince. Right. The topic jumped again and changed to political power. Xiao Sifang listened with great interest, but except for the fact that Sin Bo was raised in the royal family, she didn't take the other words too seriously. Extreme emotional words are easily not objective, so just listen to them. She is a person who wants to do great things and can't have preconceived ideas. The topics they talked about changed one after another, and the host not far away couldn't stop laughing. During the competition, they all looked majestic, but they were still innocent children in private. Clang, 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 dong, 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 dong. The pause drum music started again, and the host received a notice from above and got into work mode in a second. The final results of the selection will be announced soon. Please invite our Star Master to announce the official list. The 18 people who were still chatting a moment ago lined up. The cheerfulness on their faces disappeared, and they focused on the high platform in front. Lu Jun took the microphone and looked at the solemn faces of the children. Progress, humility, self-reliance, determination, hard work, sincerity. If possible, he wanted to recite all the positive words to them. But he didn't want to recite the list of people who had taken action. Representing the planet in the war is not only an honor, but also a sacrifice. The cruelty of the resource war still makes him feel heartbroken when he thinks about it now. But he still wants to send the child in front of him to the arena where he knows how cruel it is. The rules are like this. If this child doesn't participate, 338 will not be able to obtain enough resources, and it will not be able to support the consumption of local residents on the front line, which will only cause greater sacrifices in the end. Lu Jun took a deep breath and raised his thin word board. The main team list of the X-338 semi-ruined star representative team in the Planetary Resource Allocation War is as follows. Han Cece and Vincent from Phoebe College. Xiao Sifang, Xingxia and Huang Dan from Chris College. Tong Rang and Bao Bo from Themis College. Jin Yao from Kronos College. Li Chunghong from Oceanus College. After reading the whole thing, he smiled naturally and led the applause. Congratulations to the above 9 students. The 10 deans and the director of the supervisory department, Selena, stood up at the same time and applauded enthusiastically. Dean Phoebe glanced to the side and chuckled after the applause. Willie, you have 4 of the 10 official places, so it doesn't matter if you smile a little. But don't be so arrogant. Okay? Willie tried his best to suppress his excitement and smiled without showing his teeth. Your academy is the first in cooperation. I would like to ask for your guidance in this regard. Dean Phoebe secretly rolled her eyes. Her eyes accidentally swept over Xiao Sifang in the front row. Her smile suddenly deepened, and she turned her head and said to Willie sincerely, Your academy is also the first in training refugees. Can we discuss this when we have time? A gust of cold wind blew the leaves off, and Willie's joy disappeared completely. How could he forget that half of Chris's glory was brought by refugees? He was afraid that he would be blamed for training refugees. The result of the selection competition was settled. Xiao Bamian, who was addicted to programming, rarely put down his work. After the celebration meeting held in the college, he took Xiao Sifang and Su Qingxin to hold a small prayer meeting alone. He was more worried than happy. Alas, I heard that every time people went to participate in your competition, many people didn't come back. He paced back and forth, his whole face wrinkled, and from time to time, he looked at the two with a complaining look, as if saying, why do you always do these dangerous things? In the end, he still didn't say anything like that to negate their efforts for him, and he sincerely grabbed Xiao Sifang's arm and shook it. Go if you want, but when it comes to a critical moment, don't think about face or not. If you can't win, just run away. Think about our family. Okay. Xiao Bamian doesn't understand dedication or fighting for honor. He just wants his family and friends to be safe. This is more important to him than anything else. If you just want to escape, it should be fine. Speed. Focus on speed training during this period. Su Qingxi laughed at his weird look. One of the siblings is so ambitious that he wants to change the world and go down in history, while the other just wants a happy family and a peaceful life. I don't know how their family cultivated these two extremes at the same time. Okay. Senior Su and I will pack up and go to close training tomorrow. We won't see each other for a month. Xiao Sifang listened to him mumbling for half an hour with extraordinary patience, and then he broached the topic with ease. I have something to entrust to you. Tired of talking? Xiao Bamian quietly gave her a questioning look. Xiao Sifang raised his hand and took out 2 million from the small treasury for him. Then said, It's something with the fat boss. The new second-hand platform is on the right track. The backlog of inventory in the past 6 months is almost consumed. They are preparing to develop their own lower-level suppliers recently, which may involve additional funds. I've already told the fat boss to contact you if he needs anything. You just need to invest the amount he said. And then you need to sign all the documents and contracts first. Oh, Xiao Bamian responded, lowered his head, and clicked on the account. His eyes suddenly widened, and he looked up and questioned her in disbelief. You spend so much money now? Xiao Sifang was as calm as before. Investment behavior. High investment and high return. Because his family became rich overnight and successfully escaped poverty, Xiao Bamian found that he was still a poor man in his bones. Holding the 2 million was like holding a burning fireball, and he was very anxious. Oh my God! He has 2 million in his pocket. After the consolation meeting, the three of them parted ways. Xiao Sifang went to the northwest gate as usual. Sin Bo was wearing a large windbreaker and was sitting on a bench waiting for her. There was an oversized suitcase at his feet. Xiao Sifang became alert as soon as she saw it, and her steps slowed down when she ran over. Sin Bo looked up at her and waved. Come here quickly. Xiao Sifang looked at the suitcase again and sat carefully in a corner, not daring to sit firmly. Sin Bo looked at her and sighed. It's not good to be too tall. The original box can't fit in. Xiao Sifang didn't sit firmly. And her but bounced up from the chair like a spring. Are you really going out? Well, didn't I agree to take you to the X366 market a long time ago? Just in time. You have successfully passed the selection competition. So I will celebrate it for you. The slender fingers gently pressed the buckle. And the box opened. Sinbo smiled and stretched out his hand. Come on. The first time is unfamiliar. The second time is familiar. The third time is fast. Xiao Sifang didn't struggle for too long. He took a deep breath and went in. He hunched his shoulders and hugged his legs tightly. The size of the box was just right. Good girl. The lid on the other side closed. As before, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Sinbo easily lifted the 90 jean box, put the big hat brim on his head, and walked out openly. The checkpoints in the inner city are much stricter than those in the outer city. And since they are leaving from the gate of Chris College, Xiao Sifang's fake identity is not detailed enough. So it is better not to use it. Anyway, the identity of the undercover official is safe and has no scruples. After Xiao Sifang woke up, he found that he had arrived at 366. Unlike 338, it was already night. It was dusk here. There was no need to install a mimic mirror to isolate the wind and sand. The planet was blowing a cool natural breeze everywhere. And the magnificent sky and the rays of light fell equally on every corner of the planet. Sinbo, who woke her up, had changed his clothes. He was dressed in black from head to toe, wearing a fake hat with medium-length hair, old-fashioned glasses with frames, and a beard that grew inexplicably. At first glance, Xiao Sifang almost didn't recognize him. Sinbo adjusted his glasses and smiled slightly. How is it? Xiao Sifang told the truth. It was hard to recognize you at first. But when you smiled, you shined. Even if it was just an adult's fake smile. His smile was different. How could the glasses and beard block this dazzling from the inside out? If the attention attracted stayed on this face for a while, it would not be difficult to find clues. After all, he is famous. And who doesn't have the exclusive collection of the Holy Father in the cloud disk? Sinbo put away his smile. Then I won't smile. Anyway, I don't really want to smile. Yeah. Xiao Sifang nodded seriously and followed him out of the dark corner where they were. After walking a few steps, she seemed to have changed a lot. Sinbo couldn't help but said, This is the first time I see you wearing black. It looks good. Today's clothes are different from the black sweatshirt with prints that you wore before. Except for the zipper and buttons. They are metallic colors. And there is no other color. Sinbo seemed a little surprised that she would comment on her clothes. After a moment of silence, he embarrassed her. Really? Do I look better in white or black? Xiao Sifang opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. She was really stumped. If a person is eye-catching to a certain extent, what kind of clothes he wears is secondary. In Xiao Sifang's opinion, Sinbo looks good in anything. He always wears white, which makes him look gentle, easygoing and approachable. The black he wears tonight makes him look more mature and steady. In short, each has its own merits. She suddenly praised him because it was rare to see him in black. And she accidentally admired him. If she had to analyze it further, it would be that in this state, Sinbo felt more like the opposite sex. As her body stretched out naturally, the girl's heart was more easily fascinated by the color. Fortunately, the light of dusk could cover the faint shyness on her face. Although the age difference made it difficult for her to have real feelings for Sinbo. As the opposite sex she came into contact with most often and was closest to in terms of words and deeds. In the current environment of a single man and a single woman walking together in the market, he presented a completely different feeling. And the feeling that it was impossible and should not exist was greatly weakened. And there was a subtle atmosphere of a date. Of course, Xiao Sifang only struggled for a few seconds before she woke up. She couldn't say this feeling that was too specific and too ambiguous. But she had to give an answer to the question in front of her. Fortunately, she had a smart head. And after rolling her eyes, she immediately had an answer that would not feel perfunctory, but not too sincere and embarrassing. Both look good. But the white one looks better. And it's easier to find you. It's easier to see. So it's also better looking. She's really a genius. Sinbo was so amused by her cleverness that he ran out without even covering his voice. At this time, they had already walked to a crowded street. Someone was attracted by their movements and looked over. Xiao Sifang quickly stretched out his hand to block his face, and said anxiously, "Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Keep a low profile. The inner city of 366 has a completely different style. Unlike 338, which is full of factories and practical shops. The scattered entertainment venues are not visited by many people. They are all busy making money without any interest. 336 has a strong cultural atmosphere. Not only does it hold a national New Year's Eve event at the turn of each year, but it also holds various festivals. Every few days, there are all kinds of stalls set up in certain streets. There are people coming and going, and it is very lively. In such a lively market, even the variety of food is 100 times more than that of 338. Xiao Sifang never knew that a box of nutrient mud for a few yuan could be eaten in so many ways. Kneaded into balls and fried, rolled into thin strips and boiled in water, made into various cute shapes and steamed in a steamer, or mixed with various seasonings and ready to eat. There are so many kinds of food that Xiao Sifang's nose is about to fall off. The stalls also sell all kinds of cute handicrafts, cute pre-disaster animal dolls, cute starship models, colorful graffiti, and even beautifully embroidered silk umbrellas. Xiao Sifang couldn't walk anymore. This place is really different. Their ideas are not constrained by reality at all. Every product is casual and artistic, not as neat and regular as 338. Take the bracelet for example. Last time she sent the crystal out for processing. The craftsman made each crystal and laid into a standard size, and the cut surfaces were exactly the same, pursuing a straight and correct proportion. Here, they just polished the crystal slightly according to its original state, but with the corresponding accessories. The impurities in the crystal look particularly special and wonderful. Culture is really a magical existence. It enriches everything, including the most subtle emotions of human beings. Ah! Xiao Sifang suddenly exclaimed, took 2 quick steps, squatted in front of a stall, and gently picked up a lifelike and ultralight clay doll. The stall owner had just come out, and the stall was not fully displayed. Seeing a customer, she stopped and took a look at what she was holding, and immediately smiled. This is a complete set. It took me a whole week to make it. Wait, I will take them all out for you. While the stall owner was looking for the remaining few, Xiao Sifang stood up, raised his hand to show the little man to Sinbo, and asked in a low voice, "Does it look like you?" What she was holding was a scaled-down version of the famous interstellar Saint Father. The smile on her face was very accurate, and the intention behind it was amazing. Sinbo only glanced at it, without a smile. He looked like a ruthless law popularization robot. This is an infringement. Depending on the amount of illegal gains, he may be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of less than 3 years and a certain fine. He did not lower his voice, and the stall owner heard it all. He immediately stopped looking for it, and stood up to take back the little man in Xiao Sifang's hand, and said angrily with a tiger face, "Where did the moral guardian come from? You judge a gentleman by your own mean heart. The Saint Father will not care about these trivial matters." Xiao Sifang. No. He is arguing with you. Xiao Sifang finally spent thousands of star coins to buy all 5 little Sinbua. The stall owner's remarks were somewhat shameless, but it was true that the Holy Father would not bother with them. Sinbua could bother with them, but how could the Holy Father not? After Xiao Sifang carefully put them away, Sinbua asked, "What are you buying this for?" "For Bamian. His birthday is coming soon." Xiao Sifang was quite emotional. "This is the first time I buy him a real birthday present." Sinbua raised his eyebrows. "A real birthday present for this? He is your brainless flatterer. He will be very happy to give this. Before at your house. I really couldn't tell that he liked me." Xiao Sifang corrected, "He's just timid." Sinbo curled his lips and didn't comment. After shopping around and buying a gift, Xiao Sifang's stomach, which was full at the celebration banquet, finally shrunk a little, and tried the fried potato-flavored nutritional puree. The boss gave her a small box with 3 flavors on it: spicy, fresh, sweet, and sour. 2 of each. Although the price was as expensive as 50 yuan per serving. Xiao Sifang, thinking of the past kindness, generously offered to share. "Would you like to try it too?" Sinbo, who had been shopping here for a long time, didn't refuse and poked a sweet one into his mouth. The nutritional puree rolled into balls was coated with a layer of wheat flour, which was the main reason for its high price. You get what you pay for. I have to say it's really delicious. Sinbo only tasted 1 flavor. Xiao Fang finished the rest by himself. After eating, He rubbed his stomach and his eyes fell on the fruit tea that almost everyone in this street had in their hands. It is called fruit tea, but it is actually a fruit-flavored drink made with various saccharin and pigment additives. So the price is also very cheap, and you can buy a large cup for 10 yuan. This kind of drink must be above 338, but it is not as good looking as this one. The fruit tea of 366 is special, with bright and colorful colors, which is more beautiful than the sunset in the sky. As a visual captive, a beauty-defeated soldier, Xiao Fang could not resist this temptation at all. He jumped and ran to a tea stall and spent 20 yuan to bring back 2 cups of fruit tea with air conditioning. When she stood in front of Sin Bo with a cup in each hand, she showed a trace of hesitation on her face. At first, Sin Bo thought she hesitated to give it to him because she was worried that he would not drink it after buying it. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that such shyness was not like her character. Glancing at the 2 girls standing next to the tea stall holding fruit tea and taking pictures, Xiao Fang finally made up her mind and raised the fruit tea in her hand unnaturally. "Can you take a picture for me? I haven't taken a picture for many years." Sin Bo didn't expect that she would finally make such a request after being so shy. Although the 18-year-old girl's eyebrows showed determination, she was still immature. Sin Bo touched her head and agreed happily. The 2 moved to a corner where they would not disturb others. Xiao Fang raised 2 cups of fruit tea restrainedly, put them next to her cheeks, and showed a slightly silly smile. The picture was frozen, and this moment was preserved forever. "Just now you said that Banyan's birthday is coming soon. But sister?" Sin Bo sent her the photo and suddenly asked about the topic at the beginning. Xiao Fang held 2 cups of fruit tea and struggled about which cup to share. She nodded half-heartedly and finally handed over the cup that she thought was less good-looking. "We were both born in June, and he is 1 day younger than me." Sin Bo did not refuse. After taking it, he continued to ask, "So it's only 1 day apart? What about you? Do you want a birthday present?" "Of course I do." The straw was inserted into the small slot, and the transparent straw showed different colors after a sip, which contrasted with the colorful eyes of the girl. "Then I will also send a gift in advance." Sin Bo showed a fleeting smile, searched the small stalls around, and quickly selected the target. It was a unique electronic pen with a cross hilt on the slender black frosted pen body. In the middle of the cross was a little ruby that was not sure whether it was real or fake. From a distance, it looked like a mini long sword. The stall owner introduced enthusiastically, "This has a recording function. The ruby is a button. Press once to record, press twice to end recording, and long press to play recording. This one sells very well. It is good value for money, and is especially suitable for gifts. It only costs 200 star coins." Xiao Fang hadn't reacted yet. He looked at his back, fiddled with the electronic pen, and was at a loss. Why did he suddenly pick his birthday present? Sin Bo paid, held the slender pen body, thought carefully, and pressed the ruby button. "Happy birthday to Fang Fang, and may all your wishes come true." Perhaps it was because his voice was not smiling. No matter how vulgar the blessing was, it seemed a bit perfunctory, but it sounded sincere when it came out of his mouth. It seemed that he was really at a loss for words to find a refreshing blessing, so he could only follow the crowd and offer the most common and ordinary blessing. When he handed the pen over, he said, "Happy 18th birthday again." Xiao Fang finally reacted and took it in a hurry. "Thank you. Thank you." She held the fruit tea in one hand and pressed the ruby on the tip of the pen with the other hand, and played his blessing again. "Happy birthday to Xiao Fang, and may all your wishes come true." To be honest, the recording was so tacky, and the stall owner was obviously lying, but the electronic pen was beautiful, and the person who gave the pen was also beautiful. She was so happy. The Holy Father with magical magic wished her all her wishes come true, so she would definitely get her wish come true. The happiness in her heart seemed to overflow, and Xiao Fang didn't know why she was so happy because of a blessing. After thinking for a while, she didn't get any results. Then she thought that anyone who received the blessing from the interstellar Holy Father would be as emotional as her. So she put the matter behind her. In accordance with the principle of reciprocity, she quickly asked after collecting the birthday gift, "When is your birthday? I'll prepare a gift for you." 2. The slightly reflective glasses blocked Sin Bo's hidden true emotions. His slender hands brought the cup of fruit tea to his lips, and the transparent straw touched his light-colored thin lips. The sky, which had completely darkened, was twinkling with distant stars. and the yellowish light 3 feet in front of him fell on his rolling Adam's apple. Xiao Fang swallowed the fruit tea and heard him say, "Children only celebrate birthdays. Adults don't have to. This is a fallacy." Xiao Fang was about to tell him that birthdays always exist and are not transferred by time and material, when a shivering voice mixed in. "Ah, Bo. Is it Ah, Bo?" Xiao Xiaofeng was facing the direction of the voice, and when he looked up, he saw a family of 4 standing 2 or 3 meters behind Sin Bo. 2 young men and women whose ages could not be determined, and a slightly older couple holding hands. The group walked a few steps to the side and merged into a dark corner. Xiao Xiaofeng's eyes fell on the older woman in shock, and then quickly returned to the face of the person standing next to him, looking through his glasses, peeling off his beard, and staring at him intently. The facial features are similar. After facing Sin Bo head-on, the young and pale girl also covered her mouth and murmured, "It's really the second brother." Sin Bo's expression was very calm, and he nodded to the people who suddenly appeared, and called them father, mother. "I'm glad to meet you here." The conjecture was verified, and Xiao Fang's world was about to collapse. Sin Bo actually had a father, mother, brothers and sisters. The woman who first recognized Sin Bo had tears in her eyes, but she was very clumsy when she spoke again. She nervously pinched the hem of her clothes with both hands. Even though she was no longer young, her face was still radiant and full of caution. "Ah, Bo, how have you been recently?" "Okay. You don't have to worry about me." Sin Bo showed a perfect smile. Compared with the emotional woman, his attitude was not an exaggeration to describe it as indifferent. He said politely and distantly, "Today is a private trip. If possible, please don't tell anyone." Hearing this, the man next to the woman was also moved. He looked at Sin Bo for a few times and lowered his head unbearably. The only person who was indifferent throughout the whole process was the man standing next to the girl. His facial features were exactly the same as those of the older man, and his height was only up to Sin Bo's ears, less than 2 centimeters taller than Xiao Fang. "Don't worry. We are just here to have fun, and we don't have time to do anything else." His voice was very cold, and he spoke bluntly, with a hint of resentment. "Brother!" The young girl screamed sharply. "Why do you always treat the second brother like this?" The young man was unmoved and sneered. "He doesn't have the concept of a family. What's wrong with him?" "Shut up. Shut up." The older woman's chest ached because of the brother and sister. After interrupting their quarrel, she took a deep breath with red eyes, grabbed Sin Bo's arm with her slightly trembling hands, and held it tightly. "Ah, Bo. I'm sorry." Xiao Shifang was frightened by this Shura scene. She was dizzy with so many things in her head, and couldn't make sense. In the chaos, she heard Sin Bo's voice, which was usually calm enough to soothe people. "Why did you say such words again? It scared the little kids." "I'm fine, and I'm going to return now. I won't keep you. I wish you a happy trip." He said goodbye to everyone politely, patted Xiao Shifang's back with his palm, and led everyone away calmly. In the chaos, he was the only one who was at ease from beginning to end. The people left, and the two returned to the place where Xiao Shifang woke up at the beginning. Sin Bo said he would go back, and took out the suitcase and was about to open it. Xiao Fang took a big sip of fruit tea, stretched out a hand and pressed on the suitcase. "Wait a minute. Can I ask about what happened just now?" Sin Bo blinked and let go of the suitcase. "Fang, is your curiosity getting stronger?" Xiao Fang shamelessly pretended not to hear what he really meant, while continuing to press the suitcase to prevent him from directly pushing himself in. He changed to a more comfortable position and squatted down, looking up at his profile without any anger. The expert in eye expression found from his micro-expressions that he was not opposed to this question of prying into his privacy, and what happened just now did not affect his mood. So she plucked up the courage to speak. "I just didn't expect you to have relatives." "How could that be?" Sin Bo pulled the beard on his chin. "Didn't I tell you the first time we met that we are a family of 5? With parents and siblings?" Xiao Fang was stunned for a moment. "It seems to be the case. But you said you worked at the oxygen supply station at that time." She thought of her sincerity being deceived and muttered, "I believed it at that time. But later it was confirmed that you were lying to me." She really couldn't figure out which of Sin Bo's words were true and which were false. Gentleness is a mask, and indifference is also a mask. I remember I taught you a long time ago that it's not good to make the same mistake twice. As the words fell, the glasses were taken off, And the eyes, like clouds and mist, were increasingly unable to show emotions in the dim light. Didn't you answer very well at that time? After he reminded her. Xiao Fangfang remembered. That should be the third time they met alone. This man asked her what he thought about the story of him asking to stay in Chris in the name of research to do. Because he had said before that he was here for vacation. And she had a preconceived idea and sneered at it when she answered for the first time. It was at that time that he said that it was not good to make the same mistake twice. And asked her to distinguish the truth from the false again. What did she do at that time? It should be. He said that it didn't matter what he said. Just connect it with reality and judge it based on the established facts he found. Compared to the time when she was trembling and racking her brains to think. This time Xiao Shifang was able to drink fruit tea while thinking. As she thought more deeply, the fruit tea that slowly entered her throat stopped at the tip of her tongue, and her raised eyebrows wrinkled. A deep tooth mark was left on the straw. After drinking the fruit tea, she stood up with 1,000 thoughts in her mind. Teacher Sin. The last week had been put away. And Sin Bo, who had returned to his original appearance, looked sideways and slightly curved his lips. Xiao Shifang opened his arms, looked into his eyes, and said sincerely, Do you need a warm hug? His parents were ashamed of him. His brother spoke ill of him. He lived under someone else's roof since he was a child. The royal family members acted arbitrarily. He could not behave in front of others. And he could not show his true feelings behind others. He was completely closed and had no way out. These facts that can be judged impact all the impressions of this person in my mind. Xiao Fang never lacked a warm and reliable embrace when he was the youngest. When he was the youngest, he had his parents. When his parents passed away, his grandfather appeared. When his grandfather passed away, he had his grandmother, uncle and aunt. When he entered the inner city, he had his seniors to support each other. But Sin Bo seemed to have none of them. People who have support will not let others know everything. Sin Bo stood there without moving, and saw through her thoughts at a glance. An incredible and ridiculous smile spread from his heart to the corners of his mouth. He wanted to say, Silly child. You know too little. I really can't feel the emotions you feel for me. Whether you are happy or sad. Everything is on a level that will not fluctuate. It's all meaningless. I couldn't imagine all the facts, so I didn't need comfort. But those big, round eyes were too warm. So hot, bright, and vivid, like a cluster of fire, burning his numb soul. Xiao Fang. The man didn't come over. But the girl who was called by the other party raised her chin a little bit in confusion. Step forward. I'll tell you a secret. A secret that won't lie. Xiao Fang didn't know what he was doing again. So he put down his hands and took a step forward. Sin Bo leaned over to his ear. The hot and humid breath conveyed a whisper similar to the texture of the cool evening breeze. I'm only 1% away from the upper limit. Bang! Louis slammed the spoon on the table, glared at the person opposite him, and walked away. Jean Yao, who was concentrating on eating, was so scared that her shoulders trembled, curled her lips, and turned to look at Xiao Sifan on the right, who was obviously distracted. She propped her arm on the table and put down the spoon first, sighing faintly. It's been the third day since we started special training. What are you doing? Why are you so inactive every time you rest? You can be inactive if you want to. Why not be inactive during training? This may soothe Lu Yi's injured heart after being eliminated. And at least one of you can be normal. I'm also curious about what you are doing. It seems to be a big trouble. Bao Bo turned over at another table and sat in the empty seat to the right of Xiao Sifang, with a face full of curiosity. Since the day he came back, Xiao Sifang has lost her appetite for 3 days. Sin Bo's words kept buzzing in her mind. I am only 1% away from the upper limit. After scraping the bottom of the training meal clean, she finally put down the spoon and responded in annoyance. I don't know either. I don't understand what it means at all. Everyone. Jean Yao, a gossip lover, tried to flirt. Did a boy confess to you? Did he not make it clear? Xiao Sifang held his forehead with both hands and didn't even look at her. Bao Bo continued, Did someone threaten you? Propose some kind of secret deal that you don't understand? Xiao Sifang shook his head tiredly. Why don't you tell us what you don't understand? Maybe we can help you. Tong Rang pushed Bao Bo back to his seat and made a mature suggestion, ending their wild guesses. Due to the gap between the inner and outer cities, Xiao Sifang would not create trouble to break the current peaceful and friendly situation unless it was absolutely necessary. But Maybe Sin Bo's secret has nothing to do with their class contradictions? Xiao Sifang, who was deeply distressed by this, was worried and tried. Will you consider any upper limit in the inner city? Upper limit? Everyone looked at each other. Tong rang. Can you be more specific? For example, Xiao Sifang tapped the table with his fingers, making a clicking sound. After a while, he said, if a person says that he is just a little bit away from the upper limit, what does that upper limit usually refer to? Can't be more specific? Xiao Sifang nodded and said distressfully, basically it's the original words. The matter seemed to have fallen into a deadlock that could not be solved even by brainstorming. While thinking deeply, Bao Bo slapped his thigh and nodded affirmatively. I know. Know what? He's bragging. Everyone. Aw? What's your basis? Bao Bo sighed. This is obvious. Don't you know what the word upper limit is? You can say that you are just a little bit away from the upper limit. What upper limit is it? Isn't he bragging? He must be overconfident and thinks that he is so powerful that he is close to the ceiling. And then he boasted to Sifang. After hearing what he said, Xiao Sifang shook his head in disappointment. The ceiling itself does not need to show off to others. What Bao Bo said is simply nonsense. When that person said this to you, how was he? Was he happy or depressed? Xingxia finally finished eating and joined the discussion. His speech was very reliable. Xiao Sifang recalled and answered, I can't tell. He felt quite calm. It even seemed like he just found an excuse to refuse her hug. Too little information. Everyone shook their heads. There's nothing we can do. It's okay. Xiao Sifang picked up the plate. It's not something that needs to be understood in a hurry. Everyone looked at her leading figure in confusion. If you are really in a hurry to understand, then why do you just stare blankly when you have time? Pushing the red and black plate into the recycling area, Xiao Sifang exhaled, told herself goodbye and walked out. Just as she walked out of the cafeteria, a breeze blew by, and a strand of hair fell across her eyes. She raised her hand, but raised a spoon. It was also red and black, the same as the plate just now. Xiao Sifang lowered her eyes and pursed her lips slightly. In fact, she had a guess in her heart, but that guess was too absurd and terrible, so people didn't consider it at all. Standing there for a while, she turned back to the recycling area. The spoon landed gently on the conveyor belt, and the self-cleaning and disinfecting machine swallowed it. What Terry said to her at the beginning was not entirely wrong. When people are aware, they are indeed much more relaxed. The lunch break was only an hour long, enough for the students to take a half-hour nap after eating. And then the afternoon training began again. But this afternoon was a little different. The mentor group composed of the most luxurious team on the entire planet did not show up. And there were only 3 people with strange temperaments waiting at the gathering point. 2 men and 1 woman, with young faces and gloomy eyes. Xiao Sifang and others immediately guessed their identities. They were the top students who represented the planet in the resource competition 3 years ago. And they were also the only 3 survivors. The teacher said that you have been working well together these past 2 days, and have gotten to know each other well. It's time to start the real special training. So let's come and talk to you about the resource war. The black-haired girl said, introducing herself. Hello. I'm Hyacinthus, the commander of the resource war 3 years ago. The 2 boys next to her followed suit and introduced themselves. Combat member Alan. Hain. Everyone bowed and responded, hello. Seniors. Hyacinth waved her hand. Although the light was dim, she still tried to smile and said gently, let's sit down and talk. You can form a circle as if you were listening to a story. Sit in front of the commander. The ground was dry and flat, and the combat children were not particular about details. They sat down on the spot as she said. Su Qingxin and the reserve commander sat in the front obediently. Hyacinthus, do you know most of the rules of the resource war in previous years? Wang Dan glanced at his companions, raised his hand high and said, I don't know much. I only know that it is to grab the flag symbolizing resources. And I don't know anything else. I can't find any relevant information on the internet. And there are no videos of previous competitions to watch. Facing his ignorance, Hayan said lightly, of course, there is no video to show you. The cannibalistic competition has no positive impact on society. What he said was too direct and too cold. And Wang Dan was stunned. Although they had known this for a long time, they still showed obvious discomfort on their faces when they heard the former participants emphasize it again. Hyacinth and others are here to let these new recruits, who are about to go into battle, face the facts. and no longer immerse themselves in the blood of winning glory for the planet. Naturally, it is impossible to talk about gradual progress and take care of their emotions, but to tear open the bloody truth in a more direct and cruel way. Have you ever seen the plot of the arena when watching movies or novels? People are different, and unless one side is dead, the fighting will continue. Resource wars are like this, and even more terrifying than it. At least the arena has a schedule, and you can rest for a while after winning a game. But you can't do that during the resource war. You meet the enemy head-on, deal with sneak attacks, and attack. They are fighting all the time, and they will not stop until they die. The more everyone listened, the more frightened they became. Jean Yao raised her hands tremblingly. I don't understand. Why must we kill people? This is just a game of allocating resources. It's enough to just get the flag. Why must we kill the opponent? Alan shook his head. Naive. Only dead opponents will not come back. Jean Yao bit her lip and argued. It's not like that. Since it's a game, we can wear uniforms like in a ring match. If we hit someone, we will be eliminated. Isn't that good? Why do we have to fight with real swords and guns? We are just opponents, not enemies. Why must it be like this? No reason. Because this is the rule. Hyacinthus glanced at her coldly. In this competition, killing is not only legal, but also a great honor. Everyone pursed their lips, and the sense of honor of representing the planet in the war after passing the selection competition was swept away. What you are thinking now is not why this happened, but how to survive and get more resources back under such circumstances. If you don't die, you should adjust your mentality. Any hesitation in the game will kill you directly, and the death of an individual will affect the performance of the entire team, harming others and yourself. But such rules are obviously inappropriate and unnecessary. Why must we use such a tragic way to allocate resources? Hyacinth didn't expect that someone would still hold back after she said so much, and her cold eyes swept over and fell on the tallest of the few girls. Xiao Sifang met her gaze without being humble or arrogant. Hain also stared at her for a few seconds, and his eyes finally fell on the yellow-brown identity ring that was exposed. He said, I know you, Xiao Sifang. Right? Yes. As a refugee, you can be selected into the final list of participants. I believe you must have some ability. Hain's eyes turned, and his tone suddenly changed several levels. But you have no right to speak here. Who are you? You dare to question the rules of the competition without knowing the sky and the earth? People who have experienced the vicissitudes of life always have a frightening aura. And Hain's words with obvious anger have strengthened this aura. The younger generations with shallow experience were shocked by his aura and bowed their heads one after another. But he still couldn't suppress Xiao Sifang. Xiao Sifang argued hard, not giving an inch, since there is a disagreement. Why can't we question it? Hyan was so angry that she laughed. Did a mere refugee really think he was so great? Question? What's the use of questioning? Can you change the rules by questioning? If you don't question, how can you change the rules? We are people with thoughts, not aliens. We don't need to use the means of killing each other to demarcate the territory. The two of them were at loggerheads, and the anger on both sides surged to their faces. Lu Yi frowned and pulled Xiao Sifang's hand, whispering, Don't say it first. Do you have the intention to quarrel here? Xiao Sifang pursed his lips and lowered his eyelids. Sorry. Hain snorted coldly and stopped holding on. Hyacinth, who did not participate in their quarrel and did not make any comments, lightly changed the subject. The three of them began to explain their experience in the competition in detail. Restoring a real competition field. The Interstellar Resource Allocation War has been held for 89 times so far. The rules of each competition are similar. Any semi-ruined star is selected, and an area is circled on the large land outside the city that has been cleared of disasters as the competition venue. Resources are divided by obtaining flags representing different resources randomly scattered in the venue. At the beginning of the game, the combatants enter the venue unarmed, and everything they need is obtained in the venue. The commander who goes to the command room alone needs to connect to the battle scene through the supplies obtained by the combatants to complete tactical command and message transmission. The command conditions are determined by the equipment that the combatants can obtain. The two complement each other, and seizing the initiative is particularly important. One step late will lead to a lot of casualties, and the final outcome is tragic casualties. The specific section is an afternoon. At the end, the three people gave another warning: if you don't kill people, others will kill you. If you hesitate, you will die. Hain looked at Xiao Sifang in particular, and said, if you don't have this determination and courage, quit as soon as possible, and don't hurt others. His words were full of personal emotions, and too targeted. Lu Yi was afraid that Xiao Sifang would argue with him again, so she held her shoulders tightly. Xiao Sifang stared at Han and held back. Lu Yi was right. There was no point in arguing with him. The three of them left after they finished talking. The instructor of the special training team came out and gave them a night off. He understood that it would take time for them to change their mentality and let them digest it well, so that they could better prepare for the new training tomorrow. For the students who were forced to face the fact that they had to kill their compatriots, there was no place to feel more at ease, because people were not the existence to talk about such things. Xiao Sifang, who had no place to vent, could only temporarily block the speculation that he didn't want to go deeper, and went to see Sin Bo. Today is also a lucky night. Sin Bo slowly turned the pages of a book on the bench. The years were peaceful like a painting of the present world. She finished talking about what happened today in a daze, and then she leaned on the back of the chair. Sin Bo took his eyes off the densely packed small words on the book and said lightly, "Isn't it good? When you participated in this competition, you already knew that the enemy was human. They just came to remind you that you need to kill people, so that you don't subconsciously avoid the loss on the spot. Adjusting your mentality earlier will only benefit you." But Xiao Sifang struggled to death. But it is clear that as long as you refuse to abide by this cruel and unnecessary rule, you can overturn this rule and establish a more appropriate resource allocation method. Why don't you fight for it and adapt to it? Sin Bo laughed and returned his gaze to the page. Sifang, I'm here. Xiao Sifang responded with a drawn-out tone. Not everyone will change the world when they hate it. Most people tend to avoid it or go along with it. He placed his hand on top of her head and patted it twice. That's why your dream is so hard to realize. Xiao Sifang stopped talking completely. Sin Bo's hand slid down and pinched her earlobe, but his eyes remained on the book. Survive first. Little spark. The next day, the special training instructor looked at the children in front of him and was relieved. No one backed down, and their expressions were firmer than each other. There were students who backed down in previous years, and the quality of the students, who were not limited to a single college in this year's selection, was indeed stronger. He tried to soften his habitually stern face and said earnestly, "You do well. Put aside distractions and go all out. This is the only thing you have to do now." All the students, including Xiao Sifang, responded in unison, "Yes." After a night, Xiao Sifang was pale. The brutal resource matching competition rules are just a trivial annoying point in this world. Like the opposing class contradictions, she can't change it with her current ability. She will take it slowly. Just like what Sin Bo said. She had to survive first before she could talk about the future. Okay. Then follow me. The instructor took them out of the training base. The aircraft that could accommodate 20 people had already stopped at the door, and the group was directly pulled to the uninhabited area outside the city. The other instructors, who were responsible for guiding them to get along with each other in the past few days, had just finished drawing the demarcation line. The bright orange color extended far to a place that could not be captured by the naked eye, and the air range drawn was visible. Everyone got off the aircraft and stood in a row in front of the demarcation line. From today on, you will return to the base every 3 days, and the rest of you stay here. Arriving at the destination, the instructor's heart, which had just softened, became hard again. The area within the circle is your activity area. In addition to your 2 teams, there will be 2 other teams composed of teachers from the 12 colleges to join you for round-the-clock training. Your task is to use all the tools you find within the circle to protect yourself and defeat your opponents during these 3 days and 2 nights. Huang Dan raised his hand cautiously and asked the same question in his heart. Are the teachers also our opponents? Yes. The instructor ruthlessly punctured all their luck. Except for your teammates. The rest are all enemies. There is another thing everyone should pay attention to. If anyone is eliminated before the end, we will be responsible for the rest before the deadline. Everyone shuddered. As the special training instructors of the official participating team, these people are simply the most brutal people on 338. They are first class in strength and impartial. They know with their toes that this responsibility is definitely worse than living in it. This is a serious threat. Su Qingxin and the reserve commander looked at each other, and the latter stepped forward and asked, "What about the 2 of us?" The instructor glanced at them and said, "Of course, the commander is doing the commander's job. You just stay here and wait for them to find the equipment and connect with you. And then take the responsibility you should bear. Oh, by the way, remember, for every player in your team who is eliminated, count 200 pull-ups. Conversely, for every opponent eliminated, count 200 pull-ups. If the final balance is not a positive number, complete it all before the next round of practice. If it cannot be completed, then command and complete it at the same time. Su Qingxin, who barely met the standard in Ted's training and force value, was frightened by this huge number. 200 pull-ups will send him away. If more are eliminated, no, he will die. The intimidation was successful again. All the empty button protective shields and weapons on the students were collected and put in a small basket for the instructor to keep. After wrapping up the battle suit that he had just worn not long ago, he was driven into the circle and began the first 3-day countdown in a daze. We have an appointment with the teaching team at 8:10. You have 10 minutes to start the race. Seize the opportunity. The main team and the reserve team looked at each other and decisively rushed in different directions, disappearing from the sight of the instructors. There were only 2 novice commanders and instructors left at the entrance of the area. Su Qingxin humbly looked along the demarcation line in the direction where his teammates disappeared. When he was extremely nervous, he heard the instructors openly betting. I bet 1 million that none of these little guys can survive for a day. The same amount. I bet 1.5 days. 5 million. 1 day too. Then I'll bet 5 million for 1.5 days. And the odds will be half and half. Su Qingxin tightly grasped his fingers, and also grasped the heart that was jumping up and down in his chest. It was too shameful. They must defend to the end. A day later, Xiao Sifang, who had successfully escaped alone after almost being wiped out, was also caught and brought back, his battle suit dripping with blood. Greta, who participated in the first 3-day practice match, pulled Xiao Sifang and Lu Yi together and slapped each of them. Shame on you. The 2 girls drooped their heads, without any basis for rebuttal. The instructors paused their work and executed the bet with an extremely calm attitude. Bobo, who had been bitten to death by the 2 little ones who came out early, suddenly struggled. It's unfair. When our student teams meet each other, we have to fight to the death. But the teacher teams will not attack each other. This is too unfair. A teacher from Themis raised his foot and kicked over, saying coldly, what's unfair? When you were in the official competition, didn't you encounter the situation of 2 teams cooperating to besiege you? Bobo shut up and lay on the ground in despair. After teaching the students of various colleges a lesson, the teachers who completed their tasks ahead of time retired, and only the special training team was left outside the circle. Since all of you have been eliminated, there are only 2 days left. A certain instructor made arrangements with a smile. You will still be divided into 2 teams and enter the circled area. Run as much as you want in small teams. Every time we catch a member, the team will pay 100,000 star coins to redeem the person and start over. Everyone was stunned. How shameless. They actually played money tricks with students. The children looked at them with disdain. The instructor who proposed this plan coughed and quickly added, on the other hand, if your team catches the instructor, we will pay you 1 million star coins to redeem him. Everyone's eyes lit up again. Is it bankruptcy or getting rich? The teachers glanced at them meaningfully. It's up to you. Bobo quickly got up from the ground, and the 2 teams that were crowded together separated instantly and rushed into the designated area like the wind, watching the instructors swinging their arms and legs and getting ready. Su Qingxin and his friends looked at each other and smiled with relief. Oh, right. Before the meeting, another instructor slapped his head, pulled out the energy panel, flipped out a draft, added and subtracted, counted, and pointed his finger at Su Qingxin. All 9 team members were eliminated, and 4 opponents were eliminated. A total of 1,000 pull-ups. Pointed at another person. All 9 team members were eliminated. Only 1 opponent was eliminated. A total of 1,600 pull-ups. As he said this, he closed the energy panel, took out 2 simple horizontal bars from the empty button and stood them on the ground. Start. Count by yourself. He narrowed his eyes. If you dare to lie, you will be fined 1,000 for 1 less. So prepare the fine as soon as possible. The novice commanders all turned green, and they climbed the horizontal bar with difficulty, and did it honestly. The real special training began. During the whole special training period, The children's clothes were basically never dry. From the first round of simulation drills, they only lasted 1 day. Then 2 days. Then a few seedlings lasted 3 days. And finally nearly half of the main team members lasted 3 days. Countless sweat and tears were finally not in vain. The biceps of the two commanders were also extremely strengthened in this month. And they practiced the unique skill of commanding while doing pull-ups. In short, they were physically fit and could hold on for 2 days and 2 nights without sleep. The date of the resource war was finally announced. The official competition will be on June 13th. And the teams on each planet need to report to the main planet at least 1 day in advance. Therefore, the 20 people who had just finished their special training and were like wild people packed up without stopping and boarded the spaceship to the main star with the encouragement of the Star Master and the good wishes of all the teachers and students of the 12 colleges. The children who went to the main star for the first time were as restless as a juicer at full speed, which made people tinnitus. Dean Phoebe and Director of the Supervision Department Selena, who were the leaders, were annoyed. After looking at each other with dark faces, they smiled helplessly. 338 was far away from the main star, and it would take half a day to get there after several jumps. The children who had just finished their special training were tired and fell asleep in their respective positions. Xiao Sifang couldn't sleep, so he pulled out the empty button hanging around his neck and held it tightly in his palm. This game is her best chance to show her face. She must make a splash and be safe. Can we chat for a few words? Xiao Sifang looked up and met Dean Phoebe's amiable face. She nodded, stood up silently, and followed Dean Phoebe to the escape door at the tail end of the spacecraft, where there was a small space for people to talk in private. How do you feel now? Faced with this polite opening, Xiao Sifang responded skillfully, a little nervous, but acceptable. That's good. Dean Phoebe nodded, put her hands behind her back, and faced the bright galaxy outside the escape door. In fact, this time I called you out to talk alone. Not only because of my personal intention, but also because of the instructions of Star Lord Lu Jun. Some things must be told to you before arriving at the main star. Xiao Sifang stood straight. His narrow shoulders opened, and he said proudly, please speak. Dean Phoebe did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. You may not know, but 338 is definitely the planet with the highest acceptance of refugees in the entire galaxy. Of course, this depends on your father's contribution. He broke the established impression that refugees are useless through his own strength. But more importantly, it is because our Star Master is a cynical person. He made a little joke and continued, Lu Jun extremely hates aliens and extremely rejects some of the systems established by the royal family. These two things occupy all his time and energy, making him strive for the goal of reducing the number of broken homes and deaths of residents in the inner city of 338 throughout his life. Therefore, for him, as long as the planet can develop, it doesn't matter whether it is the second-class residents or the refugees who play a driving role. At the same time, he disdains to constantly suppress the refugees and squeeze out a little bit of petty profits to supplement domestic demand. So he turns a blind eye to some of the refugees' private actions and does not spend energy to deal with them. But other planets are different. His voice suddenly became serious, and he turned around and looked at Xiao Sifang solemnly. The refugees were suppressed to the point that they had no respite and no chance to show themselves. For the residents of the inner city, such refugees are a waste of resources. This impression has been reinforced and strengthened. In your generation, Xiao Sifang continued softly, they are extremely hostile and hate our existence. Dean Phoebe nodded. Although there are a small number of people who have not reached this point, this impression has been deeply rooted in their minds. The more proud people are, the less likely they are to stand with you. So no matter which team they meet in the game, in order to maintain their own pride, they will definitely pursue you as a target. Especially when you are alone. As smart as Xiao Sifang is, he immediately understood his implication. You want me to act alone? Yes. Dean Phoebe smiled slightly. But not? Xiao Sifang frowned. The main star is the only ecologically habitable planet with zero emissions and zero pollution. The flowers and plants planted on the planet continue to reproduce under the careful care of the workers, and the oxygen supply is fully provided. In just 10 years, the natural balance has been restored, and beautiful and vigorous new life can be seen everywhere. After hundreds of years of prosperity and development, every corner of W1 is no different from any habitable planet before the disaster. Blue sky and white clouds, green trees and red flowers, clear rivers running through the city, pedestrians wearing colorful and gorgeous clothes leisurely walking on the path in the middle of the lawn. Everything seemed so peaceful and beautiful. Since getting off the spaceship, the 20 students have never closed their mouths. Everything on the main star is new and new. Every breath of air feels like making money. Huang Dan took a deep breath and smacked his lips, saying, with this concentration, it should be D-level. TSK. Someone walked away from him with disdain, glanced around, and ran to a circular flower bed of about 100 square meters in front of him. They are all real flowers. The flowers are full in shape and bright in color, with green branches and leaves below. Tender and lovely. Jin Yao was happy and carefully stretched out a finger to touch the petals. The soft touch, that was completely different from bionic plants, made her open her eyes. So comfortable. And there is fragrance. As she moved closer, her nose almost touched the center of the flower, and a cold sneer came from the front. Don't make a fuss. Jin Yao blushed. The cheerful girl on her home planet was embarrassed by these 4 words. She stood up and retreated. The boy next to her frowned, looked at the girl in front of her, who looked pure and beautiful but spoke badly, and asked unhappily, "What does it have to do with you?" The conflict here successfully attracted the attention of the other members, and they all stepped forward to ask what happened. Although Jin Yao felt wronged, she still shook her head very measuredly. It's nothing. It's better not to cause trouble when you first arrive. She wanted to make peace, but the other party was holding on. Why are you so aggrieved? I just told the truth. This guy questioned me for no reason. I haven't lost my temper yet. You guys are rushing up in groups. It's really funny. When Cece quickly grabbed the boy who responded just now and stopped him from rushing forward. Don't rush. Let's go. Tong Rang didn't even look at the girl, just pretending that she didn't exist. It's rare for us to come to the main star. There are places worth seeing everywhere. There's no need to get angry about these things. Xingxiao also nodded and said, we should just look at ourselves and don't take it to heart. Everyone thought so too. They would not appear here in this competition for the rest of their lives. They didn't care about making a fuss. Anyway, they really didn't know much about this. The group thought it through and wanted to leave. But the girl was more willful than expected. It was also obvious that she was upset and wanted to vent. Seeing that she was completely ignored, she kept pestering her. Do you know how to be polite? I'm talking to you guys? She reached out to grab Louis, who was closest to her. Stop! Louis glanced at her. After many days of training, she not only dodged the hand that was grabbing her, but also grabbed it with her backhand. The delicate girl was thrown over her shoulder and lay on the ground with her back on, crying. The enemy was too weak, and everyone was stunned. This guy's nose was up in the air, so he was not from the combat department? Others had concerns. But Louis, the granddaughter of the one-star lord, would not tolerate her. She clapped her hands and mocked back. I'm sorry. I don't like people getting close to me. That makes me feel sick. I hope you don't make a fuss. The girl cried even harder when she heard it. Just as Jin Yao was hesitating whether to help her, 3 figures approached at high speed in an instant, and one of the boys attacked Lu Yi's vital point fiercely. Selena, who had been on the side and not involved in the dispute between the young people, subconsciously stepped forward to stop them, but was grabbed by Dean Phoebe's arm. The opponent was calm and composed. Don't worry. 20 against 3 is not a bad match. Selena was speechless. This dean of Phoebe College was just like Lu Jun, who just wanted to watch the fun. If it really was 20 against 3, then there would be no need to compete. The opponent had 3 people, but only one of them took action. The 338 people couldn't be too unethical, so they could only watch anxiously as Lu Yi was defeated after a few moves, in order to create the illusion of being at odds with everyone. Xiao Sifang, who was at the back, narrowed his eyes. The more he looked at the man, the more familiar he felt. When she saw the man's front clearly, she clenched her fists and rushed up directly. I'll do it. Lu Yi was already defeated, and Xiao Sifang joined in and easily took away her opponent. As soon as he changed hands, Sui Xiao found that this new opponent was not easy to deal with. He was distracted for a moment, and Xiao Sifang's knee hit his lower abdomen, causing him to look gloomy in pain. You don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. This group of people are first-year students who came from other planets to participate in the competition. He is about to graduate, and he didn't want to bully them too much. He just wanted to vent his anger for his sister. But this person came forward. So he couldn't blame him. Because the voice was too recognizable. Xiao Sifang couldn't open his mouth to mock. So he simply increased his speed and output. She was no longer the Xiao Sifang who was beaten back at that time. She would get back the humiliation that day to day. Louis retreated from the battle circle, holding his shoulder that was rubbed by a fist with one hand. With a puzzled look on his face, has she eaten? She's so fierce. Jin Yao secretly glanced around and confirmed that everyone's attention was on Xiao Sifang. She lowered her voice and echoed, really? It's just because they had a grudge before. Ahem. You should pay attention to your attitude. We are still acting. Got it. When she hit him for the second time, Su Yishu began to panic and cursed, madman. Xiao Sifang snorted, and his thin and long fingers passed over his Adam's apple, leaving a long red mark. Xiao Sifang swept his long legs and twisted the whole person over in his blocking posture, and swept his other leg across. There is a give and take. She wants to pay back the pain she suffered that day. When there was still 10 centimeters left from Su Yishu's head, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed her ankle skillfully. As if the whole person was hugged, she was forced to stop the attack. And before she turned to attack the target, she was put on the other side. Don't fight anymore. The man stood between the two of them, with a slightly childish face on his head that was nearly 1.9 meters tall, which looked out of place, but also made people feel uncomfortable. The main reason was that his eyes were too round. As long as he didn't frown, he would look smart and likable. For this face, Xiao Sifang was willing to stop for the time being. Su Yishu looked at him gloomily, feeling relieved in his heart, but still pretending to be stubborn. Lin Shen, don't worry about this. Xiao did not retreat, but took a step forward to cover the people behind him. They are the participating team members. If you really don't want to give up, let your juniors fight for your dignity. Xiao Sifang pursed his lips, thinking that this man was not helping either side, and was quite upright. Although he was interrupted by him, the winner had been decided, and the revenge was completed. So there was really no need to fight. After the success, Xiao Sifang walked to the end of the team in a low-key manner. Refugee? She is a refugee. The girl who just got up from the ground pointed at her wrist and screamed. Su Yishu's expression changed quickly. Refugees? Xiao Sifang stopped and looked back at them. There was a hint of indifference in his cold eyes, and his indifferent attitude pierced the eyes of these first-class residents. Su Yishu gritted his teeth. How could such a dirty thing appear here? She should be the refugee who officially participated in the resource war that has been hotly discussed these days. Can't you guess it? Lin Shen's fingers hanging by his side shrank slightly, but his tone was calm. He started to walk back, saying, I should go back. You guys are busy with your own things. You don't need to continue to accompany me. The girl with tears on her face stomped her feet, glared at 338 and his group fiercely, and turned around to follow them. Brother Lin Shen, don't be angry with me. I didn't mean to quarrel with others. I just felt bad. Su Yishu's gloomy eyes swept over everyone. Tong Rang stretched out his hand and pushed Bao Bo inconspicuously. The owner finally remembered his assigned role and immediately became ferocious. He took a few steps forward and pushed Xiao Sifang, who did not resist, several meters away. Please, why do you want to be in the limelight? It's embarrassing enough. He shouted in pain, please keep a low profile. After shouting this, he suddenly felt a chill on his back and immediately turned around, only to see the backs of those people walking farther and farther away. Su Yishu had also walked away. Nothing unusual, strange. He blew some bubbles, suspecting that he was acting too much and confused. Xiao Sifang lowered his head and went back to the end of the team, and walked forward with Su Qingxin. The commentator was not brave, but his comments were sharp. It's a bit exaggerated, and the emotions are not very good. Xiao Sifang whispered back, it's okay. It looks more real than the time when I and Louis. That's true. Su Qingxin nodded and changed the subject. Did you notice that among the 4 people just now, only the one who was pulling the fight had the identity ring of a second-class resident on his hand, and the other 3 were all blue, and they were first-class residents. Xiao Sifang didn't really pay attention. What happened? Su Qingxin shrugged. Nothing. I just think it's interesting that the first-class residents try to please the second-class residents. Yes. Xiao Sifang didn't notice it, and whispered to him. They are so fierce to Louis and others, and so humble in front of those people. These people don't mind having 2 faces. Dean Phoebe, who was walking on the side, was very satisfied with the result. There was no real fight, and the children almost acted out a fight. Great. He looked at Serena beside him and joked. Nothing happened. Why are you still frowning? Serena smiled bitterly. Who said it didn't happen? It has already happened. Rose Manor. Sean held a rose that he had picked off at random. He didn't care that his palm was pierced by the dense thorns on the flower stem. He used it as a sword with a serious face and attacked the man in white. He shouted, "Don't hide if you have the ability. You didn't even notify me when you returned to the main star. Are you dead after decades of friendship?" The attack with a lot of thunder and little rain was easily dodged. The person being blamed even took off his gloves slowly. After throwing off the restraint, the smooth white hand held Sean's wrist, holding the rose with one hand, and gently brushed the flower bud with the other hand. Only a small spiral flower, but suddenly bloomed, blocking the two people. Sean. Damn. If I had this trick, I would definitely change my girlfriend every day. Sinbo loosened his wrist, took back the rose, and put it in the vase in the middle of the courtyard. I just came back too. He sat down on the small hollow white jade round stool. His eyes fell on the housekeeper standing quietly beside him. If you don't believe me, you can hit the housekeeper. Sean immediately cast a murderous look. The housekeeper, who was inexplicably dragged into it, hurriedly bowed. Sir Sean, it's true. Did I hit you in your talking? Sean was very ungrateful. Waved his hand. Go away. Take your people with you. You don't have any sense at all. The butler was eager to leave, and he was a fool to stay here to block bullets. Watching him bow and retreat, Sean took a big step and sat down opposite him in a not-so-elegant manner. Don't say you came back to join in the fun. You are not that kind of person. Sinbo poured him the tea that the butler had just brought, and retorted, Then what kind of person am I? Sean choked, thinking that he would retort, and after a pause, he curled his lips and said, Anyway, I am not the kind of person who finds resource wars interesting. He was still confident of this. Previous sessions were indeed boring, but this session is interesting. Sean stood up suddenly, and his tall hat almost fell off. He took small steps and sat next to Sinbo. Lowering his voice, You dare to say that? His Majesty is already suspecting that you have done something. Sinbo remained calm. How could it be? Why not? Sean was getting anxious. To tell you the truth, I came here today for this matter. Not to mention that His Majesty was suspicious. Even I was suspicious. It was strange that you suddenly proposed to stay in 338 for a year last year. Later, Xiao Fong appeared in the academy where you stayed. Who wouldn't be a conspiracy theorist? Hurry up and explain it to me. Since the list of participants for 338 was submitted, I haven't had a good sleep. I'm afraid you'll do something out of your mind. Sinbo took his cup of tea and pushed it in front of him again. It's really a coincidence. Sean frowned. You even hid it from me. To be honest, since you must be entangled, I will make it short. Sinbo smiled, unlike Sean, who lowered his voice, and said frankly, I chose 338 for a reason. But it has something to do with that refugee. What's the situation? Do you still remember the sudden disaster on the Y1077 ruins last year? Sean thought about it and nodded. Remember? You went to the scene at that time? Well, there, I encountered an escape experiment. Looking at his white eyes, Sinbo smiled. So I chose 338. Chris, and the third squad of the combat department. Of course, I can't completely deny my interest in that refugee. I do want to see how long she can hold out. But it's just a look. I won't cause trouble for myself or her. It's reasonable and flawless. Sean finally let it go, drank the tea in one gulp, took off his hat, and rubbed his hair in a relaxed manner. It's okay. It's okay. I was scared to death. He changed the subject. Alas. Can you still hold on? Sinbo smiled and smiled, dispersing the remaining heat of the tea. It's okay. The voice ended. The secretary lowered his head and said respectfully, Your Majesty, do you need to play it again? A hand stretched out in the dimness, waved gently, and the voice that came out was faintly relieved. I knew it wouldn't be this child. His indifference made him unable to do anything else. The secretary said nothing, lowered his eyes, and suppressed his thoughts. No. Know that you also gave a death order, asking the housekeeper of the manor to use all means to steal the recordings of every external contact of Sinbo. Only clear the suspicion. And only this. No. Forget it. since he is rarely interested. Let him go to watch the game this time. Yes. The secretary hesitated for a moment, and then said, the escape experiment. The hand in the dimness waved again. Touch him? Are you telling Sinbo that I asked you to investigate him? Forget it. Yes. The secretary took a step back, bent down, and was about to leave when the old voice sounded again. The tone was slow and calm. Send someone to 338 to confirm whether the 3rd squad of the combat department is doing such an experiment. The secretary whispered, yes. I will do it right away. He still didn't believe it. He didn't believe it alone. On June 13th, 3845, the 90th Planetary Resource Allocation War officially kicked off. 99 participating teams were neatly arranged in the venue, and several rows of seats on the rostrum surrounded the 3 chairs in the middle, waiting for the most prominent people in the new human empire to arrive. Whoosh! As the 3rd salute was launched, 3 aircraft flew in from the sky and landed in the center of the rostrum. The man in the middle had dazzling golden hair, even though they were far apart. Xiao Fang recognized his identity at the first time. The 3rd Prince Harrison. He was the royal representative this year and was present. The rostrum was full of seats, and undercurrents were surging. Harrison squinted and sneered at Sinbo on his right. Deanson, it's difficult to see you. If it weren't for this occasion, this prince would have to make an appointment and queue for 3 to 5 years. Right? The smell of lewdness was so strong right from the start. And it was a personal grudge. The staff in the back row could hardly see it. How on earth did this kind of idiot gain the trust of His Majesty to represent the royal family? Sinbo remained calm and said, if you didn't always choose to show up when I'm on vacation, we would have met a long time ago. Are you blaming me for picking the right time? Sinbo smiled. How could that be? His Majesty has told me not to let you do what you want. Just yesterday, he reminded me once. You? Harrison was furious, but the 2 rows behind him were at peace. Fortunately, His Majesty still had a trick up his sleeve. Sinbo just had to keep an eye on him to prevent this idiot from causing trouble that couldn't be resolved. After dealing with Harrison in a few words, Sinbo turned slightly and greeted the man with gray hair on the other side. Director Lin. Long time no see. Lin Yu nodded expressionlessly, even turned his head, and searched among the participating teams below with his eyes racing against time. He did it openly and without concealment, telling the people who were monitoring him clearly that he was looking for his granddaughter. The palace, which was informed from time to time, sneered faintly, if he doesn't even look at it, you should be careful. Let him look, and give him a telescope to look carefully. We have seen each other for so many years. It's no big deal to take a look. Onto the stage. 338 10 people stood straight in a row. Xiao Fang stared at Lu Yi's high ponytail without blinking. She had always admired other people's good luck, but this time, she had to admit Lu Yi's good luck. It would be fine if she had come to the end of the group. But now Jin Yao, who was not used to the local climate, was officially admitted to the team. It was as if God had opened a back door for her. She was really lucky. After being stared at for a long time, Lu Yi turned around and sneered. Why? You can be lucky enough to get into the teacher's eyes, but I can't be selected? I tell you, people like you who are timid and not completely timid, proud and not proud to the end, can't play any role in the team even if they have a little ability. So put away your evil eyes. I am more practical than you. It's not your turn to look at me like that. It must be said that Dean Phoebe has a good eye for selecting people. Since Jin Yao could not play, no one in the reserve team could reach the original team level. So he was open-minded and put the promotion of tactical coordination in the first place. He replaced Lu Yi, who usually spoke with sarcasm, to destroy the harmony of the team. As expected, with her tone, she acted a few words, and the effect was surprisingly outstanding. The attention of several teams nearby was attracted by her. It was his turn to play in person. Phoebe walked to the end of the team and stopped him. Are you satisfied after a few words? She has her value. As a substitute, you should cooperate with their already formed team more. Otherwise you will become the biggest shortcoming. Xiao Fang lowered his head and said humbly. It's my fault. She was just holding everyone back. It won't be like this after we enter the venue. Louis rolled his eyes, snorted coldly and turned back. Cha talk. The scene was funny, and the team next door couldn't help laughing, but was scolded by their team leader. The opening ceremony of all competitions was very boring, with the same speeches taking turns, making everyone drowsy. An hour later, in this boring atmosphere that almost dampened the enthusiasm of the teenagers, a voice that finally made people excited appeared. Lu Yi's high ponytail stood up neatly. The person on the rostrum was too far away to see his face, but his snow-white clothes and soft voice all indicated his identity. Sinbo held the microphone and walked to the etiquette officer, who came up with a red box. I am very happy to be here to represent everyone to draw the venue for this resource war. He smiled and paused, and then continued, Can I draw a relatively easy venue for everyone? The contestants around him shouted frantically, Yes. Drowned the unfriendly voices. Sinbo put his hand into the lottery box. In addition to the main star, the 98 semi-ruined stars are 98 alternative venues, which are very different as venues. For example, in the environment of 338, the wind and sand are so strong that you can die from eating dust. It must be hard to compete in such a venue. But if you draw 366, it will be quite pleasant. At least you don't have to spend time fighting against the environment. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. And when the small number ball was taken out, everyone's breathing stopped. Sinbo looked at the number ball in his hand, smiled slightly, raised the microphone to his mouth. Fortunately, I have drawn Ball Cotton Origin Star 366. The whole venue was silent for a moment, and then it howled. If you were above your head, you might be knocked over by the cheers. Everyone in 338 was also crazy with joy. And Huang Dan jumped up and laughed. It's 366. The windless, sandless, clear river, and vegetation covered 366. Ha ha ha. Compared to other planets that are going to be covered with dust. This place is so good. Sinbo. Sinbo. I love you. Lucky belongs to us. The planet was selected, and the opening ceremony officially ended with cheers. The aircraft that had been docked next to the venue took away 1,000 people, including the team leader, in order, and sent them to the starport to board the spacecraft directly to 366. In a separate small compartment, 11 people sat around a circular sofa. Huang Dan raised his wet palm. What should I do? What should I do? I'm already nervous. Xingxia smiled and patted his back, silently comforting him. I'll order it too. Han Sisi rarely showed her timidity, and smiled bitterly while holding her thigh. Now countless unsuccessful guesses are filling my brain. Tong Rang stuffed a bubble gum into Bao Bo's mouth, and actually agreed, I understand you. There are too many uncontrollable factors, and this is how it feels to be in control. They are about to enter a competition field that is more terrifying than a battlefield. And the oldest among them is only 19 years old. And they have only lived a fraction of the average life expectancy of residents in the inner city. The young life was forcibly placed on the edge of the cliff, and it would be shattered to pieces if it was not careful. How can I not be nervous? Phoebe patted the shoulders of the two children nearby, and her always approachable face showed solemnity and seriousness. Endure, steady, and ruthless. Remember these 3 words and act according to the plan. After rolling his throat, he added another sentence. Go home alive. Even with the direct flight from the main star, it took a full 3 hours to reach 366. The 366 Star Master, who received the notice as soon as the venue was drawn, had arranged all the logistics. The contestants were welcomed to a simple auditorium that could accommodate thousands of people, where food and water were carefully prepared. While they were having their last meal before going on stage, the guards led by Sean and Leopold began preparations. Select an area large enough to check for aliens. Set up isolation nets. Place 532 flags symbolizing resources. Hide various weapons, food, oxygen auxiliary equipment and other supplies. Set up entrances and command rooms. The work was very arduous and every step was rushed. Fortunately, the escort team had a large number of people, and 3,000 people could handle it. After the work was done, Sean immediately distributed all the personnel evenly to the edge of the venue so that they could respond to any emergency at any time. Because the time was too tight and too busy, Sean didn't have time to quarrel with Leopold until everything was done. Hey, who is this? Isn't this our 12th grandson Leopold? He adjusted the top hat on his head and exhaled through his nose. How did you end up being a small deputy? Leopold paused while wiping his sweat with a white handkerchief and slowly turned around. To be fair, he is indeed a rare handsome man, with a charming appearance that Sean can never get no matter how jealous he is. He is dressed in white like Sinbo, and his words and deeds are similarly gentle and elegant. But unfortunately, he has a pair of slender eyes that are almost identical to the old emperor. He also has a smile on his face. But Sinbo makes people feel like spring breeze, while he seems cunning and treacherous. This is also the point that Sean has been attacking him since he was a child. Hey, tell me, why do you always imitate our Sinbo? No matter how hard you try, you can't imitate him. Isn't that just making people laugh? On the surface, Leopold is much calmer than him, as if he is not angry. And he smiles with his eyes curved. The Holy Father is outstanding and everyone admires him. It's understandable that I want to get some of his glory. But you? The smile on his lips deepened, and his tone of voice did have some flavor of Sinbo. You look like a child from childhood to adulthood. Never grow up. And followed Sinbo's ass all day long. The two of them are indeed a relationship that has been torn since childhood. They have a firm grasp on each other's weakness. Xiaoan hates his baby face the most. When he doesn't reveal his identity, he will be rejected by others, as if he is a younger brother if he wants to flirt with a younger sister. After another fight, Xiaoan was angry. But after thinking of the reminder that Sinbo gave him, he calmed down again. Don't quarrel. Don't quarrel. I don't remember the mistakes of a little man. He rolled his eyes and waved to a guard standing next to him, showing a smile. Come here. The honest guard immediately held the hilt of his sword and marched over. Leopold suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, the next second Sean waved at him and smiled maliciously. I think it is very suitable to guard here and maintain peace. Just stay here. I will notify you if there is anything. Sean! Leopold lowered his voice and growled. Don't go too far. Sean raised his eyelids. Too far? Then I really went too far. I actually treated 3,000 people so far. Hey, one more doesn't seem to be too much. From head to toe. It's written that I want to punish you. Leopold could hardly maintain his gentle appearance, and clenched the hand hanging by his side. Although I am the main person in charge of the escort team this time, I am the grandson of the emperor after all. And I am just the son of a marshal. Sean shrugged. Not afraid of him at all. You really have no new tricks. You have only used your status to pressure others since you were a child. Then I can only say the same thing. I have said it before. His gentle face showed a cold expression, and he spoke clearly word by word. I am the 12th grandson of the emperor, but I am the only son of the empire's chief marshal. A fishy sweetness surged into his throat, and Leopold tried his best to stop his body from trembling with anger. It's just a proton. Sooner or later. Watching him turn his back and walk towards the guard station, Sean laughed happily. Is the grandson of the emperor so great? The entire royal family is a pile of stinking shit in his eyes. After eating, they rested for another half an hour. The 99 teams, led by different guides, headed for different entrances. 366 except for the inner city and a main road. The rest of the places were full of cotton balls, half a person high. The same was true for the stadium Sean circled. Not only were there cotton balls in the cracks of the ruins, but also on several small hills of varying heights. Some were mature with cotton balls, and some had just grown to a normal height. When a gust of wind blew, the leaves rustled and the cotton balls flew. The destination is an entrance marked with the number 23. It is actually a big hole in the isolation net, which simply connects the world inside and outside the net. Entrance 23 leads directly into the ruins, and the field of vision is quite narrow. The young and beautiful guide smiled playfully at the 338 people and said, "The game will officially start in 20 minutes. Before that, you must listen carefully to the rules of the game." She waved her hand and pointed to the small room on the left side of the entrance. This is the command room. When the game starts, our commander can enter this small room and stay safely to avoid attacks from other teams. Of course, the commander can also leave the command room. Once he enters the competition venue, he loses his special right to avoid fighting and can be attacked at will. As a commander with relatively weak combat power, we still recommend staying in the command room. Fighting members must enter the competition venue and obtain as many resource flags as possible to win glory for your planet. You can use all kinds of items stored in the venue at will. It is recommended to collect more supplies at the beginning of the competition to avoid shortage of supplies in the later stage and affect the competition status. Then you must not use superpowers. Once discovered, the whole team will be disqualified from the competition. There are no other special regulations. This year's competition time is 3 days and 3 nights. Stretch out your hands. Everyone cooperated. The highly qualified guides set the countdown on their identity rings one by one, and did not show any strange expression even when setting it for Xiao Sifang and Su Qingxin. Okay. She took back her hand. When the game is over, there will be a broadcast notification for the entire area. At that time, please turn on your personal camera and stand still. The members of the escort team will come to take you out. Huang Dan raised his hand high. The guide smiled. Excuse me. Why do you stand still? Because when there was no such rule in the past, there were always contestants who launched attacks after the game, resulting in unfair results. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. The guide looked at the others. Do you have any other questions? Xiao Sifang raised his hand. In addition to using superpowers, are there any other behaviors that will be considered fouls? The guide thought for a moment, took out a small basket from the space button, and handed it to Han Sisi, who was at the back. You cannot use any of your own items. After the game, the combat members cannot leave the field, and the resource flag cannot be sent out of the field. All other actions are allowed. Put your personal belongings in this basket. I will keep it for you. The empty basket turned around and was handed to the guide, and it became full. She joked, wow, I got rich in an instant. Everyone laughed. That's right. The guide held the basket and motioned them to look at their identity rings. Your identity rings have temporarily blocked all network functions. You can only count time and perform local operations. Good luck to you. There are still 10 minutes left. I won't bother you. Please make your final arrangements. After she finished speaking, she considerately stepped aside a few meters to leave space for them. Time was indeed running out. After Han Sisi asked everyone to gather together, she went straight to the point, in terms of the rules. There are no changes this year and previous years. So our first priority after entering the venue is to obtain equipment that can communicate with each other. Tong Rang pondered. At the beginning, everyone should focus on collecting supplies. It is unlikely that attacking each other will waste time. Why not search separately for a period of time, and then return to the agreed location together after 10 or 20 minutes? Xingxia, I think it's okay. If we split up, we're more likely to run into accidents. Should we make some adjustments? Let's split into 4 groups. Han Sisi compromised. I'll be in one group with Vincent, Bao Botongrang, Li Chunghong and Xingxia, and finally Xiao Sifang and the 3 of you. Sifang, pay special attention to your group. Huang Dan and Lu Yi, don't overdo it. No problem. Finally, there was a gap, and Su Qingxin quickly added, when I came here, I tried to observe the distance between the entrances, and found that the distance between each entrance should be fixed. It takes about 5 seconds for our aircraft to pass through the 2 entrances. If the aircraft speed is 80 meters per second, the distance is about 400 meters. I mean, if all the combatants choose to search for supplies carefully, then everyone should not meet within 3 minutes. Taking advantage of this time difference, we may consider splitting up to search for supplies. The risk factor is low and the return rate is high. When Sisi thought for a moment and accepted his suggestion, okay, then the grouping remains unchanged. Within 3 minutes, the members of the group should stay together and spread out boldly, and keep each other in their field of vision. After 20 minutes, return to this entrance and gather together. 10 people formed a circle, and one hand after another was stacked on top of another. 3, 2, 1. Let's fight. The guide looked at their harmonious atmosphere without any contradictions, and blinked complicatedly. As expected of the top students of the entire planet, they are very tolerant. Buzz. A strong sound wave came from afar, and the guide's face became serious. The next second, her identity ring started to beep. She waved her hand quickly. It started. Go in. The 10 people looked at each other. Su Qingxin turned and entered the 4 square meter simple house next to him, and all the others rushed into the venue and dispersed to the front. 50 smart cameras set out with all the contestants, flying in the air to cover the competition area in all aspects, recognizing people in real time and transmitting various images to the viewing area. The viewing area was set up in the most luxurious hotel in 366. It was a temporary modification of the original entertainment center. The messy entertainment facilities were moved out and replaced with comfortable and rotatable single sofas. The 4 walls were installed with electronic light screens to match the cameras outside, bringing the clearest viewing experience to the audience. The resource competition is not open to the public, so the spectators are also very simple, including the senior delegation on the rostrum and the 1999 team leaders. Lin Yu stared at the screen and rushed to find them one by one. A representative sitting behind him thought he understood his inner thoughts and flattered him. I heard that your grandson also represented the supervisory star this year? There is no one in my family who needs attention, so I will help you find him. No need. Lin Yu frowned. His eyes flew over, and he was extremely nervous. Although he'd barely found the team that the child belonged to at the venue, he couldn't see the face clearly, and he was not sure if he could recognize the person. It was only through the information that Selena conveyed to him that the child inherited the genes of their Lin family. He was very tall and had round eyes. His daughter was 60% similar. His fist on the armrest kept tightening. The game had already started for 10 minutes. But he still couldn't find where the person was. Ah! Suddenly someone cried out, and the screen in the direction he pointed had gone black. The old leaders, who had participated in many resource wars, laughed as if they were used to it. There are always children who behave erratically. 1 year. More than 20 cameras were destroyed in a row. Let him be. Anyway, we can't keep up with so many. But, the person who shouted out unwillingly. It was the refugee who destroyed the camera this time. I saw her identity ring. Dean Phoebe coughed and lowered her head guiltily. Lin Yu cast his eyes silently to the area around the black screen. In order to improve the viewing experience of everyone in the battle area, the 50 cameras corresponded to the screens in order. After finding the target you want to see, you can keep paying attention to the area around the screen where the person appeared. The intelligent camera only switches the screen for more than 10 seconds each time. Even if there are many people in a single shot, it is not a big problem for everyone to identify for more than 10 seconds. If you want to stare at it, you can still stare at it. If the person who started the noise hadn't said a few annoying words afterwards, Lin Yu would have wanted to find an opportunity to thank him properly. A refugee dared to destroy equipment worth hundreds of thousands of star coins. Can she afford to pay for it? It's hard to imagine that among the successful people who can sit here, there are such mentally retarded people with problems. Lin Yu's gratitude instantly dissipated. He quickly glanced at the person to remember his face, and then put his eyes back on the screen. Dean Phoebe also looked at the person speechlessly, and said in defense, "Have the destroyed cameras been compensated by the destroyers?" The person sat not far from him, glanced at the seat number and sneered, "Can refugees be compared with second-class residents? Oh, you 338 seem to think it's okay. I'm sorry. I said unnecessary words." Dean Phoebe brushed her sleeves calmly and glanced at them with pity. "It's not a question of whether we can be compared. It's just that we at 338 never rely on belittling others to elevate ourselves. We prefer to be down to earth rather than not pandering to the public." Harrison likes to watch people quarreling the most. He was originally drowsy and excitedly changed his sitting position. I heard that in the viewing room in previous years, there were people setting up bets. Why don't we play a little too? Why don't you two bet on each other's wins and losses? It's more interesting than just arguing here. Although this proposal is not popular, it is indeed interesting. Someone quickly added, "The third prince is right. I'm afraid no one will bet on the refugees." Harrison laughed and pointed at Dean Phoebe, saying, "Why is there no one? He will definitely bet on their own college. The odds are 50 to 1. And this prince will be the banker himself." After saying that, he seemed to remember something and looked at Sinbo with a fake smile. "Deanson, did my father say that gambling is not allowed?" "No. Please feel free to do as you please." "Oh, then you won't place a bet?" Sinbo then cast a glance at him and said in a soothing and clear tone, "Let everyone go first." Everyone was surprised that he was going to join the game, and the participation rate was even higher. Almost everyone placed a bet. According to the previous statistical results, the ratio of the two sides was about 1 to 6, and the number of people supporting 338 was much smaller. Someone really voted for 338? If that refugee had nothing special, how could he be included in the participating team? I'm quite optimistic about them. Maybe they took advantage of your mentality? 712 has performed very well in recent years, and has been in the top 10 several times. No matter how special that refugee is, can he still lead 338, which has always been ranked at the bottom? That's the truth. No matter how special this refugee is, the strength of 712 is always there. Everyone had voted, and only 3 people were left in the main seat. Harrison didn't want to ask Lin Yu. He wasn't interested in chatting with the dead man in the supervisory bureau. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Sinbo. Is it okay now? Sinbo nodded and said casually, 50 million. Bet on 338 to win. How much? Who to bet on? Harrison scratched his ears and doubted whether his nerve center for processing information was necrotic. Everyone present had bet 1 million. And he suddenly came up with such a huge number. And bet on the unpopular side. Linyu stared at the light screen, spoke without looking away, and joined in, 50 million. Also bet on 338. Harrison stood up from the sofa in shock. This world is crazy. And all those who have already placed their bets are not sure. Xiao Sifang shot down the smart camera in the 10th minute of the game. She jumped immediately after breaking the gravity center. And it took a lot of effort to make the camera fall to the ground and suffer secondary damage. She herself was crushed by the acceleration of gravity. And the two rolled safely on the cotton balls. Quacha, crushing a thick rhizome. Louis had 2 large bags of concentrated nutrient mud hanging on his waist. Holding a 10-centimeter long short knife in his hand. Hiding sideways in the corner of the ruins of a 3-story building. Peeping out from the hole in the wall. Staring at a cotton ball several dozen meters away. Hurry up. The smart camera is very big. As big as Xiao Sifang's body. Weighing more than 10 kilograms. Xiao Sifang held the camera in one hand. Crawling on the ground and quickly crawling towards the ruins. In the crevice of another ruin. Wang Dan bent his body and pulled away the crooked cotton balls. Digging out the box half buried in the soft soil. The latest model of particle gun. Equipped with high-energy chips that can support the conversion of 100 bullets. Yeah. Thank you, Dad. He excitedly waved his fist and quickly equipped himself. Making a reassuring gesture to Louis. Wang Dan climbed to the top floor of the ruins with the gun on his back. Occupying a commanding height of 20 meters above the ground. Due to the special nature of energy, the range of the particle gun in his hand is 100 meters. But the opponent is only 80 or 90 meters away from him. Still within the range. The head was not obvious in the cotton wool. And it was quiet and still. Even Huang Dan's eyes, which were very good at capturing dynamic scenes, could not tell the specific location of the person hiding. Just scare him. Huang Dan raised the muzzle of the gun, aimed, and fired. A charred hole appeared 10 centimeters away from the front. The man wearing a protective cap in the same color as the earth had a big bead of sweat on his forehead. Dripping. He gritted his teeth and held on. The other party did not take the bait. And Huang Dan, who could not accurately locate, had no choice but to glance at Xiao Sifang, who had successfully retreated into the ruins and left the commanding height without any nostalgia. He could not stay any longer. If the other party was still determined to confront him, his position would be too disadvantageous. The three of them gathered together again, and Louis asked anxiously, "What are you going to do with this?" "For use," Xiao Sifang immediately explained, urging them to continue moving. "We have found the important things." "Speed up." "Bah. Everyone knows to speed up. Wait." Louis took a step back and looked out from the gap. "Is that the resource flag?" At the foot of the hill more than 100 meters away from him, a bright red object fluttering in the wind was faintly revealed. It was not particularly clear, and it was impossible to determine whether it was. "Don't worry. If you take the flag now, you will become a target," Dean Phoebe said to be patient. Xiao Sifang pulled Louis. "Let's go. It's time for us to exert our strength now." Louis hardened his heart, turned his head back, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Huang Dan. Xiao Sifang hugged the camera and followed them alone. In order to complete the task better, they had to act all the time, even if they couldn't see the target in their normal sight. The next 3 people didn't get any more harvest. The supplies on the field were far less abundant than they imagined. 20 minutes soon came, and they didn't give up the search and started to return. When they returned to the gathering point, except Tong Rang and Bao Bo, everyone else had returned. Everyone's face was not very good, and they came to harvest. Apart from the camera that was not within the supply range, the one who got the worst harvest among the Chris trio was Xiao Sifang. He only had a primitive gun with a total of 7 bullets. But now only 6 bullets were left. Every time he fired a gun, the sound was so loud that it could attract people. Although Huang Dan also only had 1 gun. He asked Renren. And 100 rounds of energy guns were enough for a while. Louis got a lot of food and a long short knife, which was not bad. His 2 groups only got 2 short knives and 3 bottles of Class A oxygen. But one of them got a device that could communicate with the command room. Forget her. Louis broke everyone's fantasy and pointed at the smart camera and said, "She shot it down from the sky. So it must not be used directly." I thought. Han Sisi stopped talking and sighed. It's troublesome. The situation was bad. And everyone wanted to ask Xiao Sifang why he wasted bullets to shoot a camera that couldn't be used. They waited anxiously for another 2 minutes. But still didn't see Tong Rang and Bao Bo appear. And they couldn't help but get anxious. It's been 30 minutes. We can't wait here any longer. Han Sisi made a prompt decision. Let's follow the original grouping. With Vincent and I as the center. Go deeper and the valuable equipment may be put on the surface. The 7 people were full of anxiety. They packed up their gains, regrouped and reselected a direction to move forward. Perhaps everyone realized that they had to go deeper to gain more. So they chose to move forward. In the next 10 minutes, they actually met anyone and returned the real valuable gains. Communicator? Li Chunghong was extremely excited. The box he opened had 10 small headphones lined up, which were obviously the equipment for the whole team. Han Sisi thought, as expected, the peripheral supplies are sparsely distributed. So we have to move forward. After getting the communicator, everyone could finally spread out. The 7 people quickly divided the communicator and adjusted the channel, and spread out horizontally. The location they are now in is between the ruins and the hillock several dozen meters high. Except for the dense cotton balls that are only half a person's height. The entire view is unobstructed. If someone ambushes, this position will be dangerous. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive gunshots came from the hills in the distance. And Xingxia's voice came from the communicator. It's not for the resource flag that started the direct exchange so early. It may be the equipment connected to the command room. What a coincidence. I thought so too, Han Sisi said, and then gave everyone an order. Let's go and join in the fun. On each semi-ruined planet, the real active area only occupies a very small part of the total area. And there are countless undeveloped areas. This stadium is a typical undeveloped area. Since it is undeveloped, there are naturally smooth and clear roads. And the roads in the disaster area are covered with cotton balls. Today, hundreds of years later, the only roads that can be barely called roads are bumpy gravel paths with particularly poor conditions, and no cotton balls. Xiao Sifang carried a smart camera, and every step he took left clear footprints on the sandy ground. If she could stay, then naturally, the people who walked this path could stay too. Looking around, there were many creases in the cotton wool nearby, which continued to connect to this path before ending. The road surface on the other side clearly had the footprints of 2 people. Xiao Sifang slowed down and roughly compared them. The footprints were several yards larger than hers. But there was a difference of about 1 yard between the 2 footprints. The dry ground could clearly print the pattern on the soles of the shoes. But the vague bulge in the middle of the middle footprint made her feel familiar. The gunshots on the other side rang again. And a flash of inspiration came to her mind. There was a bulge in the middle of Bao Bo's shoes. She noticed it during a sparring training and asked if the bulge made him feel uncomfortable. The answer at that time was that the foot shape was twisted. So this kind of customized shoes should be worn. The one who attacked from the other side could not be. Her heart skipped a beat. And she quickly reported the discovery. I found Bao Bo's footprints. And the 2 of them might be behind. This is not good. Han Sisi's eyes flashed with anxiety. Go at full speed. And be ready to meet. These 2 people are too brave. They dare to go deep alone. 200 meters to the side. At the foot of the mountain. You go first. Bao Bo fought 2 people with his bare hands, and kicked over the girl who had been pestering him with red eyes. The crisp sound of bone cracking and the girl's painful groan made the other dark-skinned boy crazy. And the bright dagger scraped Bao Bo's ear, leaving a shallow blood mark. Don't even think about running away. Tong Rang held a big box in one hand, fighting and retreating, struggling to resist the opponent with a gun in his hand. Their teammates should be nearby. I can't run far even if I run. Only after they are dealt with. We have a chance. Bao Bo's eyes became redder. He looked at the opponent, who was approaching again, and suddenly spat. I understand. He stretched his arms, relaxed his straight body, and his speed increased by more than 30%. The fist blew the boy's face fiercely. The opponent leaned back to avoid it. But his knee joint was hit hard, and the whole person lost his balance. The girl rushed up and took her teammates away in pain. But she was able to stop Bao Bo's attempt to grab the knife. In a blink of an eye, the dagger had changed hands and was waving at them non-stop. The boy and the girl stood up straight. Their hands made into claws to resist together. Do you know? The sharp dagger pierced the boy's shoulder, slid down and cut open his chest in his roar, and retreated in the girl's collapsed attack. The soft leather boots on the inside and hard leather boots on the outside collided with each other, and the knife dripping with blood reflected the drooping eyebrows of Balbo. Even if it's my own teammate, I can beat 3 people alone. The girl opened her eyes wide in horror, watching him break through her defense, and the cold tip of the knife pierced the exposed neck skin. Sizzle. The blood splashed several meters, splashing on the brown branches of the ball cotton, and also fell on the face of the boy who was protected behind her. Don't. Warm tears and blood flowed freely on his face, making him ignore the wounds on his body and rush forward desperately. At this moment, Balbo's heart was calmer than ever, as if his soul had been withdrawn. He met this spent force very methodically, and stabbed his heart with another knife. 2 bodies with residual warmth fell to the ground. He took a look, drew out the dagger, and went straight to Tong Rang's direction. The man deserved to die, and everyone in there 338 did not deserve to die. This matter cannot be spared. There is no room for maneuver. The situation reversed, and when Balbo successfully killed the 3rd person, the remaining 6 teammates of the opponent arrived. Brother Rang Rang. Balbo clenched the knife in his hand, leaned against Tong Rang's back, and laughed instead of crying. You took this risk, and you lost miserably. Tong Rang also laughed, raised the gun in his hand that was already loaded with bullets, and aimed it at the enemy. Well, the facts prove that it is better to do things step by step, and you can't learn from it. They teased each other like last words, but the look in their eyes became more and more determined. Death is terrible, but not so terrible. The extremely angry opponent was not afraid of the gun in Tong Rang's hand, and rushed forward without hesitation. 2 against 6. I am confident, Balbo muttered, rushed to Tong Rang's side, ready to sacrifice himself in exchange for his teammates to escape. I killed them all. Come and fight, Brother Bao. Bang. A blood flower bloomed on the opponent's forehead, and Balbo was stunned for a moment. Run, Brother Bao. Tong Rang smiled, threw away the gun in his hand, pulled Balbo back. Our backup is here too. Xiao Sifang and Huang Dan were the last to come, and they had no time to think, so they killed one of them with 1 shot each. Han Sisi and Vincent rushed over. One of them took the big box that Tong Rang had been holding, and the other held Balbo, who was obviously injured, and chose to retreat directly. Let's go. There are other teams nearby. Xiao Sifang will cover the rear. After the order was issued, Louis took the big thing in Xiao Sifang's hand, and he and Huang Dan caught up with the pace of the entire team. Xiao Sifang was left alone holding the gun, suppressing the last 4 people who wanted to retreat. In just 1 or 2 seconds, she heard Han Sisi's slightly apologetic voice. Okay. Hurry up and follow. Accidents could happen at any time, and she couldn't really be left alone without any preparation. Understood. Xiao Sifang, who had been prepared for a long time, turned around and followed. Tear. The quiet viewing room suddenly made a sharp shattering sound, and everyone was startled, and their eyes were focused on the powerful director of the Supervision Bureau. There was a big hole in the sofa to his right, revealing the yellowish filling. Sorry. Lin Yu raised his right hand that destroyed public property and said as calmly as possible, I was excited for a moment. The group did not stop until they entered the ruins. Huang Donlu immediately found a good position to be on guard, and the rest of the people surrounded Xiao Si in the middle, watching her open the hard-earned box, turning it upside down and fiddling with it. Balbo took oxygen and leaned down beside her, occupying the best viewing position. A broken rib and a black bruise on his stomach could not stop him from talking. And he said, why don't we send this treasure to the command room immediately? What are you doing hiding here? Xiao Si ignored him and concentrated on showing everyone present how to disassemble the machine with bare hands. The lack of tools brought her a lot of trouble on the road to reinstalling. The dagger was limited in effect. Many times she used her hands to pick and pinch directly, and her fingertips soon became engorged and the skin was broken. Taking advantage of this gap, Han Sisi, as the team leader, challenged Tong Rang. Why didn't you meet me first? Despite the agreement? You were the one who proposed this agreement. Why did you break it first? A team cannot withstand a team member's sudden change of mind. This time he was lucky to arrive in time. But will he be so lucky next time? Tong Rang is not unaware of this. But he was indeed impulsive this time. Sorry. I was impulsive and reckless. He smiled bitterly. The gains in the first 10 minutes made me anxious. When I saw that some teams went straight into the interior, I had a high-risk, high-return mindset. I thought that as long as I was fast enough to get ahead of everyone in my area, I could return safely, but I bumped into someone who had the same idea as me and got tripped up. His thoughts are understandable. The tragedy of the last 338 inspired him and frightened him at the same time. It made him nervous, fearing that he would make the same mistake again. Han Sisi closed her eyes. It was my decision-making mistake. I was too cautious at the beginning. I used the 10-minute time difference calculated by Su Qingxin in the wrong place. If I had chosen to go radially deep, I would have gained much more than now. Xingxia shook her head. No one knew in advance that the supply density inside was so much higher than the periphery. The predecessors in the previous session had never gone deep, and the competition field was not static. It was understandable that I was in a hurry. The competition has just started. I am not behind. Li Chunghong comforted everyone and himself. Now that we have the equipment, the pressure is a little less. On the whole, the equipment has been obtained, and the personnel have not been lost. It is a fact that there is no point in holding on to it. Of course, we can't let it go. Han Sisi looked at Tong Rang. Although your recklessness brought back the equipment I needed, I hope this won't happen again. Tong Rang nodded without hesitation. Sorry. I promise I will never do it again. After the frank talk, everyone's mind returned to Xiao Si, looking at the equipment that she had divided into many pieces. They became worried. Li Chunghong gritted his teeth and said, "CC, I don't want to question you, but are you sure you can still use it after you disassemble it like this?" Xiao Si's fingers paused, and she looked up at 6 almost panicked faces. She suddenly missed Lu De. If he were here, he would be able to understand her picture more or less. No matter how little he read, he was still her closest teammate. What else could she do except explain it as simply as possible? The device that Tong asked Bao Bo to find is the PL-1221 Intelligent Life Scanner. This model is a ground-covering type that can detect all life forms within a 150-meter radius around it. But this model has a fatal flaw. Do you know this? If you know, I skipped it. Everyone shook their heads and said calmly, "Go on." Xiao Si sighed and continued to explain to him while operating. I have already said that this model is a ground-hugging concealed type. It is very thin, very flexible, and the color is also very low-key. It is very suitable for reconnaissance. But you can also see that because of its thinness, the body has hardware requirements. It is thin and can be a little wider. Tong Rang was the first to react. The cotton ball is very dense. It will get stuck. Yes, once it is stuck, it can turn over smoothly by its own power method. And I am limited to rescue it. She finally removed the sensor and smiled unconsciously. I don't have much energy to find it. Not to mention the risk of being discovered by other teams. You took it down. Are you going to modify it? Xiao Si shook her head. Not to modify it, but to use this camera. I need a set of sensors to replace the original docking device of this camera, so that the command room can get a view from the air. Of course, since I destroyed the power module of the camera, I must repair the power source before replacing the sensor. As she spoke, professional terms began to come out one after another, and her mouth was a little dry. Finally, she remembered that there was a key point that she hadn't told him. So she stopped and added, because there are no tools. I need a longer time to do this. At least another half an hour. Don't waste your time here. This means that time is for supplies and materials. And we cannot delay here for a long time. Han Sisi immediately began to make arrangements, leaving Huang Donlu and the seriously injured Bao Bo to continue guarding here, and sending the rest of the people out to continue searching. After 40 minutes, Xiao Si finally stopped. The reassembled smart camera had 2 more bags on its buttocks, and the scanner had been torn into pieces. Because many parts were taken, it could not be put back. But the good habits developed since childhood made Xiao Si choose not to abandon it, but put it all away for emergency use. Bao Bo, who had recovered half of his strength, stood up and walked around her. Is it fixed? Can it really be used? It has become a little ugly. After all, it's not the original one. So of course it's ugly. I've tried to make it smaller. I hope no one will find out it's abnormal. The communication with the family was connected. When he was talking, when Sisi asked in the channel, "Is it done? Should I withdraw now?" "Okay. The 5 people who went out didn't run far. He conducted a carpet search nearby and found several resource flags. But they were all avoided far away. Perhaps all the devices that could be connected to the command room were stored in the central area. He only found some cold weapons and a bottle of oxygen water in this search. The group rushed back non-stop, feeling quite uneasy. After all, whether or not you are willing to bet that Xiao Siwei can bring surprises to everyone is different from whether or not you are worried about her making mistakes. In the 4-meter-high ruins, a camera steadily rose to about 10 meters and slowly circled under the control of the control panel. The images captured by the camera were clearly presented on Xiao Siwei's energy panel. Li Chunghong couldn't control his surprise and whispered, "Fuck. Fuck. Fuck." The faces of the other people were also colorful, with joy, shock, and some confusion. And they were in a mess. When Cece smiled complicatedly inside, "How did you do it? Can't I connect to the internet?" "It's not connected to the internet. I took the transceiver structure of the life scanner that transmits information through invisible radio waves and modified it to the camera." Xiao Si was still a little regretful. "Because there is only one socket. I can't see the pictures synchronously." Enough. 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 Xingxiao is an honest man, and his words are a little incoherent. With this in the air reconnaissance, I don't have to worry too much about being ambushed. And Su Qingxing can also give me clear instructions. Vincent smacked his lips repeatedly. Is this the power of knowledge? I regret not reading more books. Xiao Si put the camera down and held it in his hand again. Just in case. To avoid being discovered that this is my private camera. Send it to Senior Su. In addition, I'd better prepare another set. Even if this one is discovered and shot down, there are still other ways to connect. Everyone thought about it and felt that this was the truth. Now everyone should basically have entered the inner circle. Han Sisi decided to ask everyone's opinion and asked, "Do you think it is necessary to escort my equipment back to the command room? If we split into 2 teams, I will have a better chance of finding another set of equipment." Tom Rang, as the military advisor who followed the battle, shook his head and said, "My personal opinion is that everyone should go back. First of all, to ensure that the equipment is lost. To prevent other teams from picking up ready-made equipment. After all, I don't know if there will be a team that chooses not to participate in the inner circle battle and directly squats on the periphery. After I deliver the equipment, I can control the reconnaissance through the command room and try to pick up ready-made equipment. The fighting in the inner circle is fierce now. With so many teams mixed together, the risk factor is even higher." After a moment of hesitation, Han Sisi made the decision. When with a safe distance, go back. At this moment, there were indeed very few people still staying in the outer circle. 9 people transported the equipment to the command room in a thrilling way. Su Qingxin was so excited that tears were about to fall. "It's been 2 hours. I thought you forgot me." Huang Dan laughed. "I can forget anyone but you. The equipment is a bit difficult to handle. I just fixed it." Xiao Si didn't waste time and immediately told him the precautions for use. Han Sisi also handed him the remaining communication headset. "You will have to work hard next." Su Qingxin solemnly put on the headphones and said, "I will do my best." The arrow has been shot, so he can only give it a try. Lu gave him a portion of water and food, and hid in a corner of the ruins, while the other teammates waited for the camera to fly. The ruins, which were more than 10 meters high, became the best cover for the camera to fly. Su Qingxin adjusted the field of view and officially went online. As soon as the reconnaissance began, a team entered the coverage of the camera. The smart camera that automatically recognized the portraits displayed the corresponding picture, clearly projecting the silver-white box surrounded by the team in the center. The clear field of view and the dynamics under his control made him feel as if he had returned to the command simulation battles that he had won again and again, and his mentality instantly became as stable as a rock. He smiled slightly, and his brisk voice turned into several radio waves and was transmitted to the ears of each team member. Right front. About 1,000 meters in a straight line. 9 people, holding a suspicious box. Destination outer command. The total difficulty coefficient is 10. And the difficulty of this mission is assessed to be 7. Do you want to execute it? Although it is not the first time that everyone has seen Su Qingxin transform into a robot under command. No matter how many times this has happened, at the moment it happens, people always can't help but compare the 2 Su Qingxins, and then doubt whether he has split personality. Han Sisi. Execute. Okay. Please go straight to the right for 700 meters. Time is tight. Please be sure to arrive at the designated location within 2 minutes and prepare for an ambush. Please pay attention. There are 2 people holding guns. To reduce unnecessary casualties, please kill the gunman as soon as possible. Target characteristics: bald, short-haired, male. In the data supplemented by Su Qingxin in real time, the 9 people move forward cautiously and quickly in a regular formation. 600 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Attention! The team has discovered your presence. Please maintain the current speed and continue to move forward. The straight line distance from the team is about 150 meters. Very good. He chose to hide and prepare for battle, and made a very wrong decision. Wang Dan is ready. Your 2 o'clock direction. Behind the cotton ball in the gap between the ruins. The bald man is ready to shoot. The empty smart camera flew recklessly, capturing every frame. The surging waves pressed down on the frozen sea level, and everything was silent. The short-haired guy is at the commanding height of the ruins. It's time. Siwei lures the enemy. Wang Dan takes care of the bald guy, and the rest of you go directly to the last room of the ruins. Xiao Siwei rushed out without hesitation, flipped his body the moment he emerged, and completely left the position he was in the previous second. A bullet whizzed through the previous body position, leaving a deep bullet hole on the ground. Wang Dan's gun was no slower than the one at the commanding height. A heavy body fell down from the cotton ball bush 10 meters away, and the head without a hair hit the broken stone slab. And then, there was no sound. Don't let him get a chance to pick up the gun. The short hair is still at the commanding height. Wang Dan. Xiaoxi rushed over. As she hugged the man and rolled over, the energy bullet brushed her shoulder, leaving a faint burn mark. On the commanding height, the boy who only appeared for less than half a second had a hole between his eyebrows and fell into the abyss. Xiaoxi released the man. Wang Dan climbed up, wiped the wet marks on his face, and forced a smile. Hee hee. Our cooperation is perfect. Be careful yourself. Pick up the gun and follow me immediately. Xiaoxi shook his head and turned to rush into the ruins. Killing is a cruel thing, and no one can be indifferent at the beginning. But it only took a moment to think. He was a hunter in the hunting ground, and also the prey of other hunters. There was no right or wrong in chasing each other, and the law of the jungle. Killing people, and being killed. Xiao Xixi would never sacrifice herself for others. She wanted to live and win beautifully. The situation that had already collapsed at an accelerated speed with the joining of Xiao Xixi. The team stubbornly persisted until only 5 people were left. His captain let go of the box he had been guarding, raised the controller in his hand high, and roared hysterically, "Let him go, or I will destroy this thing immediately." Killing is not the purpose. The equipment is. Han Sisi signaled others to stop, and the 2 teams stood on each side. Wang Dan stood at the end of the team, aiming his gun at the captain at all times. Don't play tricks. Too much blood made the gentle Xingxiao look cold and hard. The range of the gun is more than just 10 meters. I know. He grinned at the captain. As long as he walks out of this ruin, I will immediately offer the things. Captain! You? Shut up. Don't forget that I am participating in a resource war, not a killing war. If everyone dies here and can't get a resource flag, how can my planet develop? After scolding his teammates, he looked at the opposite side again. Let him go. I know that delaying it will not benefit anyone. Han Sisi said calmly, as long as he takes a step, he can go at any time. Okay. Don't stand. The captain of the team held the control panel tightly with both hands, and did not turn around to look at his team members. He guarded the control panel with both body and mind to prevent Han Sisi from taking advantage of it. Go. Don't look back. Some people in his team were unwilling and tried to fight, but were held tightly by the sober people and dragged out. Listening to the footsteps going away, the captain showed a relieved smile and said, "Winners take it all. I admit defeat. This is for you." He tightened his hands and tried to exert force on both sides, doing the opposite of the agreement. Wang Dan closed his eyes. Time stood still before his body fell. Han Sisi took the control panel away personally. A silent and sad atmosphere filled the entire ruins. He sacrificed himself, and he is an admirable opponent. Tong Rang murmured. Xingxia smiled bitterly. I hate to meet such an opponent the most. If they were all truly vicious villains, I wouldn't have any psychological burden. How is that possible? Someone sighed. When he sighed, Xiaoxi had already opened the box and started to check. It is also a life scanner. PL1031 type. Roller type. An earlier model. Bulky and obvious. And the scanning range is also 150 meters. Not as good as mine. Professional words diluted the sad atmosphere. Vincent looked at her puzzledly. There is no manual or anything. How do you know everything? Do you need to memorize the equipment in the manufacturing department? Xiaoxi was silent for a second and said, I have learned about the vision sharing device. Life scanner. Monitoring. Listening equipment. Sensor device. These devices that can connect the two places are just a little preparation before the game. Vincent. Everyone. Sorry. He didn't expect to have this preparation. Su Qingxin's voice came from the noisy headphones. The camera has a blind spot when shooting in the air. And the scanner can make up for this shortcoming. It's okay if the target is obvious. You can just carry it with you. With the aerial vision, the scanning range of 150 meters is enough. Looking at the drum that was 10 times heavier than the first scanner, Xiaoxi sighed and stretched out his fleshy fingertips. Just use it. It can't be changed for the time being. It's okay. It's okay. Vincent waved his hand, picked up the scanner and weighed it. It's also 10 kilograms. I'm strong. I'll take it. Han Sisi nodded. That's settled. But it's very inconvenient to hold in your hand. Use this. Lu held up a half-full bag of nutrient mud. The drawstring bag design is just right for making the most of it. No. There is a better choice. Tong Rang cast his eyes on the corpse on the ground. The combat suit is made of first-class material, and there will be no problem in using it to wrap a scanner. His sleeves were tied tightly around Vincent's shoulders, and the scanner was fixed firmly on his back, so that even if he ran and jumped, it would not swing left and right to affect his condition. He patted the heavy object and laughed. It's quite strong. Oh! Bobo suddenly slapped his head and shouted. Everyone asked, what's wrong? He regretted and said, I forgot to let those people leave their weapons. Everyone. Under Su Qingxin's command, the 9 people successfully returned to the entrance of number 10, left all the docking sockets of the control panel, and set off again. After an hour, the camera flying across the area finally attracted the attention of the members of the observation room. The leader of the 712 was still shocked. It was unknown whether it was because he could not find his team. Since Xiaoxi showed up, he had been staring at the dynamics of 338. The victory of the opponent made him impatient. And he also found the clues of the camera. Isn't the program of the camera set? It shoots in different areas. Right? What's wrong with this camera? It's flying low, but it has crossed a whole area, following the direction of his finger. Everyone looked. It's a bit strange. Is it a malfunction? It doesn't look like a malfunction. At this speed, the camera should be very shaky. But I didn't find such a picture. What's going on? Wait. Did you notice that this camera almost appeared in the same picture as the 338th team? Is it a coincidence? The room suddenly chirped. After 2 seconds, someone laughed awkwardly. If I remember correctly, at the beginning, 338 refugees shot down a camera. Right? It's a camera? No way. Isn't it destroyed? Can it fly? The scene became chaotic again. He talked about it for a long time before turning his eyes to Dean Phoebe, who was as steady as a rock, hoping that he could solve everyone's doubts. Phoebe, who had been waiting for this moment, coughed quietly and said, My refugee. She is not only a student of the combat department, but also a minor in the manufacturing department. Everyone knows about the portable alien sensor that has just been put into military use. The basic prototype was provided by her. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Everyone knew that the alien sensor, which was very popular this year, was put into military use. The mercenaries of the hunting club were also equipped with one, which brought great convenience to the search for aliens. But there were refugees involved? The head of 712 was unwilling to accept the reality. He stood up from the sofa and stared at Dean Phoebe with his neck stiff. You are breaking the rules. You are taking shortcuts. No. Even if you are a student of the manufacturing department, you can't modify the smart camera without tools and parts. You must have brought personal belongings in. I request that you be disqualified. The head of 149, who had just been beaten by the 338 team and suffered heavy casualties, had a flash of light in his eyes and said, We should investigate it carefully. Bang! A powerful slapping sounded, and everyone's heart skipped a beat. They looked towards the center, and their eyes finally fell on the armrest of the sofa that was bouncing next to Lin Yu. Your Highness, the royal family is responsible for checking the personal belongings. Did something go wrong? Harrison, who was leaning over to watch the fun, frowned. Lin Yu, the old man, actually dragged him into the water. If he didn't prove the innocence of 338, would the Supervisory Bureau have to criticize him for the royal family's carelessness and ask the staff to thoroughly check the belongings he carried? But one thing is one thing. It is absolutely impossible to bring in privately. Harrison endured the disgust and said, since you have doubts, connect to the guide of 338 and listen to her. After several rounds of connection, the guide of the entrance number 10 appeared on his video page. The young woman lost her gentle and lovely smile and scanned these noble people on the energy panel with a face expression. Excuse me. Who is insulting my work attitude and professional ability? The mouth was filled with a strong smell of lewdness. The guide suppressed the angry aura and made the words that the person in charge of 712 was about to say stuck in his throat. The man held his head high. His posture was straight, and his attitude was tough. This kind of questioning behavior is not only an insult to me personally, but also an insult to the entrance ultra-precision detector. All records are clear and can be checked at any time. Have you checked it? If not, I asked the questioner who made the speculation to apologize to me. She waited for a while, but no one responded or stepped out. This retreat made her even more angry. Where are the people? Harrison didn't expect a small guy to be so angry. He could only wave at the heads of 712. She gave you an explanation. You should give her an explanation as well. The head of 712 blushed and bowed his head in front of the young man, who could be his father at this age. Sorry. I didn't know that the entrance was equipped with detection equipment. Heh. The other person sneered and mocked. I hope you will know next time. After that, she hung up directly in a single-handed manner. She was very fierce. Harrison, representative of 712. In the dimness, Sinbo slightly raised the corner of his mouth. He couldn't sit still. The game had just begun. In the next 2 days and 2 nights, 338 was so bored that they changed their target after everyone in the viewing room concentrated on discussing the performance. They were so low-key that they didn't fight anyone at all, and only dragged Xiao Sifang to perform the 8-in-1 and independent performance in front of everyone. Even in such a situation, they had an aerial vision, and it was like they had opened a cheat. The 9 people in the arena collected 6 resource flags without any obstacles, and Su Qingxin collected countless data. For example, which team should not be provoked? How far away should they be in general to avoid being discovered by the other team? How often firearms are used in confrontations? And what kind of tactics are used? At this moment, although they did not have the most resource flags, they could definitely be in the top 10 on the list of difficult to provoke teams, as they had preserved their strength to the maximum extent. Very competitive. The morning light was just beginning to appear, and there were less than 30 hours left. The team that had been gathering strength until now was finally ready to show its fangs. The resource flags have basically fallen into the hands of the contestants, and the fight between teams had already begun yesterday afternoon. Han Sisi's low voice sounded in the channel. But the fierceness of the war means the concentration of resources. Our goal is 15 resource flags. As long as the opponent is selected properly, we only need to go all out to fight 2 games, or even just 1 game to complete our task. Although I don't want to admit it. Except for Sifang and Babua, and Huang Dan, who has outstanding shooting skills. The strength of the other 6 of us is really very average among so many excellent players. He smiled bitterly, and the arrogance between his eyebrows had long been smoothed out. We can't hold out for a few rounds in a head-on confrontation. So the Dean arranged this tactic, both to better obtain resources and to maximize our protection. Sifang, I'm sorry. He became more and more emotional. And Xiao Sifang, a thorough science and engineering student, quickly interrupted him. Why are you talking about this? The team has a division of labor, but I am more suitable. Don't waste time. Fight 2 rounds before it's all day and then hide. Come on. Her eagerness to fight made Han Sisi, who was rarely sentimental, choke. She had to temporarily put away her mushy emotions and ordered, Louis, help her prepare. I know. The sharp blade went down, cutting 2 big holes in the intact combat uniform. Louis handed the knife back to Xiao Sifang. lowered his eyes to hide his worried look, and said awkwardly, "Don't really give your life away. I'll try my best." Xiao Sifang moved his hands and feet, and put on the only helmet in the team. Xing Xiao looked at her and asked nervously, "Why don't you wear another combat uniform inside to reduce the risk a little?" "Oh! Why are you so fussy?" Bobo pushed the person away. "That's not true. The combat uniform doesn't block bullets. The biggest threat to her is still the gunman." "Okay." Huang Dan, the biggest killer in the team, quickly agreed, although there are not many guns. It would be a bit troublesome if someone squatted and sniped. "Sifang, you must be careful." "I will be careful." Xiao Sifang raised his wrist and fully exposed his identity ring. No matter what he did, his mentality was much cooler than those boys. He adjusted his headphones and said thank you for your hard work to Su Qingxin in the distance. Su Qingxin, in his normal state, sighed and replied that it was not hard. Although he was the only one in the command room, his teammates cooperated well and created many nap times for him. He could hold on without sleep for the next 24 hours. Xiao Sifang set out alone, with messy hair that hadn't been taken care of for 2 days, stepping on the soil slightly moistened by the morning dew, and quickly shuttled between the cotton balls and the mountain roads. The camera kept a distance and followed her closely. After traveling thousands of meters in one breath, passing through the range that certain teams could sense or observe many times, when the sky was about to brighten, Su Qingxin finally found a suitable target. Total number of people is 8. 2 injured people, at least 6 resource flags, at most 1 gun, reconnaissance equipment drone. Not sure whether it has a life scanner. Mission assessment difficulty is 9. Do you accept it? Xiao Sifang took a deep breath. Receive. Safe distance 300 meters. Has entered the risk zone. Sifang has been discovered. Su Qingxin calmly scanned every inch of the screen and kept issuing orders. Ambush team ready. Keep distance. Pay attention to the southeast and southwest directions. There are non-target teams approaching. Pay attention to avoid. Received. Beep. A slight alarm sounded, and the team that was wolfing down the nutrient mud was refreshed. Enemy approaching from the northwest. Are you all awake? The command voice sounded slowly and lazily from the ears of the 8 team members. It sounded like he should be the one who was not awake. How many people are there? The captain clenched his long sword and looked solemnly toward the northwest. I'm watching. I'll be here soon. The drone with a big head fluttered lightly and flew under a smart camera without noticing. The partial picture was enlarged, and the commander exclaimed, "What's wrong? There's only one person." "Wait. Let me take a look." The commander focused his attention and cut the picture twice, finally zooming in to a point where he could see the person clearly. On the screen, a girl with obvious damage on her combat uniform and tangled hair wiped her face and stood there blankly, as if trying to determine which direction to go. "Are you alone? Or is there only one left?" The commander whispered softly, and his eyes suddenly caught something, focusing on the identity ring on her wrist. He laughed. "Guess what? We finally found that refugee. He is quite capable. He is still alive." The captain was speechless. "I just want to know how many people there are. Don't tell me these nonsense. She is the only one in the captured picture. She looks quite embarrassed. Most likely she ran away." "It shouldn't be." The captain was very clear. It must be difficult for a refugee to participate in the resource war. Even if she was rejected by her teammates, she would definitely cling to her teammates to survive. "Why is she here alone?" The commander nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes. Yes. So I have already started to investigate the surrounding area. I commend you again. You have obtained this supreme equipment. It's amazing." The captain sneered. "Have you forgotten what happened yesterday so quickly? Check the surrounding area clearly. If it weren't for Kellen's self-sacrifice yesterday, we would have fallen into the hands of the people on the main star. Do you want to repeat the same mistake?" The commander silently closed his mouth and became steady. There are teams in 3 directions. One team has not moved. The other 2 are moving forward but at a slow speed and in different directions. These people are 1,800 meters away from us. The captain pondered. Does it mean that the refugee is indeed an orphan? Yes. Probably someone got separated. Teammates were too lazy to pick her up. The command center also left, and planned to return to the entrance. She moved, and is approaching us. Since it's on the way, let's kill her, the captain said lightly. Let's help 338 get rid of this stain. The commander smiled and knocked on the table with his knuckles. Got the order, everyone. With the captain as the center. Outflank her. Oh, by the way, the distance is so far. Don't worry about other teams bumping into her for the time being. The distance between the two sides is only 150 meters. Xiao Sifang also received the latest instructions in his headset. Took the bait. Sifang changed the route to the northwest. And the rest of the personnel responded in the same direction and ambush in advance. The opponent's drone is also an imaging device. With a wide coverage area and many blind spots. We have a good chance. Understood. Xiao Sifang pretended to look up unconsciously, and found the drone. She looked at it blankly for a few times. Showing a panicked look. She turned around in a panic. Ran a few steps to the southwest. And fell to the ground. Various mistakes. Allowed the target team to close the distance quickly. Shortening it to only 60 or 70 meters. And both sides could see each other. Xiao Sifang turned her head and rushed to the northwest. In her ears was Su Qingxin's calm voice. Sifang. Pay attention to changing positions. And the rest of the personnel should speed up and sprint. Several bullets missed. And the gunman cursed. Damn it! How can she jump up and down and change her whole body position like this? Don't worry. She will get tired eventually. The distance is getting shorter. Xiao Sifang fell to the ground and rolled to avoid the shooting again. And the distance between them was only 30 meters. The rest of the 338 was only 200 meters away from Xiao Sifang. Su Qingxin's voice became tense. And he shouted anxiously, Captain Vincent Bobber. Go straight ahead. Xingxia ambush with guns. You four don't need to hide from the camera. The rest of you hide on the spot. The so-called tactics. The core point is only one trick. No matter what method is used. As long as the opponent is tricked. It is successful. It was not until the life scanner issued a reminder that the commander, who had been concentrating on chasing Xiao Sifang, while calculating the distance, realized that something was wrong. The drone screen switched urgently, showing Han Sisi with a calm expression and full of resource flags on her back. We've fallen into a trap. The captain paused. What do you mean? That refugee is indeed a bait. There is an ambush. The commander spoke very quickly. He forced himself to calm down. The camera switched quickly. And after a few seconds, he showed a determined smile again. But it doesn't matter. There are only 3 of them. Stop. There are gunmen ambushing behind as a backup plan. What a trick within a trap. The refugees are bait. The resource flag is also a bait. And the ambushing gunmen are their real killer. The commander sneered. It's a pity. He can see everything. He relied on his live scanner, with a scanning range of 100 meters, and a drone, with a wide field of view that could switch perspectives at will. And he was convinced of the situation he had detected. They came to us on their own. We can handle it. Watch out for their gunners. They are in a good position. Don't let them get into range. The guns are used to hold each other back. The captain will deal with the refugees. And everyone else will do their best to grab the resource flag. Take it and leave. Don't insist on dealing with everyone. Received. On the other side, Su Qingxin also looked down at the overall situation. The team in the southwest is still approaching. We must fight quickly. The life scanner is on their captain. Han Sisi and the other 2 retreat and draw a blank circle with him. The 4 parties cooperate with their moving direction to take away the other captain in the opposite direction. And try to complete the removal within 1 minute. Huang Dan. Get ready. Xingxia can't hold on for long. The refugees are bait. The resource flag is bait. And the main gunman disguised as Xingxia is naturally also a bait. Who are you looking down on by using 2 tricks? Okay. Xiao Sifang and Han Sisi joined together, and were immediately diverted by the opponent. Come over here. The enemy captain opened his eagle eyes wide. And with a strong body, he made a fist with his left hand, and held a knife with his right hand. Roaring and rushing toward Xiao Sifang. Using cleverness to break the force. Sifang's dagger collided with his long knife, and produced a spark for a moment. His soft waist folded in half, and slid down. The other hand flashed with a knife, and went straight to his lower body. Looking for death. The enemy captain retracted his momentum, and returned defense. Pulling the long knife horizontally. Xiao Sifang turned his heels. And his body was at a 45-degree angle with the ground. But he did not fall against gravity. He easily avoided the attack, and returned a knife with his backhand. You are looking for death. I'm going to get serious. Of course. She didn't really want to fight him. This person's strength was almost the same as hers. If she didn't take advantage of the loopholes, she couldn't finish him off in a short time. She started to dodge, and didn't confront him head-on. He was as difficult to deal with as a dogskin plaster. She couldn't tear it off or get rid of it. Xiao Sifang, who had mastered the rhythm, retreated all the way, pulling him more than 30 meters away from the main battlefield. Now, Su Qingxin seized the opportunity to issue a new order. Wang Dan sprints to kill the opponent's gunman in one breath. Okay. Wang Dan jumped out of the dense cotton ball pile, ran at full speed for 3 seconds to bring the opponent's gunman into range, and shot through his heart with 2 shots. Xingxia, support. The captain and his men can't hold on any longer. The rest of you get ready. When the gunman fell, the enemy commander panicked. They also ambushed a gunman. The out-of-tune voice scratched the eardrums with a sharp pain, and the enemy captain's eyes darkened, and he was about to return to defense, shaking his long sword and trying to attack quickly to repel Xiao Sifang. The smile on the latter's face disappeared, and his voice was light. This time I'm really going to get serious. With concerns and without concerns. The difference in strength between the two can be between 0.8 times and 1.2 times. The sound of the weapons crossing each other was jingling. And in the last collision, she abandoned the sword, grabbed the opponent's wrist holding the sword with both hands, and flipped in the air. The long legs wrapped around his thick neck, and he hung upside down instantly, with 5 claws digging into his ankles. Ah! The enemy captain screamed, like a drum that suddenly sounded bad luck when 2 armies were fighting, and everyone was shocked. As the person in charge of pulling monsters and taking damage in the team, Bao Bo seized the opportunity, fought 2 opponents who were distracted for a moment, and then pulled away the opponent who injured Han Sisi without stopping. In a flash, Wang Dan attacked again and seriously injured 1 person. Su Qingxin, go! So in the field of vision where the enemy commander collapsed, 3 opponents with full status rushed out again, and swiftly killed 2 members of his own team, and the army was defeated in an instant. He stared blankly at the scene that was completely out of control. He couldn't understand how the other party's command could be so cruel. He dared to lure the enemy deep into the enemy with 1 person and 8 people, and dared to continue to lure the enemy with 3 people against 6 people. He couldn't understand how a refugee could escape the pursuit of the 8 of them, and could fight against his own captain without losing the upper hand and even master the rhythm. He couldn't understand how the 3 people, who were obviously only one capable of taking the responsibility, could hold the 6 of them back. There were too many things he couldn't understand. He only knew that he lost. He lost because the other party was well planned and well prepared. Lost because the other team members cooperated tacitly and dared to fight to the death. And lost because he was careless and self-righteous. It was less than 2 minutes. It's over. It's all over. Everything is settled. And the situation of 338 is not as good as expected. Han Sisi, who was carrying the resource flag, was seriously injured. Xingxia's shoulder was shot. Vincent and Bao Bo were slightly injured, and Xiao Sifang was exhausted. Only 4 people were in good condition. Wang Dan continued to be alert. Tong Reng carried Han Sisi on his back. Lui gave him oxygen with red eyes. Li Chenghong collected the opponent's resource flag, and didn't care how many there were. He picked up the weapons on the ground and ran away with the main force. The team in the southwest was still approaching, and Su Qingxin raised his voice nervously, fearing that he would not run fast enough and be taken advantage of by others. After traveling 2 kilometers, the command center allowed them to hide in the ruins. Xiao Sifang picked up the gun from Li Chenghong, and together with Wang Dan, they found a suitable observation point, and stood guard on each side. Vincent and Lu Yi's sobbing echoed in their ears until Han Sisi's slight panting regained strength, and their voices were transmitted normally through the communicator to Xiao Sifang and Wang Dan's ears outside. You've recovered. So good. Lu Yi, who had the worst temper but the softest heart, wiped away tears. Next time, let me rush to the front. It's too disgusting to watch others get hurt while I'm unscathed. Han Sisi, who had just regained consciousness, laughed at this remark, and Su Qingxin pretended to be serious and told her, even if you want to hide behind every time, I won't agree. In this bait plan, except for Xiao Sifang and Wang Dan, the rest of the team members will take turns. On the one hand, it is a strategy to lure the enemy, and on the other hand, it is to reduce the possibility of injured team members being in danger again. Li Chenghong finally had the mind to sort out the resource flags he had just obtained. He rubbed off the coagulated blood clots and rolled up the flags one by one. Wang Dan asked impatiently, "How many?" "Ha." Li Chunghong was delighted. 7. There are only 2 left to our goal. 2. Su Qingxin thought. Then we can find a relatively weaker team for the next target. By the way, you can stain Sifang with some blood. The weaker team may not chase Xiao Sifang when they see her. Make her embarrassed and give her a resource flag. New tactics are being born. And in the viewing room, the planet leader, who was wiped out and left with only one commander left with red eyes. Everyone's mood is very complicated. Someone smiled bitterly and said, "I now know why 338 wants to let such a refugee come up. She can fight, run and make technical transformation. I am willing to give her a quota if I am in your place." I didn't see the process. But if 338 can stabilize, it will definitely turn the tables this year. It's hard to say. There are so many resource flags now. And they rely on tactics to win. If they are discovered by a real strong team, I'm afraid it will be a disaster. Not necessarily. Didn't you see how much better they are at running than fighting? In the first 2 days and 2 nights, they ran to other teams and couldn't even catch a hare. It's not a big problem. Dean Phoebe's mood was much more complicated than these indifferent bystanders. With 13 resource flags, this class of children had already set a new record. If possible, he even wanted to call a halt. Let the children hide well. And let everyone go home safely. He was also worried about Han Cici's condition. This was his most proud student. Although his individual strength was not the best. As long as he was put in a team, he could double the team's strength. Every child was the pride of their 338. The smoother the progress was, the more nervous he felt. People are so greedy. They want to keep getting better. In the stadium, after moving to a hiding place 3 times and staying on the backs of different teammates for half an hour, Han Cici finally recovered some mobility. "Did I consume a lot of oxygen?" Bobo rolled his eyes when he heard it. Brother Cici, you are still worried about this. It is not easy to pull you back from the gates of hell. As long as the oxygen is worth using. You don't care whether it is a lot or not. Because bubble gum is also a personal property. Tong Rang, who lost his helper, could only move his mouth to scold him. "Shut up. Are you all healed?" Louis took inventory of the inventory and answered Han Cici's question indirectly, including the spoils from the battle we just fought. "We have a total of 1 bottle of pure oxygen. 4 bottles of grade A oxygen and 2 bottles of grade B oxygen. You just consumed 1 bottle of pure oxygen and 2 bottles of grade A oxygen. Xingxia used 1 bottle of grade A oxygen. And Bobo and the others didn't use it. So there is still 1 bottle of grade A oxygen and 2 bottles of grade B oxygen. No one can get seriously injured again." Everyone was silent. Then smiled bitterly. "How can I control this? It's uncontrollable. So I have to be more careful." Su Qingxin carefully selected for more than 3 hours, and finally found a team of 5 people in a blank area. No aerial equipment was found. After several identifications, he counted the 4 resource flags tied to different team members. The opponent seemed to have entered a state of avoidance and moved cautiously. Su Qingxin decided that it was him. At the same time, the main star representative team, which had finished many battles, shook off the blood on the tip of the knife. 25. Complete the task ahead of schedule. A cheerful voice came from the command center. Start wandering and dodging. Harvesting the remaining team. Or fighting another game. Goodbye. I don't want to run into those people from the monitoring star. They're like crazy people. The gray-haired boy wiped his face, flicked his wrist, and tossed the gun in his hand. And a wicked smile appeared on his handsome face. It seems that the body of the refugee has not been found yet. Let's look for her. What do you want to do? Of course. Throw this piece of shit out of our arena. I won't allow such people to compete with me on the same stage. It's too cheap. He bent down, turned over a body with a body temperature left, and picked up the metal bullet gun under him. There are 3 bullets left. Leave them all for her. The other members showed the same smile as him. And someone asked, what if she is already dead? Leave it to her. Smash her wrist. Take off her identity ring. And then? He put the gun away and stroked his hair slowly. Give it to that rubbish Suishiu. Ha ha ha. Amidst the unbridled laughter, the 2 drones circled higher and higher. One stayed in place to escort, and the other flew far away, searching for the target. Everything is going according to plan. Xiao Sifang sets out alone. while the other 8 slowed down and approached tangentially. A strong team is cautious in not underestimating the enemy and preventing them from getting worse, while a weak team is cautious in not taking risks and being more careful. This is a team with only scanners. After 4 teammates die tragically in a battle, they are so conservative that they will choose to retreat as long as more than 5 life forms approach, even if the opponent is a remnant. This kind of team should not be included in 338's fishing plan. The team that is high-spirited and will actively pursue Xiao Sifang is their main prey. But in order to end the game steadily, they can only start from the perspective of pretending to be weak. Xiao Sifang rushed all the way, and when he first entered the target's sensing range, Su Qingxin actually observed the other party's retreat, which was simply laughable. At this time, he could not stop, so Xiao Sifang could only rush forward. One person and one team were vaguely in a state of pursuit. After a tug-of-war for about dozens of seconds, the target team finally found that there was only one figure in the sensing area from beginning to end, and then stopped cautiously. Because of their caution and fear of fighting, Xiao Sifang had to pull the distance to 20 meters, and met their eyes behind the ruins on both sides, and then turned around and began to flee frantically. It's that refugee. She's not dead yet. Hurry up. She has a resource flag. Luring a timid team is much more difficult than luring the last team. Xiao Sifang has to let them run behind him, and keep giving them hope that they can catch up in a minute, so that they can be lured to the designed position. This time is different from the last time. Su Qingxin directly divided the remaining 8 people into 3 teams, squatting in a triangle in ambush, leaving only one opening, waiting for Sifang to lead people into the trap, and then closing the net immediately. Fortunately, this team has no guns, so Xiao Sifang can escape much more safely. There is still about 400 meters to go. Sifang is almost there. Everyone be ready to meet. Wait! The sudden emphasis on his tone made everyone's heart sink. Su Qingxin's forehead was covered with sweat. He tried his best to switch the screen. After a few seconds, he spoke again. His voice was so difficult that it was slightly hoarse. The main star team appeared in the northeast. I am sure they are coming for us. There is also a team in the northwest. Everyone run south. Immediately. Give up the mission. Han Sisi felt that her wounds were aching slightly. She asked while running, "It's okay for the 8 of us to be together. But what about Sifang? Can she hold on until we meet up?" Su Qingxin pinched his thigh hard to steady himself, and said, "Don't worry about Sifang. The target team is timid and afraid of trouble. When Sifang can't hold on, just throw away the resource flag. They won't insist on chasing. If those people on the troublesome main star have really locked onto us, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. We have no rhythm, no plan, and no strength to confront them head-on. We can only try to see if we can get rid of them first." The crisis came and caught them off guard. Xiao Sifang ran out of breath, and his voice was no longer so sweet and soft because of the intermittent voice, showing a bit of sharpness. "It should be coming for me. I saw their drone." Su Qingxin smiled bitterly. The Star Master and others would never have thought that you could provoke such a difficult opponent. There was a moment of silence in the channel, with only a few heavy gasps. The next second, Xiao Sifang's voice sounded again. "I have a bold idea. I am so close to the target team, they may not know that these 5 people are not my teammates. If I take them back, you also go, bluff. Can the number of 14 people scare them away?" Su Qingxin's pupil shrank. "You are too brave." "No, there is no way. If they really set their sights on me, they will definitely keep chasing. Why not take a gamble?" In a flash, 2 voices came from the channel at the same time, belonging to Han Sisi and Xingxia respectively. "Bet. Let's go for it." Then, one after another, voices of agreement rang out in the channel, strengthening each other's determination inch by inch. They had been going smoothly for too long. So smoothly that it seemed as if they were not participating in a resource war with a high casualty rate, except for a few players who retreated at the last minute and pretended to be dead. No one could escape unscathed. Under heavy pressure, Su Qingxin's mind flashed through countless tactics and countless analyses, but he could not find any way to save everyone. If he wanted to minimize the losses, there was only one way. He gritted his teeth and said, "I am the commander, so I have to say some things even if I shouldn't. Participating in the resource war is for the resource flag. If we cut off the connection with the 4 parties..." "Shut up." Han Sisi interrupted him angrily. "I'm the captain. Let's go back and gamble." And we'll talk if we can't win. That's right. Su Qingxin. I didn't expect you to be such a disgusting person. We can't give up our teammates unless we have to. Su Qingxin, who was scolded, felt relieved, and his laughter was fleeting. He said solemnly, since you have made a decision, you can't regret it. Otherwise we will only die more miserably. Understand? 338 Everyone thought to themselves. Who are you looking down on? And responded one after another, understood. Okay. Everyone turn around. The captain leads the team to move diagonally to the east until I say stop. Pay attention to the distance in all directions. The opponent's sensing range is only 100 meters. Don't let them be scared away. Yes. On the other side, there is an abnormality. In addition to the 6 people in the refugee team, there is another team of 8 people approaching in the same direction. The gray-haired boy was suddenly disappointed and said unhappily, "What's going on?" It's not clear yet. Maybe they are chasing the refugee team like us. Maybe there are other things in that direction that make them all afraid. Maybe there is some friendly agreement with the refugee team. In the past, there were cases of individual planets trading privately and fighting together. Does anyone dare to fight together these days? Aren't there many planets that block each other because of distribution issues after the alliance? Hearing this, the commander who always followed his lead had to remind him, Eulea. Everything is unclear. If it is the latter, even if we can win, we will suffer a little. By then, it will be easy to have accidents when the combat power is exhausted. Okay. Eulea waved his hand. How far is the distance between the 2 teams? How far is the distance between us and the refugees? 2 seconds later. They are 300 meters away. And we are still 700 meters away. Eulea curled his lips and sneered. Then what are you afraid of? With this distance difference, we can be sure whether they are fighting together? Let's see if they can reunite. If they can reunite, we have time to retreat. If they can't reunite, what are we afraid of? The obvious slowdown of the main star team made Su Qingxin smile bitterly. Sure enough, the other party easily grasped this key point. They are not only strong in fighting, but also in their meticulous mind and courage. To make matters worse, Xiao Sifang had another problem. They found the drone. What if they don't run with me now? Troubles come one after another. This is the power of accidents. Su Qingxin took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Follow them. And don't fall behind. Let them know that the drone is coming for you. If it hits you, run away. And if it doesn't hit you, chase it again. Hold on. I'll think of a way. Okay. Xiao Sifang turned around with the 5 people and even shouted, Don't run. Wait for me, as long as you save my life. I will give you the resource flag. The 5 people heard the truth in an instant. And they were so angry that their teeth were about to break. So you're the one being targeted. Fuck. Stay the heck away from us. We don't want that damn resource flag. Get lost now. Don't get us involved. Resource flags are a must-have. But you have to be alive to defend them. For resource flags are a little less. But it's better than none at all. Xiao Sifang ignored all their words and continued to run after them. Running and saying, No. If I don't follow you, I'll die. The 5 people were going crazy. If they stopped to beat her, they were afraid that the people chasing her would catch up and die with her. If they didn't beat her, they couldn't swallow this breath. The captain of the 5 people cursed. Who the hell did you mess with? Just with a resource flag. They are chasing you. I don't know either. Xiao Sifang lied naturally. If these people knew that it was the main star team that was chasing her, they would run away. You must be a ghost if you don't know. The captain of the 5 people spat. Do you have a gun? This drone is not flying high. Maybe it is within the range. The group of people ran too fast. Xiao Sifang felt that his heart was about to stop beating. He gasped and said, If I had a gun, why would I follow you? She made so much sense that the 5 people couldn't find any words to refute. It was really unlucky. He hid well and avoided all kinds of dangers all the way. But he was trapped by a refugee. The team, who didn't know that this refugee was their biggest danger, only felt that it was a disaster that fell from the sky and was extremely wronged. After countless deductions and racking his brains to plan, Su Qingxin swallowed hard and finally spoke again. I have a bold idea. Bao Bo, who was also in speed, interrupted him. You refugees are addicted to this word. Right? Just say it. Just say it. Su Qingxin held his breath and said, Since we can't avoid it, why don't we kill them in return? If we don't succeed, We will die. Such arrogant words stimulated the hearts of every member in the arena. Xiao Sifang felt that his heart, which was about to stop, was struggling at 3 times the speed because of his words. Han Sisi managed to calm down and asked, "How do we do it? We have guns. And we have 3 of them. Although the other side must have them too. Taking the initiative with guns will give us the upper hand. As long as we can kill 2 of them at the beginning, we have a chance of winning against 7. If we can add those 5 people to our efforts. Is it possible?" Tong Rang was very rational and realistic. "Let's not talk about whether those 5 people dare to do it. The interests are too great. It is impossible for the 2 teams to cooperate. Even if we can fulfill the contract and the other party can fulfill the contract. Due to the lack of trust in each other, they will probably choose to strike first in the end." Su Qingxin disagreed with this point of view. "You are talking about a common phenomenon. But this team is special. Their courage makes them dare not go all out. As long as they can make up their minds to join us. Then as long as the distribution afterwards is reasonable enough. They will definitely not take the initiative to cause a situation where both sides will suffer in order to survive and protect the resource flag until the end of the game. The biggest difficulty lies in how to convince them to cooperate with us boldly. The most difficult part this time is the first step. If we fight alone, it is very difficult to expect to eliminate 2 people at the beginning. But as long as there are 5 more people, our chance of winning will be very, very high." Su Qingxin's expectation echoed in his ears. Xiao Sifang clenched the knife in his hand and stared at the backs of the 5 people in front of him. If they hadn't met on this field, everyone here might be like their teammates. Cheerful or shy, generous or talkative, and generally kind. Although everyone had blood on their hands after arriving here, most of them did not do it voluntarily, but just forced themselves to close their eyes to protect their teammates and the future of the planet. Few people are really vicious. In this case, there is a chance to communicate. "Let me try," Xiao Sifang shouted hurriedly in the channel, regardless of what his teammates replied, and suddenly accelerated to break through the limit and rushed to the back of the 5-man captain, who was deliberately at the bottom of the team, and patted him on the back. Looking at the other party's pupils that shrank in fear, she pursed her lips to avoid the other party's attack, climbed on the other party's back, used her lifelong skills to take out a knife and put it against the other party's neck, and said quickly, "Listen to me. Give me a minute, or I will drag your captain to death with me." The team members' eyes were bloodshot, and they wanted to rush over and tear her into pieces. The captain was relatively calm. He sensed that Xiao Sifang had no ill intentions. If she was just trying to better entangle her team to save her life, then it would be superfluous for her to have already entangled the team. It would be harmful to her to control herself. So there must be something else behind this matter. She had other purposes. Sure enough, Xiao Sifang's next words made him angry and frightened. "To be honest, the people chasing me are from the main planet." Although there was no mark on the combat uniform, everyone had gathered together outside the venue and had dinner together. People from other planets might not know each other, but everyone could recognize the group of people from the main planet who were always shining, because of the naked hostility of those people who had just arrived at the main star, regardless of whether they were strong or not. Su Qingxin tried his best to avoid them to avoid conflict, but he still failed. Xiao Sifang's smile was a little dry, and he didn't dare to waste time to continue. "But I didn't get involved with you to avoid them at the beginning. My original purpose was to lure you into the ambush side of our team. You are the prey." The captain choked out a word. "We also have aerial equipment. So when they suddenly got involved and aimed at me, we decided to give up the plan and escape. But it was not a solution for us to run away, and my teammates were unwilling to cut off contact with me and let me sacrifice alone. So we need your help. Help me," he roared. "Don't stand there and run away first. I can carry you and die with them. But you're dreaming if you want to drag my teammates down with me. All my teammates are alive, and there are 14 of us, including you. No matter how strong the people on the main planet are, they only have 9 people. We can win. As long as we kill their resource flags, we can distribute them according to the number of people. I can promise you." Xiao Sifang did not give up. He was so anxious that he forgot to break his sentences. Think about the purpose of participating in the competition. Think about the dead teammates. Think about the future of the planet. And think about your next session. Are you really satisfied with these 4 resource flags? Do you really want to leave the pressure to your juniors? It's a great opportunity to cooperate with us." The boy, who was only 19 years old, had a muscular body and a mature look. His Adam's apple rolled, and his breathing was disordered. If he said he wasn't tempted, it would be a lie. But could he afford the gamble? There are 9 of you and only 5 of us. If we go to the main star team, there will be casualties. Even if we really kill the main star team together, will you let us go? There is no such thing as letting us go or not. If you don't help us this time, we will die. While cooperating, you are still our benefactors. 338 is a person who can tolerate and accept even a refugee like me. Kindness and kindness are engraved in everyone's bones, and they will never be ungrateful. You want to protect your teammates, and so do we. We need as many resources as possible. But that is not the most important thing. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better for my teammates to sacrifice me in exchange for their escape? But they all chose to face it with me. You know what this means. We are opponents, but we are definitely not mortal enemies. We can create a win-win situation. You really think about it. This. Xiao Sifang pulled off his earphones and stuffed them into his ears. My communicator? This is my sincerity. The captain was stunned and heard the scolding in the earphones. Xiao Sifang. Don't be stupid. What will you do if you can't contact me without the communicator? Xiao Sifang couldn't hear anymore. She just continued in a calm but sincere tone. The communicator is in your hands, so you can know all our dynamics. My life is also in your hands. I only ask you to do this one favor and help us turn defeat into victory and turn losses into profits. She took a risk, but she was willing to gamble. This matter was caused by her. Her teammates did not give up because of their noble character, but she could not take it for granted that they accompanied her through life and death. In order to realize her dream, she came step by step with great difficulty. Compared with the sincerity of these second-class residents who accepted her, she was the one who had more reservations. Before today, her dream always surpassed all kinds of emotions. But people should live in the present, pursue dreams, cherish and return the feelings they have already gained. So even if she lost the bet, she would not regret it. For the 5 people who turned from prey to partners, Xiao Sifang's words were like a knife flashing with cold light, deeply piercing their chests, cutting out the blood and loyalty of the young people. They were not willing to escape at the beginning. As the best people on a planet, they also thought about killing all the opponents and winning glory for the planet. It's just that the defeat at the beginning of the game and the sacrifice of 4 teammates made them more worried. What if they all died here? What if the planet didn't get any resources? What if their family was criticized by thousands of people because of their nothing? Behind countless what to do, they all wanted to avenge their dead teammates. And they also wanted to prove to themselves and their dead teammates that their true strength was more than that. The scale in their hearts was swaying, with the left side fighting and the right side not fighting. And they couldn't tell who was better. At this time, Su Qingxin's voice sounded in the headset of the 5-man captain again. Hello. I am the commander of 338. I completely understand your unwillingness to take risks, and I won't force you to participate. Now our team members are on their way to intercept the main star team. Please don't make things difficult for her. Let her come back and play the last game with us. The resource flag on her body is our thank you gift. The captain of the 5-man team had tears in his eyes, and his heart was boiling like magma. The last straw fell gently. The left side of the scale won with an overwhelming advantage. Captain Hinyo of 366 is willing to lead the remaining team members to fight to the death. As long as you keep your promise. The breathing in the channel stopped for a moment. And the next second Han Sisi responded. I am Captain Han Sisi of 338. I promise that the resources obtained in this battle will be distributed fairly according to the number of people. And we will separate amicably after the battle. And I will never break the contract. Ha ha ha. Hinyo laughed up to the sky. Then let's fight. The remaining 4 people also laughed, and their faces were extremely dazzling. Okay. The commander version of Su Qingxin is online again. The target number is 9. The number of resource flags is countless, and the difficulty is 10. Please pay attention to the instructions and respond in time. Victory is ours. The main star team. As the distance continued to shorten, Yulea finally got the news he wanted. The other team has nothing to do with the refugee team. They are going east, and the refugee team is running north. But there is one thing that is very strange. The refugee was originally slightly behind, but now he is being carried. Due to the limitation of the high-altitude shooting of drones, the main star commander only cuts the lens to enlarge the image to identify the identity when looking for people, and does not waste his vision to focus on the local area when he is only responsible for tracking. After all, they are also hiding from the monitoring star team. One needs to be vigilant around their own team, and the other needs to observe whether the two teams are getting closer. Therefore, the main star commander, who was looking down from a high altitude, did not notice the fleeting episode at all. Yulea frowned. That refugee can't run anymore? Cut to a closer view to see what's going on. The commander did as he was told, and soon found the tattered combat uniform and bloodstains on Xiao Sifeng's body. She's injured. TSK. Yulea curled her lips. 338 is good at dealing with refugees. They didn't abandon her. After all, one less person means one less combat power. Maybe they plan to let her go out as a scapegoat at a critical moment. The commander made malicious guesses. After all, they don't know that the hunter is us yet. Yulea thought for a while and said, let's put this aside for now. When the time comes, everyone just needs to be alert and don't hold back. The commander nodded. Okay. Adjust the direction and continue to move north. Faster. They chose a good direction and are heading to the central battlefield. We have to get rid of them before they get into the crowd. It is not easy to turn the tables. The main star team made a decision without being arrogant. If they found that the two sides were in the same group, they would most likely choose to retreat and look for an opportunity. Su Qingxin couldn't let them retreat. They must fight this battle. The timing had been chosen, and everyone was nervous. The main star team chased Xiao Sifeng and his team all the way, covering a distance of more than 5,000 meters and making a big circle. They were so tired that they finally pulled the distance to less than 100 meters and entered the shooting range. He Niu was really exhausted. He was the only one who ran with a load, and Xiao Sifeng had to rest on his back until now. The ruins were in sight. Under Su Qingxin's command, the 6 people rushed in. These people are too good at running. A member of the main star team complained. The skills are all focused on speed. Yulea curled his lips. There must be a skill. Otherwise they wouldn't be alive until now. Wen Zhao. How is the situation? The commander cut the drone screen and the scanner point spectrum, and then reported, no abnormality. There are 5 other life forms within the scanning range. One has already run away. There is a possibility that it left first with the resource flag. We have to speed up. Hee. They can't run away. Report the position. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock and 12 o'clock. Except for the one who ran away. The others are still moving forward. The others have entered the ruins and seem to be ready to fight. Be careful. Xiaoyi takes the gun and chases the one who ran away. Take back the resource flag. Huaji takes the gun and goes to the high point to shoot at any time. The others are divided into 3 teams. Kill them within 2 minutes. Yes. 9 to 6. And one of them can't run and needs to be carried by others. This battle can be imagined to be easy. Which direction are the refugees? Yulea asked. Wen Zhao, there are 2 people right in front of you. It's safer for you to take them with you. Yulea knew what was going on, you know. I won't let anything that endangers my life happen. Sister Bao. Follow me. The rest of you can form your own groups. Don't let anyone run away. After saying that, he led the girl, who was almost as tall as him, and headed straight for the ruins in front of him. The ruins were gloomy and dark, with a chilly breeze blowing through them. Knowing that the opponent had no guns, Yulea and Sister Bao did not have much concern even if they were 1 step behind in entering the ruins, and rushed directly into the half-collapsed door. The interior of the ruins, which had not been visited for a long time, was filled with floating dust, which forcefully squeezed into the intruder's respiratory tract. The 2 felt their chests suffocated, and the next moment, they saw Xiao Sifeng sitting on the window at the other end. The light only illuminated half of her body, and the other half was trapped in the floating dust. With a calm expression, Yulea is a thorough pragmatist. He focused his eyes and raised his gun to shoot. At the moment he raised his gun, Xiao Sifeng had already flipped out of the window, and his long shadow swept past. Death struggle. Yulea jumped out of another window, but Sister Bao waited for 2 seconds to confirm that the man who carried her was no longer here. And then she also jumped out of the window and ran out. And after these 2 seconds, she had lost Yulea's whereabouts in this complex ruins. The last command in the channel was finally issued. The target is in the trap. Close the net. At 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and 3 o'clock, red dots lit up one after another on the dot spectrum of the life scanner, and instantly increased to 8. Wen Zhao immediately thought of the team that was approaching the refugee team in the same direction, and felt like he was falling into an ice cave. Retreat! We've been tricked. Yu Lia, who had already fought with Xiao Sifang, gritted his teeth. Who the hell doesn't know that we've been tricked? This refugee is not injured at all. The situation was out of control in an instant. The 338 members, who had been ambushing for a long time outside the set distance, appeared from all directions, blocking the retreat of all the members of the main star team. The 366 members who entered the ruins accelerated their running and successfully joined their partners to counterattack. The 366 member who used himself as bait to separate the main star gun-wielding team members was shot twice. When he was desperately thinking that he might have to die here today, a figure appeared and carried him and ran away. Hold on. Vincent's arm swelled like a powerful Vajra god. The weight of 150 kilograms on his shoulders did not affect his speed. He kept changing his route and moving in a curve to avoid the bullets chasing him from behind. Why is this area so empty? Old Huang, you better hurry up. As soon as he finished speaking, a bullet broke through the air one after another. Xiaoyu relied on his years of experience and intuition, and subconsciously jumped to the left to avoid the bullet. Luckily, he was prepared. After knowing that there was an ambush, he was always on guard against the other gunmen. Otherwise, puff, the unexpected pain came, and he looked down in a daze. A ball of blood had already seeped out of his chest. How could this happen? He looked at the world in disbelief for the last time and closed his eyes forever. On the ruins 90 meters away in a straight line, within the maximum range, Huang Dan did it. After 2 shots, he immediately moved his position. Okay, let's go into the ruins. The other side still has a gunner. Qingxin, can you see where the other person is? Su Qingxin expressed regret. Sorry. The whole battle is too big, and I can't pay too much attention. Okay. Then I'll find it myself. And I'll leave the rest to you. Don't come out of the ruins. All members received. In just a few dozen seconds, one of their team members had been lost, which was something the main star team had never thought of. When Zhao looked at the dot that disappeared on the dot spectrum and shouted in anger, "Everyone go to the ruins. Quickly. Huaji will deal with the other gunmen." The last time he appeared was in the southwest corner. No wonder they ran desperately and took the risk of going around half a circle. It turned out that they were trying to increase the distance so that his drone could not detect or ignore the movements of the 8-member team that passed by them. What courage and scheming! This trick of changing the sky and the day is simply amazing. When Zhao panicked for a few seconds and then forced himself to stabilize himself, after deciding on the sacrifice, he gave orders in succession, trying to let the remaining teammates escape successfully. It is impossible to escape unscathed, but at least they have to keep the resource flag, which is their only remaining pride. Outside the stadium, in the viewing room, Harrison lost control and smashed a teapot. His face was extremely ugly. Anyone who watched the excitement would be as angry as him if they saw it on their heads. The screen flashed the embarrassed appearance of their main star's geniuses from time to time, which made people suspicious, ashamed, and hateful. How dare they attack the main star's team? Harrison's eyes were like poisonous arrows piercing the 366 representatives and Dean Phoebe, who were on the left and right of the planet's neighboring positions. His handsome face was like a snake and scorpion, gloomy and twisted. Did you reach a cooperation agreement privately? Dean Phoebe smiled but said nothing, while the 366 representative cried out that he was wronged. You have seen how skilled the 338 group is at fishing. At the beginning, it was obvious that they were using the same old tricks to catch our 366. It was the main star team that showed up and saved them from the water and fire, and then turned the tables. Of course, he dared not say the rest of the sentence, so he just said it implicitly. But even if he only said this, the effect was outstanding. Harrison was so angry that he trembled all over. He clenched his fists and endured it for a long time before sitting back. At this time, Lin Yu, whose emotions had fluctuated countless times, suddenly said calmly, "Your Highness, the main star should strengthen its training." So Harrison's but bounced up again after just sitting down. The battle room was full of people and dogs, but Sin Bo sat quietly in it until the indicator light on the identity ring flashed. And then he pulled out the panel to take a look. "Sean, Leopold, that bitch actually cheated. I'm so angry." Just from the tone of his words, Sin Bo could imagine how furious he was. He sent a message back to ask what happened. The other side immediately replied, Sean, wasn't the placement of resource flags and supplies also prepared by me and the guard team he led? Sean, I was just chatting with a guard out of boredom. And when I scolded Leopold to him, he let it slip that Leopold commanded his team to put a lot of equipment in the center of the central battle circle. Sean, he said that they did the same thing in previous years. Sean, the first academy is strong, compared to the average strength of other planets. It is definitely in the top 3. Why do this? Sean, can these bastards just die? Sinbo looked up at the screen, where the fierce fighting was still going on, and his eyes fell on the drones that occasionally appeared on the screen. Sin, don't be angry. There are teams that are already doing just as ___. Sean, what the hell? Good job. Sean, but who is it? The monitoring planet? Sinbo didn't reply and focused on watching the game. The screen was divided into 5 or 6 battle zones, and the camera shifted as other combatants consciously took shelter in the ruins. Only the 2 gunmen were left to move alone. Hinyo gathered his last bit of energy and dragged Sister Bao away, and Xiao Sifong faced Yulei alone. The strength of the main star team is well deserved. If Lu Yi faced them alone, he would probably be defeated after a few moves. Even Xiao Sifong, the leader of 338, felt extremely exhausted. With her superior speed and explosive power, she was rarely injured. But after fighting with Yulei for just half a minute, a cut was torn on her body. Bright red blood dripped down the battle suit that had been torn long ago, and also bloomed on Yulei's face. The half of the bloodless ear lying on the ground deeply hurt his eyes. I want you to die without a burial place. Xiao Sifong pursed her lips and said nothing. The wound of more than 10 centimeters only exchanged for half an ear. In her heart, this business was a complete loss. Therefore, she was in no mood to argue with others. She took a deep breath and rushed forward again. On the other side, Hinyo, who had consumed too much on the road, was no match for Sister Bao. Fortunately, he was beaten by Bao Bo a few times and attacked with both hands and mouth. Wow! Sister, you are so tall. Even taller than me. What did you eat to grow up? Can we sit down and talk? Sister Bao sneered and drew her knife to defend. No need to fight you. But your corpse can. So fierce. Hey, Neo, don't watch the fun here. Just leave it to me. Let Su Qingxin arrange a new job for you. The opponent is too strong, and we are short of manpower. Neo saw that he didn't have the upper hand, and hesitated whether to really leave. When his thoughts turned quickly, Su Qingxin's order came. Captain please follow the path I said. Neo hurriedly sighed, and jumped out from a half-man-high shelter, thinking that 338 was really good at dealing with people. So he asked him to support his teammates. Sister Bao jumped up and slashed at Bao Bo. You have so many people fighting us, but we are short of manpower. You are so funny. Bao Bo was thick-skinned and generously admitted, aren't you too powerful? How can we beat you without more people? Except for the 3 main players of 338 who were 1 against 1. The rest of the personnel were carefully assigned to 2 against 1 to reduce pressure. But even so, they were very tired against 1 person each. The main star team is too strong. So strong that even though they are the ones who have mastered the rhythm and are well prepared, they still feel that they will be overturned at any moment. When Zhao is well aware of the necessity of letting go, and knows that the longer he delays, the more disadvantageous he will be, and he will only lose more miserably. Yulei, Bao Jie, Chen Geng, the 3 of you, carry the resource flags and don't fight. Retreat to the east. Huaji will pick you up. Other brothers, hold on, and make sure to hold your opponents back. Yes. And Su Qingxin is also telling his teammates, trust Wang Dan. He won't let the opponent's gunners take advantage of you. Please let go and shoot. Bang. Yulei seized the opportunity to fire the second bullet, and while Xiao Sifong was dodging, he deeply imprinted her face with his eyes full of hatred, and turned and ran away. Xiao Sifong had not expected that he could be so flexible, so he quickly chased after him as soon as he landed. You run away if you can't win. You main star are so shameless. Yulei was furious, but he could still tell the difference between the urgency and the importance of the matter. After making a note of this, he continued to break through according to Wen Zhao's command without looking back. Without the communicator, Xiao Sifong was very passive, seeing that she was about to run out of the main battle circle where her teammates could support her at any time. She gritted her teeth and increased her speed regardless of the wounds on her body that accelerated the blood flow. The resource flag was neither big nor small. 1 forearm long, and slightly thicker than the thumb when rolled up with a small flagpole. Xiao Sifang roughly counted and found that there were at least 10 of them densely packed on Yulia's back. As long as there is hope, he can't run away. 10 meters became 9 meters, and the distance kept shrinking. Xiao Sifang pursed his pale lips and swung the short knife in his hand forward. The distance of less than 5 meters made it impossible for Yulia, who couldn't see the situation behind him, to avoid it. The tip of the knife cut his neck, leaving a wound that was not deep but looked extremely scary. At this time, the two had fought to the edge of the ruins, hundreds of meters away from the starting point. Although he was almost unable to bear the blood on his neck, Yulia still didn't look back, but only roared and asked Wen Zhao, "How long will I run? This refugee is like a stone in my boots. It's too fucking painful." Wen Zhao, the commander, was much calmer than him. While watching the battle situation elsewhere, he asked back, "How many minutes can you take to kill her?" 10 minutes. No. 8 minutes at most. That won't work. With the distance between you, 3 minutes is enough for her teammates to catch up. Keep running. Pain and fatigue, sweat, and the midday sun blurred their vision. The world in their eyes was filled with shadows, making people dizzy. Xiao Sifang reached out and touched the wound on her waist. It was wet. She couldn't hold on any longer. She couldn't compete with the other party in terms of blood volume. She had to kill him in one go. Holding the only knife in her hand tightly, Xiao Sifang closed her eyes, and her parents' blurred faces flashed quickly in her mind. "Mom and Dad, please bless me." His forward toes exerted force suddenly, and his body flew up into the air and sent forward. When he fell, he stretched out his arms and swung them fiercely. The sharp blade cut through the special combat uniform, sank into the flesh, and left a long blood mark. The pain of the leg injury was too sudden. The body's self-protection mechanism caused Yulia's legs to be temporarily disconnected from the brain, causing him to fall to the ground fiercely. Xiao Sifang, who was also severely injured by the wound, vomited blood from his mouth, and immediately climbed up, as if he could not feel the pain, and threw himself on him. The knife, which was still warm from the blood, stabbed into his thigh in one breath. If it weren't for the fixed resource flag that became his umbrella, Xiao Sifang's knife would have stabbed into his heart. Ah! The painful scream burst out along with the blood. The pain of the leg artery being drawn out stimulated Yulia's will to survive, and his ultimate potential. Xiao Sifang couldn't hold him down because of his body suddenly flipping. Instead, he was thrown several meters away. Go to hell. The last bullet was fired from the black muzzle. Xiao Sifang tried his best to roll his body to dodge, but was still hit by his arm, scraping off a large piece of flesh. The same pain and hatred swept through the two people, and the next moment they rushed towards each other at the same time. Their goals were very clear, and they hit each other's wounds with ruthless moves. Low-class and despicable refugees. Why do you live? How can a rubbish like you survive? Xiao Sifang's knife cut his leg again, and the blood stained the ground red. Yulia was injured in the lower limbs, so her movements were relatively slow, and she gradually fell into a disadvantage. When her life was in danger, there was a bit of fear in his eyes. He didn't want to die. He was still so young. How could he die at the hands of a refugee? Xiao Sifang was also at the end of his strength. When he stabbed the knife into the opponent's heart, he used all his strength to rotate the blade for a circle, and then pulled it out with force. Blood spurted out from the hole in her chest, and splashed all over her head and face. Yulia opened her eyes wide, and the light in her pupils was completely gone. It's over. Xiao Sifang stood up with all her might, looking blankly at the empty surroundings. For a second, she couldn't figure out where she was. No, it's not over yet. After she came to her senses, she cut off the resource flag from Yulia and held it in her arms, stumbling back, constantly telling herself that it was too dangerous to be discovered here, and she would die. But it was getting darker and darker, and she couldn't walk anymore. She was so tired and needed a rest. The two villains with opposite opinions in her mind were arguing fiercely, and she was like a walking corpse, running forward stiffly and numbly. At least she could make the resource flag safe, and then she would fall down. Her vision was so blurred that she couldn't tell whether it was the sweat or the tears. When she finally touched the first wall, she looked up. At this moment, Her mind was so simple that she could only think of one thing. The wall was so hard and didn't bleed, so it must be safe inside. She used up her last bit of strength to throw the resource flag in. Just like finishing the last major event in her life. She slid down the wall and covered the bleeding wound. It hurts. It really hurts. At this moment, in the channel she left, Su Qingxin's voice was so urgent that it was almost panicked. Speed up the end. The team is so close that they are about to enter the ruins. Sifang is still unknown. And she can't be left alone. Got it. 200 meters away from the ruins, a team of 9 people in fairly neat clothes stopped. One of the short-haired girls pointed at the corpse in front of them curiously and said with a giggle, "Look. This person looks like Yulea. Especially the hair is exactly the same." "What do you mean exactly the same?" "It's him." Another boy with better eyesight was shocked and looked at the tall boy walking in front in panic. "Captain, what's going on? Which dark horse is so awesome this year?" Lin Shen frowned. "Go and have a look." The boy who used to be arrogant and always looked down on people was now lying on the ground in an ash-covered state. His body was covered in blood. His mouth was slightly open. His pupils were dilated. And he died with his eyes open. Seeing this scene, the short-haired girl felt a little bit reluctant. Although she didn't like him. This person was barely an acquaintance. And it was inevitable that she would feel a little sad when he died so tragically. She bent down and stretched out her hand to close his eyes. "Ah." Everyone looked at the girl who cried softly. And the latter said angrily, "It's still hot. The blood hasn't completely coagulated yet. Of course he died not long ago." The good-looking boy rolled his eyes at her. And then sighed. "It's bad luck. Why can't we get that kind of luxurious equipment? Just 2 scanners are there to mess around." Lin Shen looked at the blood dripping on the ground, picked up the knife on the ground, and walked forward. After a few steps, the voice of their commander came from the communicator. "There is a person in front of the left. Pay attention. The equipment is limited. The commander can't see any scene, so he can only act as an alarm." "Only one?" "Yes." Everyone was startled. It seems that there is something in this ruins. The bloodstains spread all the way and split into 2 in front. Someone pointed at the gap in the ruins a little bit ahead. "Hey, there is also a dead person there." The short-haired girl finally had a sharp eye. "No way. It seems to be that refugee." Lin Shen's pupils shrank, and his eyes, that had originally passed by, suddenly turned back and focused on the pitifully small group. "Be careful. You are less than 20 meters away from that person." Everyone looked at the corpse of the refugee at the foot of the wall. "Not dead?" The good-looking boy jumped up. "Fuck. She is the one who killed Yulea." Lin Shen tried to hold back, but couldn't help but ran forward. "Spread out. Keep the distance between the 2 scanners. Expand the range to search for other life forms around. Be alert and don't be careless. I will deal with the refugee." Everyone did not doubt him, and they spread out and became alert. The sound, footsteps and the breath of others were getting closer and closer. And then they rested. Xiao Sifang, who had been in the room for less than 2 minutes, had not completely lost consciousness. Every cell in her body was telling her that danger was coming, and she had to run away immediately. But she really couldn't move. The tall figure squatting down blocked her entire body. When a nozzle was inserted into her mouth, and she inhaled gently, her cold limbs began to warm up again. Xiao Sifang heard a voice that was completely different from what she had imagined. The voice of the person was very light, full of worry and tension. "Don't be afraid. You won't die. I'm your brother." Lin Shen is the person in the Lin family who misses Xiao Sifang the most besides Lin Yu. It's amazing to say that as the youngest child in the Lin family, he is only half a year older than Xiao Sifang. Not to mention that he has never seen this cousin. He has never seen his biological aunt. But Xiao Sifang is the sister he has been thinking about since he was a child. This origin is a bit long, and it has to start from when he was 5 years old, because he was born a few years later. Lin Shen, who was a few years younger than his older brothers, became the lowest among his peers as soon as he came out of his mother's womb. The little boys were naughty and active, and no one wanted to pay attention to this little brother when playing. But when they had to pay money and work, they would think of this little follower again. Poor little Lin Shen was often bullied and cried loudly. Once he cried so hard that the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. And no matter how he cried, he could not be comforted. In order to calm him down, his mother told him about this little sister, saying that he was also a little brother, and he had to be strong and brave to protect his sister. The adults just mentioned it casually. But they didn't expect that the child who was bullied to the point of having no one to rely on would really take it seriously from then on. He secretly hid a portion of the delicious food for his sister. Secretly hid a new toy for his sister. And hid half of his pocket money for his sister. He looked forward to seeing his little sister every day. Gave her all the good things. And swore that he would never bully younger children, like those bad brothers, and let his sister suffer any grievances. He even made a feat of smuggling when he was 8 years old. If the adults had not discovered him in time, he would have become the youngest smuggler in history, and would have been famous forever. When he grew up, he learned more about his sister through his hard work and questioning. He also knew that he might not be able to meet her in this life. So he slowly changed his habit of hoarding things for his sister. But after thinking about her for so many years, his sister, whose name he didn't even know, had become a person he would habitually consider. So he decided to work hard and study hard day and night, hoping that one day he could pass the secret visitor assessment and then secretly see his sister. When they met unexpectedly on the main star that day, he recognized Xiao Sifang at the first sight. This is his sister. Blood relationship is a wonderful thing. Even if you have never met her for thousands of light years, you can feel intimacy and warmth the moment you see her. God knows how angry he was when he heard that those people in 338 treated his sister like that. He used up all his self-control not to turn around and beat up that ignorant boy. Looking at the little face in front of him that had completely lost its color, and not seeing the communicator, he felt even more distressed and angry. He wished he could flatten 338 in an instant to relieve his hatred. In his heart, it was because 338 was ruthless and pushed his sister out as a scapegoat that things turned out like this. Xiao Sifang's mind was in a mess. She had to think about it to understand it when she was fully awake. So she couldn't understand it now. But her human instinct was still there. She wanted to live. So when the first breath of pure oxygen entered her body and relieved the pain, she breathed heavily. In the case of being able to get help, her injuries were not serious. They were all flesh wounds. She didn't hurt her lungs or puncture any major blood vessels. She was so miserable because of chronic excessive blood loss. Lin Shen soon discovered this and exhaled lightly. He couldn't stay here for long. And he couldn't let the camera capture the scene of him and Sifang together. His sister was fine and could recover her mobility. This was the best result. After the oxygen cylinder was emptied, Lin Shen took it back without leaving any trace and hung it on his waist again. The power of pure oxygen should not be underestimated. Xiao Sifang's complexion improved visibly, and he was much more sober. His messy mind struggled to sort out a clue. You are the man on the main star that day. She intuitively felt that he was not a bad person and would not attack her. But she still did not dare to let her guard down. Lin Shen wanted to tell her his identity again. But when he met her clear eyes, he suddenly found it difficult to speak. It's me. The situation is urgent, and I can't tell you more. I will take my team away from here later. You can hide when you find a chance. Okay? Xiao Sifang was confused again. She felt that she might still be stupid. Otherwise, how could she not understand a word? He was helping her without any relatives or friends. Why? Before she could figure out the reason, the Lin family members acted without delay. She said that she did solve Yulea, and her teammates were still inside. As for the battle situation, she lost her communicator, so she didn't know. Lin Shen walked towards his teammates calmly. I gave her some oxygen so that she could speak, and I promised to spare her life. So don't worry about her. We will go in right away, and maybe we can get some benefits. Xiao Sifang. True editor is the same as true teammate. The captain was afraid that he would not know that when he was lying. He explained the matter particularly clearly. Based on trust and respect, they did not reveal themselves. And they tried to make themselves look back to see what the exiles who had killed Yulea looked like they were, pretending to be unaware of nothing, and entered the ruins according to instructions. As soon as they left, Xiao Sifang was also anxious. I didn't know how it was. And no one came out to find themselves to represent the battle. At this time, the new team appeared at this time. Isn't it just ended in vain? She was anxious to stand up, followed by her teammates at a critical moment. But although her blood loss was stopped, the weak state had not been completely lifted, and the 2 wounds on her body were still in pain and could not catch up at all. Mission accomplished. With the help of Lui, Bao Bo finally killed Sister Bao and completed the annihilation of the main star. Very good. Su Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. But when he thought of Xiao Sifang, who was missing, and the team that had entered the ruins. His heart was lifted again. The urgent reality did not allow him to express any emotion. He could only come up with a new way to face the new situation and get everyone out of the crisis. In this battle, except for Xiao Sifang, who was temporarily unable to return to the team, the other 13 people were alive, which was enough to bluff people. 5 guns for 5 people. Everyone will be divided into 3 groups and retreat to the ruins connected to the center, and use guns to show them to leave. Yes. A few minutes later, the cautious monitoring team finally sensed the presence of living people, and the number was quite impressive. Bullets were fired from 3 directions and hit 6 or 7 meters in front of them out of range. All the people on the opposite side showed up at the same time, with great momentum. Leave immediately, otherwise the people on the ground will be your fate. 2 corpses were hanging in front of them, one on the east and one on the west, which was indeed a bit scary. Lin Shen stopped, and he couldn't see the other person's face clearly because the distance was too far. So he lowered his face and shouted loudly, "Are you from the 338 team? There was a refugee just now." Before he finished speaking, a burst of bullets suddenly came unreasonably and landed 1 meter in front of him. Wang Dan's hand holding the trigger was extremely steady, but his brain and voice were shaking. "What have you done to Sifang? I'm going to kill you!" "Su Qingxin, give me your command." Han Sisi's eyes were red. "Even if we can't kill them all, we have to let them taste the feeling of losing teammates." Lin Shen, who was in shock, could tolerate this injustice, but his teammates couldn't, and they all started to curse. "Fuck. Are you crazy? We didn't touch her hair and even gave her oxygen for free." "Okay. I haven't cursed yet. Just fight us if you want. I'm not afraid of you. Come on. You're just talking and pretending." Everyone was yelling at each other until their voices were hoarse. At a certain point, they realized that this fierce fight should not be fought. The 86 Alliance, which had just finished a game, did not want to fight. When they saw that the other team had so many people, they did not want to fight either. They were all capable people. Wouldn't it be better to bully those small teams? Why bother to fight to the death? Both sides fell silent. After a while, Wang Dan, as a representative, shouted hoarsely, "Where are the people?" The short-haired girl replied, "Just go straight in our direction." The short-haired girl asked again, "Have you dealt with all the people on the main star?" Wang Dan, "Yes." "Cruel. Too cruel. Even using the majority to bully the minority is too cruel." The short-haired girl shrank back, bumped Lin Shen with her arm, and whispered, "Captain, let's go quickly. It's not worth it for both sides to lose." This proposal was exactly what Lin Shen wanted. He was just about to find an excuse to retreat immediately, so that these people who didn't really seem to hate his sister could take her back and protect her well. He nodded immediately after hearing this, and led his people away without any delay. When everyone found Xiao Sifang, the latter had slowly moved dozens of meters, and was holding on to a wall to catch his breath. He was relieved when he saw them. "They are all here. I was scared to death." Louis looked at her miserable appearance with blood all over her head, face and body, wiped his tears viciously, stepped forward to help her, and scolded, "You scared us to death. Do you know that Wang Dan was so anxious that he cried? A man made his mother so disgusting." Wang Dan looked at her in shock. "You still have the nerve to say that to me? Look at yourself. What's wrong with me? I'm a woman." Wang Dan chuckled. "It's my nature to be sentimental, and it's my self-esteem to be fierce and ferocious. So you women are justified in everything you do." Louis sneered, "Yeah. You can be justified in everything you do. Cut off that disgusting thing down there, and become sisters together." The breath was relieved, and their bickering just drove away the atmosphere of whether to cry or not. Sheng Xiao, who carefully observed the wound on Xiao Sifang's body, finally found that she was still carrying the resource flag she had brought with her when she left. What kind of people were those just now? It's fine if they didn't do anything, but they didn't even want the resource flag in front of them? I don't know either. Let's not talk about that for now. Xiao Sifang shook his head and pointed to the ruins where the resource flag was hidden. "I temporarily hid the resource flag of the man on the main star there. Go get it." Everyone was delighted, and then shocked. "Where's the gray-haired man?" "Killed him." The most overjoyed were the 5 members of 366. He Nyo gave a thumbs up and said, "Just for your ability, if there is a flag with a decimal point when dividing the resource flags, we will give it up. Dividing the spoils. Bah. Dividing the spoils is something that can make people so happy that they can't close their mouths. One of the members of 366 covered his mouth and took it away again and again. And the exclamation never stopped. 25. A full 25 resource flags. This is the feeling of getting rich overnight. Everyone's eyes lit up. And they found a hidden corner and immediately began to distribute. As a data analysis master and mental arithmetic expert, Su Qingxin was the first to get the result and told Hinyo in the channel, based on the per capita calculation. Each person can get 1.79 flags. And the 5 of you can get 8.95 flags. But you just said that you gave up the flag with a decimal point. So, 338. Everyone looked at each other and laughed. We are all people who keep our promises. And we must keep our words. Understand? Hinyo. Is it too late for him to take back what he said now? The members of 366 wanted to beat the stupid captain to death. But looking at the 8 resource flags, they couldn't help laughing. In order to avoid looking weird, they finally gave up. Anyway, if 338 hadn't taken the lead, they wouldn't have gotten so many resource flags. So they just had to be open-minded. After feeling annoyed, Hinyo asked his teammates to put away the resource flags, walked to the middle of the two teams, looked at Han Cece solemnly and said, Captain Han, I have an unwelcome request. I hope you can consider it. Han Cece was puzzled, but still nodded. You go first. Just like Xiao Sifang persuaded them at the beginning. Hinyo gritted his teeth and revealed his shortcomings. There are only 5 people left in our team. And everyone is injured. If we hold so many resource flags and collide with other teams, we will definitely be eaten up without even a bone residue left. So can we always follow you? I know you don't have to stay with us forever. But we do need help now. He made up his mind and took out another resource flag and handed it to Han Cece. This is our protection fee. Han Cece was stunned. He didn't know why the captain of 366 thought so highly of their 338's ability. To be honest, after this cooperation, he confirmed that the people of 366 were really reliable. He was originally planning to ask for continued cooperation. How did he suddenly get a resource flag for free? If you don't take advantage of it, you are a bastard. Tong Rang immediately stepped forward to take the resource flag for him, and said calmly, I am the deputy captain. I promise you. Looking at their relieved and somewhat worried expressions, Tong Rang said, I know that because of the huge difference in numbers. You trust us, but you can't help but worry about accidents. So how about this? Captain you still wear our communicator. And give us one of yours. We keep a safe distance so that no matter which side suddenly gets up, we can't immediately cause harm to the other side. And if something happens, we will get closer to each other. How about it? Hinyo nodded repeatedly. A little ashamed, sorry. I didn't mean to doubt you. It doesn't matter. If it happened suddenly, we wouldn't be able to stand here and chat like we are now, using both kindness and force. Tong Rang was as smooth as an old hand who had been immersed in the officialdom for a long time. We are friends for life and death. Let's help each other to end it successfully. Huang Dan secretly squeezed next to Bao Bo and asked him in a low voice, Who is Tong Rang? He has so many tricks. Bao Bo glanced at Tong Rang, who was shaking hands with someone, and replied in a low voice. His grandmother was the secretary of the Star Master before she retired. She was fierce and strict. His character was brought up by his grandmother. Oh, I see. Huang Dan muttered. Official children. They are really hidden. I had no idea that the real hidden man was squatting on the ground, busy bandaging Xiao Sifang's wound. The agreement was reached, and the two teams pulled 50 meters apart and started a safe and caring rest mode. This small group of ruins was taken by them. Su Qingxin occasionally operated the camera that would not alert anyone to go a little further to investigate. If he found some fierce fights, he would tell everyone to strengthen the determination of the two sides to cooperate until the end. The team members took turns to take a rest for a while, and their injuries recovered steadily. When the sun rose on the last day and the time on the countdown jumped to the last single digit, everyone was in high spirits and took care of themselves a little, ready to welcome the ringing of the last bell. Huang Dan laughed non-stop, counting the number of resource flags on his fingers again. 31 resource flags. They will be scared to death, hee hee. A melodious music sounded, and the final countdown began to be broadcast. After the pleasant word, the voice of the staff rang out. The game is over. Please turn on the local camera. Stay where you are. And don't move. The staff will take you out. One after another. The embarrassed teams were sent out of the stadium. Dean Phoebe stood at the unified exit and looked forward to it. Very nervous. There will definitely be a lot of resource flags. But I don't know if these children will really suffer casualties after the last game. Before Xiao Sifang and the others came out, Su Qingxin arrived first. Seeing the boy with bloodshot eyes but still in good spirits, Dean Phoebe felt relieved and hurriedly walked up to ask, "How is it? Are there any casualties?" Su Qingxin smiled and shook his head, took off the headphones, and handed them to him. "Why don't you ask yourself?" Dean Phoebe took it seriously and cleared her throat. Ahem. "Can you hear me? Count. Everyone." As a representative, Han Sisi, a direct disciple, counted from 1 to 9 in one breath, which gave him a reassurance. Everyone is safe. Over. Listening to the student's full-blooded voice, Dean Phoebe's heart first soured, and then she laughed uncontrollably. The other representatives beside him were so angry that they glared at him one after another, wishing to tear this annoying thing into pieces. Representative 366 was not far away. Seeing this, he came over, rubbing his hands and smiling apologetically. "Can your students contact our students?" This Dean Phoebe really didn't know that many things were missed through the screen. Otherwise he wouldn't be so worried. Su Qingxin pointed to the headset in Dean Phoebe's hand and said, "Yes. One of our communicators is with Captain He." Representative 366 was delighted. And regardless of whether Dean Phoebe agreed or not, he snatched it away and began to ask excitedly, "He Nyo, how are you guys? It's okay. Don't cry. Don't think too much. It's not your fault." Looking at his red eyes and his gradual breakdown along with the crying students, Dean Phoebe sighed and patted Su Qingxin's shoulder. "If you were not all safe, we would be the same as them now." "That's great. I'm proud of each and every one of you." "Everyone." Su Qingxin touched his nose embarrassedly. "As long as you work hard to live out your own value, you can really be recognized by second-class residents as a refugee. This world doesn't seem to be as dark as imagined." Half an hour later, everyone stood in front of Dean Phoebe in good condition. He hugged the children one by one, and then said in disgust, "Oh, you are all so dirty and smelly." The guide who had been quietly waiting at the back and escorting them in came forward with a smile and said, "Come with me to the main desk to register. After registration, you can go to wash up. If you move quickly, you can have a good meal, and then go back to the main planet to participate in the final ceremony." "Yes. Yes." Dean Phoebe then took a look at the full resource flags on the backs of the children and narrowed her eyes. They 338 are going to turn over. Although the media was prohibited from filming in the stadium, the resource allocation battle was an interstellar event after all, and the whole nation was paying attention. Therefore, the media broadcast live outside the stadium, and countless short guns were circling in the air to collect sound and record video. Densely packed and blocking half of the sky, under the astonished eyes of the registration staff of the headquarters and the director of the supervision department, the 338 people pretended to be calm and registered the number of resource flags, personally locked the flags in the box given by the official, returned the keys, and then walked away with the box. When they walked back, they passed by another team with great momentum. Xiao Sifang looked back, but the person who had saved her and let her go did not look at her, and walked straight ahead as if he had never seen her before. Xiao Sifang looked away in confusion, closed his eyes, and thought carefully. He seemed to have said something yesterday. But what did he say? 338 Everyone was also wondering, how come these people are so much cleaner than us, and in such good condition? It's amazing. Bo said sourly, what's the use of being clean? They must not have fought well. As soon as he finished speaking, a steady male voice came from behind. X988 Semi-Ruined Star Team. 39 resource flags. Please check. Bo stumbled and his face was burning. Damn! Who is this? Dean Phoebe slapped him in the face. Feeling very disappointed. What your dean said is really good. You are just short-sighted. Do you know who they are? X988 Semi-Ruined Star Team. Also known as the Supervisory Star Team. They can sweep a large area without any tricks. Except for Tong Rang. Bao Bo was not afraid of others. Even the teacher. And immediately fought back. Oh? You know so much. Why didn't you hit me the first time I said it? But waited until I finished reporting the number? If they have fewer resource flags than us, would you change your words? After her true thoughts were exposed, Dean Phoebe was embarrassed and angry. So she slapped him again. Nonsense. 366 is indeed a planet that puts humanism first. All participating teams, including the staff from the main planet, received a small cotton-stamped gadget as a souvenir. It is both adorable and cheap, and will not be criticized. The gift is small, but the sentiment is great. The spaceship flying back to the main planet was very quiet. The children slept all over, and even the representatives of each planet took the opportunity to take a nap. Watching the game is also very tiring. They are not like the people on the main planet, who can watch when they want to and rest when they don't want to. In these 3 days and 3 nights, except for washing, eating, and sleeping, they stayed in the viewing room, and took a few glances when they were half asleep and half awake. It's time to have a good rest. Just when everything was peaceful and quiet, there was a loud noise, and the spaceship suddenly shook. The alarm sounded a sharp cry. Beep. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Xiao Sifang suddenly woke up, and looking at his companions who were also confused and panicked, his heart finally settled down a little. Dean Phoebe said seriously, "Keep calm. You stay here first. I'll go out and take a look. Han Sisi, keep an eye on your team members." Han Sisi nodded seriously. "Yes." The hatch opened, and Dean Phoebe met several other representatives, who also came out to see the situation as soon as she entered the passage. Everyone gathered together, and walked quickly towards the cabin of the people on the main star. The noise and shaking continued. In the small compartment, Huang Dan's voice struggled to break through the alarm. "What do you think is going on?" Vincent guessed, "Pirates? How can there be such stupid pirates?" Bobo disagreed with this view. "We are all human on this ship. What can we get by attacking us? Then what else could it be? Aliens?" Just as everyone was guessing more and more outrageous, and thinking more and more, the alarm stopped suddenly like it had just sounded. And then a sweet female voice began to report the situation just now. "Dear passengers, don't panic. The pirates who maliciously provoked this spaceship have been killed. Please rest assured to ride. It's still 20 minutes to W1. I wish you all a pleasant ride." The broadcast repeated it 3 times, making it clear. Vincent raised his eyebrows and looked at Bao Bo. Is there no such stupid pirate? After slapping himself twice in just a few hours, Bao Bo closed his eyes in despair. "I'm going to sleep. It has nothing to do with me." Everyone laughed again. This scene inevitably reminded Xiao Sifang of her parents, who died in the spacecraft crash. She was not in the mood to participate in these conversations, and closed her eyes again. She heard the sound of the door opening in a daze, and then she opened her eyes slightly. Dean Phoebe, who had just returned from going out to check the situation, did not have the relief of having everything resolved on her face. The venue of the main planet was still so luxurious and lively, but everyone who stood on the stage again had a different mood. Harrison, who was originally full of vigor and vitality, felt that he could not afford to lose face like this, and wanted to be absent directly. But Senboi complained to the old emperor, forcing him to sit in the most eye-catching chair in the middle. He felt that he could not raise his head, but he didn't know that the person who had calmly asked him to take responsibility in the communication in the last second broke the armrest after hanging up the video. The most embarrassing thing is not the mere third prince, but the most powerful person in this new human empire. At the last ceremony, the host came forward with a list and a lottery machine, and handed them to Harrison according to the previously arranged process. The latter rubbed his aching temple, stretched out his hand, and waved to Senbo. "Give it to him." The host was stunned. He was an experienced host. There were differences in other processes every session, but the final list reading and drawing had always been done by the royal representative, just in line with the word allocation in the resource allocation war, to highlight the highest status of the royal family. No matter how much Senbo was loved by the people, he was not a royal representative. The only one he could represent was the Life Research Institute. But what was the point of the Life Research Institute getting involved? Senbo came to the rescue at the right time and said with a smile, "This is a hard job. I am not in a good state today, and I am afraid of making a fool of myself. Let the third prince do it himself." The host looked at him gratefully, thinking that the third prince would accept it. But he sneered and refused again, this time in a particularly straightforward way. "No matter how good I am today, I will make a fool of myself as soon as I open my mouth. Whoever wants to read the list can read it, but I can't read it anyway." The blank period was too long, and the host was anxious. This was a live broadcast on the entire network. If the stalemate continued, the media would find something strange. The host was panicked and subconsciously glanced at Sinbo again, as if hoping that he could lend a helping hand again. Fortunately, the Holy Father never disappoints people. Sinbo said lightly, "Since the third prince is not feeling well today, please ask Director Lin to read the list. The Supervisory Bureau is inseparable from the royal family." Which is reasonable. The host had already lost his mind, and handed the item over after hearing the words. Lin Yu, who looked stern, really reached out to take it, as if he had been pardoned, and retreated gratefully. Before unfolding the list, Lin Yu glanced at Sinbo, who was unmoved, with a slightly smiling expression without any flaws. The opening remarks were all prepared by the host. He only needed to open his mouth and read from the first name. Let the corresponding participating team come to him. Set the number corresponding to the number of resource flags on the drawer, and then press the draw button, waiting for the large screens on both sides of the stage to roll out the corresponding resource number. And the waiting staff of the Resource Bureau would register these resources under the name of the corresponding planet. And then it would be over. Although it was a long but very simple task. He called out the number X988 smoothly, but his eyes stayed on the name of the third place for a long time. And he didn't even notice that his grandson, whose shoulders were getting wider and more mature, had come to him. Until Lin Shen whispered quickly and somewhat proudly, "I talked to my sister." Lin Yu suddenly came back to his senses and glanced over sharply. "It's nothing." Lin Shen. "Okay. Anyway, he thinks it's a historic moment." The grandparents and grandchildren didn't communicate anymore. Lin Yu pointed his finger, and Lin Shen consciously entered the number into the drawer and pressed the button. The huge screen was so crowded with resource numbers that it was captured by the camera and shared online the next second. Then, in just 5 minutes, experts came out like a tide, publishing predictions on the trend of the monitoring star in the next 3 years, which was dazzling and overwhelming. The second place was also a veteran-strong team. This planet had been in the top 10 in the past 10 competitions, so it was not surprising that it got 33 points. But the media could not hold back. The second place was not the main star team. Did it drop to third place this year? Amid all the speculation, Lin Yu finally called the number he had been staring at. The third place is Team X338, which has 131 resource flags. Please come on stage. Dean Phoebe clenched her fist excitedly. Screw 712. Team 338 was also very excited. They broke the record. Han Sisi tried to calm herself down, straightened her collar, and led the team members to the podium step by step. Huang Dan secretly glanced at Lin Yu in front of him and whispered, "Why don't you let my father-son do it? This old man is so fierce." Xiao Sifang carefully looked forward. When the distance was shortened and the other person's appearance was clearly transmitted to the cerebral cortex through her retina, a familiar feeling arose spontaneously. The image of their brief childhood encounter had long been worn away by time. Not to mention that she was too sad at the time, and all her energy was used to remember her parents, and the words that the owner of the warm embrace repeatedly emphasized. Reunited 10 years later, she felt kind and familiar, but she couldn't remember anything more specific. She looked at him a few more times and said from the bottom of her heart, "He's not fierce. He looks very kind and amiable." As soon as she said this, not only did Huang Dan look at her in horror, but even Sheng Xia Tongrang and others who were in front of her turned around and looked at her. It was weird. Xiao Sifang, who usually didn't participate in this kind of topic, not only participated today, but also spoke for others. Only Su Qingxin said calmly after taking a few more glances, "It's not strange. Look at her eyes, and that of the big shot. They are quite similar. Right? People always tend to have a good impression of people who are similar to themselves, both psychologically and physically." Everyone suddenly realized. Xiao Sifang looked carefully at Lin Yu's eyes. They looked a bit similar. Something flashed by and slipped away quietly. When they really stood in front of those people at the top of the new human empire, the young people who had not seen much of the world still became nervous. The only comfort was Sinbo, who smiled at them and gave them a thumbs up. With the support and encouragement of his father, the hard and cold director of the Supervision Bureau felt much gentler. Seeing his granddaughter standing in front of him, Lin Yu's heart softened. He was afraid that he would leave a bad impression on others. So he relaxed as much as possible and said gently, "Congratulations on your third place. All your efforts and hard work have not been in vain." Everyone was stunned. and immediately overturned all their assumptions about judging people by appearance in their hearts with guilt. Sifang is right. She is obviously very kind and amiable. When Han Sisi started to draw, Lin Yu said again, "Keep this attitude. Remember, the inherent rules can temporarily restrain you. But the efforts and struggles with a direction will never let you down." Everyone was thoughtful after listening. But Xiao Sifang suddenly opened his eyes wide. She looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. This sentence was exactly the same as the one that was played repeatedly in her memory. For many years, she always silently recited this sentence when she felt tired and fell asleep. Now someone actually said the same thing. He was grandfather? All the answers were revealed in the pair of eyes in front of her that made her feel familiar. She could hardly control her emotions and almost let her eyes, which were filled with moisture, shed tears on the spot. In the end, she still held back, retracted her gaze, followed the footsteps of the teammates in front of her, and walked past her relatives, who did not look old yet, with her head held high. Tell him with an upright posture that Xiao Sifang has grown up to be able to stand on his own. She's fine. Don't worry about her. After stepping down, the excited teammates started to discuss again. From the still beautiful Sanbo to the notorious third prince to the cold-faced, but warm-hearted director of the Supervisory Bureau. There's a reason why the Supervisory Bureau is so reliable. Look at the people they chose. They're extraordinary. Really extraordinary. That's right. Leaders are really important. Yes. After all, whether you can do well or not depends on the leaders. Dean Phoebe had no intention of listening to the students' chatter. He was paying full attention to the results announcement on the stage. When the 14th one was read, it was finally 712's turn. 17 flags. In previous years, this was an achievement that 338 would never have dared to think of. But this year, I don't know if the third prince is still willing to honor the bet. Of course, he is not the only one who is thinking about this. Not only all the representatives who bet on 338 to win are looking at the stage expectantly, but Sanbo, who bet 50 million on the stage, also smiled and asked to honor the bet. Your Highness, remember to transfer my 250 million. The investment in the School of Life Sciences is large, and I am very short of money recently. Lin Yu also took advantage of the gap before the next team came up and looked back at Harrison. Don't forget the bets of me and other participants. This matter has been notarized and is also within the scope of inspection by the Supervisory Bureau. Please fulfill your promise. Your Highness the Third Prince. Harrison's throat tasted fishy and sweet, and he almost vomited blood. All the gambling money added up to only 180 million. And he had to pay out more than 500 million. Where did he get so much money? Just because he had everything he wanted didn't mean he could come up with so much money. It was 2 hours later when all the teams reported. In addition to various trend analyses on the internet, there were several entries that were soaring to the sky and remained popular. The main star team was completely defeated. The 338 with 2 refugees participating in the battle turned out to be the strongest dark horse in this session. Xiao Sifang and Su Qingxin. Do the refugees in the 338 model really exist? There was a bloody storm on the internet. Some people said it was hyped to get attention, while others questioned whether the refugees really played a role in actual combat. Only a very small number of people were willing to believe that a golden phoenix flew out of the chicken coop. It was boldly speculated that this might be an awakening of the refugees' self-awareness. There are many different opinions, and no one can tell which one is better. The skinning experts went to battle overnight, checked 338 thoroughly, climbed over several walls, and broke into the campus forum of Chris College, and successfully uncovered the truth. The internet exploded again and again, and even the class extremists could not bear such a large amount of information, and had to temporarily stop. Wanjiao Lecture Hall Pillar, who would have thought that there would be a day when the pillar, would be speechless, kneeled. The leading actress of the grass stage, my leading actress, was still dumbfounded and speechless, crying. It was Xiao Xinjin Duck. I was wrong, pointing at the right hand. I will never curse people again by saying you are just a vagrant and a piece of shit. I said I want you to die today. I'm sorry. Everyone. I have no pride and no dignity. I have low self-esteem. CP crazy, he. Do you have a love picture for the two above? Struggle. Can you share Xiao Sifang's schedule? I really need it. Thank you, Fist. Never lack of oxygen 2.0. My mom just beat me up because I can't be as good as a refugee. Smile, smile, smile. This information is too explosive. Everyone is discussing it. Even the special students, who are blocked from such information can piece together the general situation from their classmates' discussions. So the outer cities of various planets were also ignited. Upon learning the news, the head of District 18 went to visit Zhao's family as soon as possible. Old Mrs. Xiao almost fainted when she heard the news. Xiao Dadu was at a loss. Fortunately, Aunt Xiao was very capable and comforted the old lady in an orderly manner. She calmly thanked the district chief for informing him of the news and told him that she knew nothing about these things and would have to wait until the children came back to know the details. She sent the man away. In the dry room covered with a layer of dust because of the door being opened to see off the guests, old Mrs. Xiao burst into tears. 1 or 2, just don't listen. Xiao Dadu had never seen his extremely tough mother crying so miserably, and looked at his wife at a loss. Aunt Xiao waved her hand and asked him to get water and a towel, and squatted down in front of the chair. Mom, it's right for young people to have their own ideas. As elders, we can't take care of them forever. Old Mrs. Xiao wiped her tears with the back of her hand and glared. Why did you speak for her? I didn't speak for her. Aunt Xiao explained patiently. It's just that being ordinary has its own advantages. And being ambitious has its own advantages. Do you really want to see such an excellent child repeating some meaningless work like us and die in mediocrity? But refugees can't make a name for themselves. You know what happened back then. I'm an old man who was implicated and died. But what about you? Dadu and Bamian. The old lady started to cry again. Aunt Xiao deliberately frowned and said, Finally you told the truth. You just think that Dadu and I are afraid of death and can only share happiness but not suffering. Oh, no. Aunt Xiao interrupted her and said seriously, If it's not the case, why do you have to stop us? Everyone has their own destiny. Sifang is not the kind of person who is willing to do small things. Think about it. When she was so young, she could honestly complete the tasks assigned by her elder brother and the training arranged by her elder sister-in-law all day long. After the people passed away, she was so old. But she could continue the habit and even work harder. Doesn't this prove her determination? To tell you the truth, I am willing to support Sifang not without selfish motives. You also know that Bamian is just like his father, weak and without ambition. If Sifang hadn't been carrying him around all these years, he might have worked in a factory like us. I don't want this to happen. My Bamian is so smart. I hope he can do something valuable instead of living in a muddle like me and his father. Aunt Xiao held the old lady's hand and said sincerely, So, let them go. It's okay if we adults can't help, but we can't hold them back. Alas. Old Lady Xiao nodded with tears in her eyes. I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. At the corner of the corridor, Xiao Dada held water and a towel and sighed silently. What's the point of talking about children? If my wife was younger, she would be eager to fight on her own. Who is really willing to be stepped on by others? W1 Imperial Palace Administrative Office. The large and comfortable chair has been replaced, and the ancient incense tray is lit with curling white smoke. And I am concentrating and calming my mind. Go and call the refugee to me. I want to see her. The secretary hesitated. Your Majesty, there are 2 refugees. I don't know who. Who else can it be? Is it necessary to see the other one? The old voice was full of fatigue. This thorn in the eye. Why bother with him without any pain? As long as we can get rid of the thorn, the others will be solved by the way. Yes. The young secretary withdrew, and a pair of scarlet eyes gradually appeared in the dim light. He regretted that he should have gotten rid of this little bastard back then. For hundreds of years, he had tried his best to stir up conflicts and consolidate the imperial power. But he was actually caused by such a bastard to loosen the class and let a group of second-class people cheer for her and be convinced? Garbage is garbage. And it is a piece of mud that will never be supported on the wall. How can these second-class people not know how to be grateful at all? And why don't they think that if he hadn't deliberately suppressed the refugees, would they have the good life they have now? Wolf-hearted. Stupid. The strong murderous intent made his body, which had already been overwhelmed, ache faintly, and his dry 5 fingers tightly clasped the handrails, constantly shrinking. No. I have to calm down. He can suppress the refugees with the help of the second-class people. But he can't suppress these second-class people. He can't suppress them. So he has to start with the refugees. Expose the identity of the refugee, and make the Supervisory Bureau the target of public criticism? No. That will only cause the Supervisory Bureau and the royal family to break up completely. Even if the old man Lin Yu is monitored 24 hours a day, He still has plenty of skills. It's best not to touch him unless it's absolutely necessary. You can't beat or kill him. And the most urgent task is to suppress the voices of the refugees. If you want her to disappear, then there is only one way, to take a step back. He laughed like crazy, and suddenly vomited a mouthful of black blood a few minutes later. The clothes on his chest were all tangled up. He stretched out his hand with difficulty, and tapped the emergency call button on the table. Let Sinbo come to me immediately. Immediately. The news that Xiao Sifang was invited to the palace reached Lin Yu's ears at the first time. In anger, he kicked over the human monitor that the old emperor placed next to him every 10 days. Seeing the man lying on the ground screaming in pain, Lin Yu calmed down a little, asked someone to take him out for treatment, and sat down on the chair again. Before he could even sit in the chair, the door of the room was opened again. Lin Shen strode in without knocking on the door, and put his hands on the large table. Grandfather, my sister was. I already know. Lin Yu interrupted him. This is not your business. Go back. Lin Shen was so anxious that his throat was smoking. How could he leave without finishing his words? What if he does something bad to my sister? We have to save her. Lin Yu shouted angrily. Nonsense. When will you grow up when you are so impatient? If you are willing to use your brain to think, you will know that the child will be fine at least today. If you invite him in intact in public, he will be sent back intact. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Shen lowered his head in shame. I have thought about it carefully, and the direction of this matter mainly depends on the attitude of the child himself. Lin Yu thought about it, and let him sit down opposite. He pondered. The fact that His Majesty only invited her, and not another refugee child, shows that he is preparing to bribe rather than coerce. What do you mean by bribe? Lin Yu sneered. What else can it be? He only has that little. On the other side, Xiao Sifang has officially entered the palace. Led by a maid, he walked through the magnificent corridors and halls, and entered the dim government office. This invitation was too sudden. Along the way, she thought about a lot of things in a mess. From the purpose of the person in power to her personal will, and how to mention her ideas and suggestions to His Majesty the Emperor, so that he would know that refugees can also go to the front line to kill the enemy and make great contributions to the prosperity of the entire new human empire. However, as soon as she entered the door, all her thousands of thoughts disappeared automatically. Her eyes fell directly on the darkest corner in front of her. A man in a white robe sat quietly on a chair and looked at her when he heard the sound. The moment their eyes met, Xiao Sifang's brain stopped turning. Sinbo? It is said that His Majesty has not been seen for a long time. Could he be the new? Before she finished thinking about the absurd idea, the secretary's urging woke her up. Why don't you pay your respects to His Majesty? Xiao Sifang had to kneel down unskillfully, and continued to look at Sinbo in confusion. The latter frowned rarely, shook his head slightly, turned his head and whispered, Your Majesty has a guest, so I will go out first. Just as Xiao Sifang was wondering who he was talking to, the recliner behind the table rose up, revealing a face as ordinary as her grandmother's, full of wrinkles. Those wrinkles smiled along with his expression. Hypocritical, empty, and cold. Stay. The children like you, and she shouldn't be so nervous if you stay here. The secretary bent down and looked at his toes. Here it comes again. The incense in the room was a bit strong. Xiao Sifang, who was young and had never been in such an environment, felt an itch in her nose, but she had to resist scratching it. The emperor looked at her strangely. This space always felt squeezed, making her feel uncomfortable. Looking at the little girl, who was still neither humble nor arrogant, the old emperor narrowed his eyes, and stared at the eyes that were exactly the same as those of the Lin family. What was in those eyes? Arrogance, rebellion, hateful, abominable, disloyalty and tactlessness, and all the most unpleasant looks in the world. The atmosphere became more and more stiff and weird, and Sinbo lowered his eyes to remind, Your Majesty. The old emperor woke up as if from a dream, retracted his gaze and laughed. When people get old, they are always easily distracted. When I see someone who looks a bit similar, I can't help but think of another person. Your name is Xiao Sifang, right? Yes. Xiao Sifang answered honestly. But in her heart she was wondering why he didn't let her get up. Even if she didn't watch TV dramas or read novels, she knew from her ancient Chinese class when she was a child that making people kneel down to talk was a deterrent method thousands of years ago, and had long been eliminated. The old emperor really didn't intend to let her get up, and asked slowly, I think you look a lot like Director Lin Yu of the Supervisory Bureau. What do you think? Xiao Sifang frowned. Apart from other things, just based on this second sentence, the image of the supreme ruler in her heart plummeted, and nothing was left. Even Director Terry, who wanted to kill her, now seemed much more pleasing than the person in front of her. She hated it most when people asked questions with bad intentions, but she could still be looked up to if she answered frankly. Holding back her nausea, she replied with a lower head and pleasing eyes, Your Majesty, my parents passed away when I was 8 years old, and my grandfather was allowed to accompany me for one night under the guard of an army. Although I was very young at the time and couldn't remember many things, I felt a sense of familiarity with this director today. I suspect that he is the grandfather who accompanied me for one night when I was most sad. Xiao Sifang raised his head with a naive look, looked into the old emperor's eyes, and asked, Your Majesty, do you think he is my grandfather? The secretary held his pants and bit his tongue, finally swallowing back the hack that was about to burst out of his throat. She was a little girl, pretending to be stupid but not crazy. No wonder she could be the first among the refugees. With this courage, she was indeed enough to reach the top. Being outwitted by a little girl, the old emperor tightened his hands under the table again, still smiling. Then I really don't know. If there is a chance, you can call him to have a good chat with you about whether there is such a past event. Yes, of course there is. And this was approved by him personally, because he was ridiculously scared, afraid that Lin Yu, who had completely lost his most beloved little daughter, would go to war with the royal family regardless of everything and fight him to the death. He couldn't accept that he was accused of an accident and had to bear the consequences that he shouldn't have to bear. So when Lin Yu asked to meet the orphan, he agreed. Well, now the poor little thing is grown up, and has the same rebellious nature as the Lin family, and dared to challenge him. Xiao Sifang wanted to say thank you to him, but after seeing Sun Bo's slight hint, he held back. Ahem. The old emperor coughed twice and changed the subject. I haven't congratulated you yet, leading 338 to achieve such a good result. Xiao Sifang didn't dare to take credit for this, not to mention that she had already determined that the old emperor had problems, and her heart was full of crazy thoughts of being framed and conspired. So she shook her head immediately. Your Majesty, I am not the captain nor the commander. I am just an ordinary member of the 338 team. We have achieved good results through joint efforts. The old emperor waved his hand. You don't have to be modest. Everyone can see your contribution. I am also very happy that a talent like you has appeared. I have prepared a gift for you. Gift? Xiao Sifang looked at the secretary in confusion, as he took a long blue box from the shelf by the wall and handed it to her. Child, open it and take a look. You will like it. Her intuition told her that this thing was very tricky and must not be opened. She believed in her intuition, so she knelt on the ground and took 2 steps back. She made up her mind and knelt down respectfully. No merit, no reward. Xiao Sifang is just an ordinary member of the 338th team. He has made ordinary efforts and definitely does not have the ability to accept the award alone without his teammates. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Xiao Sifang is willing to accept this award for the whole team and share the honor. The old emperor's breathing became heavier. Look, even this indifferent look is a standard Lin family style, he said patiently. They will have other rewards. This one is yours. Secretary, open it and let her see. This is to force it. The secretary stretched his arms, opened the lid with both hands, and lifted Xiao Sifang's head to let her see the things on the ground. You should keep what His Majesty gave you. What's the point of refusing? The blue-bottomed red silk box is very gorgeous. And even more gorgeous than the box is the 5 dark blue identity rings inlaid inside. The secret and luxurious color deeply hurt Xiao Sifang's eyes. It was like a revelation, which made her realize everything. It turned out that her previous guesses were all correct, and the class theory was a complete conspiracy. They, the refugees and the second-class residents, are actually a class. The indifference, cold treatment, and insults were all formed under the promotion of a third party. No wonder Grandpa asked her to see it herself. And Sun Bo also asked her to see it herself. Didn't she have to see it herself? If she hadn't discovered the clues bit by bit, and was directly told that the people in the inner city were not wrong, but the royal family and the rulers were wrong, would she be able to accept it? She certainly couldn't, because to her at that time, The perpetrators were second-class residents, the people of the inner city. No matter whether the rulers had problems or not, second-class residents could not become victims. Looking at the 5 identity rings that thought they were shining with golden light, Xiao Sifang's heart was not shaken at all. She even wanted to learn from her aunt, and spit fiercely to show her disdain when she was extremely angry. Let her guess what the real history is like. The first generation. That is, the inner and outer cities that were initially formed after the disaster, were happy and harmonious. The residents of the inner city, as mutants with superpowers, consciously took on the responsibility of defending their homes, while the mutants without superpowers in the outer city worked diligently to do the logistics work, so that the families of these warriors could get the best care and they would have no worries. This was originally just a very ordinary division of labor. But slowly, it became the best tool for those with ulterior motives to sow discord. The people in the inner city began to be dissatisfied with why their families were always sacrificed, and why the people in the outer city could share the family life in peace. And then, under the manipulation of the authority, the people in the inner city gradually became dominant, while the people in the outer city were constantly weakened. The education received by both sides was filled with unwarranted superiority and extremes, ideological transformation, class differentiation, and finally solidification. In the end, the inner city became a reserve blood bank, and the outer city became a blood-drawing syringe that made the inner city unable to calm down and struggle. They restrained each other and hated each other. This is ridiculous. Obviously, when human civilization takes root again, the inner and outer cities can work together to study better solutions, and the imbalance in their hearts can be compensated by other aspects. Why does it continue in such a vicious cycle? The inner city is not fair. The outer city does not fight. The inner city's resentment is intensified, and the outer city can't fight anymore. It is the malicious incitement of the rulers and the psychological appeal of absolute fairness that have created the unfair world today. She finally understood. Xiao Sifang closed the lid expressionlessly, and also closed his heart that hoped that the rulers would recognize the strength of the refugees and eliminate the class barriers. Thank you very much for your kindness, but I like my hometown, and my family will not adapt to the environment of the main star. So please leave it to those who need it more. She refused. She actually refused? The old emperor felt that this matter was even more incredible than the annihilation of the main star team. How could she refuse? He smiled. Sifang, you are still young. How do you know that your family doesn't want to live on the main star? Sinbo, don't just sit there. Analyze it for the child later. Yes. Sinbo's expression was flawless, and he looked at Xiao Sifang with a smile. Sifang, right? I know you are nostalgic for your hometown and afraid of unfamiliar environments. But this is a very rare opportunity. From now on, your parents, brothers or sisters will no longer have to worry about oxygen. And they don't need to work hard day and night. And their lifespan can be greatly extended. Why don't you try to overcome it for them? According to Xiao Sifang's understanding of him, he should have said the second half of this paragraph sincerely. He was telling her that dreams are always in the clouds, and reality is down to earth. From an ordinary person's perspective, it seems worth considering. But she didn't. But I was born a refugee, and my family is also refugees. Maybe in your opinion, I should be grateful for this opportunity to get rid of poverty and turn things around. But have you considered how my family should live on the main planet? They are out of tune with everything, have no topics to talk to the residents here, and have no skills to make a living here. How should their psychological state be resolved? Her words were very serious, targeting both the entire human group and Sinbo, who didn't care about anything. Some people want to live like zombies, but I don't. Zombie. Sinbo looked at the pair of eyes full of fighting light and laughed softly. The words were quite accurate. The old emperor turned his head and looked at him, his eyes dark and his tone very disapproving. Why are you laughing regardless of the occasion? The secretary became nervous. Here it comes. He started to test again. Sinbo, who was used to dealing with such situations, easily smoothed things over. I just think she has a lot of ideas and a pure and innocent heart. I can't convince her. And I was convinced by her. His expression was naturally relaxed, with a little helplessness of failed persuasion. Everything was just right, and there was no doubt about it. The old emperor retracted his gaze and took the lead himself. Why don't you contact your family first? Maybe they don't think it's impossible to resolve it? A new environment can start new learning. And naturally you can make new friends. Right? He passed the topic over himself. Xiao Sifang felt that he couldn't end the topic if he didn't say something. So he asked curiously, Your Majesty, is this reward for me, or for my family? If it's a reward for me, why do you ask for my family's opinion? The old emperor choked, and couldn't think of any further words for a short time. Xiao Sifang said again, Or do you feel embarrassed that I didn't accept the reward you gave me? Your Majesty, this is unnecessary. In my heart, it is a great honor to meet you. You are such a kind person, and always think about me. I am so excited that I am dying. The last sentence was learned from Narafa's daily circle. I think it is particularly appropriate to put it here, which is particularly annoying. The old emperor was indeed annoyed by her. What kind of people are the most difficult to deal with? The people who are obviously against you, but you can't find fault with every word you say, are the most difficult to deal with. She had told him everything, and he had no reason to make a fuss. He felt his brain getting hot again, and he thought countless times that he couldn't kill her. So he calmed down and kept her kind tone. Sifang, didn't we mention your grandfather at the beginning? If you come to the main star and have a legal identity, can't you go to see your grandfather at any time? Hearing this, Xiao Sifang slapped his thigh roughly, and nodded after realizing it. Yes. Finally hit her point? The old emperor felt that his heart was relieved. Then, Xiao Sifang asked innocently and unpretentiously, Is that Director Lin really my grandfather? Can you give me a reward by meeting him alone? My requirements are not high. I will be satisfied if I can meet him once. He is really a Lin family member, who is pushing his nose to the ground. The old emperor closed his eyes, knowing that it would be fruitless to go through her, and waved his hand to drive him away. Director Lin is busy with official duties, and I am afraid he has no time to meet you recently. I will owe you this reward. You go back first, and we will see each other next time. Xiao Sifang, who had been kneeling from beginning to end, immediately got up, said thank you, Your Majesty, and strode away impatiently without looking at the box on the ground. He was really abandoned. After leaving the palace, she took a deep breath of fresh air. Well, from now on, she will adjust her plan and take the path of inciting all second-class residents to develop together. Although this path is a million times more difficult than the ruler directly opening up the right to refugees. Pa! Xiao Sifang slapped his hands on his face, and pulled out a ferocious smile. Calm down. You must calm down. If you get angry now, everything will be over. Sifang, wait for me. Sinbo hurriedly caught up from behind, with a very meaningful smile. Xiao Sifang didn't know what he was up to in front of everyone here, so he looked at him warily. And the sense of drama came. I really don't consider it. You don't need to persuade me anymore. Sinbo reached out and touched her head, and then said freely, I have been convinced by you, so I will naturally not persuade you again. But you can secretly tell me the real reason why you don't want to come to the main star. And I promise not to tell anyone. Xiao Sifang was stunned, and then he gave a thumbs up in admiration. The old man is still the best. He openly applied for a private message, so they can whisper what they really want to say in this environment where there are ears everywhere. After getting to know her, she whispered, What are you doing here? Why does he want you to do such a dirty deal with me? Sinbo also responded in a low voice, Have you forgotten that I have a job? He was mad at you. I came to treat him. Am I so powerful? Xiao Sifang was shocked. Except for the last sentence that he drove me away. I really didn't see that he was angry before. You still have to practice. Let's not talk about such boring things. A few days ago, your good friend sent you a party invitation, saying that Xiao Xiaoer's recovery treatment fee has been saved enough, and everyone will get together for the last time. Do you want to go? This was a pleasant surprise. Xiao Sifang was slightly touched. So you helped me maintain my friendship. Sinbo smiled. Who said no? It's really challenging to imitate your silly tone. But these are all trivial matters. It's okay to use them to kill time when you are bored. What you need to consider now is whether you have lost your friends. Xiao Sifang didn't expect it for a moment, and looked at him in confusion. Little friend, your photos and videos should have been popular all over the internet. Do you think your friends will see them? Xiao Sifang's heart first sank, and then he became extremely nervous. Then the fake identity has been exposed. They must be angry. Sinbo snorted, You believe in their character, but you are not afraid that they will report you. That won't happen. Xiao Sifang was very confident about this. We have feelings for each other, and they will never forgive me at most. Just think it through. It's up to you. The party will be in 3 days. If you want to go, just go to the old place and wait. Oh! Xiao Sifang grabbed a handful of hair, looked at his back as he left leisurely, and let out a long breath. The shortcut to the dream was broken, and the fake identity was exposed. What should she do? She walked forward with an empty head, and after walking out of the guard's restricted area, a group of people suddenly surrounded her. They pushed and shoved each other with hideous faces, and trapped her in the innermost part with their chattering. Hello. I am a reporter from X News. May I ask what His Majesty wants you to do? It is rumored that the main star team was destroyed by your 338 and 366, and the main star captain was killed by you alone. Is this true? Can you tell us how you went from an ordinary refugee to where you are today? Is there any improper means to achieve such a big leap? In the dazzling and noisy scene, Xiao Sifang struggled to calm his mind, and his confused brain suddenly became clear. The anger in his heart kept expanding and expanding, and then exploded. She stopped struggling to break out, pretending to be calm, and raised her hands, signaling everyone to be quiet, and looked at the reporter who asked the third question expressionlessly. If working day and night is considered an improper means, then it does exist. After all, I left my classmates, who had a normal schedule, and ran away secretly. Didn't I? The reporter continued to ask. As we all know, refugees are lowly and incompetent, and can only do the most basic repetitive operations. No one would believe that such an achievement can be achieved by your hard work. There must be other reasons. Right? This person is an extremist, who is deliberately arranged to find fault. Today, he is here to wipe out the good impression of netizens on her. He was sharp and cunning, doing his best to stir up emotions. It is well known that refugees are lowly and incompetent, and can only do the most basic repetitive operations. No one will believe that such achievements can be achieved by your hard work. Xiao Sifang repeated his words, tilting his head cutely, and asked back, don't you think there are some problems with your well-known and no one? Which no one refers to. Are you alone? Did all the residents allow you to represent the collective? The reporter opened his mouth to say something, but Xiao Sifang did not give him a chance to speak. What is truly well known is that the collective cannot represent the individual. The individual cannot represent the collective. The existing history cannot represent the future direction. And the performance of a stage cannot represent everything in the future. I am a refugee who works hard day and night to change the status quo. I do not represent the entire refugee group, but I can represent all refugees who are willing to change the status quo through day and night efforts like me. You are right. Of course, I cannot achieve my achievements by hard work alone. There must be an opportunity, and this opportunity must be given by many people together. The voice is clear, and every word comes out of her throat with great force. The support of the people from the outer city, and the unbiased kindness of the people from the inner city. It is the harmony of these two groups that gives me the confidence to stand here, allowing me to prove myself, and also allowing me to prove that the power of 1 + 1 is far greater than 1 - 1. The reporter wanted to say something, but Xiao Sifang held the microphone in his hand and continued to talk. If you are willing to check it out, you will know that the X338 semi-ruined planet where I am located was invaded by aliens more than half a year ago, and my school, Crest College, was the first to be trampled by 3 waves of aliens, causing heavy casualties. I was fortunate to be a member of the patrol team guarding the campus. This was my first time to face aliens. To be honest, I was nervous and scared at that time, which was consistent with the cowardly characteristics of refugees in the mouths of all second-class residents. But at the same time, I was very moved and proud. I have also done what the second-class residents have been doing. I can also take on the same responsibilities as them. I am no worse than anyone else. I don't need to live my life with my head down in inferiority. Xiao Sifang raised his eyes and looked at the reporter and the camera in front of him. Please believe that the formation of a group is complex, and one-sided words cannot summarize any group. There are many people like me among the refugees, trying their best to see the world outside the besieged city, wanting to have normal power, and willing to take on those painful and proud responsibilities. But they are not as lucky as me, and have not encountered the kindness that is willing to let them shine. I beg you all here. When he said the last sentence, the countless pressures made Xiao Sifang's nose uncontrollably sour, and a trace of trance flashed in his unwavering eyes. Don't give up the wisdom and role of hundreds of billions of people in one breath. And don't be self-paralyzed and muddle-headed because of the current situation. We can fight side by side, Why do we have to be so opposed and bear it alone? She admitted that she had no other way. Apart from asking for help from all the refugees and second-class residents. She had no other way. One person can't shake the whole world. She is simply a fool. What do you think when you see the scene? Did you arrange the reporters? How could it be? At least the one who talked the most has nothing to do with me laughs. What do you want to do? It's just that thanks to your granddaughter, I have a little desire to survive. Have you contacted her privately? Yes. She is so cute. I like her very much. Stay away from her. You told her to say those words? Are you insulting her or me? Bang. The door was pushed open for the second time in a short period of time. Lin Yu put away the information panel immediately, raised his head nonchalantly, and looked at Lin Shen, who would never learn to knock on the door. What I just told you. Have you forgotten it again? I haven't forgotten. Lin Shen sat down on the chair, stretched out his arms and legs, and played the live broadcast screen recording that had just ended. I just want to know how my sister was raised like this among the refugees. He paused, considered many more polite words, and finally obeyed his heart and said, she is so cool. If her last name was Lin, I wouldn't bother to care about your brothers, including you. Lin Yu didn't hide it, and sneered and told him the truth. I have 4 children. Only your aunt passed the examination for the qualification of an undercover inspector at the age of 20, leaving her brothers far behind. If she hadn't been blinded by that bastard named Xiao, she would at least be the director of the supervision department now. Lin Shen remained silent. He had heard of all kinds of awe-inspiring things about his aunt, but since she was gone, how could a living sister be more appealing to people? But when his grandfather was reminiscing about his aunt, he did not dare to express any opinion. Luckily, Lin Yu did not want to be too sentimental. He returned to the video interface he was playing. The number of comments and likes under the video kept rolling, and it skyrocketed by hundreds of thousands in just a few seconds. The public participation was unprecedented. He clicked on the comment area and took a look. Del and Sheila, did she cry? I don't know why I think her expression was desperate. Carpenter Michin, no? Isn't she using the individual to represent the collective? After all, she just wants equal rights. Haha. What can the refugees do? Do you really think they can fight against the aliens with us? Cross-O, a popular nitpicker and the group that liked him. Stop talking about fighting against aliens all the time. Have you ever been to the front line except for being a beeping machine on the internet? World's #1 handsome. There are always idiots showing off their low standards. We really need to give equal rights to refugees. There are so many of them, and they are suppressing us. Okay. Anti-Alien Army Reserve 001. The situation on the front line is so tense. As long as I can beat the aliens, I don't care what their identity is. Focus is always wrong. Am I the only one who wants to know what made her suddenly collapse? What happened in the palace? Ling Jingjing, I agree with her. She didn't say she wanted equal rights. She just called for it. She wanted the refugees to work hard, and we didn't want to target them. How did the idiots know that they were going to suppress us? Ding dang bell, to be frank. There is a reason why they are strong. If they were all refugees like her, I would be willing to fight side by side with them. Happiness without trouble. Refugees are cheap, disgusting, and can never be compared with us. Seeing this, Lin Yu retreated. He leaned back in his chair tiredly, listening to Xiao Sifang's voice over and over again, and sat up straight again after a long time. Lin Shen seemed to never get tired of watching, and he could say the next sentence after watching it. He still stared at the screen seriously, pondered it a few times, and looked up and asked, Grandfather, can't we stop 1 minus 1 and become 1 plus 1? Lin Yu glanced at him and asked, What do you mean? I accompanied my dad to do repairs some time ago. Many people in the repair center were screaming and crying in pain, and they felt worse than death. Is this because there are not enough people on the front line, and the seriously injured people have been treated with high concentration oxygen for rapid healing several times? Yes. If, as my sister said, refugees can also join in and fill this gap, then we don't need to use rapid healing methods? In this way, everyone will not have the pressure of repairs, and countless energy and resources will be saved in disguise. If these are taken out and invested in fighting against aliens, won't it ensure everyone's safety better? Lin Shen frowned and asked, Isn't this good? Lin Yu looked deeply at his grandson, who he always thought was stupid and had not grown up, and smiled. He rarely put down his dignity and communicated with him like an ordinary grandparent. Okay. Let me ask you. Refugees don't have superpowers. What if they can't hurt the aliens on the front line? Then, they still can't be in the same confrontational position. I think it's okay. Lin Shen began to swipe in the interface again. Then found a video, and clicked to play it again. This is a video of my sister fighting against aliens, when she was in their academy. I don't think my sister's role is less than that of the other students. Since there is a division of labor, they are destined to take on different roles. Why do we have to compete for who is better? What if someone thinks it's unfair? Then why not just follow the company's positions, and divide the responsibility and treatment levels? Lin Shen stopped to think from time to time, trying to fill in every detail as much as possible. And at least half of the frontline troops are now conscripted. If we have enough candidates, those who are not willing will not have to go. And there will be no such thing as fairness or unfairness. How can people who really want to defend their country care about such things? Yes, people who volunteer to join the army just want to kill more aliens. So why would they consider whether others have killed less than him? You said it well. Lin Yu nodded sincerely, then sneered sharply. What a pity. The imperial system will never make this happen. The man who once ambitiously led countless refugees in the Star Sea to establish a new order, so that people would no longer be exiled and could live and work in peace and contentment, has changed. The supreme power and the aging soul destroyed everything glorious. Speaking of which, we are not as courageous as such a young child. She stood up when she wanted to do it, but we always looked back and forth and could not make any progress. The return spaceship set sail, carrying a group of passionate teenagers across the Star Sea and returning to their hometown. Xiao Sifang huddled in a corner and slept soundly, while the other 9 people gathered together and talked in a low voice. What did His Majesty say to her? This is the first time I've seen her so depressed, Huang Dan whispered, covering his mouth. Louis shook his head. Don't talk about you. I haven't seen her classmate for a year. As you can imagine, it's not a good thing. Bao Bo, don't you think it's strange? It stands to reason that Sifang and Qingxin are both refugees. His Majesty should meet them together. Why does he only trouble Sifang? Su Qingxin, based on the analysis of that interview, His Majesty's choice is right. He knows that I am insignificant. He wants to deal with Sifang and then deal with me. After this, everyone looked at each other. Han Sisi, as a representative, humbly asked for advice. Why do you think His Majesty wants to deal with you? Obviously. Su Qingxin pushed up the non-existent glasses on his nose, acting like an expert. Sifang and I not only showed up in such an important competition, but also achieved very good results, which caused a storm on the internet. Even the refugee community knew about it. In order to prevent the outbreak of the second equal rights movement, he must suppress us. Letting us disappear on our own initiative is the best way. Everyone was stunned. Xingxia, okay. That seems to make sense. Bobo, Su Qingxin, you should consider setting up a street stall. You should be able to make some money by analyzing the causes of illness for infatuated men and women. Ahem. Dean Phoebe, who suddenly got involved, put her hand in the middle of the table. Stop it. You are too bold to make up stories about anyone. After Sifang said that, he has become a thorn in the eyes of the extremists. Do you want to experience this feeling too? Bobo shrugged fearlessly and said, only those fools who have not experienced how outstanding the refugee teammates are will always oppose the awakening of refugee consciousness. I think it's good. Let the refugees who are willing to fight and struggle replace those useless people in the inner city who only eat and do nothing. Dean Phoebe, reason is reason. Reality is reality. Stop talking nonsense. Otherwise, I will deduct your bonus. Nothing is more useful than this sentence. The students who complained immediately obeyed and smiled. The specially approved small spaceship landed directly at the gate of Chris College. The hometown elders who came to welcome them beat gongs and drums, waved ribbons in the yellow sand, and their faces were filled with joy from the bottom of their hearts. A few dozen meters behind the welcoming crowd, there was a larger group of people, most of whom were young faces. The raised trumpets and shouting at the top of their lungs even drowned out the gongs and drums in front. Xiao Sifang. Come on. From now on, we will work hard together. We swear to live seriously in the future. Do our best like you. Never give up on yourself. After finally recovering some spirit, Xiao Sifang couldn't bear it again after hearing 2 sentences after getting off the spaceship. She didn't know if these people were moved for a moment, but if everyone could really do what they said, even if it was 1,000,000 times more difficult, there would always be a day when they could overcome it. Lu Jun, who was standing at the front, stretched out his hand and gently patted her shoulder. You have tried your best, so don't be sad. His eyes were clear and gentle, and he had seen through the little boy's mind. Enjoy the fruits of your victory now, and you won't be the only one walking the road in the future. Xiao Sifang tried hard to force back the tears in his eyes, and nodded heavily. Yes, considering that everyone had not rested well after participating in the competition. Lu Jun and others did not drag everyone to talk for too long. They simply went through the process and let everyone rest. Xiao Sifang and the other 4 escorted their teammates from other colleges out of the school gate. It was only when they got on the aircraft that the fight was truly over. However, when they turned around, they were surrounded by enthusiastic classmates. It was the teachers who had foresight and dispatched the security department to stop everyone. However, they could stop those outside, but they still had to face what they had to face once they entered the dormitory building. At this time, there was no such thing as knowing or not knowing each other. The enthusiastic young ladies overwhelmed Xiao Sifang for 10 minutes, and only let her go back to the dormitory under the shouts of several rational sisters. As soon as he entered the dormitory door, he saw that his roommates, who had been waiting for a long time, were going to have the 3rd round. Xiao Sifang couldn't hold on any longer, so he took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. I'll tell you in detail when I wake up. Before she fell asleep, she thought vaguely that Ba Mian was sensible this time, and didn't call her repeatedly. She had no idea that Xiao Ba Mian was not in the academy at all. She was invited back home by a group of people when she was on her way back. In the house with all the windows closed, the only incandescent light above the head emitted an unprecedented pale light, reflecting the expressions on people's faces exactly the same. Xiao Ba Mian swallowed his saliva, barely straightened his back, and protected Aunt Xiao and the other 2 behind him. Who are you? The secretary held the blue box and did not answer his question immediately. He just gently placed the box on the old table covered with scratches and opened the lid. Your Majesty is very satisfied with Xiao Sifang's performance in the resource allocation war, and is pleased that a refugee has made such progress. So he prepared a great gift for her and her family. The 4 people's eyes fell on the identity ring in the box at the same time. Xiao Dadu was shocked. Isn't blue the color of the first-class resident identity ring? Yes. As long as you wear it, you will be a first-class resident. The secretary looked at the crude makeshift house, twisted the fine dust on his fingers, and smiled. From now on, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, and we will leave this windy and sandy land forever. After a long silence, Xiao Dada clenched his fist and said excitedly, Really? Can we really become first-class residents? The secretary nodded happily. Of course it's true. There is such a good thing. Xiao Dadu opened his eyes wide and laughed, and the secretary laughed with him. After laughing for a full minute, the laughing man wiped his tears and gritted his teeth and uttered a few words. Go to hell. Xiao Dadu is weak and not smart, but he is not a fool. No one gave gifts to find 2 people to drag them from different places to this house. This is obviously not a gift, but poison. You are playing tricks on me. I thought it was easy, but it took a turn. The secretary was so angry that his voice was hoarse. The identity ring is so clearly placed in front of you. Why don't you believe it? Aunt Xiao glanced at her husband, who was so angry that he became hardened, and said, He doesn't believe this is a good thing. You take the things away. We are used to being refugees. We don't have this blessing. Take it away? The secretary laughed in anger. If he could really return it, would he have to go to 338 dust? I tell you, this is something awarded to you by His Majesty. You have to take it whether you want it or not. Put on the identity ring. Take that Xiao Sifang with you, and go to the main planet to live your new life honestly. What good will it do you to go against the superiors one by one? Old Mrs. Xiao shook her hands and cursed. You are acting like robbers. That's because you don't know what's good for you. The secretary threatened fiercely. I only give you 1 day to convince Xiao Sifang to accept this reward. Otherwise none of you will have a good life. He has messed up so many tasks. If he fails again this time, he will have a bad life. The secretary was too lazy to smile and pointed at Xiao Bamian. You hit Xiao Sifang now. Xiao Bamian clenched his fists tightly and his body trembled slightly. The old lady couldn't stand this kind of stimulation at her age. She held her breath and couldn't breathe. She came back to life after Aunt Zhao's continuous patting and caressing, and whispered evil. The secretary frowned and raised his voice and shouted, What are you still doing? Xiao Bamian suddenly raised his head, and in stark contrast to Xiao Sifang's always bright and energetic round eyes, his slightly feminine willow leaf eyes directly hit the secretary's eyes. You are bluffing. Right? Sifang has already rejected you. Right? You can't persuade her. So you want to threaten her family and let us force her to submit. Right? The secretary didn't care about being seen through by him, and nodded readily, yes. I am just following orders. This matter will not harm you. You just do it. Why bother me and yourself? No. Why should we force her? Xiao Bamian shook his head. We won't force her. She must have her reasons for not agreeing. If it's a good thing, she will never refuse. Moving to the main planet. Is it not a good thing or a bad thing? Little brother, look at the elders behind you. They are so old at only a few years old. I promise you can live a long life on the main planet. It is our choice whether to live a long life or not. If we don't agree, what can you do? Xiao Bamian refused to give in. Kill us? The secretary, who was about to fail in his mission, was so unwilling to cooperate that he made a strong decision. Do you really think that we can't touch Xiao Sifang and you? Just a few refugees. What can we do even if we kill them? No. You can't kill us at all. Sifang is now a household name. If you attack us, she will make full use of public opinion to make you, Your Majesty, lose your reputation. The secretary sneered and didn't care. Really? Does she have evidence to prove that your death is related to the royal family? You slandered the royal family without any evidence. I'll just send her down to accompany you. Hee hee. Xiao Bamian laughed even colder than him. You can just say this. I've also encountered troubles brought by Sifang before. She is a troublemaker. I always remember it in my heart. So I also remember what she said to me. That is, if I really feel something is wrong, I will start recording. Just in case. In the secretary's shocked and regretful eyes, he pulled out the energy panel and quickly clicked send. Now, do you think she has any evidence? You? Xiao Bamian picked up the box on the table and threw it at him. Don't scare me. You don't dare to touch ours. Take your things and leave quickly. Otherwise, if this video is leaked, I don't care. Anyway, you all want to kill me. If I can't drag the Emperor into the water, can I drag you people down? Take one if you can. The secretary looked at him deeply, and the voice squeezed out from between his teeth. Let's go! Soon after the group kicked the door and left. Xiao Bamian sat down on the ground with his buttocks, wiping the cold sweat that covered his forehead until he left the crisis. Oh my god! I'm scared to death. And Xiao stepped forward to close the door and glanced at him with disdain. Can't you hold on a little longer? I just thought my son had really grown up. And you beat him back to his original form. Xiao Bamian, who had saved the day but was still looked down upon by his own mother, felt so wronged. You only know how to scold me. That was the highlight of my life. Couldn't you give me more applause? TSK. Do you want applause? She pretended to raise her arm, and Xiao Bamian rolled and crawled off the ground and hid behind Grandma Xiao. Grandma. Save me! Grandma Xiao, who was relieved as the crisis was resolved, couldn't help laughing. But she didn't stand for her grandson, and said with a fierce face, Your mother is right. A boy. How can he be scared to death so easily? Xiao Bamian. Dad? What do you think? Unfortunately, the middle-aged man who was shaking next to the stool not far away was not in the mood to pay attention to him. The two pillars. After drinking a cup of hot water, they finally recovered. Old Mrs. Xiao asked every minute, Has Sifang returned? Xiao Bamian shook her head. Not yet. I guess she may be resting. After all, she is very tired after so many days. This damn girl. Old Mrs. Xiao held her wrist, moved a few steps slowly, sat next to Aunt Xiao, and held her hand. Daughter-in-law, when she comes home, beat her up. If I don't beat her up, I will not be able to rest. She has offended the Emperor. Her father is not as capable as her. Aunt Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking that her elder brother wasn't much better, and the punishment was handed down by the Emperor. Xiao Sifang, who didn't know that she had been scheduled to be beaten, didn't see the video until she woke up the next day. She was so scared that she watched it for a few seconds and called Xiao Bamian in a daze. Xiao Bamian, who rushed back to the college from the outer city overnight, was lying in the classroom to catch up on his sleep. He was awakened by the vibration and subconsciously hung up. He woke up after she called for the second time. and hung up again and sent a message back. After watching the video, the handsome man easily handled everything. Xiao Sifang. It seems that it's really nothing serious. She climbed out of bed and watched the video at 3 times the speed while washing up. Swish. Snap. Click. The braided basin fell into the trash can with a clang. After school in the morning, Xiao Sifang went to traditional machinery to pick up Xiao Bamian. He confirmed that no hair was hurt before he held back the anger that was about to erupt. Xiao Bamian waved his hands, looking heartless. Don't worry, Sifang. Fly boldly. Bamian will always be with you. There's nothing I can do. I've been unlucky for 8 lifetimes to become your family. You're taking your life, and I can only accompany you and try to die closer. People these days are a little too sentimental. Xiao Sifang took a breath to hold back the bitterness at the tip of his nose, stretched out his arm to hold his neck, and rushed to the cafeteria with him. Okay. Sister will take you to the cafeteria for a big meal. This competition brought in 31 million yuan. Is it okay to give you a small portion as research funding? The small portion of 31 million yuan is. Xiao Bamian also put his arm around her shoulders and said righteously, there is no rush to eat. Just transfer the funds first. The night before the agreed date. After more than a month, Xiao Sifang finally met Sinbo again at the old place. This time, Xiao Sifang arrived first. While catching up on the study progress, she had fallen behind in order to participate in the competition. She was thinking about the 1 million times more difficult problem. When the fully armed Sinbo sat down with a chill, she raised her head and asked, You said? Since it was the royal family who did evil and caused this dilemma, how about getting rid of the royal family first? The hand that took off the hat paused, and the glimmer on the brim of the hat flashed, and an interested face appeared behind the wide-brimmed felt hat. Good idea. If a person makes a mistake, she will feel guilty. The contestants whose normal study rhythm was disrupted by a competition temporarily had no class schedule. Xiao Sifang successfully smuggled to the Y0401 ruins planet, but stopped in front of the agreed tavern. After not coming for such a long time, the planet that was originally deserted with only one alien killing club has changed a lot. With the alien killing club as the center, a rest area of several kilometers has been expanded. Dozens of restaurants, taverns and entertainment rooms, and people come and go, which is very lively. Xiao Sifang, wearing a mask, was timid and out of tune with this atmosphere, and from time to time attracted curious glances from passers-by. Sinbo had to remind her, if you don't go in now, someone might report the suspicious intrusion to the Isha society across the street, and you will be taken away for investigation. Oh, I know. Xiao Sifang secretly peeked at the window, saying, I'm still organizing my words. I'll go in as soon as I think about it. Oh, Mr. Sin, don't do it. I'll go in by myself. Sinbo, who grabbed the person by the waist and folded her in half and hung her on his arm, was indifferent. He walked into the tavern in the astonished eyes of everyone, and put her in the empty seat next to the 4 people who had already arrived but remained silent until now. The messy tavern was quiet for a moment, and when they saw that no one was fighting, it became lively again. Only the tavern staff were still secretly wary of them. The resource war had just ended a few days ago, and the heat was high. From time to time, the noisy background sound could be heard mentioning refugees and various information related to her. Xiao Sifang awkwardly turned around in his chair and sat up straight. Sinbo considerately asked, Do you need me to step aside? Don't. Xiao Sifang subconsciously grabbed the corner of his clothes, lowered her eyes, and didn't dare to look at her once close comrade in arms, especially Lola, who had taken care of her as her own sister. She was nervous and uneasy, and couldn't help but complain in a low voice, I said I haven't organized my words yet. You can't leave. Sinbo patted her head and said softly, I just asked a question for the sake of meaning. Solve your own problems, and don't destroy your life creed. Be good. After saying that, he ruthlessly pulled away the hand holding the corner of her clothes, found an empty table far away, and sat down. Xiao Sifang. Damn it. The agreed time has not yet arrived, and she originally had at least 10 minutes to organize her words. Now she has to bite the bullet. Well, long time no see. Pa! Laura, with a gloomy face, slapped the table with a slap and sneered, It's been a long time. So should we continue to call you Zhou or call you Sifang? She consciously lowered the last 2 words. leaving no possibility for the guests at other tables to notice. For pairs of eyes stared at her straight. And the pressure worked miracles. Xiao Sifang's literary accomplishment reached its peak at this moment. She stammered, "Zhou is C. Sifang. One. The same." Such a sharp tongue even stunned Lola. After a long while, the latter said angrily, "What's her surname?" "My mother's surname is Lin." "What about her status?" Xiao Sifang glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention to them. Leaned forward and lowered his voice. "My mother is a second-class resident." This explosive news finally shocked the four people together. Lola opened her mouth several times, but no sound came out, and she closed it again. In the end, it was the calmest Xiaoxiuer who said, "Don't talk about this kind of thing everywhere. Understand?" The other three nodded quickly, and their faces were not only nervous, but also indifferent. Xiao Sifang was not stupid. She immediately realized that she had been played, and was greatly relieved. "Ah, you scared me to death. I thought you wanted to bury me to erase the past." Lin Lang changed her seat, and sat next to her. The beautiful little woman raised her hand, and pinched her thigh, angrily saying, "Do you think we didn't think about it? When we first found out, we were all shocked. Not only did they want to bury you, they also wanted to suffocate you to death to vent their hatred." Even Chifeng agreed, "That's right. If it were you, would you be able to bear it?" He sighed and said, "But after calming down from being angry, I thought about how we got along during that period, and I began to wonder what was there to be angry about." Lola sat on the other side of Xiao Sifang, sighed and patted her shoulder, and said, just like Chifeng said, "Apart from that point, what else can we be angry about? Especially after hearing what you said. We are even less angry. Some people don't understand, but we know how hard you work." Hearing the last sentence you said in front of the camera, I thought of the time when you were bullied by the people of the main star, and wiped your tears after losing the fight. At that time, I thought that the little girl had not experienced any storms, and was too arrogant. Now I know how sad you were at that time. Lola opened her arms and hugged her tightly, whispering in her ear, "I am not a refugee, so I am destined not to empathize with many of your experiences. But apart from your identity, you have done well enough. You are brave and strong, and I admire you." The heartbeat of another person beats powerfully a few centimeters away, and the heat and warmth quickly permeated Xiao Sifang's eyes that had been holding back for many days. After both of them put on masks, they could finally open their hearts and reveal their true feelings in this chance encounter. She hugged Lola tightly back and took a deep breath. "Thank you." She stood up and bowed solemnly to everyone. "And I'm sorry for lying to you." Lola coughed and said on behalf of the four people, "Since you apologized sincerely, we will forgive you with great mercy." This matter was turned over and never mentioned again. The five people smiled at each other. Then Xiaoxiuer brought the topic back on track. "Although we guessed that you were not ordinary, we didn't expect it to be such a secret. This topic is too sensitive and too dangerous. We won't ask what happened, and you don't tell others anymore." "I know." Xiao Sifang smiled. "I only told you. I sold you out, and you didn't even know." Xiao Sifang shook his head, confident, "I know you won't tell anyone. If you were really that kind of person, you wouldn't have said nothing these days, and you wouldn't have shown up at the agreed time." "Oh, you're thinking very carefully." Lola put her arm around her shoulders, patted her arm, and patted it again, as if she was enduring something. But after a long time of scratching her head, she finally broke down. She approached Xiao Sifang, shamelessly stretched out a finger, and said confidently, "I just want to ask a question. If I can't figure this question out, I'm really afraid I won't be able to sleep for the next few years." "That person." She carefully extended a finger, and pointed at the man with his back to them. "As for your elder, the more I think about it these days, the more I feel that he is very similar to someone. No, it can't be said to be similar. It's almost exactly the same." The energy panel brought up a picture. The enlarged lower half of the face was impeccable in shape, and the slightly upturned corners of the mouth made people feel like spring breeze. Then, there was an audio clip. A gentle and calm male voice said the words she had heard on the opening day of the resource war. "Discovered?" Xiao Sifang became nervous. It was a small matter for her to be exposed, but it was another matter for Zhenbo to be discovered. "Is this the Holy Father?" "It seems so. He said so at the opening ceremony." "But how did you make him?" Turning around and pointing in the direction of Zhenbo with a look of disdain, he said with a look of doubt, Equal to the Holy Father? I admit that he is a little similar to the Holy Father. But no matter what, just from his character, you shouldn't compare them. Do you think it's an insult to the Holy Father? Lola got a negative answer. And after a sigh of relief, she lay weakly on the table. I don't want to. But the hardware is really similar. When I think about your case, the more I think about it, the more real it feels. The guilt of committing a second crime invaded Xiao Sifang's internal organs, making her heart go up and down. She hesitated for a while, but decided not to repeat the same mistake. So she patched it up and said, actually, I don't know who he is. Lola jumped up from the table, and the other three also blinked their eyes. Xiao Sifang lowered his voice. He just fell from the sky, saying that he was bored and wanted to find a playmate. You also know that I am a refugee, lacking money and resources, and I have a way to become a playmate. So you don't know who he is? Then you are too brave. Aren't you afraid that he will kill people and dump the bodies? Xiao Sifang whispered, but he could have killed me when he fell from the sky. But he didn't. In short, although his identity is mysterious, he is not a bad person. Just a little arbitrary. And it can even be said that he is a good person. So, wait. Lin Lang came over and looked at her seriously. Jojo, why are you speaking for him like this? Xiao Sifang was in a dilemma, feeling guilty for lying and making up stories about her benefactor. She said uncertainly, maybe I have always been the beneficiary? Lin Lang, forget it. You are so young. There should be no such possibility. Her words reminded Laura, who was not as delicate as her, and said directly, we are a single man and a single woman. Jojo, you can't have any thoughts about a person of unknown origin. Xiao Sifang reacted for 2 seconds, and shook his head in shock like a rattle. No. 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 Really? 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 Xiao Sifang was so scared that he stuck out his tongue. He is older than my father. How is that possible? Wait. Lin Lang stood up again. Why are you so excited? How old is your father? Xiao Sifang couldn't remember for a moment, and calculated it before saying, he is 41 this year, and my grandmother is only 64 this year. Xiao Xiao. Shifeng. Lin Lang covered her face. Lola murmured, it appears. Is this the generation gap between the two classes? Jojo. Do you know how old your brothers and sisters are? Xiao Sifang nodded. I know. Sister Lin Lang is the same age as the Holy Father. You are 2 years older than the Holy Father. And my 2 brothers are even older. I haven't forgotten. Lola grabbed her shoulders. Her face became grim, and she said angrily, so you have to make a distinction. For us, 50 or 60 is still a young age. Don't compare your father and grandmother. Okay? My heart can't stand the thought that I'm already a grandmother. Okay. A man of insight is a hero. Xiao Sifang surrendered strategically. The topic was completely off track, and Lola forgot to continue asking about Sin Bo's identity, and began to tempt Xiao Sifang to drink. Come on. Although you are still a child in real life, you who are sitting here are our brothers. Try this latest synthetic wine. Although it is not a traditional plant fermented brew, this one is still very delicious. Especially suitable for people who don't drink much. And the taste is relatively sweet. The pink wine was poured into the crystal glass, and the layered aroma spread everywhere, which was both beautiful and sweet. Xiao Sifang swallowed subconsciously and stretched out his hand. After drinking and chatting for half an hour, there was a thud. The miner who tasted alcohol for the first time fell down. The other 4 people were shocked, and Laura and Lin Lang quickly helped him up. My goodness. The whole person was the same color as the pot of wine just now, and the pot of free alcoholic beverage ordered for her was empty. The 4 people laughed happily, and Laura gently patted her face and called her, Jojo. Are you okay? Xiao Sifang, who was supported, was confused, but could still speak. Okay, just a little hot. Lin Lang couldn't help laughing and continued to ask her, is the wine delicious? Xiao Sifang turned his head and looked at her for a while in confusion, and nodded with difficulty. It's delicious. I want to drink more. No. No. You can't drink anymore. Lola smiled and patted her back. Next time, remember your alcohol tolerance. Just a 500 milliliters pot of 5-degree alcoholic beverage. Don't drink too much casually. Okay? It's delicious. But don't drink too much. Oh. After Xiao Sifang answered, He leaned his head on Lola's shoulder, half closed his eyes, leaving only a thin slit containing flowing light. Ha ha ha. She is so good. Lin Lang couldn't help poking her chin again. She didn't make a fuss at all. And she can still answer the conversation. Xiao Xiaoer finished the wine in the glass, turned the glass upside down on the table, and said in a serious tone, "Stop playing. Let the children go to sleep. They are all grandparents. Be more mature." Qifeng was shocked. Fuck. Xiao Xiaoer. You can actually tell jokes. Lola looked at the man carefully for a few times, and found that his vision could not focus at all, and laughed. He is drunk too. And he has been given more than a bottle. Qifeng. You watch him. Lin Lang. You pay the bill. And we will stop here tonight. Okay. Lin Lang carefully let go of the man and walked towards the bar. Lola looked in the direction of Sin Bo and found that the seat was empty. She was too lazy to look for someone. So she carefully lifted Xiao Sifang up and let her lean all her weight on her, and laughed softly. We are leaving. Can we walk slowly by ourselves? Xiao Sifang hummed a few times vaguely, and he stood up and walked very smoothly. Seeing this, Lola relaxed a little, just turned her body sideways to hold her up, and took her through the crowded wine tables. When they were about to walk into the wide passage, a drunk man stood up, stretched his head, and squeezed towards the two of them, laughing. Big-breasted sister. Don't leave so early. Brother will treat you to a drink. As he said this, he was about to grab Lola's chest. The latter was shocked and angry, and was about to dodge this, and wait until she put the child down before teaching this wretched man a lesson. But she didn't expect that a hand was faster than her, and grabbed the man's wrist first. The next second, the person flipped out of his arms, with his feet firmly on the other person's shoulders. The scene of this person stepping on another person stunned everyone in the bar, including the wretched man, Xiao Sifang, who climbed on top of the person. Still felt that it was not enough. So he raised one foot and stepped on the person's head. Woo wow. The drunk people watched the fun and laughed. You can't be stepped on for nothing. Brother, you are a little thin, but you can still sleep after taking her back. Come on. Brother. Damn. I'm going to vomit. Sister. Come on. Kill these bastards. Lola looked at her half-open eyes, obviously still drunk, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't know how she could step on people so firmly when her consciousness was so dull. Fuck. One of the parties was still awake, but the other, who was only a little drunk and committed the crime under the influence of alcohol, was completely sober. His body began to sway back and forth, and his hands chopped upwards. Stinky bitch. Believe it or not, I will hack you to pieces. Before he finished his dirty words, the person standing on top of his head did a light somersault to show everyone how gravity failed, and his feet, which had rotated a circle, stepped firmly on his face. The man in the mask on his face fell backwards and fell on the wine table. Xiao Sifang, who landed steadily, held on to a table, picked up a wine pot, opened the lid and poured it on him. The wine poured all over the man's head, and the thin mask finally fell to the ground, revealing a big face with squinting eyes and a collapsed nose. The latter struggled to get up. Hack you. The silver wine pot bounced from his face to the ground, making a ping-pong sound. The man fell down again. Xiao Sifang burped, staggered and said, You are rude. I will destroy you. She rushed forward again, and hit the man's eyes with both fists. Let you bully others. Rubbish. Lola laughed so hard. And Lin Lang, who came back after paying the bill, quickly dealt with several obscene companions of the wretched man, worried that she had too much fun and the mask fell off. She was about to go forward to bring the person back, but a tall figure appeared first and picked the person up from behind. The familiar breath made Xiao Sifang not struggle violently when he was trapped. He just waved his hands and feet in dissatisfaction. Don't stop me. I want to protect justice. Protect justice? Yeah. But drunkards don't have justice. Ah? Xiao Sifang was confused. He used all his strength to think about her and calm her down. He hung his hands and feet and stopped struggling. Sin Bo glanced at the person on the ground. Although he only suffered some flesh wounds, he was pressed down by a woman and couldn't get up or fight back. The man who was ridiculed by the onlookers finally stood up. He launched another charge in grief and anger. Damn. Ah. History repeats itself, and the screams of slaughtering pigs sound again. Xiao Sifang, who broke free of his restraints by reflex, punched him in the face again. But this time it was far less gentle than before. In addition to breaking his nose, he also kicked him to the point of cutting off his offspring. He stopped only after completing the operation and raised his fist high. I am awesome. Sin Bo. The audience felt a chill below their navels, and they all stepped back. After beating him, Xiao Sifang laughed softly again, and no one knew what he was laughing at. His hazy eyes looked from one end to the other, and finally found the target behind him. She burped again, reached out and grabbed Sin Bo's hand, trying to open her eyes wide and stare at him. Without saying a word, Sin Bo asked her, "Can we go now?" She thought about it and nodded obediently. There were riots in the tavern every day, and the tavern owner had specially stockpiled a large number of tables and chairs for emergency use. This time, only one table and 2 pots of wine were broken. She was too lazy to calculate the compensation, so she asked the waiter to throw out the few people who couldn't get up, and then let Lola and her group leave. When Xiao Sifang was drunk, her attention was easily distracted. She wanted to go wherever she was interested in. Fortunately, she was obedient and kept holding Sin Bo's hand. Every time she wanted to jump out, she was pulled back. Every time she was pulled back, she used her free hand to pull her ears, and her head kept sticking down, shaking her head from time to time, which made Lola and Lin Lang laugh. The tavern was only a few dozen meters away from the Isha Club. Just as they were entering the door, the drunk who had been very cooperative suddenly stopped cooperating. She raised the hand that she had been holding tightly up high, and said in an exaggerated tone, "You are so cold." She put it down again, grabbed the hand that she claimed as her own with both hands, squeezed it, confirmed it in a formal manner, and nodded to herself, "Well, cold, but it doesn't matter." Sin Bo's eyelids jumped, and she saw her right foot retreat a step, her left foot pushed forward, and her whole body rushed up with a toe tap, hugging his neck tightly, with her legs hooked around his waist, sticking very firmly. "Let me warm you up." Lola was about to laugh like crazy. What kind of crazy lines are these? But before she finished laughing, the person who was so high-spirited and wanted to warm others suddenly changed her tone and started to cry. The tears wet half of Sin Bo's shoulder. Alcohol amplified people's emotions. At this time, Xiao Sifang was as fragile as a piece of paper. A slight poke could break a big hole that went straight to the bottom of his heart. She sobbed softly, saying that she was useless intermittently, scolding herself for being a whimsical idiot, and lamenting the dream that kept going away and the confused future. She had endured the helpless panic and loss brought by the breaking of all luck for a long time. With a sigh, he patted her lightly instead of pulling her away. He patted her back twice and held her buttocks, and walked her in like a child. Xiao Sifang found that his legs would not slide down without exerting any force, so he sat on his lower arm and cried more attentively. Luola, who had fallen silent, opened the door and walked to the front silently. The suppressed crying made her feel uncomfortable, even though she could not empathize with him due to her class standpoint. When the door of the room opened, Xiao Sifang stopped crying, rubbed up, and pressed her face forward, and the two masks collided. Sin Bo had nowhere to hide. His lips brushed against her soft cheeks, and his breath was too close, and the sticky smell of wine forced into his nose. Xiao Sifang, who had achieved his goal, murmured, "You are really cold. You have no temperature." Lola saw this scene with her own eyes, and hurried forward to pull the man down and put him on the bed. Before she could reach out her hand, Xiao Sifang rubbed him twice again and said something shocking. "Are you dying, Lola?" Tonight's mood was like a drunk driving on a flying vehicle. She began to worry that this unknown person with a strange temper would maliciously throw her to the ground. But he didn't. The other party was not angry, but gently stroked the drunk's back and replied, "I'm not dying, but my body temperature has dropped a little." Xiao Sifang seemed to be happy after getting a negative answer. He stopped moving and let Sin Bo pass through the narrow corridor smoothly and put her on the bed. Xiao Sifang rolled on the bed, then rolled back, and grabbed Sin Bo's pants again. "Laura, my fault. I shouldn't let her drink so much. I'll go and twist a towel for her to wipe her face. Maybe she will be more sober." After saying that, she went into the bathroom, leaving Xiao Sifang alone to stubbornly pull people's trouser legs, and even pulled them to make herself sit up. She sat stupidly, with her shoulders slumped, and her hair, which had long been a mess, was all over the place. After a few seconds, she raised her head, and 2 lines of tears rolled out of her eyes again. Don't lie to me. You're so cold. Not even 10 degrees. Like an alien. She grabbed the thin cloth, feeling extremely uncomfortable. I can't change the world, and I can't help you. Sinbo reached out and took off her mask. The face under the mask was indeed crying. Her eyes were red and swollen. Her nose was also red, and there were traces of tears all over it. Dirty. His heart, which rarely had waves, started beating, thumping. In his short decades of life, he had seen all kinds of people, and he thought those typical ones had already covered everything. But he didn't expect there would be such an accident. It made him deeply and vividly feel the only 1% of good emotions left, filling his heart. Xiao Sifang sat on the bed with a dazed look in her eyes, and her mind flashed through scenes that were so embarrassing that she could break her toes. Fighting, laughing, crying, jumping on people, rubbing their faces, pulling their trouser legs. Alcohol is the biggest dregs in the history of human civilization. Nothing else. She will never drink again. Dong dong dong. The thick door was knocked hard, leaving her too little time to complain, and Laura's voice came from outside. Jojo. It's time to get up. Xiao Sifang wiped his face, got out of bed, and opened the door. Laura, who had seen all kinds of drunkenness, didn't take her loss of composure last night to heart, and asked with a smile, Did you sleep well? Did you feel light all over? There was only a feeling of heaviness all over the body. Xiao Sifang couldn't laugh, and slammed her head against the wall in frustration. I'm done. I'm done. Knowing what she meant, Lola laughed and comforted her. What's the big deal? Do you know that some people lose their memories when they are drunk? Just pretend that you are that kind of person. Xiao Sifang paused after hitting her head against the wall and slowly turned around. It seems to be a good idea. Perhaps most people who lose their memories think so. After washing up, Xiao Sifang finally experienced the feeling of lightness all over the body that Lola said, and her mood improved a lot. Lola, who was tying up her freshly dried hair and leaning against the bathroom door, suddenly laughed again. Do you remember what you said last night? You said that the high-end imitation product had no temperature, and you asked him if he was dying. Ha ha ha. She couldn't help laughing. Oh, Jojo. What on earth were you thinking at that time to ask such a question? Ha ha ha. That was because he was really hypothermic, and she really felt from the bottom of her heart that he might be dying. But she couldn't say such words. If she hadn't been drunk, she wouldn't even dare to think about it. So she had to smile and take the matter away. Finally, she packed up and went out. Sinbo was already waiting in the hall on the other side, chatting with Chiffon and the others. So repair is actually to reverse the deoxygenation of overoxidized cells and disassemble the various structures that have been stuck together. So the human body will be in pain in this process. Chiffon summarized himself and then asked, Why do we not feel pain when we breathe oxygen every day, but feel very comfortable? Even though he was used as an encyclopedia by them, Sinbo was very patient today and explained to them in the most popular language. Everything has a tendency to move, and human cells naturally move toward oxygen before the oxygen concentration reaches the critical value. Oxygen plays a supplementary role in our body until it is saturated. Lin Lang understood. She thought about it and asked, What about the refugees? Can their bodies absorb the same amount of oxygen as us? Is this the reason why they have a shorter lifespan? This seems very why not eat meat. Sinbo but laughed. As the only poor class in the 4-person group, Zhou Huiho, she said, Lin Lang, the lifespan is because their oxygen supply cannot keep up with the body's development demand, not that they can't absorb more oxygen. Ah. Lin Lang embarrassedly stunned Lu Hai, and his face blushed and whispered, That's good. That we can live for a long time. Ha ha ha. You're thinking about this. She must be fine. Chi Feng laughed. Sinbo looked at them rarely. Today, he has the desire to explore the emotions of ordinary new human beings. He asked in turn, I also have a question. It stands to reason that the existence of the quartet is harmful to you. And you know what you know. Time is not long and the relationship is not deep enough. Why do you have to be involved with her? This question was very cruel. So cruel that the 3 of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Lin Lang felt that her personality was insulted, and she didn't get angry after thinking about his various answers just now. She suppressed her anger and asked back, Are you the kind of absolute egoist? There was a sting in his words, and the malice was obvious. But Sinbo would not be angry. He thought carefully and answered, strictly speaking, I am a Candoist. It's okay to do this. And it's also okay to choose the opposite. Lin Lang. When a person admits that he is a cold and ruthless person who ignores others, there is no more words to blame him. After Sinbo finished speaking, he leaned back slightly. His eyes swept over them, and returned to the original question, so, why don't you choose to break up with her? Lin Lang rolled his eyes. Please, why can you still like her? The next question follows. Why do you like her? Before Sinbo's serial question was crazy. Rala and Xiao Sifang finally appeared, saving people on fire in fire. Xiao Sifang, who has been preparing for self-paralysis. Sit down and sit down in the empty position. One sentence good morning. He shouted power, and then asked nervously, what are you talking about? Shouldn't it be to discuss her ugliness last night? Lin Lang is sluggish. What is discussion about what you like? Xiao Sifang's heart fell to the ground immediately. Lola was curious and asked, why discuss this? What's good to say? It would have been fine if she didn't say anything. Once she said that, Lin Lang got angry and nodded quickly. Yes. I also think there is nothing to say about this. If you like her, then you like her. I feel happy when I am with her, and want to play with her next time. That's why I like her. But he, pointing at Sinbo who looked calm, he accused, you want me to come up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points of evidence to prove my point. How can I prove it? Laura, this is indeed a bit tricky. Ahem. Xiao Sifang coughed and said honestly, some people just lack this nerve. He lacks it. Don't be angry. Lin Lang sighed. You are right. I shouldn't have bothered with him from the beginning. It's a waste of effort. Oh, by the way, be careful. He said he is a can-do person and can do anything. Humph. It is impossible not to bear grudges. And it is also impossible not to be angry. The few people sat and chatted for a few more words. And it was time to say goodbye. Lola patted Xiao Shuer on the shoulder and said, see you in half a year. When the repair is done, invite us to meet again. And then we will send you to the front together. Okay. Xiao Shuer agreed immediately. The crowd walked out while talking, and Lola took the lead and walked in front, turning back from time to time to interject a few words. As soon as they walked out of the door, the group saw a thin woman stopping the men in front of them. After a brief exchange, the woman was waved away and fell to the ground. Lola frowned and immediately stepped forward to help. Are you okay? The woman's eyes were red under the mask. She grabbed Lola's hand tightly, and she didn't say whether she was okay or not. She came up and cried and begged, Can you help me? Lola was confused. Tell us what happened to you first, and we will definitely find a way to help us. The woman cried again after hearing this. It turned out that just yesterday, she was a member of a 3-person female team, but during the hunting process, they encountered plant aliens, and she fainted at the first sight. When she woke up, she was already in the alien killing society, and it was already the next day. The team just now was the kind-hearted people who saved her, but they didn't know where the remaining 2 people were, and they were unwilling to help her find them. It's okay if they don't want to help, but I can't just leave them alone. Even if there are only corpses left, I have to bring them back. But I'm too weak and afraid of death, so I don't dare to go back there alone. She looked at Lola anxiously. Can you help me find it? I'm willing to give you all my savings, although it's not much. Only 2 million. But please! Lola is kind-hearted and naturally inclined to help. She turned around and mouthed to her teammates to help her. Lin Lang and the other 2 were used to it. Just as they were about to nod and agree, a voice floated from the back. Do you like her too? What? Sinbo smiled slightly, pointed at the strange woman with his slender fingers, and said, It's harmful but not beneficial. Lin Lang, can you not get over this? The rebellious psychology of people made her immediately agree to Laura's request. Just help find someone. It should be quick. Ask her if the location is far? The woman was ecstatic and said, Not far. Not far. Just over 100 kilometers from here. And we will be there soon. Xiao Sifang frowned. The last time she encountered plant aliens, they were almost this far away, although the directions were different. The plant aliens appeared on the same small radius circle. Isn't it a bit too dense? Lola and the others obviously remembered this. But seeing that the woman didn't seem to be lying, they finally decided to go over and take a look. Sinbo looked at Xiao Sifang, who was frowning and asking, "Are you going too?" The latter turned his head and didn't seem so willing, as the only one who took the phrase 100 harms and no benefits to heart. She felt a sense of crisis in her heart, but she couldn't find any problems with the crying woman, so it was not good to question her in this situation. After wavering for a while, she finally made a decision and whispered, "Just in case, I have to go and help. As for you." She put aside her embarrassment and carefully observed the part of Sinbo's skin that was exposed. The white color that was almost blue made her heart jump. She subconsciously touched the wrist of the person again, and the same chill as in her memory came from her fingertips. "Why don't you stay?" The warm heat touched the cold wrist and left immediately, while the infinitesimal particles aroused by the temperature jumped on the skin. Sinbo's lips curled slightly and touched her head. "It doesn't matter. Watching the excitement doesn't consume energy." Several people stepped on the flying vehicle and quickly arrived near the destination. "It's here." The woman pointed to a fairly flat area below and said, "I don't know the specific situation, but we found the plant alien here." After carefully observing the terrain below, Chiefin felt that it was quite difficult. The carbonized layer of plants is too thick, and it's not easy to find. If it was a living person, he could use the life scanner to move around, but the corpse could not be scanned and could not respond. If he wanted to find someone, he had to search this area. Lin Lang covered the alien sensor that had been attached to her chest and said, "Fortunately, there are no alien sensors nearby, so a carpet search is not a problem." The carbonized layer was really thick. For someone as tall as Lin Lang, it didn't reach the root of her thighs, causing her to glance at Sifang with jealousy. It's good to be young, to be able to grow so tall. Xiao Sifang cleverly pretended not to hear and focused his attention on his feet. The ominous premonition became stronger. The thickness of this carbonized layer was indeed consistent with the conditions for the appearance of plant aliens. But the problem was that it was too well preserved. According to her experience, the area swept by the plant aliens should be very chaotic. At least the carbonized material would be broken into smaller pieces. So how could there still be a large area of intact pre-disaster plant shapes? Just when she was about to ask everyone to go up and observe again, the woman who had been following Lin Lang started to make trouble. As an old hand, Lin Lang reacted quickly, hugging her shoulders and rolling forward to avoid the bullet heading straight for her heart, leaving only a long blood mark on her back. "This is a trap. Be careful." The enemies hidden under the carbon layer raised their guns and raised their heads. In the rain of gunfire, Xiao Sifang and several people had no hand to get started with others, and they had already injured. Rala, who searched for another area alone, had seen the scene. Angry and remorse almost torn her heart, and went to the machine for 2 seconds to manipulate the mech. The enemy was menacing, and he gathered 16 people. Xiao Sifang had a difficult and recognized face of a slightly familiar face in many people. "It's the people of the tavern last night. Fuck. This group of turtles." Chifeng gritted his teeth and cursed. The opponent had a gun and prepared. If it wasn't for the aura OL, they couldn't support it for 3 seconds. Lola stood in front of the 4 people, and her voice echoed in their ears through the loudspeaker. "Go. I'll stop them. Then you. I have a mecha. I'm not afraid of him. You go first. I have no worries. I can kill them all. If the mecha can't deal with the aliens, can't it deal with people?" Lola's eyes were scarlet. She set up 2 particle cannons and roared, "Go to hell." The other 4 gritted their teeth. Their combat effectiveness dropped sharply due to the injuries, which was indeed a burden for Lola at the moment. So she took out the aircraft again, dodged the bullets and rushed up. Xiao Sifang came up, and Sinbo naturally followed him. They flew less than 200 meters away, and suddenly there was a loud bang behind them. Lin Lang looked back and saw thick black smoke coming out of the red mecha in the air. The huge hole could be seen clearly even from such a distance. Then she fell straight down. "It's a double bolt bomb. Lola." She turned around and rushed back without hesitation. The other 3 were shocked when they heard it, and subconsciously turned back to rescue. However, Xiao Sifang felt a weight on his waist, and was forced to turn back. Sinbo, who tried to stop him, still had a pair of smiling eyes. "The other party is well prepared. You will just die if you go." Xiao Sifang was anxious. "I am mainly responsible for what happened yesterday. I have to go. Then you will still die. Is there any meaning in dying with them? The emotionless voice calmed Xiao Sifang's impulsive brain. Yes. We can't die. We have to let everyone survive. Her eyes fell on Sin Bo in front of her, and she thought of an idea. She hurriedly took out 2 guns from the space button and handed them to him. Please help me. Just in the air. Your shooting skills are so good. You can help us contain trouble. I don't want it. Xiao Sifang stopped in surprise. What? This has nothing to do with me. Sin Bo smiled and pushed her hand back. Besides, I have reminded you before that it will do more harm than good. You are the one who insisted on doing it. He refused, and it was a refusal without any room for maneuver. At this moment, Xiao Sifang couldn't think of more things in her brain, and she couldn't afford to waste more time. She clenched the gun in her hand and rushed towards the other 4 people. Sin Bo looked at her leaving back, and the smile on the corner of his mouth faded little by little. He looked down at everything below from a high position, and a dark red light appeared in his eyes from time to time. Knowing that there are hundreds of harms and no benefits, you still want to do it just because you like it? That's really nonsense. After the interruption just now, Xiao Sifang, who was calmer, did not rush back to the war zone like others, but chose to get on the mecha like Lola. The energy box that came last year has not been used yet, so there is no need to worry about energy consumption. So using a mecha equipped with a high lethal weapon such as a particle cannon is undoubtedly the best choice to protect everyone. Lola, who was trapped in the mecha, was in an uncertain state of life and death. Lin Lang and the other 2 drove the enemies away from the mecha like crazy, trying their best to prevent them from having another chance to attack Lola. But they had no energy to open the mecha, and they desperately held on for a second, hoping that the inspection and law enforcement officers would arrive a second earlier. I really don't want to die in the hands of these despicable people. You said it as if I was willing. If I hadn't replenished the inventory, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. It's already paid off. Lola has helped us drag 4 or 5 people down with us. We won't die. That's what they said. But everyone knew there was no hope. Bullets flew from a distance and rubbed against them continuously. Some even left deep bullet holes on their bodies, because they could not dodge in time. If they did not have support within 10 seconds, they would be dead, just when they were ready to sacrifice at any time. The encirclement that was shrinking and shrinking suddenly dispersed again. Retreat? Damn. They still have people with hard weapons. Where's the bomb? Blow it up. Although it was 20 years behind. The mecha, that was still full of pressure, rushed to the front, opened a particle cannon, and swept around, dispersing people and angry curses. The hatch of the mecha protecting them in front opened and closed quickly, and a space button was thrown over from a distance. I still have shields and weapons. Use them as you please. I can't stand here as a target. I have to push some more people away. You have to figure out the rest. The mecha can't stop. As long as she's still there, those people won't dare to waste bombs on Lola. After a simple analysis, Xiao Sifang controlled the mecha, opened fire on it, chose a direction and rushed over. The person she aimed at roared, "Blow it up quickly. Blow it up. You want to die together? 2 mechas. Why are we provoking them? But can we stop now? If we stop, we will be wiped out. Everyone. Come on." The mecha moves very fast. If Lola hadn't deliberately blocked in front to protect her companions, and if she hadn't been prepared for these people to dare to use bombs so close to hurt others and themselves, it would have been impossible for them to blow up the mecha directly and end up like this. The green mecha circled around to drive away the enemy, and buy time for Lin Lang and the others to rescue them. The 2 hands on the keys of the control panel in the cabin were as fast as afterimages, and drops of sweat slid down from the forehead. Oh no! My hands that haven't practiced for a long time can't support such operations. The tendons of my 10 fingers were sore and swollen, and I continued to operate with willpower. I locked the target again and eliminated an enemy, under the dual pressure of body and mind. Her back was soaked. Xiao Xiao roared and finally pried open the twisted cabin door. Lola, who was wrapped in the airbag, had a bloody face. Her nose wings were slightly closed, and she was still breathing. Chifeng, come here. Let me go and meet these garbage. The person can be seen, but it is obvious that her body is stuck again. So Chiffon can only try whether the energy heat flame can cut the person out of the deformed mecha. On the other side, the enemy, whose casualties are increasing, can no longer hold on. The person holding the bomb can't do it, and blows up several people without distinguishing between enemies and friends. Some of the people being chased grit their teeth and turn around and rush over. Who would have thought that a small conflict in the tavern would cause such a large number of casualties? Xiao Sifang and his men were furious. And the enemy who thought they could easily capture him, but lost so many companions, was also furious. I will fight you. The moment the particle cannon hit the body, the thin energy ray extended from his fingers to the limit and crossed the right arm of the mecha. A deep crack penetrated the internal circuit, and a bright electric spark flashed, and the right arm was completely disabled. One life for one arm. For both sides who were bloodthirsty. It was an event that could affect the war situation. Fucking focus all the fire to destroy this mecha. Use all the particle cannon bombs and superpowers for me. Charge. If we don't fight back, everyone will die. The mecha is not an impregnable barrier, and it quickly became weak after being counterattacked and besieged by the enemy. Scatter. Bomb on. The terrifying explosions rang out one after another. The sky-high hot flames and thick smoke rushed out, and the huge shock wave blew the heavy mecha into pieces and flew high. Chiefing, who had just dragged the man out, was stunned. Lin Lang burst out with extreme heat and devoured the fat culprit, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Zhou Zhou!" Behind the blazing flames, the enemy, who had 16 people at the time, now had 4 people left, retreated silently. The price of fighting for a moment was too high. So high that every member of each side regretted it. Lola opened her heavy eyelids, and a sharp pain rushed to her brain. The subconscious groan woke Chiefing up. "How do you feel? Can you still hold on?" Lola was speechless. She rolled her eyes weakly, and tried to look farther away. Chiefing understood what she meant, and tears welled up in his red eyes. But he forced himself to hold them back. He freed his hands, and sent the oxygen he had prepared to Laura's mouth. Lin Lang and Xiao Xiao went to find Zhou Zhou. They will be fine. Beside the burning flames, Lin Lang, whose thigh was pierced by a bullet, stumbled and fell into the carbonized pile that was burned by the fire. Xiao Xiao, who was relatively lightly injured, pulled her up. "Don't get close. I'll go find her. She must be fine." Lin Lang bit her lip, broke free from his hand, and continued to move forward. "You don't know what I thought when she didn't show up at the first time. At that time, I actually thought that refugees are refugees, and they dare not come if they can get away by themselves. How could I think like that? I have to find her." Xiao Xiao said nothing more, and silently accompanied her to find the cockpit. There were many pieces of the wreckage of the mecha. They checked them all, and still couldn't find the cockpit. What they hadn't found was only a pile of blazing flames. Lin Lang dragged her injured leg, and rushed to the center of the sea of fire. "Calm down." Xiao Xiao pulled the man and said sternly, "If she is really in there. Several minutes have passed, and it's too late now. But if she is not in there, where else can she be? Do you want to tell me that she has been blown to ashes, so that people can't even see her for the last time?" Both of them had red eyes, panting and confronting each other, as if this would make them feel better. Cough, cough, cough. A burst of rapid coughing sounded not far away, and the two turned around in surprise. The thick carbide arched up, and a figure stood up staggeringly. Xiao Sifang, who opened the hatch in time at the last moment and jumped out, was unconscious for a while before waking up. At this moment, he only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he didn't know how long it had been. There was silence all around, only the beeping sound of the flames. Her eyes went black for a while, and she had to use up a little effort to stand up. "I don't know what happened to the others." "Zhou Zhou." A warm body rushed over and hugged her tightly. Xiao Sifang took a step back, and there were a few more black spots in front of her eyes. But her friend's appearance made her feel much better. She took a breath and said, "Are you all okay?" "It's okay. It's okay. Lola is not in danger of life." "That's good." Xiao Sifang resisted the nausea that surged from his stomach and patted her back. "We have to go. There are so many corpses, and the law enforcement officer can't explain it." Indeed, all of our side survived, while the other side suffered heavy casualties, and there was a possibility of being blamed. Lin Lang nodded and wanted to help the person walk, but she was also at the end of her strength, and her bleeding leg made her walk less steadily than Xiao Sifang himself. "Xiao Shi, you help her." Xiao Sifang waved her hand, closed her eyes, gently covered her chest, and opened them again. "Do you have oxygen? Give me a bottle. I can walk by myself." Her space button was thrown away at that time. And now no one knows who has it. It's only B-level. Xiao Xir was about to give it to her. Use it for now. Xiao Sifang took a big sip of the mouthpiece after taking a sip. But she didn't know if it was because the concentration was too low. Her chest still hurt a lot. But she felt more awake. The flames were so hot that they seemed to curl up their limbs. The 5 people reunited. And Lola was relieved to see the 3 people alive. And Shifeng, who was the least injured, carried them on the aircraft. The aircraft slowly took off. Xiao Sifang looked ahead and felt that there were more black spots in front of her. She even felt that one black spot had turned into a human shape exactly like Sinbo. She wanted to laugh a little. What kind of weird illusion was this? When she flew closer, she saw the human's appearance clearly and realized that this was not a black spot that had a human shape, but the real person. She stopped and asked, enduring the black spots that kept jumping in front of her, "You haven't left yet? Well, I want to see if any one of you can come back alive." Sinbo stretched out his hand and helped her brush off the carbonized matter on her head and clothes as if nothing had happened. Unexpectedly, "Congratulations." He said that Xiao Sifang was just about to be happy for the joy of escaping death. But Linlang in front of him found that he had not caught up and turned around, and interrupted him with a sullen face. "What are you talking to such a person who does not help? Go!" Sinbo glanced at her and smiled slightly. As time passed, Xiao Sifang's mind began to buzz inexplicably. But she still stubbornly heard this sentence and answered, "Linlang, you misunderstood. He and I are not the same relationship as you and me." She had been clearly rejected before, and she remembered it in her heart. What's more, what he said today was not wrong at all. People have rarely spoken to remind them. And it was they who didn't take it to heart, and got involved in the right and wrong. What does it have to do with him? If he was willing to help, Xiao Sifang would be grateful. But if he was unwilling to help, there was no way to blame him. Xiao Sifang wanted to say all the words that followed. But her chest was getting more and more painful. And she couldn't speak anymore. The bloody smell was getting thicker and thicker. And she couldn't help but stretch out a hand to Sinbo. "Do you have pure oxygen? My chest is a little." Before she finished speaking, a mouthful of blood came out of her mouth. And then, as if the gates were opened, the sticky liquid continued to flow out of her mouth and nose. She subconsciously reached out to cover it. But it just stained her hands red again. The shock wave of the serial explosion is not so easy to resist. And a mere protective shield cannot keep people safe. "Jojo." Linlong's panicked cry was in his ears. The whole scene fell into Sinbo's eyes, red and white. The hand that had lost its normal temperature subconsciously caught the body that was falling backwards. He could watch Xiao Sifang die without any reaction. But he seemed unable to watch her die in front of him. Just as he replied last time on this planet. "As long as you are within my sight, I will naturally protect you." The gloves fell off. And the source that had been close to exhaustion followed the promise and dedicated the last strength. He sighed softly. "This is how it is. With no benefits but 100 harms." Xiao Sifang only had time to think that the awakening just now was a flash of light. And the black spots in front of her eyes became a black curtain, completely blocking her vision. When she woke up again, she felt soft and solid under her body. And above her was a ceiling with familiar patterns. It was a small room where the Ishak Club monopolized accommodation. She sat up with a move in her heart. The slight sound of the bed woke up Lin Lang, who was sitting against the wall. The latter subconsciously leaned forward, involving the wound on her thigh. And the pain almost made her cry. "Awake? Do you still feel uncomfortable?" Xiao Sifang touched her chest, moved her hands and feet, and shook her head blankly. "Strange. I don't feel injured." Lin Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Sifang looked down at the time and was shocked by the number on it. She patted her identity ring and looked at Lin Lang in doubt. "How come it's only been less than 9 hours? Logically, it should take at least a whole day for me to recover like this. Is my identity ring broken?" Lin Lang's eyes flashed, and she held her hand and said, "It's not broken. There is another reason. Drink a glass of water first, and I'll tell you." Holding the water cup, Xiao Sifang drank it obediently. The warm liquid slid into her throat, and her nervous and confused emotions slowly calmed down. Her mind was completely clear. Her eyes fell on the bandage wrapped around Lin Lang and asked, "Have you been guarding me all the time? Why don't you treat your own wounds first?" Lin Lang moved her legs, pulled the corner of her mouth, and shook her head. "I have already dealt with it. Anyway, There is nothing to do next. So I decided to use medicine to heal naturally, which is less harmful to the body. Lola and Chifeng also decided so. But Lola's injuries are more serious, and she can only stay in the rescue cabin first. Chifeng is there to accompany her. Only Xiaoxiuer has to be repaired anyway. So, he has been rushed to the repair hospital he has made an appointment with. That's good. Xiao Sifang breathed a sigh of relief. And then thought of Sinbo. And asked again, where is my elder? Is he resting here too? Lin Lang hesitated. Asked her to drink another sip of water. And then lowered her voice. He is really that person. Xiao Sifang subconsciously asked, which one? Lin Lang said anxiously, who else could it be? It must be Sinbo. If he hadn't taken action directly. Do you think you could be so happy and jumping around? Oh my god. It turns out that the rumors are true. In addition to being a milestone in the field of artificial repair, he himself is also a walking repair device. This is so shocking that I am not shocked that the Great Holy Father has such a close relationship with you. Identity exposed? Walking repair device? Thanks to him for saving me? Xiao Sifang didn't know which one he should be shocked about first. For a moment, his mouth opened and closed, and he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Lin Lang looked at her with understanding. It's okay. Don't bear it. I haven't been able to digest it completely until now. This is really too shocking. What is even more unexpected is that he is different from what we knew before. If he hadn't saved you in the end, I would have suspected that he was a robot. When the program is activated, he helps the people. But when it is closed, he is cold and indifferent. Alas, what is his situation? Her words were like a flash of lightning, and they struck Xiao Sifang's mind with thunder. Many scattered things were fused together by this strong discharge reaction, restoring some of the original facts. In the palace that day, he said that he was there to treat the old emperor. Although his parents were alive, they were so unfamiliar. He has been weak for the past 6 months. Xiao Sifang got up from the bed and asked anxiously, where is he now? Lin Lang thought she was anxious to see the true face of the Holy Father, and smiled and advised her, don't get excited. It's okay if you didn't know his identity before, but you still have to be careful now that you know it. You can't be too flattering. No. Oh, I have something else to do. Well, what is it? Xiao Sifang thought that I was afraid that he would be killed. So he made up an excuse. You must kneel down and thank him in person for saving your life. Is he still here? Next door? Lin Lang thought she was weird and had other secrets. And seeing that she was so anxious, she didn't stop her and said, go out of the room on the left. But I'm not sure he is still there. Hey, put on your shoes. Xiao Sifang grabbed the mask and jumped out, knocking on the door, banging so hard that the people next door came out to take a look. The woman who had just finished taking a shower wrapped her hair and leaned against the door. She looked helplessly at Xiao Sifang, who was knocking on the door, as if he was going to break it. Girl, are you catching someone cheating? You can knock so loudly on such a thick door. So loud that I thought someone was knocking on my door. Xiao Sifang was in no mood to chat with her. He covered his face with a mask with one hand, apologized in a good manner, and continued to knock with the other hand. The woman felt a chill on her back when she saw the ferocious look of gnashing teeth. Thinking that he might be seeking revenge, she quickly closed the door and went back. Xiao Sifang knocked for 5 minutes unremittingly. When Lin Lang, who was dragging her legs out, persuaded her to stop knocking, the door finally opened a little. She managed to squeeze in. The room was pitch black. After Xiao Sifang rushed in, he touched a cold body. The voice above was as warm as ever. Sifang, you knocked my head so hard that it hurt. Xiao Sifang did not respond, and the hand on him did not move, as if he had stopped his own time and did not move. The eyes that could see everything in the dark as if it were daytime drooped slightly and fell on the person who had to come in but did not say a word after coming in. Her lips were slightly pursed, and her face was very tense. She was brewing something. After a long time, Xiao Sifang exhaled and said in a very brisk but later super mature tone, fortunately, as long as people are still alive, there will always be a way. After saying that, she mustered up her courage and moved the hand on his shoulder. She felt the strange bulge under the cloth all the way. And finally, with the cooperation of Sinbo, she held his hand. If that could still be called a hand. Xiao Sifang couldn't see anything in the dark. She just felt from the back of the hand with fine bumps to the long and hard nails. The hand that had only appeared in her dream and frightened her to wake up naturally appeared in her mind. Maybe because it was in reality now. Or maybe because it grew on Sinbo's body. She didn't feel scared. No. It's not that I'm not scared. But I'm not afraid of this kind of alien humanization itself. Has your whole body become like this? The tacit understanding between them finally broke. The hand holding her was taken away. And then gently fell on her head. Didn't you listen carefully in class? The vocal cords of aliens cannot be used. I can still talk to you. So it's only up to the shoulders. Oh, I forgot, Xiao Sifang said dryly, holding back the sadness, and promised, don't worry. I will be responsible for you. Even if I go through fire and water. I will definitely. The pleasant laughter resonated from the chest in front to the vocal cords, interrupting her heartfelt confession. Sinbo touched her head and couldn't help laughing. It will be fine. As long as I don't lose my mind. I can recover. It's not as serious as you think. Xiao Sifang was stunned. Yes. Is that so? Yes. Sinbo led her inside and took her to sit on the only small stool. It's not your fault that you became like this, but the sequelae of the genetic experiment. Although he couldn't see anything, Xiao Sifang still sat upright, facing the direction of the voice. Sequelae? To explain this, we have to start from the beginning. The essence of genetic experiments is to extract the malignant genes in the alien body and implant them into normal human cells to induce differentiation and obtain cells with the same properties as the completely alien body. But after the malignant gene is implanted, the body of the implanted person with intact immune function is always in a state of rejection. And the cells and cell molecules after the gene are engulfed and confronted with each other, constantly competing for sovereignty. The phagocytic power of completely alienated cells is naturally stronger than that of incompletely alienated cells. So generally, the experimental subject will enter the alienation period in about a year. The higher the degree of alienation of the experimental subject, the longer the alienation period will be. So you are actually entering this alienation period early because you saved me? Sinbo sat down on the bed and nodded. Yes. When you just enter the alienation period, the alienation situation is controllable depending on the condition of the body. It is considered the early stage within 2 months. When it enters the middle stage in the 3rd month, the alienation is uncontrollable. The cells with malignant genes will eat faster, and they will enter the late stage of outbreak in just 1 month. At this time, if you do not suppress it in the opposite direction, you will be completely swallowed by the malignant cells and die. Xiao Sifang was puzzled. Isn't it about turning into an alien? Oh no. Let's talk about how to suppress it in the opposite direction first. This is very professional, and it will take hours to explain in detail. You can simply understand that there is a technology that can promote the division of native cells and suppress the regeneration of malignant cells, so that the native cells can regain sovereignty. As for your other question, in theory, it is indeed possible to turn into an alien, but experimental facts have proved that all the current experimental subjects cannot survive until the moment of completely turning into an alien. The alienation rate and the coverage rate of malignant cells are not the same concept. Cells with malignant genes are not equivalent to completely alienated cells. All experimental subjects can be 100% covered by malignant cells, but the alienation rate depends on the individual's rejection ability. Forcibly increasing the alienation rate can easily lead to the death of the experimental subject. When malignant cells cover the whole body, there are no weak cells for them to devour. At this time, they will start to devour and divide each other, driving the alienation rate to rise forcefully. The human body cannot bear it and will die. The more he talked, the more confused Xiao Sifang became. It took him a long time to digest it before asking a new question. The 1% difference you told me before should mean that your alienation rate is as high as 99%. Then, is it very likely that you will directly break through this last 1% and become a real alien? Sin smiled and said, the correct answer to this question can only be obtained when it really happens. No. Xiao Sifang thought about it again. Aliens have extremely strong self-repair capabilities, but I haven't heard that they can repair each other. How do you have an extra function? Sinbo knew everything at this moment and said lightly, because I have not only undergone genetic experiments, but also been transformed by catastrophic substances. Xiao Sifang stood up in shock. Catastrophic substances? Are you crazy? Sinbo laughed and asked her to sit down. Don't worry. Because all the test subjects except me were directly transformed into aliens, or died directly by catastrophic substances. So this transformation plan has to be stopped. At least it will not be restarted until the second test subject with an alienation rate of more than 90% appears. Madman. Xiao Sifang murmured. She really couldn't believe that the world was ruled by such a crazy person. Why hasn't anyone overthrown him? Sun Bo was helpless. Because the establishment of a new order depends on this madman. Because he accumulated a strong force before the people who could restrict him at the time found out. Little friend, didn't you find that only the main star is integrated? They don't have inner and outer cities. And they are extremely united. Xiao Sifang felt that she was being laughed at, and retorted not particularly confidently, I have discovered a lot with my bare hands. Okay. I just didn't think of this for a while. Sun Bo shook his head, and didn't bother with her. He continued, it's not that easy to overthrow the deep-rooted royal family. For the sake of the people in the rear, the frontline troops cannot be moved. The remaining remnants are all defeated and cannot even compete with the people on the main planet. Not to mention that each planet has been divided to the point where they can hardly cooperate. If you want to achieve your ambitions, you must do two things. One is to break the internal unity of the main planet, and the other is to unite the other 98 ruined planets. Xiao Sifang stopped talking. Silence spread out in the small room with her as the center, getting thicker and thicker. Just when Sun Bo thought she was going to give up, she had an idea. I have a way. I'll use this genetic experiment. Surely not all the people on the main planet know about this experiment. As long as the inhumane behavior of the royal family is exposed, they will naturally disintegrate internally and unite externally. Her perseverance dispelled Sun Bo's idea of making fun of her childishness. He just sighed and asked her, do you have any evidence? Xiao Sifang leaned forward, touched his thigh accurately and patted it. You? Sun Bo laughed and said, thank you for helping the royal family find a scapegoat. Even if they think I'm not important enough. Do you know how many descendants the emperor has? If I pull out 5 or 6 of them at once and give an explanation, I can still have the reputation of killing my relatives for the sake of justice. How about it? Do you have any new ideas? Xiao Sifang thought about it seriously, and a new idea came to him after a while. Do they have any criteria for selecting experimental subjects? I will go in undercover and expose them live on the internet. Before she finished speaking, Sun Bo couldn't stop laughing. Xiao Sifang had to give up this really unrealistic idea in frustration, and said gloomily, what else can I do? I am not good at literature or martial arts, so I will end my unfulfilled life like this. Sun Bo stopped laughing and asked, why do you have to change the world? Wouldn't it be better to take your identity ring and take your family to the main planet? With your grandfather, you can live happily for the rest of your life. In this way, I will bow to the evil forces, which betrays my personality. Xiao Sifang flatly refused. No. No. I can't accept it. What a refreshing existence that always makes him feel refreshed. Sun Bo blessed. Okay. Then I can only wish you success. I wish us success. After knowing the truth behind it, Xiao Sifang had already tacitly accepted that he belonged to his own camp, and tried his best to incite his emotions. Overthrow them. Just as revenge for yourself. Sun Bo blinked. I am not dissatisfied with the current situation. Xiao Sifang was stunned, and she stood up again. How can you not be dissatisfied? Think about how many things you are forced to do that you don't want to do. Your good body has been made like this. It must be painful when 2 cells fight for territory. Otherwise, you won't be getting weaker and weaker. She walked around in the dark excitedly, and when she reached the 5th circle, she finally thought of a better reason. Xiao Sifang found a stool and sat down again, straightened his posture, and cleared his throat. Well, don't you think it's interesting to make those people in the royal family lose everything? Join my camp and let me experience. Sun Bo interrupted her, and asked in a tone without any discrimination or ridicule, as if it was just a question, how many people are there in your camp now? Xiao Sifang was suddenly strangled by fate and reality, and used the darkness to cover his red face. The horn of revolution has been sounded, and the rest is just around the corner. Sun Bo laughed again at the thinker's remarks. In the darkness, he clearly saw Xiao Sifang's hands tightly grasping his pants, and his toes curling up on the ground. It was funny, but sincere. Since you are so confident, I will reluctantly join your camp. Xiao Sifang's eyes lit up as he spoke, more and more lost. His eyes, which could not see anything, met his face in the darkness. At the beginning, the comrades-in-arms relationship of fighting for their own goals has now become a real comrade-in-arms. She had been fighting alone on her dream journey, and her eyes were filled with tears. She suddenly felt infinite confidence in her heart. I believe we will succeed. Sinbo was quite supportive and said, well, I wish us success. This we obviously pleased Xiao Sifang again. And she was so excited for a while before she calmed down with difficulty. The amount of information she received today was really a lot. And she had to digest it well. There was another thing that she had to ask while she could. So what exactly did you want to do on the ruins? Was there another reason behind the beating of Prince Harrison? The girl's sharpness was so sharp that it made Sinbo a little creepy. But since she had chosen to be honest, she might as well be honest to the end. He admitted frankly, yes. But I am a little tired of talking today. So when you return to the college, you can find relevant teachers to learn about the classification of catastrophic materials, and you will get the answer. Okay. Xiao Sifang quickly stood up and said carefully, are you in pain now? I saw Liz that night. She was wearing gloves, and she was shaky when she walked. It must be very painful. It was more than pain. There was also a strong sense of suffocation, and a tearing feeling as if the soul was being stripped away. This kind of pain is 10 times stronger than the pain caused by hyperoxidation. And there is no painkiller available. Sinbo did not express his true feelings. Nor did he answer her question directly. He just waved his hand and said, Sifang, come closer. Xiao Sifang didn't doubt what he said. And he leaned over along the edge of the bed. His long and sharp nails spread out. And his rough palm pressed against her back and pushed forward. And the girl leaning forward fell into the arms of the person on the bed. Suddenly, a horse fell on the person. And Xiao Sifang was inexplicably nervous, thinking of Laura as a lone man and single woman. So he stuttered, what? What's wrong? Sinbo leaned his chin on the top of her head, tightened his arms gently, and said, you stink. Sifang. Xiao Sifang. No one wants to hear such comments. Even if she really did not take a shower after a big battle and the stench fermented on her body. She didn't want to hear such words. She retaliated with vengeance. This is clearly the fragrance of a fighter. And ordinary people don't deserve it. Sinbo was amused by her and laughed out loud, dragged him up, and held him in his arms. Well, let this fragrance of a fighter inspire the benign cells in my body that are losing ground, so that they can regain their morale and fight back. Xiao Sifang's face turned red again, for no reason. She was defeated. Damn it. When his breathing became even, and he fell into a deep sleep, Xiao Sifang carefully touched the edge of the bed and backed out, gently closed the door, and returned to his room. Lin Lang, who had been waiting for a long time, came to greet him. What have you been talking about for so long? Her face was full of distrust. It's been an hour. So everything can be done. Xiao Sifang, who was still a child, was puzzled. What? What? Lin Lang. It seems that nothing has happened. I am guilty. Even if the Holy Father is a double-faced person, I shouldn't think of him as so despicable. She quickly confessed. And then caught someone to ask, what happened? It's just a serious injury. Xiao Sifang took it vaguely, glanced at the space button next to the pillow, crawled over, picked it up, put it on his lips and kissed it. Mom, for the sake of me using your mecha to save 4 people, don't mind me damaging the precious gift that Dad prepared to give you to the point where it can't be recovered. After whispering, she took out her change of clothes and decided to wash off the fragrance of this struggler. Wait. Lin Lang grabbed her suspiciously. Is it really just a serious injury? Xiao Sifang grabbed the clothes, thought for a while and added, we also had a heated debate on the crimes committed by both parties, and finally reached a settlement. After that, she patted Lin Lang's hand and turned to go into the bathroom. The sound of rushing water sounded, and Lin Lang sat silently on the edge of the bed with a sad face. She was so pitiful. And the 10,000-meter thick filter of the Holy Father was shattered. The next day, Xiao Sifang pushed Lin Lang in a wheelchair to see Chiffon and Lola. After saying goodbye to them, he returned to 338 with Sinbo, whose alienation had completely faded, and resumed a peaceful campus life. Xiao Sifang was thinking about the question that Sinbo did not answer directly. As soon as he returned to campus, he found Zhou Ming, who happened to have no classes, and asked him about all the catastrophic substances that were not written in the textbook. Zhou Ming did not know much about it, but he was a scholar in the field after all, so he knew some basic information. Xiao Sifang repeated the classification of the 3 types of catastrophic substances he had just learned in his mind, and asked curiously, Can beneficial catastrophic substances eliminate the effects of harmful catastrophic substances? Not sure. But what we know from the current situation is that there is no example of beneficial catastrophic substances successfully eliminating the effects of harmful catastrophic substances. Zhou Ming shrugged. Otherwise, the School of Life Sciences would have announced this historic breakthrough long ago. What do you think? That's right. Xiao Sifang thanked him with a depressed mood and left in a depressed mood. Another teacher in the office patted Zhou Ming on the shoulder and asked, "Why is she interested in this again?" "How should I know? This student is very thoughtful." Zhou Ming shook his head. "As a teacher, I will teach her everything I can answer and teach. And I can't take care of other things." "That's true." The teacher asked casually and didn't ask any more questions. In the evening, Xiao Sifang frantically rushed through some of the knowledge points she had missed. When she came out of the reading room, the girl who came out just one step ahead of her was browsing a website while walking forward, and suddenly screamed. Her voice was too shocked and too panicked. Xiao Sifang frowned and walked forward quickly. "What's wrong?" The girl pointed to a headline on the website with trembling hands, and Xiao Sifang leaned over to take a look. The Supervisory Bureau was exposed for conducting genetic experiments in secret, and the director Lin Yu has been suspended for investigation. Xiao Sifang's young mind could not have anticipated that the royal family would blame others. In the dim corner, she rubbed Sun Bo's cold hands while angrily cursing the royal family for being shameless. It's fine if they force the blame, but why do they want to blame the Supervisory Bureau when there are so many descendants who don't need it? What can we do? Sun Bo looked at her with amusement and showed her his web page interface. "Why are you worrying about this, kid? This matter is not that simple." Xiao Sifang, who had no authority to see such news, let go of his hand and rushed to read the latest report. 2 minutes later, he curled his lips. There are all kinds of different ways of writing, but the result is the same. He was suspended for investigation, and the source of all evil can do whatever he wants. Take a look at the comments. Millions of comments have been posted under each report, and Xiao Sifang read through more than a dozen hot comments in one breath. Wullahuhiai, genetic experiment? What kind of inhumane operation is this? Ken, this is the first shock of my life. I hope to investigate thoroughly. Kyo Yushu, would the Supervision Bureau do such a thing? I don't believe it without evidence, smile. By Yudafu, spreading rumors is against the law, and scrupulous reports will kill the whole family. Ranjia, let's be honest. There is no need to directly link the title to the Supervision Bureau. You don't have any evidence yet. Go and ask. I see that the time and content of these reports are similar. Like the joint black. The Supervision Bureau has completely offended a certain big boss behind the scenes by catching violations of laws and disciplines. Right? Inghua Jiang, what's wrong with these official media? In which of your videos does it say that the genetic experiment is directly related to the Supervision Bureau? I watched it 10 times and couldn't find it. There was just a small minion of the Supervision Bureau at the scene. Right? Ketchika, please don't add keywords and distort the main point. Before the facts are found out, everyone's focus should stay on the genetic experiment itself. Thank you for your cooperation. Mrs. Sun, make trouble? Provoke? Delete? Understand? Have you worked hard today? The focus is on genetic experiments. Genetic experiments? Genetic experiments? Can you report the real relevant content? You didn't say a word about the victims of the experiment. And you just blamed the director of the Supervision Bureau for being suspended, before it is clear that he did it. I don't care about this. Medeajin, if it is really related to the Supervisory Bureau, then this matter is too terrible. Most of the comments are concerned about the genetic experiment itself. And there are also many people defending the Supervisory Bureau. There are really few people who really doubt the Supervisory Bureau. Xiao Sifang was confused. Don't the royal family control the comments? According to the current public opinion, it is not good for them. There is not enough black material, and it can't be controlled. Sun Bo continued to pull down the comments and found a few comments that were drowned in the public attitude and cursed the Supervisory Bureau. It's not that there are no such comments, but they were brushed off as soon as they appeared. Public opinion is easy to be guided. But at that time, when the contradictions were intensified, it has just begun now, and the true position of ordinary people can still be objectively reflected. Obviously, the supporters of the Supervisory Bureau have the upper hand. Xiao Sifang is very good at grasping the key points. He pulled his eyes out of the screen and looked at Sun Bo. Currently? Are you saying that the royal family will continue to mess around? Sun Bo did not answer but asked, "Do you know why the royal family would risk revealing the genetic experiment? Didn't they take the initiative?" Sun Bo shook his head. "This word is not accurate. To be precise, it should be preemptive. It is probably because the Supervisory Bureau found relevant clues about the genetic experiment, which forced the royal family to jump off the wall. Do you remember the attack on the return trip to the main planet on the day when the resource war ended?" Xiao Sifang exclaimed. "Remembering it. Remember? It wasn't the pirates who launched the attack, right? I thought Dean Phoebe looked very strange when she came back." "Yes. The one who attacked the spaceship was a test subject who escaped successfully and showed his alienated body parts in public. If I guess correctly, the test subject came to the Supervisory Bureau for help at the cost of self-sacrifice. Come for help at this time. I seem to have heard you say that a test subject had escaped a long time ago." Sun Bo sighed. "Silly. Unless the test subject was successfully brainwashed or threatened, how could the victims who had been locked up in the dark experimental base know who was the mastermind behind the experiment? How dare the escaped test subjects act rashly? If they hadn't confirmed that Lin Yu was fine, they wouldn't have easily shown up." Xiao Sifang's eyes widened. "So have you been brainwashed or blackmailed successfully?" "I'm different. Special experimental subject," Sun Bo said calmly. "I don't care about either of them. I don't care whether I'm alive or dead. But if the Emperor wants to live, he can't do without me. So I easily exchanged for freedom. Except for regular repairs, I can do whatever I want at other times. So except for the regular pain in my body." Xiao Sifang shifted the focus. "You weren't as miserable as living under someone else's roof when you were a child?" Sun Bo smiled but said nothing. "In fact, his power is second only to the only person in power. He can get whatever he wants. And all the princes and grandchildren are his toys." Xiao Sifang thought of the sympathy he had for him and made a final struggle. "Didn't Harrison bully you?" "Sun Bo, he is the only one who is eager to make trouble. I am willing to interact with him when I am in a good mood. For example, the 250 million that has already arrived." Xiao Sifang looked at his relaxed face and swore on the spot that he would never sympathize with others casually again. The matter was not so easy to end. The next day, new information was exposed on the internet. 3 senior officials of the Supervision Bureau jointly reported Lin Yu for corruption and dereliction of duty, and indirectly testified that Lin Yu went out secretly from time to time. There was an uproar on the internet. The highly praised Lin Yu was dethroned and suffered countless abuses and attacks from the public. Xiao Sifang, who had read the latest news with Lu Yi, was restless. He couldn't go to his only comrade in arms to discuss the matter in such a clear and bright world. He was so anxious that he ran around in the dormitory like a headless fly. The roommates who didn't have classes were annoyed by her wandering around, and directly ordered her to sit down or go out. Xiao Sifang had no choice but to leave the dormitory and continue wandering in the corridor. Next, the other party will definitely take advantage of the victory and fabricate more false news to deal with the Supervision Bureau, so that things will ferment further until the Supervision Bureau, the biggest opponent of the royal family, is completely nailed to the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. At that time, even if the escaped experimental subjects wanted to help the Supervisory Bureau clear their suspicion, they could not directly jump out and say that the mastermind was someone else, because such reckless behavior would be easily used by the opponent, as long as the opponent said a few specious words, such as "What did he threaten you with? You will be punished for testifying against your conscience," etc. They who have been hiding for many years and unable to prove their innocence will be manipulated by the current public opinion and turn from victims to accomplices. In today's era, the influence of public opinion is very huge. Xiao Sifang, who has personally experienced and also relied on public opinion to turn the situation around, knows the seriousness of losing credibility. So how can he not be anxious? She tried to recall what Su Qingxin did at that time. After leaning on the railing and thinking hard for 10 minutes, she chose to seek help directly. After receiving the bonus, Su Qingxin began to browse shopping websites frantically day and night. After being pulled into the light by her, he was still not used to it. Xiao Sifang repeated it twice before he understood what was going on. "Let me think about it." He patted his groggy head and forced himself to cheer up. "Give me some time." Xiao Sifang asked for help, so he immediately agreed. In order not to disturb him, he even put on headphones and sat on another bench to study and pass the time. After a long time, Su Qingxin finished sorting out and had a general idea. He told Xiao Sifang. The key to the war of public opinion is to break the former speech and overturn the evidence supporting the former leader. This matter is completely different from the situation that we can reverse by showing weakness and gaining sympathy. The Supervision Bureau must have stronger evidence to slap this slap back. It is easy to spread rumors that others have done something. But it is difficult to prove that you have not done something. Now, unless the Procuratorate can produce evidence that the 3 officials who jointly reported were instructed to do so, everything is off the table. You can't help at the beginning. Is there any need to continue analyzing? After listening, Xiao Sifang felt that this was a small problem. If his grandfather couldn't even handle such a small scene, he couldn't be the head of the Supervision Bureau. She was more worried about whether she could get rid of the blame for the genetic experiment. Go on. If this problem is solved, how can we continue to refute the rumor that the genetic experiment is related to the Supervisory Bureau? Her persistence really made Su Qingxi laugh and cry. So he had to continue, assuming that the genetic experiment is related to the Supervisory Bureau, and this is indeed a rumor. Then the best way is to start with the experimental subjects. There is no more effective way than the victims to clarify it themselves. Xiao Sifang, but some people will say that it was bribed and threatened, which is not very convincing. Su Qingxi waved his hand calmly. First of all, the choice of the victim is very important. We need to find an image that will not be coerced or bribed again as long as it sees the light of day. At least it looks like or should be packaged like this to shake the people's firm ideas. Then, throw the dirty water thrown on yourself. That is, induce the masses to point the guns at the new perpetrators. And then it will be the other party's turn to prove himself. If the other party cannot prove himself, then he wins directly. If the other party succeeds in proving himself, then continue to raise new doubts, and let him continue to prove himself to delay time. You must also find actual evidence on your side, so that when the other party throws the dirty water back again, he will not be able to throw it back. Xiao Sifang understood a little, and was a little dissatisfied. It's really easy to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. Who said it wasn't? Su Qingxin stretched and rubbed his swollen eyelids. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to sleep. I'm too sleepy. Xiao Sifang thanked him quickly, and let him go back to rest. A particularly convincing victim. She sighed, and slumped on the bench. There is no doubt that Sinbo can take on this responsibility. But if he is exposed directly, he will become the scapegoat, as Sinbo said. And the real Black Hand will not be removed. As long as he sees the light of day again, there will be no victims who are coerced or bribed. An equally pale figure suddenly appeared in her mind. It doesn't have to look convincing in terms of image. As long as there is no possibility of being bribed or threatened objectively, it should be fine. Xiao Sifang immediately contacted Louis and asked her to find an excuse to ask Liz out. Louis rolled his eyes, but eventually helped her to make an appointment, scheduled for dusk. Under the dormitory building, the temperature in the inner city is regulated by the temperature control system, and the temperature is kept at around 28 degrees Celsius all year round. It is neither cold nor warm, and it is not too hot to wear one or two. At the entrance of the dormitory building, a slender girl wrapped in a big coat slightly hunched her shoulders and wore a pair of black leather gloves on her hands. Liz saw Xiao Sifang coming and subconsciously hid in the dormitory building, but was grabbed by the latter by the shoulder. I am the one who asked you out. It's up to you to decide whether to say it here or go to a place where there is no one. Liz stopped, her beautiful eyes filled with helplessness, and she raised her hands in surrender. In a secluded corner, two young girls stood face to face, and the atmosphere was a little tense. Liz repeated the request she heard in disbelief. I finally started a normal life again. But you want me to stand up, expose myself, and continue to be analyzed and experimented on? I didn't expect her emotions to be so intense. Xiao Sifang frowned and said, do you think that living with sequelae and bearing someone else's identity is a normal life? Liz sneered, for me, this is a normal life that I can't even ask for. But you are talking without any pain. I'm not forcing you to do this. But maybe you can listen to my thoughts. Xiao Sifang was not angry even though she was ridiculed. In a way, she was right. Liz's expression was still cold. But she didn't leave, which was considered as tacit consent for Xiao Sifang to continue speaking. I know a lot about you. One of the things is that you must be treated in the late stage of alienation before you can recover. So you must be in contact with those companions who are still hiding and ready to find the real murderer and take revenge at any time. Liz put down her hands around her chest and stood up with her thorns alertly. Who are you, and how do you know this? Listen to me first. Xiao Sifang was much calmer at this moment, and he methodically brought out the words he had prepared for half a day. Do you know that not long ago, one of your companions sacrificed himself to ask for help from the director of the Supervisory Bureau? Just a week ago, the organization temporarily cut off the contact with members who were scattered outside, like her, on the grounds of launching a new operation. Could the so-called new operation refer to what Xiao Sifang said? Liz was extremely shocked, but she only managed to maintain her calm on the surface with difficulty. I don't know. Now that you know, do you think the sudden suspension of the director of the Supervisory Bureau for investigation has anything to do with your request for help? The Supervisory Bureau must have found something, so the real mastermind took the initiative. Do you really want to watch the only person you can ask for help be easily solved by the murderer? Liz remained silent. I know that if you come forward, you will lose your freedom and be supervised. But will the Supervisory Bureau, which has regained sovereignty, not be grateful to you and not keep you safe? There are gains and losses. Think about it in a positive way. After being supervised, you may be able to live more freely? Xiao Sifang looked at her expectantly. Do you think you can consider it? Liz stood quietly for a long time before saying, Why find me? Anyone can do it. Not everyone can do it. But there should be someone more suitable than you. Xiao Sifang told the truth. You are the best candidate for me. You study hard. Make close friends. Have a good relationship with everyone. Live here in an ordinary and low-key manner. And everything is comfortable. You are willing to expose your identity and stand up to testify, which should be very convincing. Okay. I have one last question. Liz looked directly into Xiao Sifang's eyes. What does this have to do with you that you have to go to such great lengths to get involved? Xiao Sifang did not evade, his soft voice full of power. This is an important part of my dream journey. Unexpected results will directly affect my goals. So as long as the risk has not been eliminated, I can't just sit there and wait for death, whether it is useful or not. She must be prepared. Liz gave her a complicated look. Now I know why you can get involved with that person. What does it mean? Xiao Sifang didn't quite understand. And before he had time to ask, Liz had already turned around and left without giving her a chance to speak. The mid-year free period is coming. And this kind of big news that can be recorded in history has disturbed the students who should have been preparing for the final exams. They are all waiting outside the examination room, memorizing knowledge points while taking time to check if there is any latest news. Xiao Sifang and others who have been notified to stay in school during the free period until they finish their missed studies before they can go home gathered in an empty classroom for tutoring. After the teacher of the combat department came to see them several times, he was very relieved to arrange a one-to-one combination for them. Xiao Sifang took Lu Yi and Xingxia took Wang Dan, and completely left them alone. There are reasons for not studying well, such as Lu Yi's brain is not very flexible, and Wang Dan can't sit still and concentrate. It was nothing that Wang Dan was the only one who was restless. But Xingxia didn't expect Xiao Sifang to agree with him from time to time, encouraging his distraction. After enduring for a day, he couldn't stand it the next day. Sifang, can you pay attention? After you finish discussing with him, you can enter the learning state in the next second. It takes him at least half an hour to read the book again. Can you cooperate? Xiao Sifang. Okay. But when Huang Dan started talking about the latest news of the gene experiment case again, she couldn't help but walk over. However, because the latest news was really too explosive, Xingxia and Lui also put down their studies and browsed the web. The color of the website headline turned into a glaring red. Netizens revealed with their real names that the number of undercover officers can be directly purchased with huge sums of money. After clicking on the entry, the news below was overwhelming, and most people expressed shock and fear. Some people said, it is well known that undercover officers can travel freely on various planets without any inspection, and have the highest investigation power. Such an important position is actually sold openly. If it is used by someone with ulterior motives, how can the privacy and personal safety of residents be protected? Aliens. Die. Lin Yu of the Supervisory Bureau. Die. 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 Hanqin baby. It's too damn poisonous. Is this the Supervisory Bureau that we have always trusted and relied on? Tide. I don't believe that they risk their lives against the wind to make a fortune just to enrich their families. Fairy change. Didn't all the money he got from corruption go into genetic experiments? It's terrifying to think about it. Someone raised doubts occasionally, but they were suppressed by all kinds of abuse and spitting. Wang Dan, who was still firmly supporting that Lin Yu was slandered yesterday, was also shaken. He swallowed his saliva and said, "This situation is getting more and more unfavorable. There is more and more evidence. It can't be true." Sheng Xiao also joined in uncertainly, although Lin Yu himself doesn't look like this kind of person. As the saying goes, you can't judge a person by his appearance. Maybe there is really something hidden? Xiao Sifang blushed and wanted to slam the table and say nonsense. Lu Yi, who was usually the most irritable, but was very calm at this moment, said lightly, "On the contrary to you, I am now more and more convinced that this is a false accusation." The air stuck in her chest instantly dissipated, and Xiao Xixiang cast an expectant look at her. Lu Yi, who had seen many storms, did not let her down. He said in a very disgusted tone, "You should sort out the news that broke out in the past few days. It's all about who broke the news. The only progress is the suspension investigation that came out in the first news. Have the institutions that really have the right to speak out? There is a joint letter from the internal officials of the Supervision Bureau, and everyone is still leaving room and not daring to leave. This proves that there is no solid evidence now. And the joint letter is not enough to be evidence. There is a lot of thunder and little rain. You should wait and see." Xiao Sifang was completely calm. Lu Yi was right. Fabricated things can guide public opinion, but they cannot change the facts immediately. The bigger the incident, the more clean the reversal will be after finding evidence. She calmed down and returned to study attentively. No matter how bloody and new information there was on the internet, or how crowded the campus forum was with various analysis posts, she didn't care. After studying hard for a few days, she finally ushered in the first turning point. It was verified that the co-signed officials had a serious corruption problem, and the sale of the secret visitor quota was closely related to these three people. Netizens collectively put question marks on the screen. Ian's wife. So I ate a rotten melon a few days ago and cursed in vain? Turning over 233, I'm convinced. So which revelation is true? I can't figure out whether Lin Yu is being wrong from head to toe, or whether he is really the mastermind behind the scenes. The current investigation is just him eliminating dissidents? A face full of kawaii. I dare not stand in a random line, waiting for the results of the investigation. Xiao Sifang placed the light screen and her sword-shaped electronic pen on his knees, holding Sun Bo's hand with one hand. And the more he used his account, the happier he became. He flipped through the whole process and found that the voices of doubt were getting weaker and weaker, and he exhaled with satisfaction. This matter is not that serious. It turns out that what is fake can't be true. She raised her head. Her eyes fell on Sun Bo's slightly raised eyebrows, and wondered, is there any problem? Sun Bo lazily crossed his legs and asked, "You don't really think the royal family wants to put this hat on the head of the supervisory bureau? Isn't it?" Sun Bo shook his head and sighed softly. Naive. They are going to clean up the house, and those princes and grandchildren will take the blame and go on stage. Xiao Sifang? Sun Bo smiled and stretched out his hand to play with her face with rich expressions, rubbing her fair skin red, and said, "Political struggle is not that simple. You are still young. Main star." The secretary's legs trembled like seas, and he almost couldn't stand and fell to his knees. The old man who always tilted his body on the main seat sat up straight, radiant. His voice was steady and powerful, and it fell clearly into the ears of everyone below. "Release Lin Yu, and then send out the statement. I will attend the press conference tomorrow in person." Netizens never expected that they would live to see the day when the royal family registered an official account and used this account to directly release a statement. This statement was written on a whole sheet of paper, and the class representative summarized the meaning as follows. The decision to suspend the director of the Supervisory Bureau for investigation is to prove the innocence of the Supervisory Bureau. The royal family always trusts the Supervisory Bureau and is willing to accept the supervision of the Supervisory Bureau together with the general public, and hopes that the general public can also trust the Supervisory Bureau more. Netizens saw that this was the royal family openly standing up for the Supervisory Bureau. So what was there to doubt? It must be someone with ulterior motives deliberately framing the Supervisory Bureau. So the comments on the internet started to bubble up again. Little pineapple cake, sorry. 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 The Supervisory Bureau, praying, I have to say it 3 times, crying. Shui Xingguang, today we all owe the Supervisory Bureau an apology, kneeling. Are you still safe and sound? So is there really someone in the Supervisory Bureau who abuses his power to sell the quota of undercover inspectors? Foolish egg. Please note that a certain hot comment If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. No organization can guarantee that every member is an absolutely good person. As long as these bad apples are discovered and dealt with in time, they are still trustworthy. Fan Fan is charming. Who is behind the genetic experiment? The new human empire royal family replied to Fan Fan is very charming. The Supervisory Bureau has found some clues. We will fully cooperate with the Supervisory Bureau's actions to find the real murderer as soon as possible. Milamizi, support the Supervisory Bureau. Support the royal family. And hope to solve the case as soon as possible. Wakaka, looking forward to the strong combination. The truth is just around the corner. Maju, oh my god. I seem to have discovered something. The reason why the Supervisory Bureau was smeared is because they have the clues and were preempted? There are countless comments like this. Somehow, it became a united front between the Supervisory Bureau and the royal family to solve the case together. This trend almost made Xiao Sifang vomit. How did it become like this? Sinbo smiled so hard that the sun and the moon dimmed, and said, to kill relatives for the sake of justice needs to be justified. Otherwise everyone can see that there is something fishy here. The royal family should have another strengthening action. You can still look forward to it. Xiao Sifang. No. She doesn't look forward to it at all. The girl who has been unsuccessful in everything recently paced back and forth, trying to calm her brain so that she can keep up with the beat. The royal family's previous dirty water throwing behavior was not really to challenge the difficulty and throw dirty water on the Supervisory Bureau that was opposed to them, but just to muddy the water, drag the Supervisory Bureau into the water, and then naturally unite with the Supervisory Bureau to create an image of being deceived. Then, using the precedent that even a solemn and important institution like the Supervisory Bureau can produce black sheep, which has been accepted by the general public. He introduced the scapegoat who had been decided, and successfully removed the black and left the white. What a meticulous plan. After thinking it through, Xiao Sifang became more and more anxious. If the royal family was really successfully whitewashed this time, there would really be no handle that could directly kill the royal family. What should we do? Are we really going to let him get away with it like this? Sinbo comforted her. Your grandfather should be thinking about this problem now. He would rather put the blame on the Supervisory Bureau than fall into this situation and let the real mastermind go. Xiao Sifang sat down listlessly. We have to find a way to stop the emperor's plan from being implemented. But what can we do? She was deeply distressed about this. Sinbo smiled at her sad face. She was obviously an extremely insignificant existence. But she was always worried about the country and the people and really tried her best for this. She was so cute. She was so cute that he didn't want to embarrass her too much. So Sinbo, who originally planned to just shout slogans and join her camp, told her away. In fact, there is no need to stop the royal family's plan. Rebellion does not require a complete chain of evidence. Xiao Sifang was a little confused. I don't quite understand. Sinbo has always been very patient in this regard, and explained, what it means is that as long as the powerful people who can overthrow the royal family unite and decide to overthrow the royal family, they will inevitably have a direct conflict with the royal family and stand on two opposite sides. At this point, there is no need to consider whether the evidence is complete. As long as the people think that the royal family should die, the overthrowers can justifiably deal with the royal family. You mean, we can create evidence to win this public opinion war? Sinbo shook his head, looking unfathomable. You don't need to create evidence to give people a false impression, but you can use incomplete evidence to convince the public. For example, when the emperor heartbrokenly completes his self-cutting and the people are heartbroken and praise him, come up with another revelation. Use our incomplete evidence to prove that this heartbrokenness is a false expression, and reawaken the public's doubts and discover his self-contradiction. Xiao Sifang understood a little bit. This was the same as what Su Qingxin said about throwing dirty water on each other. The party that was thrown dirty water on could not prove itself, whichever party won. But what evidence can prove that his grief was false? Xiao Sifang could not think of it. Sinbo took her hand, pulled her index finger straight, and pointed it at himself. Me. His good name spread all over the stars. He was widely loved, and he was also a confidant of the emperor. This reporting strength could be the last straw that broke the camel's back when the reputation of the royal family had collapsed, and it was difficult to throw dirty water on him. Xiao Sifang clapped his hands vigorously and nodded repeatedly. Yes. Sinbo smiled slightly and said, not only that, you can also take me to choose a new person in power and negotiate some conditions with them to fulfill your dream. Yes. Xiao Sifang laughed so hard that she almost lost her eyes. Suddenly, a broad road appeared on her bumpy life road, and everything seemed to be within her reach, just as she was happily immersed in the new hope. Sin Bo's voice rang again. But you have to agree to my conditions first. What can't be agreed to at this time? Xiao Sifang waved her hand generously. Just say it. Sin Bo looked at her with a smile and said, before I die, you have to be bound to me. Wherever I go, you go. What kind of trivial matter is this? Xiao Sifang, who only had the broad road in his mind, readily agreed, no problem. Anyway, she had nothing else to do after fulfilling her wish, so it didn't matter. The young boy who sold himself unconsciously rubbed his hands, massaged his shoulders and legs, and did some useless work that he thought would make him feel more comfortable. In the deepening night, he urged him to go back and rest, but he recited books for another 2 hours before returning to the dormitory with energy and energy. The next afternoon, the press conference held by the royal family was broadcast live on the entire network, attracting hundreds of millions of residents to watch online at the same time. In the classroom, Wang Dan projected the live broadcast page onto the super large extension screen used for class, and was extremely excited. I heard that His Majesty the Emperor will attend in person this time. He hasn't appeared for a long time, and I haven't seen what he looks like. Sifang, what did you look like the last time you saw him? Xiao Sifang's subjective view affected the objective view. He controlled himself for a long time before reluctantly answering honestly, I didn't see him clearly. He looked like an ordinary old man with a strong aura. Louis rolled his eyes and said, what's there to ask? He will come out soon. The short opening flashed by, and the focus of the video began to move back from a small microphone until the person in the center was fully revealed. The camera froze, and the old man in the center slowly stood up and bowed deeply facing forward. Wang Dan twisted his body subconsciously and fell off the chair. He was so embarrassed that he kept muttering, I'm going to shorten my life. I'm going to shorten my life. Seeing that someone was about to speak, Xingxia quickly pulled Wang Dan up and told him to shut up, don't talk. Listen first. The old man in front of the camera was dressed gorgeously, and his every move showed his nobleness. But his eyes were full of vicissitudes, and his face was also deeply tired. An obvious haggardness eroded him, making the spectators outside the screen feel distressed. First of all, I must apologize to every resident of the empire. I'm sorry that due to our negligence, you have suffered such a shock and suffering. Xiao Sifang snorted with difficulty, and was stopped by the other 3 people with vicious eyes. Secondly, I must apologize to the Supervisory Bureau. I'm sorry that you have to suffer for several days. Finally, I must apologize to every one of our residents for the second time, because according to the investigation of the Supervisory Bureau and the clues they have now, this inhumane genetic experiment may be related to a member of our royal family. Wang Dan fell off the chair for the second time, but this time Xingxia didn't bother to pull him up, because his mind was also blank and he was completely shocked. It's my negligence. In the early years, I had some energy to rectify the atmosphere within the royal family after handling government affairs. But in recent years, my health has been getting worse and worse. I have to use all my strength to handle government affairs every day, and there have been mistakes in the discipline of the royal children, so that some of them have forgotten their reason and made a huge mistake. I solemnly promise that anyone who has information about any violation of laws or disciplines by my royal children can report anonymously to this newly opened account, or directly to the Supervisory Bureau. As long as the evidence is solid, we will never tolerate it. The same is true for this genetic experiment case. As long as the Supervisory Bureau investigates, I will. He covered his chest and swayed a bit, stopping the others from rushing forward to help him. He supported the table alone, looking at the camera with pain and difficulty. Fairly, justly, and openly execute the people involved, and never cover up. After this case, I will select an excellent heir to advocate as soon as possible, so that someone with more energy can continue to lead everyone to a better tomorrow instead of me. And I will also take all the time to clean up the house. He bowed again, and tears flashed in his eyes. Welcome to the supervision. Thank you all. After that, he finally left the scene heavily with the help of others, leaving a sigh. After the press conference, there were high and low sighs in the small classroom where Xiao Sifang was staying. Wang Dan, who would have thought that the direction of things would actually involve the royal family, Louis snorted coldly and said, "You can imagine. Which of the official media that broke the news at the beginning can be controlled by ordinary people? It is obvious that they have a great background. And it is reasonable for the royal family members." He. Then Sister we. Guess which royal family member is related to this matter. How would I know? The press conference has already started. So there must be some clues. Just wait for the results to come out. Why bother guessing? Although she was mentally prepared, the old emperor's shamelessness still left a psychological shadow on Xiao Sifang. She was not interested in joining the discussion with the other three friends by commenting. She put on her headphones and listened to her mecha introduction, structural analysis while kicking small stones and wandering around the campus aimlessly. The final exams were over, and most of the students had left. Only a few students were walking slowly on the road on campus. Just as she heard about the effects of different types of thrusters, someone hit her shoulder hard. The black leather gloves flashed before her eyes. Liz lowered her voice and spoke very quickly. "The direction of things is a little different from what we said before. But what I promised you still counts. If you need anything, let Louis find me." Xiao Sifang was stunned. And then thank you. Liz waved her hand. Her sea blue eyes blinked, and she strode forward, watching her back to the end of the road. Xiao Sifang took off his headphones and hurried back to the dormitory. After nightfall, a man wearing a big windbreaker and a wide-brimmed felt hat carried a huge suitcase and calmly left 338 and boarded the spaceship to the semi-ruined planet X988. The appearance of the supervisory star is as solemn and inhuman as its name. There are houses scattered on the uneven mountains. Long steel cables connect from one mountain to another. Everything is sharp and cold. Relying on the convenience of his identity ring, Sinbo wore a hat and carried a box, and went straight into the supervisory bureau without any obstacles. He did not go directly to Lin Yu, who was still under 24-hour surveillance. He found Lin Yu's eldest son Lin Qian in a roundabout way and drank a cup of tea peacefully. The real owner arranged everything and appeared openly. Sinbo took off his hat and smiled. "Nice to meet you, sir." Lin Yu waved his hand expressionlessly and said indifferently, "I don't have time to argue with you. What are you doing here?" "A gift for you." Sinbo put the suitcase next to him. Just as Lin Yu was about to ask what it was, there was a pounding sound in the box, as if something was trying to break out of the box, he thought, and quickly turned the box over and opened it. Without the calming power of the Holy Father, Xiao Sifang, who had fallen asleep and woken up in the box with difficulty, crawled out in a mess. Her hair, which had become messy due to constant rubbing in the box, blocked her sight. She thought that Sinbo had opened the box, and complained dissatisfiedly, "You are so slow. I can't hold it." Lin Yu's face of shock and joy came into view, and she successfully took back the rest of her words. She closed her mouth slightly stiffly, and quickly climbed out of the box and stood up straight. Lin Yu's lips trembled, and after a long while of calmness, he reached out and patted Xiao Sifang's shoulder. "You've worked hard all the way here." Xiao Sifang shook his head, and his tone was a little strange and polite. "It's not hard. Thank you." The granddaughter has grown into a big girl, and he can no longer hug and kiss her as affectionately as when he met her when she was a child. For a moment, Lin Yu didn't know how to treat her warmly without making her feel uncomfortable. In the end, it was Sinbo who smoothed things over. "If you want to reminisce about the past, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. We are here today to discuss serious matters." "Sifang, hurry up." Lin Yu frowned and glanced at Sinbo. This person acted without rules, and his emotions were introverted and unpredictable. He could not see through this person, and therefore did not like him. This time was the same. He was worried that his granddaughter, who was not very experienced in the world, would be used by him. His eyes fell on Sifang again, and Lin Yu lowered his voice and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Sifang took a deep breath, put aside the lingering emotions of reunion after a long absence, raised his head and chest, and like a real adult, told him his purpose in a steady and clear voice. "Director Lin, I want to know how far you have found the person behind the genetic experiment." In Lin Yu's sudden astonishment and solemn gaze, she continued, "Because I may be able to help you. I want to know your exact progress." Lin Yu subconsciously glanced at Sinbo, who smiled indifferently and pointed at Xiao Sifang. "Maybe I have to tell you that she is the leader." "Not me." Lin Yu looked back at his granddaughter for confirmation, who nodded and pointed to the empty chair, saying, "Can we sit down and have a good talk?" Please rest assured. Whether as a refugee or as your granddaughter, I will not do anything that is detrimental to the Supervisory Bureau. The girl in front of him had a firm look in her eyes and a straight back, exuding a confident and independent aura from top to bottom. Lin Yu finally felt relieved and smiled with relief. Of course. He called Lin Qian, who was guarding outside, and, ignoring his son's strange expression, and asked him to serve tea to Xiao Sifang as he would any other distinguished guest. Xiao Sifang, who didn't know that the man in front of him was his uncle, accepted it calmly and thanked him calmly. The door closed again. Ensign Bo was also taken out by Lin Qian. Only the grandparents and grandchildren were left in the huge office. Lin Yu, tell me first, how much do you know about genetic experiments? Except for concealing Sin Bo's personal situation. Xiao Sifang told him all the other information without missing a word. The source of the information could not be concealed, so he did not conceal it. These are what Sin Bo told me. I'm sure he didn't lie this time. Lin Yu didn't question it, and nodded, with his news. You already know much more than the Supervisory Bureau. Then I'll tell you. In fact, the Supervisory Bureau's investigation has reached a dead end. Dead end? Xiao Sifang looked at him in confusion. Since our investigation tracked down the royal family and alarmed them, there is no point in investigating further. Lin Yu smiled bitterly. When the genetic experiment was exposed on the internet, I was trying to stop the Supervisory Bureau from clearing its suspicion too early. It turns out that you are the one who led public opinion to attack the Supervisory Bureau. Yes, but I still failed. His Majesty sacrificed the nail he had buried with great difficulty, not only to remove me, but also publicly tied the Supervisory Bureau and the royal family to the same boat. Now all the evidence in my hand points to the second and third princes, as well as several grandchildren. As for the real mastermind, it is clean, and there is no trace of any connection with him. The press conference held by His Majesty pushed the progress of the whole incident outward. It not only represents the determination of the royal family to the public, but also forces the Supervisory Bureau to disclose the evidence in its hands as soon as possible and bring the culprits he arranged to justice. His clenched fist slammed heavily on the table, and Lin Yu's face was ashen and full of anger. He has become so sick. If I let him go like this, how can I be willing? This upright and righteous old man is her elder. Xiao Sifang felt a little proud, so he straightened his back and strengthened his determination. Then don't let him go. I have a way to make him unable to escape the blame. Lin Yu looked at her steadily. Do you have a way? Yes, but I have 2 questions and 1 condition. Lin Yu said without hesitation. You say? Xiao Sifang looked at him seriously and asked the first question. The old emperor has committed such a big crime. How do you plan to treat the royal family? Just let him be executed, and then support other relatively normal princes and grandchildren to continue the throne for thousands of generations? Or directly abolish the imperial system? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Little girl, you really came prepared. Xiao Sifang stuck out his tongue. Not afraid to admit, I hate reading this kind of flowery and convoluted books. But in order to better negotiate with big shots like you, I especially studied some of the history of pre-disaster humans. They were originally an imperial monarchy, and after thousands of years of evolution, they eventually became a federal republican presidential system. Just like their historical changes, I also think that the latter is more conducive to the development of new humans than the former. Fixed rule and high centralization can easily make people complacent. Just like now. What do you think? Lin Yu laughed out loud, his eyes sparkling. Good boy. If you had been raised by my side, why would I worry about the Lin family having no successors and failing to bring glory to the family? His palm, with its scorching heat, patted Xiao Sifang's back heavily. Since it has come to this, I am not afraid to tell you that 3 days ago, I contacted Austin, the Grand Marshal of the Annihilation Army, and asked him if he was interested in rebelling with me. Ha ha ha. He was so scared that he said he would come to the Supervisory Bureau in person to talk to me face to face after arranging the frontline affairs. Just as he said this, there was a knock on the door. Lin Qian walked in and told Lin Yu embarrassedly, Marshal Austin is here. He came here secretly, and his schedule is very urgent. Is it? You're just in time. Let him in. Lin Yu looked at Sifang. I can probably guess what your conditions are. You might as well tell him at the same time, so as not to repeat it again. Xiao Sifang pinched his sweaty palms and nodded calmly. After Austin entered the room and saw a little girl, He paused and looked at Lin Yu suspiciously. This child looks a little familiar. Did you create a replica of your little daughter through genetic experiments? Lin Yu. Sifong. What a cold joke. Formally introduce. This is my granddaughter Xiao Sifong. Lin Yu stood up and solemnly introduced Xiao Sifong's name, who quickly stood up and respectfully called Grand Marshal. Austin was relieved and sat down in the empty seat. Tell me, what evil do you want to do? You old man? And you want to drag me along? I can tell you that my son is still in the hands of that old man. Before I get him out, I don't have the confidence to act according to the plan. Xiao Sifong looked at him curiously. The Grand Marshal, who is admired by everyone, turned out to be such a character in private. Not domineering at all. I have said everything I should say in the letter I sent to you. So don't let me waste my breath repeating it. Just say whether you agree or not. Ahem. 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 Austin choked himself with water. Are you serious? Lin Yu sneered. Did I travel thousands of miles to send you a letter just to joke with you? Austin wiped his mouth, his hair numb. No. The front line is already so difficult. What if there is another civil strife and something goes wrong? The frontline soldiers and horses don't move. And the supply line personnel don't move. How can something go wrong? As long as we are determined enough and fast enough, we can deal with the royal family. And those first-class residents who only eat and do nothing can be sent to the front line. And the pressure can be relieved. Austin was stunned, but if these don't move, where will the people come from? Even if we want to take them down by surprise, we need enough people to do it. And are we going to attack them without any justification? Even if we successfully solve the royal family, the empire will be scattered. And the Star Lords will be independent, and the front line will become a mess. Then humanity will be finished. Since he already had that idea, Lin Yu had already thought about these things. So before killing them, all the semi-ruined stars must unite and determine the new system after overthrowing the royal family. Are you crazy? Are those people completely trustworthy? As long as one of them leaks the news, you and I will be doomed. If the royal family continues to control like this, all new humans will be doomed. Do you think the emperor cares whether this empire can still exist in a few hundred years? He doesn't care. He just wants to enjoy power happily now, and then do everything possible to prolong his life for a few more years. Austin knew this, but he still had concerns. Now is not the best time. At least we have to wait. Lin Yu interrupted him. We can't wait any longer. If everyone knows that the royal family is unforgivable and everyone is united, then it's not the best time. When is it? Wait. How can the royal family be unforgivable now? With the ability of that old man, how can he not clear himself of all charges? Lin Yu, just tell me if you dare to go up in this situation. Damn it! Austin was irritated by his mocking eyes and slapped his thigh. The frontline personnel did not move. And I am a commander without troops. What is there to be afraid of? You think I am not anxious at the front line, but I am almost anxious to death. Just have you say that. Lin Yu was satisfied and said to Xiao Sifong, go on to your other question. He did not forget the order and returned to the original rhythm of the conversation. Austin was confused. Another question. What was the previous question? Lin Yu glanced at him. Overthrow the royal family. Change the imperial hereditary system to the presidential selection system. Austin was shocked. You said this to a child? Xiao Sifong coughed and took the initiative to say, I am talking to Director Lin about this. Austin was silent for a long time and said, if you have the guts, just pretend I didn't say it, and continue. Xiao Sifong sorted out for a few seconds and continued, do you think the rise of refugees is beneficial or harmful to this world? Don't say that there are not enough resources to support the common development of so many people. I have 4 years of interstellar travel history, and know that most of the planetary resources are idle. And it is all because of the shortage of second-class residents and the limited jobs for refugee workers. And no one is mining. The two elders were silent. So Xiao Sifong spoke for himself. The population of the new human race is in the billions, and refugees account for 90%. We are like the vast majority of resources that no one has mined. And we are also idle. And the second-class residents are struggling and struggling. Is this necessary? Whether it is necessary or not is not up to you. Who doesn't know that this is a waste? Austin became serious. He looked into Xiao Sifong's eyes and said sternly, what you said makes sense. But if you open up the rights of refugees at this time, how can the second-class residents, who have been struggling for hundreds of years in your mouth, be convinced? If they are not convinced and relax, The already tense front line will soon be breached. If you are willing to consider it, then I can talk about my conditions with confidence. Xiao Sifang's eyes did not evade, and his tone was sonorous. My ultimate goal is equal rights. But I don't think this can be achieved in one step. All I need is to open up the rights of refugees, as you just said. So my condition is just to open up some rights. This was a bit unexpected. Austin frowned and glanced at Lin Yu. The latter raised his hand and said, "Give me some examples." Xiao Sifang didn't know how many times he had rehearsed these drafts in his mind. And he spoke out, "For example, liberate the part of productivity that can be replaced by machines, but refugees have to operate for 12 hours non-stop. At the same time, add extraterrestrial refugee labor positions and exempt those procedures that require thousands of difficulties to complete but are useless. In this way, the wages of refugees can be improved, and this part of productivity can also bring back more efficient resources." Another example is open education. Let's not talk about the tuition fee issue. At least let the refugee students have professional autonomy instead of blindly sending them to traditional machinery. Like our 338. I have Senior Sue. And we have 2 majors, combat and command. As refugees, are we worse than any second-class residents? Therefore, are our contributions to 338 less than those of second-class residents? Or, okay. Lin Yu smiled and patted her shoulder. Looking at Austin. Do you know what she wants now? Her condition is not the power that is completely equal to that of second-class residents, but the ability of the ruling class to no longer suppress the refugee class and give them the opportunity to climb up. Xiao Sifang nodded, agreeing with his summary. Austin raised his hands in surrender and laughed. After laughing for a while, he became serious, left his seat, walked to a position about 1 meter in front of Xiao Sifang, bent down and bowed. Xiao Sifang was so scared that he quickly left his seat and avoided him. I apologize for my unfriendly attitude just now. No. Friction is inevitable in negotiations. Xiao Sifang was very casual and generously forgave him, quickly returning to the topic. The main thing is that you have to agree to my conditions. What's the point of her apologizing? She was so humble just to fight for that little possibility. How could she care about such a small matter? How about it? Are you confident? Lin Yu glanced at his old friend jokingly. Austin sat down and said in a principled manner, "It seems that the key to dragging the old immortal into the water lies with your little granddaughter. Then please ask your granddaughter to tell me what she can do. If it is really crucial, I will be confident." Lin Yu looked at Xiao Sifang, who immediately sat up straight and got ready, saying, "I have the most favorable witness. As long as you can meet my conditions, I will let Sin Bo come out and report in his real name that the old emperor is the mastermind." A heart-wrenching cough sounded, and Austin choked again. Lin Yu, who vaguely had this guess, was still calm and asked, why would he be willing to come forward? He has been here quietly for decades. According to his current status and position, it would be harmful to him to come out and report at this time. He and I are in the same camp. Austin interrupted her. Wait. If you say you are in the same camp as your grandfather, then that's fine. But how can you be in the same camp with a first-class resident? Why should Sin Bo help you? What if he has other intentions and bites back at you? I have made a deal with him. He is a man of his word. He won't do that. After refuting him, Xiao Sifang looked at Lin Yu and asked, "Can he come in?" Lin Yu nodded. Xiao Sifang got up and went out, pulling Sin Bo, who was playing chess with an old man next door, over. Sin Bo looked at the extra person in the room and didn't show any surprise. He smiled and said, "Is it my turn?" Xiao Sifang nodded heavily, confirmed that the doors and windows were closed and no one could see outside, and took off a glove for Sin Bo. Austin swallowed nervously and stared at the two of them, with his palms spread out. His beautiful nails and white and delicate fingers deeply stung the eyes of the 2 wrinkled old men. At this moment, yellow-brown patches suddenly emerged from the back of his white jade-like hands, and the dense and terrifying bumps quickly spread to the whole hand, and the sharp nails were as black and shiny as hooks. In their horrified eyes, Sin Bo smiled and ended the display. As you can see, I am not a perpetrator who colluded with the royal family and decided to report it, but a victim who has been threatened and intimidated for many years and finally decided to stand up and seek justice. Is it substantial enough? Is it convincing enough? After saying that, Xiao Sifang had already put his gloves back on for him, and the service was very thoughtful. After a long time, Lin Yu and Austin, who had barely regained their composure, looked at each other, and the former said, "In any case, this will have an irreversible impact on your reputation. Have you really thought about it?" Sin Bo sighed softly, put his arm around Xiao Sifang's shoulder, as if he had someone to rely on, and for the first time revealed his true thoughts in front of so many people. "In fact, I don't want to do this job for a long time. It's boring and tedious." Lin Yu, Austin, seeing that the atmosphere was going to silence, Xiao Sifang quickly pulled it back and said, "Anyway, this is the situation. You think about it carefully. If you agree to this deal, give me a new law proposal. As long as you meet my conditions and leave evidence of the transaction with each other, I will let him help you." Austin responded almost numbly, "Let us think about it first." Xiao Sifang was a little disappointed that he didn't get a positive answer. Sin Bo picked up the box, restored his usual image, and said goodbye to the two politely. "Then we won't bother you anymore. Contact me when you have made a decision. Goodbye." The box was opened, and Xiao Sifang got in swiftly. Before closing the lid, she hesitated for a moment and waved to Lin Yu with a hand. "Goodbye, Grandpa." Lin Yu's eyebrows softened suddenly, and he also waved to her with a hand. "Goodbye." The door closed from the outside, and the atmosphere in the room was stagnant and sticky. Austin took a few heavy breaths and finally couldn't help standing up. For decades, he has been doing this right under our noses. The same goes for Sin Bo. Is his mouth sewn shut? He even got the identity of an undercover official. Why didn't he report this to you earlier? Lin Yu was calmer than him and said lightly, "No one knows what he is thinking. This kid is young but has more ideas than anyone else. Before today, I only had two people with no real evidence of black material. One is His Majesty, and the other is him." Austin was stunned and asked hurriedly, "You even have my black material?" Lin Yu smiled coldly. "How many things have you done for your son over the years without leaving your post? Do you really think I don't know?" Austin felt a chill down his spine, and immediately dared not say a word. He had always been upright in his conduct, but he had no principles at all in front of this only child left by his deceased wife. After a moment of shame, a flash of light suddenly flashed through his mind, and he understood. Everyone has secrets and stains to a certain extent. You have my black material, and the star masters of other planets. Of course they have too. Lin Yu responded to his guest readily. There are so many secret inspectors in the supervisory bureau, and they are not eating for free. Austin was in a bad mood, and muttered, "No wonder His Majesty regards you as a thorn in his side. You really should reflect on yourself." Lin Yu sneered and interrupted his chatter. "I am being watched too closely and cannot go out, and my descendants are not doing well. So you have to come forward for this matter." Austin stopped complaining and agreed directly. "Okay. But you have to give me more time. It won't take 3 or 2 days for so many people." "I know. I'll give you at least a month." "That's about right. And your granddaughter's new bill. I'll prepare the first draft. Then I'm fine. I just hope my old bones can survive this month day and night." You leave quickly. After getting on the spaceship, Sin Bo found an opportunity to secretly release the people. Since Xiao Sifang had no seat, the two found a remote corner to stand. Not far away, the pale and skinny refugees huddled together, casting a glance at them from time to time, whispering about something. Those without a place to work were all vagrants who had sneaked in to work illegally. They were cautious and humble, always cautiously hiding in the darkest corners. Xiao Sifang was once one of them, with a dirty face and a quick glance at the second-class residents who passed by, full of hostility. Now that I think about it, that state seems to have been a long time ago. Xiao Sifang stood silently for a while, turned his head to look at Sin Bo, and asked, "Will they agree to us?" Sin Bo looked at the brilliant sea of stars outside the transparent porthole and nodded. "Can they succeed? Do I have to find a way to do something else?" Sin Bo shook his head. "It has come to this point. It is something that adults should worry about." But Xiao Sifang couldn't let go of her worries. She always felt uneasy to pin her hopes on others. "Is there really nothing I can do? A little bit of work is fine. Otherwise I feel like I'm out of the picture." Sin Bo was amused by her and said, "You've been involved enough. Instead of worrying about this, you might as well write the new bill you want. It will be faster to compare it when the time comes." Xiao Sifang didn't like to do such conceptual things and sighed in annoyance. Sin Bo's figure was projected on the porthole. His face was hollowed out and filled with charming stars in the distance. She suddenly remembered and looked at Sinbo sideways. Are you going back? Yeah. The projection on the porthole turned around, revealing a beautiful facial contour. I can stay for another month at most. If I am summoned, I may have to go back tomorrow. Will that guy still need you to repair him? Xiao Sifang realized it later and became worried. Then you. Sinbo touched the top of her head. Don't worry. He won't take risks with himself. The latter's frown did not relax because of this. She thought for a long time and made a decision with a sense of participation. I will catch up with the lessons and arrange my time every day more tightly. I can finish the missed lessons within half a month and take the assessment. After passing the assessment, I will go to the ruins planet with you to find beneficial disaster materials. Maybe luck will suddenly burst out, and I can find a substance that can neutralize the negative reaction in 2 days. Sinbo was slightly surprised. Are you not afraid of danger? Yes. So I still have to do some homework. The girl who always has a plan for everything kept mumbling. You must have information related to disaster materials, as well as various methods and principles of how the cleanup bureau cleans up rejection. Please select and send them to me. I have a lot of money now, so I should be able to buy a top-notch isolation ring and protective clothing. Oh, and I also need to prepare a containment box. As she spoke, she was afraid of forgetting, so she took out the light screen and electronic pen she carried with her, leaned against the wall in front of her, and quickly made a schedule. The hair that was getting longer and longer was scattered on the back, covering the narrow shoulders. 18 or 19 years old is the age when emotions are most abundant and active. It is easy for boys and girls to have vague feelings, but Xiao Sifang is isolated from these. Although her frame is small, her height is far beyond the average height of women at present. She is also very thin. It is difficult for people to have any lustful thoughts just by looking at her appearance. In addition, her character of striving hard and moving forward has transcended the category of gender. When people mention her, they will not think that this is a girl or a boy. They will only subconsciously sigh. Xiao Sifang. A very powerful person. The pure obsession without impurities blurs all the reverie of youthful throbbing in both directions. But although she does not have any conventional opposite-sex charm, she has the sophistication of an adult and the innocence of a teenager. This blend between the two is so charming. Infinite vitality and straightforward warmth are mixed in her body to create an incomparable beauty. Reaching out to push aside the long hair, the face behind the hair turned as expected, and the round eyes looking at him were full of doubts. Sinbo lowered his head and put his forehead against hers through 2 layers of masks. The 2 pairs of eyes that were very close to each other were full of each other, but could not see each other clearly. Xiao Sifang swallowed subconsciously. The interlaced breathing dyed her cheeks red, and the singing was burning all the way to the ears. What? What is this for? Her heart may not be able to bear it. With a faint sigh, the weight on the forehead disappeared, replaced by a gentle caress on the top of the head. Why do you only grow taller but not older? Underage kid? Xiao Sifang, who studied intensively and simply to pass the test, completed the task faster than expected. It took only 10 days for her to pass the test with the average score of most students. The teacher who was responsible for her assessment was hesitant to speak, and when he finally made up his mind to have a good talk with her, Xiao Sifang had already gone out of sight after completing the formalities. The teacher looked at her back and sighed. Such a good research and development seedling. How could it be delayed by the well-developed combat department? The female teacher of the manufacturing department, who was on duty with him, rolled her eyes at him and said, "Be fair. The resources that will be hot in the next 3 years or so are earned by the well-developed combat department. Why did you come up with something so high? I just feel sorry for her. Why do you have to argue with me? Because you are just being sorry for nothing." The girl was in a hurry and obviously had something to do. It's not the same as giving up on yourself as you think. Having already walked far away, Xiao Sifang didn't know that the 2 teachers had quarreled over such a small matter. After returning to the dormitory, she began to pack up and prepare for departure. After successfully leaving the city, she climbed out of the box and looked at the brightly lit port of call. Sinbo also wore black this time, with long sleeves and a full-face mask, covering every inch of his skin tightly. Only when he raised his chin to look at the spaceship in the sky did he reveal a little bit of delicate skin, wrapped in black, pale and miserable. "Let's go!" He collected the box and walked towards the highest spaceship. Xiao Sifang hurriedly chased after him. "Isn't that a long-distance ship? Let's just take the small spaceship that goes directly to the destination. The person walking in front smiled. We are not going to 401, but to 6218. Why 6218 ruins? Xiao Sifang's eyes widened. It takes 3 days to get there. Are we wasting time like this? Sinbo patted her on the back of her head and sighed. Don't always be so pragmatic. A life that races against time will make you more and more tired. Don't you want to see the snow? Take this opportunity to go. But your situation is urgent. But it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Okay. You're right. Xiao Sifang was convinced. There are hundreds of cabins in the long-distance spacecraft, ranging from single to triple rooms. Since Xiao Sifang and Sinbo did not book tickets in advance, the smallest number of single rooms were already full. Sinbo thought for a moment and asked for 2 double rooms. If it were normal, Xiao Sifang would definitely tell him righteously that it was unnecessary. But what happened 10 days ago was still vivid in her mind, and she felt guilty. So she also kept it to herself. Perhaps the superficial beauty party should really keep a distance from the temptation source of Sinbo's level. So in the next 3 days of the voyage, except for knocking on Sinbo's door when she encountered problems and asking him to explain, she stayed in the room to study hard, using the ever-increasing amount of knowledge to soothe the restlessness in her heart, and let the sense of achievement drive away all the inattention. He didn't even go to watch the ongoing disputes on the internet. He was quite pure and unselfish. When the spaceship began to land, the low temperature outside immediately caused a layer of white water vapor to float on the window. Xiao Sifang wiped the window and glanced out with difficulty, and was shocked by the crystal-clear world of ice and snow. After getting off the spaceship, the shock was amplified again. In the Glacier Kingdom, beautiful ice houses can be seen everywhere. It seems that there is not much trace of the disaster here. The thick ice layer has sealed up everything in the past, which is incredibly beautiful. The world has become unprecedentedly vast and bright, and everything seems so clear, and every detail is visible. Xiao Sifang lowered his head, and under his feet was a mirror-like ice surface, so smooth that people had to be cautious. Exhaling a breath of white air, she rubbed her hands and raised the temperature of the cold-proof clothing she wore under her combat uniform by 1 level. She stepped hard on the ground and slowly turned around. Except for ice, there was still ice. Where is the snow? Xiao Sifang turned around again and looked far away. The ice ruins of the glacier ice house were still covered with ice everywhere. Where was the white snow everywhere? No matter how ignorant she was, she could always tell the difference between ice and snow. Sinbo felt her strong disappointment and frustration, and smiled happily. Don't worry. There will be. The Isha Club was still established in front of the docking port, since the number of mercenaries willing to come to Y6218 was relatively small. The Isha Club was not built very large, only 1/4 the size of 401, and the entrance was deserted. In order to avoid slipping, Xiao Sifang and the other 2 chose to use a portable aircraft to fly to the door of the Isha Club like everyone else. As soon as they entered the door, a warm air that made people feel lazy rushed over. Xiao Sifang shivered and quickly turned off the temperature control button of his winter clothes. Unlike the cold outside, it was unexpectedly lively inside. People gathered in groups of 3 or 5, and many people gathered together to warm wine. The strong aroma of wine floated in the hall, stimulating people's 5 senses. The air in this environment is hot and hot, as if everyone is a relative or friend gathered here today, singing and dancing, talking and laughing. You want to go to Crescent Moon Mountain? No. 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 Listen to my advice. It is definitely not a good place. You ask me how I know? How can I not know? My wife and I went there yesterday and almost vomited to death. Hey, the Isha Club is quite good at choosing a place. And this place is beautiful enough. Has any one of you been to Fengxue town? What was it like? I've been there. It's worth a visit. Xiao Sifang became more and more confused as he listened. What are they talking about? Sinbo's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect that 6218 would become a holiday resort for couples after it was opened. And it would be so popular. Others have their own purposes. And we have our own things. Don't worry about these. Xiao Sifang felt that he was right, and no longer entangled with this point. He quickly went to the window to exchange the items on the list that had been listed long ago. Sinbo didn't need anything, so he didn't follow. He stood alone in front of a light screen in the hall, and swiped a few times casually. The refined ice and snow city was magnificent, and the blue and white colors were so fresh that they were refreshing. But all of them were quickly swiped past, and finally stopped at the small house where the snow was falling quietly. Enter the docking code, and the map will be automatically transmitted. Hey, buddy. A hand reached out from behind and tried to hold his shoulder. When it was less than 10 centimeters away from his body, he made a move and grabbed the wrist that had crossed the line without permission. The man cried out in pain, "It hurts. Brother, I was wrong. I just wanted to ask you something." Sinbo then let go and continued to swipe the picture to select the next target. Nonchalantly, "What do you want to ask?" "Brother, your voice is so nice. And a little friendly." The man smiled flatteringly, stretched his neck to look at the content he was browsing, and said, "I see you didn't bring a photographer. Do you need me to accompany you? I have good skills, and the fee is not expensive. 2,000 star coins a day will be fine. Would you consider it?" "No need. Don't worry. Brother, 6218 is so far away. It's rare to bring sister-in-law here. Don't you want to freeze some memories? How about this? I'll give you a 10% discount. 1,800 star coins a day." Xiao Sifang got all the things, turned around and saw a man entangled with Sinbo. "Discovered?" Stepping forward quickly, Xiao Sifang grabbed the man by the collar and pulled him back several meters. "What are you doing?" The man was a little frightened after encountering 2 violent attacks in a short period of time. He looked at the steady man and the fierce woman, swallowed his saliva, and said tremblingly, "Yes? Sorry." Xiao Sifang scanned the man from head to toe. His face without a mask was very young, with a camera hanging around his neck. He was wearing combat uniforms, but they were decorated very fancy. He was wearing a pair of square-toed leather shoes. It was obvious that he was not a combatant. "Reporter? Did you take any photos with your camera?" The man covered his treasure and shook his head like a rattle. Xiao Sifang looked at him suspiciously and was about to ask him to hand over the camera for her to check. But the person behind her patted her on the shoulder. "Sifang, he just came to ask if we need a photo service." "Yes. Yes. Yes." The man nodded repeatedly. "Just leave a few precious memories. I have good skills." Xiao Sifang put himself in the hunting scene and was puzzled. "Why did you take photos of such bloody scenes?" "Bloody scenes?" The man reacted for a long time before he realized that he might have misidentified the target group. These 2 weirdos might not be here for a honeymoon, but to mess things up. He asked with a strange look on his face, "Are you here to hunt aliens?" Xiao Sifang thought about the real purpose, and it was hard to answer. So he nodded. The man jumped up and left. "Cool. I wish you great fortune and good luck. Sorry for bothering you. Goodbye." Xiao Sifang. "Why are you talking so weird?" But she couldn't care less about the business at hand. So she threw the things in her hands aside and started to equip herself. She put on special non-slip shoes, tightened a belt around her waist, hung a gun and a dagger, put on 3 layers of protective shields worth more than 1 million, and finally buckled the highest level isolation ring that cost half of her points. The full load of equipment gave her a lot of motivation. The warm alien killing meeting was eclipsed in her eyes. She couldn't wait to return to the ice and snow outside. The cold air blew away the blush on her face, and the silence in her ears made her raise her voice unconsciously. "Which direction are we going?" Sinbo opened the map he had just copied and zoomed in, and soon found the target Fengxue town that had been set long ago. "Follow me." The size of Y6218 is about the same as X338. Due to the limited area, Fengxue town is only 2 hours away. When the first crystal snowflake hit her eyes without warning, the hot heart in her chest seemed to stop beating for a moment when she closed her eyes subconsciously. After passing the magical critical line, Xiao Sifang opened her arms and threw herself into the embrace of the still fine snowflakes, laughing out loud. So much snow. Ha ha ha. At this moment, she threw away all the worries of preparing for a rainy day. Like a bird that just spread its wings, flying freely in the vast sky and earth, Sinbo, who was originally walking side by side with her, fell behind and looked at her back flying up and down with a smile on his face. A damp feeling came out from the dry heart, and like the snowflakes, it brushed over every inch of the heart that had already cracked, becoming more and more moist, and finally drowning the whole heart. Is this feeling happiness? He looked back at every smiling face he saw in the Isha Club just now, and also remembered the countless happy faces he had seen over the years. and suddenly became deeply jealous. It turns out that their lives are all so comfortable and happy. Completely different from his life, which is so dull that it is like the ice below. He doesn't care about anything because he doesn't feel anything. Not because life itself is really so boring. Why is it him who lives this kind of life instead of others? A faint red rose quietly from the bottom of his eyes, and a strong hatred climbed up his brain, which was always calm and insensitive. The sight that was originally following Xiao Sifang was broken. Xiao Sifang's mouth was cold from shouting, and his throat was so cold that it was like eating 18 popsicles. He finally stopped and turned around. I'm so happy. It turns out that I should still call by. The excited words disappeared on her lips, and she was left alone in the vast world. The enlarged crystal fell on her shoulder, and disappeared silently in the next second, like the person who had been following her. Xiao Sifang suppressed her panic and called out softly, Teacherson? No one responded. She raised her voice slightly and called out again, Teacherson? Still no response. Xiao Sifang was really panicked. Although Sun Bo was willful, he would never make such a disturbing joke. Something must have happened. But what happened that made him leave without saying goodbye? She could accept all the impromptu ideas, but she was afraid that something had happened to his body. Sun Bo. She could not care less. While praying for his safety in her heart, Xiao Sifang shouted his name loudly, descended the altitude, and looked for the familiar figure in the intact and cracked ruins. Bang! A loud noise sounded from behind the glacier in the left front, and the broken ice fragments fluttered in the air like snowflakes, and the white that covered the sky blurred the vision in front. A desperate cry followed, and Xiao Sifang rushed over with all her strength, passing by two men who were running wildly with equipment. A pile of artificial flower materials were scattered on the ground in front, and the girl in a white dress knelt on the ground. The pain of countless attempts to export the energy and heat in her body, but repeated failures made her burst into tears. About 30 meters in front of her, a thin young man was lifted high by a yellow-brown arm, and the cold white-hot flames wrapped around his suicidal red superpowers. The young man, who was not a combatant, stared at the scarlet eyes, and with the determination to die together, he desperately hugged the arm that held him. Nana, run! I don't want to. How could the girl leave her lover alone? She used all her strength to make a last attempt. If it didn't work, she would rush up and die with her lover. Get out of the way! At the moment when the girl failed again and took a step forward, Xiao Sifang arrived, threw her aside to prevent her from continuing to move forward, and rushed up himself. A thin energy ray was drawn out from between his fingers, and it accurately struck the hand holding an adult man. The brows under the mask moved slightly, and his arm tilted down 3 inches, and he leaned back to avoid the attack. But the unlucky young man was still firmly held in his hand, although the attack was easily avoided. Xiao Sifang had already arrived in front of the man, and his fists burning with hot flames fiercely smashed towards the most vulnerable head. This attack was threatening enough, and the unlucky young man was finally thrown out, rolled several times on the hard ice, and then was hugged by his lover with tears of joy. How is it? Are you okay? No. It's okay. I have to go help. The girl hugged her lover, who was spitting blood, and struggled to deliver oxygen to his mouth. You can't help. That man is very powerful. We will only cause trouble if we go like this. As she said this, she looked at the direction of the fierce battle with tearful eyes. Her heart was beating faster, and she was in a panic. She could only pray desperately that the girl in front of her would be safe and not be knocked down. If she could, she would certainly rush up to subdue this strange alien in clothes and mask. But there was still a glimmer of hope, and it was not her turn to close her eyes and die. She and her lover could not drag their feet. The slender energy rays scratched deep cracks on the ice, and the direct burst of hot flames left pits on the ground one after another, and the sound of cracking made people's scalps numb. Xiao Sifang's heart was like being taken out and hung in the air. Any slight movement could make it shake. She was very scared. She was afraid that she would not be able to subdue Sun Bo and die under his hands. She was also afraid that Sun Bo would completely lose his mind and never change again. She was also afraid that other people would get involved and kill Sun Bo. The weapon on her waist was not used on the real alien, but it was used in front of Sun Bo first. 2 daggers blocked the sharp claws with black nails. The terrible force made Xiao Sifang unable to defend herself except to parry. The scarlet eyes were no different from the real alien. Looking at her coldly, Xiao Sifang gritted her teeth. If you use more force, no one will play with you. The owner of the eyes was indifferent. If he had a tail whip behind him, Xiao Sifang would have been beaten to pieces and fell down. It was not until dozens of rounds that Xiao Sifang, who was still alive, realized that Sun Bo, who had lost his mind, had no intention of killing. He was just a toy that he fiddled with repeatedly in front of him. He would not be treated well, but he would not be destroyed either. It was understandable. If he really wanted to kill someone, not to mention himself, the couple who seemed to have no fighting power at all would not live until she arrived. After discovering this, she tried to slow down her movements. And sure enough, the people in front of her also slowed down following her pace. Finally, Xiao Sifang mustered up the courage, put down the weapon in his hand, and was held in his hand obediently. His neck tightened, and his feet were lifted up in the air, and he stopped when his eyes were level. There was only a narrow vertical pupil left in his blood-red eyes, without whites, just like an ordinary alien. But he still retained a beautiful eye shape, so it was not too scary. Although he was wearing a mask, it could still be seen that his degree of alienation had increased compared to the last time. His white neck was covered with cysts and reddish-brown cracked skin, and the base of his ears was also bulging, and only the tip of his ear remained in the state of a normal human. Xiao Sifang didn't know if Sun Bo could listen to her words now, but she could only try with hope. I won't resist anymore. Let's go to a place where there's no one. Okay? The scarlet eyes turned away, fell on the two people who were trembling and panicking in each other's arms, and then returned to the person who had been caught in his hand. The long nails of the other hand opened her mask, revealing a slightly tense and extremely solemn face. In contrast, the face he had already caught made him feel much more comfortable. With a shake of his body, Xiao Sifang was moved at high speed, and the sense of security away from the crowd made her breathe a sigh of relief. Well, the fear option is removed. Now at least there is no need to worry about uninformed people joining in and attacking people without permission. After the snowflakes fell quietly in the quiet and beautiful snowy town, the wind and snow finally exerted some strength and flew towards people like ice knives. Xiao Sifang's face was exposed, and she couldn't help but turn her face back and stick it to the sturdy arm still wrapped in extremely elastic fabric. The low and continuous mountains gradually showed their outlines in the blizzard. Not long after, Xiao Sifang was thrown into the thick snow at the foot of the mountain. The whole person instantly sank and disappeared, and was pulled out by the instigator. Xiao Sifang choked on a few mouthfuls of snow and hung on his arm, and temporarily gave up struggling. In such an extremely cold environment, even if the cold-proof clothing on her body was working to the limit, it could not warm her hands, feet and cheeks that were not covered. She felt that she was going to be frozen to death. Anyway, she couldn't figure out what Sun Bo was thinking when he was awake, and she certainly couldn't figure it out when he was unconscious. So she should save some energy to keep warm first. Glancing at an ice house in front of the mountain, Xiao Sifang tried her best to point her already numb hand in that direction. Trembling, "I'm freezing to death. Let me go inside. Hide." Unfortunately, the person she was talking to remained unmoved, and just put her on the ground where she wouldn't sink like before, and pressed her chin with black nails. Xiao Sifang shut up quite wisely. Rough fingers fell on the red face, and the sharp nails gently scratched a few tiny cuts. But no blood flowed. Xiao Sifang didn't feel any pain, and didn't even notice that his face was cut. The person in front of him had been alienated to the head, and his vocal cords seemed to have lost their function, and he couldn't speak. She now only hoped that this person's brain had not been completely alienated, and there was still room for normal thinking. The inhuman fingers touched her lips, and the thumb and index fingers separated, pressed on the corners of the mouth on both sides, and pushed up. He probably didn't know how much force he used. Xiao Sifang's upper teeth were forced to show the flesh of the teeth, and the lower lip was completely wrapped around the upper teeth because of this force, and the whole face showed a weird and twisted smile. If his force was just a little bit stronger, the corner of Xiao Sifang's mouth would definitely be torn. When the force was released, she felt that her face was no longer her own, and subconsciously said, "Do you want to see people laugh?" The facial muscles behind the mask twitched strongly, revealing the same hatred as the increasingly scarlet eyes, and the sharp claws were raised again, as if they wanted to tear people apart. Xiao Sifang, whose brain was stiff due to the cold, was unaware of this and murmured, "I can't laugh until we are all safe." The hand that was approaching paused, and the focus of the eyes finally moved away from the opening and closing lips. and the round and gradually dimming eyes were included in the blood-red field of vision. A scorching heat rushed to the top of her head, like a fire from the inside out, burning through every bone. Everything in front of her was wiped out by the black, returning to zero. The black shadow standing in front of her suddenly fell down. Xiao Sifang instinctively reached out to catch it, but was pressed into the snow by the heavy weight. She panted heavily, facing the heavy black shadows in front of her, and cast her eyes on the nearby ice house. The ice house, which had been sealed for hundreds of years, was frozen solid. The ice layer outside was several meters thick, and the doors and windows could not be seen at all. Xiao Sifang didn't know how she found the door and opened the ice layer. After dragging the people into the ice house in a daze, she used up her last bit of strength to close the door tightly to prevent the wind and snow from blowing in, and fell to the ground powerlessly. She lay in the dark for a long time, and waited for the winter clothes to resume their function. She wrapped her hands and feet around her body to warm them up, and then she cheered up and climbed up. There was no cold wind in the house. Sinbo, who was lying on the side, was slightly up and down, and his breathing was smooth and strong, as if he had just fallen asleep. The energy panel emitted a faint light, illuminating a small area. Xiao Sifang used this light to find two emergency lights that he had prepared earlier but had never used from the space button, and clicked them all on. He placed one on top of Sinbo's head and held the other one himself, carefully walking around the huge room. When she was in 401, some equipment inside the only intact ruins she entered was still usable. This house was also protected quite well by the ice layer, and perhaps some activation source could be found to restore its function. The first floor was an open layout with almost no barriers. There was no entrance hall, and the spacious living room was right inside. The furniture was white and cold wood. The floor was also snow white. The wall paint was rich and bright, with pink peaches and green willows. A scene of spring flowers. A huge flower-shaped chandelier hung in the middle of the ceiling, and the white light of the emergency light sparkled as soon as it shone over it. The other lamps were also crystal clear and cold, except for the walls. Everything seemed to be as cold as the outside world. This is not normal. Living in such an icy environment. Shouldn't the house be warm like spring? Pre-disaster humans were not mutants. They all had very ordinary physiques, far inferior to the alienated new humans. She couldn't stand this low temperature, so pre-disaster humans certainly couldn't resist it. The decoration of this house is not warm, and it is even colder. It should have a relatively complete heating system. Thinking of this, she cast her eyes on the door, excluding the remote control device. The button to turn on the heating device should be in a position that can be touched as soon as you enter the door. She hurried over with a lamp, and there was indeed a hidden switch on the left side of the door. Xiao Sifang hesitated for a while, closed his eyes and pressed it. A slight click sounded, and a narrow controller was revealed under the button. There was a card slot on the controller and a dim light screen, and no more buttons could be found to press. Her eyes left the controller, and her hand continued to touch down. When her fingertips felt a little uneven, the emergency light was raised, illuminating a not very obvious crack. This should be openable. But Xiao Sifang couldn't find any concave and convex points where she could apply force, and she couldn't make it shake even a little bit no matter how hard she tried. Forget it. Xiao Sifang knocked on the wall helplessly twice. This real pre-disaster civilization was not something she could break through with just a temporary visit. Before she finished her self-comforting words in her heart, the wall that had been motionless just now bounced out quite smoothly, revealing 3 rows of neatly arranged shoes and a row of small drawers at the top. It turned out to be sound-controlled vibration induction. The joy made her unable to feel the peculiar smell of the shoe cabinet that had not been opened for many years, and she happily opened the small drawer at the top. There are 4 drawers in total. The first compartment contains a spare door card. The second compartment contains 2 boxes of things that are well sealed, and the third and fourth compartments are empty. The knowledge of disasters that I have been studying hard during this period flashed in my mind. Disaster materials will have obvious halos under strong light. The isolation ring can suppress the reaction between disaster materials and external materials to a certain extent, as long as the contact time is not long and the collection is fast enough. There will not be too much danger. The emergency light was sent forward, and no halos were found after rotating at multiple angles. Xiao Sifang was relieved and took out the things in the first 2 compartments, then looked at the shoe cabinet, bent his fingers, and tapped the wall twice. As she expected, the shoe cabinet slowly retracted. Xiao Sifang put the door card into her pocket and looked at the outer packaging of the 2 boxes. Home energy chip. Worth 50,000 SA. She quickly opened the box. And the chips, which were about 1 millimeter thick and as long as her thumb, fell in her hands in a mess. She was deeply impressed by the super-concentrated energy achievements of humans before the disaster. While picking up one of them and inserting it into the empty card slot on the controller, the chip fit perfectly with the card slot. After the beeping sound, the gray light screen also lit up, and the countdown on it went from 3 to 1. And then the lights in the whole room lit up. Xiao Sifang squinted her eyes reflexively, and the narrow light screen jumped out of the electronic notebook-sized energy panel. 3 horizontal and 3 rows, offering her control of the house. Find the heating sign and click it. A layout of the house pops up. She tries to click on her location. The first floor immediately shows a red light, and an enlarged thermometer starts to rise from -3 degrees Celsius. Beep. The current energy is insufficient. It can last about 30 minutes. Please pay attention to replace the chip. Xiao Sifang quickly turned off all the lights that were turned on by default, and only turned on a few small lights. But the energy usage time only increased by 2 minutes, which did not play a big role. The energy of the chip hundreds of years ago is indeed lost. It used to be 50,000 SA, but now there are probably only a few thousand SA. Xiao Sifang took another look at the box. A total of 2 boxes. 1 box with 10 pieces, each piece for half an hour. It can also last for 10 hours. Just muddle through. She returned to Sinbo, put away the emergency light, brushed away the snow that had melted in his hair, took a deep breath and took off his mask. The dim light shone from not far away, falling on a face that could no longer be seen. The area below the eyes had become an alien state that made people unbearable to look at. The high nose bridge collapsed into a finger-long scar that had just scabbed. The thin lips became a crack on the carbonized matrix, and the perfect jawline was destroyed beyond recognition by the abscess. Only the eyelids were as thin as ever, and with the long eyelashes and the smooth white forehead. The beauty was even more shocking in the fragmented picture. The long eyebrows were stretched, and he slept peacefully. The temperature in the room gradually rose. The floor was no longer so cold, and the snow and water stains brought in from outside dried up. Xiao Sifang picked him up and put him further inside, then found a small blanket in the space button and wrapped him tightly. After doing all this, she was so tired that she sat down on the spot. It is no exaggeration to say that she was in pain all over now, and even her hair seemed to have regained its vitality and was outputting pain, coupled with the nervous pressure. She was so uncomfortable that she slapped Sinbo, who was sleeping comfortably next to her. And then she felt better. What 2 months of nothing will happen? It's bullshit. Xiao Sifang looked at him sideways, feeling both scared and angry. She couldn't imagine what would happen if she hadn't found the person just now, and the innocent couple was really killed by him. She couldn't imagine what would happen if this person really broke through that 1% and completely turned into an alien. She thought about a bunch of things in a mess, and her nervous mood was slightly calmed down. The feeling of fatigue took advantage of the opportunity and rushed to the top of her head. Before falling asleep, she thought vaguely, if you owe a debt, you pay it back. If you owe a favor, you pay your life. Repaying a favor with your body is natural. A noisy sound came from far and near, waking up Xiao Sifang, who was in a light sleep. It had been 6 hours since she carried Sinbo to the safe ice house. The first box of energy chips had been used up. The house was now warm, not inferior to the inside of the alien-killing society. Sinbo, who had no temperature, was warmed up a little, and the alienation on his face had faded as early as when the 4th chip was replaced. After Xiao Sifang woke up, his first reaction was to pull off the clothes of the people around him. Seeing the well-defined abdominal muscles and touching the hard and strangely shaped thighs, he breathed a sigh of relief and was overjoyed. The degree of alienation was regressing, and it should be fine when the person wakes up. After thinking about this, she listened to the movement outside and found that the voices of strangers had reached the door. She quickly picked up the mask and put it on Sinbo. As for herself, she was so embarrassed and had no special features, so she was not afraid that anyone could recognize her. Outside the igloo, the snowstorm was so strong that the road ahead was completely invisible. After a desperate fight with a group of aliens that suddenly appeared, the group of people who finally took shelter in the blizzard had purple faces and supported each other as they stood at the door that had been chiseled open but not frozen back. There is really light in here. This is a complete ruin. So weird. The door is not frozen. There must be someone hiding from the blizzard inside. Let's go in too. But this is a complete ruin. And interstellar law clearly stipulates that you cannot enter without permission. What rules are there now? If we don't go in, we will freeze to death here. And as long as you don't say it, and I don't say it, who will know that we have been in? There are already people inside. What are you afraid of? Are there really people inside? It's really weird. The photographer, who was most seriously injured, could not hold on any longer. He stopped talking nonsense with them. He covered his frozen wound and took a few quick steps. He violently kicked open the door that had been damaged once. A wave of hot air rushed over, instantly melting the snow on his body into water. In front of him, under the warm yellow light, a pair of eyes looked at him quietly. And with the sight, there was a black gun muzzle. He subconsciously raised the hand that could still move. The next second, a slightly hoarse and soft female voice drilled into his ears. You can come in, but don't move around. Just stay at the door. The door that blocked the wind and snow was closed again. 5 young men and women carefully huddled at the door. And one of the girls tried to express their innocence. Don't be nervous. We are not bad people. My husband and I came here for our honeymoon. We originally wanted to come to Crescent Mountain to take in a slightly larger snow scene. But we encountered a group of alien animals on the way. She smiled bitterly. It's really unlucky. There are no aliens in 6218. But we actually encountered them. The wind and snow were too strong and the retreat was interrupted. We had to run inside, but the aliens were shaken off. The wind and snow were too strong and we couldn't hold on. Someone happened to see something unusual here and came to take a look. We really have no ill intentions. She spoke carefully for a long time. And Xiao Sifang slowly put down his hand, holding the gun in front of her sincere face. But his fingers were still tightly holding the trigger, without any relaxation. The girl and her husband looked at each other, breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and moved carefully. Fortunately, they took some precautions when they came, and hired a photographer and 2 injured veterans at the same time. So they were protected in the middle, and not injured when they encountered an unexpected change. But the other 3 people were more or less injured. And the photographer was the most seriously injured, with his shoulder shattered. The girl took out oxygen and bandages and handed them to her husband, and helped the other 3 people deal with their wounds. After breathing oxygen, the photographer lay on the warm and slightly hot ground. The other 2 stood up after bandaging, looking around with sharp eyes. One of them even tried to explore the surroundings. He took 2 big steps and was pointed at by the gun again. Xiao Sifan looked at him expressionlessly and ordered, "Retreat." The retired soldier with sharp eyebrows and deep and bright eyes just stopped and looked at her quietly. Most soldiers have strong personalities and are unwilling to give in. The girl was afraid that they would have a conflict. So she quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. He has no ill intentions. He just wants to survey the surroundings out of habit. This is a complete ruin, with unstable catastrophic materials. Xiao Sifang interrupted her, his eyes slashing at the man who was still standing there. Are you sure you won't trigger any reaction? Perhaps the threat of the catastrophic shocked them. Or perhaps her eyes were too determined. The man finally took a step back, but only his body retreated. And the sharp eyes went further, attacking her together with a deep and powerful voice. I have never heard of a complete ruin with all functions working properly. You restored the heating and lighting, right? Who are you? Are you sure you won't trigger any reaction when you do this? Xiao Sifan looked at him coldly. I can kill myself, but you can't. The man sneered. His eyes fell on the person in her arms, and he raised his eyebrows. That guy probably doesn't want to be killed by you, right? It's none of your business. She had to do it, even if she really accidentally triggered something. She and Sin Bo were just implicated in each other's fate, and there was no right or wrong. But these people are different. She has no relatives or friends with them. If she died under the catastrophic effect they triggered, she would definitely die with regret. She still has a lot of things to do, and she can't die here in vain. Oh, don't say it. The girl frowned and looked at the persistent man unhappily. If they hadn't fixed this heating, we would still be freezing now. As the one who is enjoying the pleasure, why are you so aggressive? The man who had just ridiculed her was very serious when facing her, frowning and looking a little gloomy. There is something wrong with this person. The 2 of them appeared alone in the snowy Crescent Mountain, entered the complete ruins without permission, and dared to search around to restore the house function. The invasion of outsiders made such a big noise. But the man in her arms did not move at all. All this made him suspect that there was something fishy here. And he had outlined the general plot. A couple had a conflict. And the woman lured the man to the deserted Crescent Mountain with bad weather. Successfully killed the man and threw the body into the complete ruins. And then regretted it. Just as he was thinking more and more. And wanted to find out the truth. Sinbo, who had been in a coma for 6 hours, finally woke up. His thick eyelashes trembled slightly, revealing a pair of black and white eyes, looking right into Xiao Sifang's eyes. Xiao Sifang opened his mouth, but made no sound. But his eyes were red, and the floating water light was swirling in his eyes. The cold and indifferent light was gone in a flash, and the face with a few more annoying bloodstains kept magnifying in his vision, and finally engraved into his heart, making him naturally soften his expression. The memories after losing consciousness came one after another, and finally the scene of the dark claws holding the other's lips and leaving bloodstains on her face kept playing in his mind. A new emotion grew from the bottom of his heart, as if there was a fire under his heart, roasting him tormented, but unable to turn over. Xiao Sifang sniffed and forced back the useless tears. She was a person who wanted to do great things, so she couldn't be so sentimental. Full of excitement and the last trace of worry, she asked with a trembling voice, "Who are you?" Sinbo looked at her, listened to these 3 simple words, and magically found that the torment just now suddenly disappeared, replaced by the moist comfort in his heart before he lost consciousness. He heard himself laughing and answered this question lightly. "Your second member in the independent camp. Your right-hand man. Your comrade." The warm and familiar voice made Xiao Sifang's vision blur again uncontrollably. She continued to breathe hard, maturely stabilized her emotions, and responded in a hazy state, "Okay. Congratulations on your safe return." The 5 people at the door looked at each other in confusion at the 2 people in front of them, especially the young soldier who was slapped in the face, staring at them with burning eyes. Sinbo, whose alienated 5 senses were countless times more sensitive than ordinary people, turned his head slightly, and met this unfriendly look at the first time. The gaze directed at him was cold and sharp, as indifferent as a calm glacier, and like a blizzard with great lethality outside the house. The young soldier was startled and could not resist retracting his gaze, and was horrified in his heart. Where did this person come from? How could he be so powerful? Xiao Sifang carefully helped the man up, his tone of concern mixed with a little complaint. "You know, I can't beat you at all, so you didn't suffer any external injuries. But I don't know if you have any internal injuries. How do you feel?" Sinbo took a look at his wrapped body, and Xiao Sifang immediately patted his legs and added, "Your legs may have a little frostbite. It's okay. It will be fine in a while." His complexion did not look abnormal, but this accident had made Xiao Sifang lose trust in him. He looked at him suspiciously for a few more times, and said in a roundabout way, "When your legs are healed, we will go back. I don't think I can go through such a situation again." Sinbo did not speak immediately. This time was beyond his expectation. He did not expect that he would have such strong emotions at this juncture, thus stimulating the alienation rate that had been stable all the time, and entering the middle stage of alienation ahead of time. He really could not wander outside any longer. "Okay," he agreed. Xiao Sifang felt a little disappointed at the same time. He felt that he had returned empty-handed without putting his knowledge to use. In order to divert this sense of frustration, she whispered about the reason for this sudden change. "What happened at that time? Why did it become like that?" Sinbo smiled, adjusted his posture, and leaned on her shoulder, and slowly answered, "Because of happiness, and because of hatred." "So contradictory?" Xiao Sifang sighed, and decided to give up this inexplicably profound topic, and asked again, "Then why did you follow those people?" Sinbo recalled the smiles and laughter of those people, and his beautiful eyes flashed darkly. He still couldn't avoid jealousy and hatred in his heart. He had to use all his strength to suppress the surging negative emotions of following the alienation degree and answer this question in a calm tone. "They just passed by below and made a very noisy sound. Much more annoying than you." Xiao Sifang looked at him in astonishment, and after a long time, he reflected on himself with difficulty. "My fault? As your guardian, I shouldn't leave you alone behind." He actually started to regard himself as a guardian. Sinbo couldn't help laughing. He laughed silently for a while, and then the expression on his face slowly faded. He whispered, "It's my fault." If he hadn't overestimated his control and underestimated the influence of the mutation. This wouldn't have happened. Xiao Sifang wanted to say you know it too. But after thinking it over again and again, he still held back and talked about his other feelings. Actually, it's okay. It's over. You can still talk to me like this in an ordinary way, which makes me feel very happy. And Xiao Sifang stretched out 2 fingers embarrassedly and pinched them together. This is just a little sense of accomplishment. Hee. This was the first time she helped, and she felt a sense of joy that a promise had been fulfilled. Sinbo was silent for a moment, and then brought up the past. Do you remember what you promised me when we first met? You said that when you realize your dream, as long as I come to you, you will protect me. Of course I remember, although you lied to me half-truthfully at the beginning. But since I promised, it is effective. Xiao Sifang nodded repeatedly, thinking that her character was still very noble, and she had already forgiven him generously. Is that so? She said firmly. Yes. Can you protect me a little earlier? His eyes and voice were as light, but it seemed to weigh heavily on Xiao Sifang's heart, making her slightly stunned, confused and at a loss. Sinbo looked at her blank face. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up, and he smiled happily. Just kidding. Silly girl. Xiao Sifang came back to his senses, but solemnly grabbed his hand and held it tightly. Okay. Have you forgotten? I told you before that as long as you need me, I will do my best. I keep my word. Don't look down on me. A trace of cold air leaked in from the crack of the door that was no longer tightly closed, and in an instant, it was assimilated by the heat flow in the room, becoming a humidifier, making the dry air and the heart slightly moist. At this solemn and sacred moment of commitment, a string of silver bell-like laughter suddenly broke the brief silence between words. Xiao Sifang looked over and saw the girl at the door holding a roll of bandages and smiling with her teeth showing. She exuded a sweet smell all over her body. After the girl stopped laughing, she said to them with 2 deep dimples, although your combination looks a little strange. As your witness, I still want to say a blessing to you. Xiao Sifang. Witness. The girl ignored her confusion and took out a bottle of pink wine, rubbing it against the floor and carefully rolling it to the other side. This is the wine I drink myself, with a very low alcohol content. You too can drink a little to celebrate. Xiao Sifang reached out and hugged the bottle of wine, standing it upright, and said with a serious face, I swore not to drink again. She had no idea what this person meant by what he said. Her ears were burning, but she still had no idea. Color is emptiness. Color is emptiness. Color is emptiness. Sinbo remembered something, laughed softly, reached out to take the bottle, and opened the lid with his bare hands. It's okay if you don't drink it. I can drink it too. The mask was pushed up to reveal the lower half of his face, and he squinted slightly, and the sweet wine slid into his throat, bringing a fine shudder. It tastes good. After learning from the 5 people that the snowstorm on Crescent Mountain was not always so severe, Xiao Sifang left in no hurry. After Sinbo fully recovered, the atmosphere in the room became truly joyful. Xiao Sifang put down his gun, sat cross-legged and studied every minute. Sinbo went upstairs for a walk, changed his clothes, put on his gloves again, and returned to the first floor. It was natural that he had no gains. He accepted the reality calmly and took out a handkerchief to wipe the tables and chairs covered with thick dust. Whether a person's life is refined or not can be easily seen from his words and deeds. Xiao Sifang can do what he should do without distractions when sitting on the garbage mountain. And Sinbo tries to make everything around him meet his wishes even if he has to make do for a while. After wiping the table, he put a tablecloth on it, and then took out the tea set to start making tea. This set of actions directly shocked the people at the door. Looking at the person on the ground, who was dancing vigorously on the light screen with a pen as if it were a sword, and then looking at the person who was making tea calmly and smoothly. They all twitched their mouths. Xiao Sifang encountered a difficulty, and turned his head and asked, the data says that the disaster level is divided by the concentration of floating substances. But there are many uncertainties in the concentration of floating substances. Right? Floating substances are not single at all. And there may be harmful and beneficial conditions at the same time. And there may be more or less. Is the concentration directly detected by the detector really representative? The tea poured out smoothly from the mouth of the pot, and the lingering tea fragrance rose gracefully. Sinbo did not look back, and his eyes were always focused on the tea. You made a conceptual mistake. The benefits and harms are not offset each other. The disaster level is also the degree of harm. So the statement that the disaster level is divided by the concentration of floating substances is not wrong in itself. Yes. Xiao Sifang patted his head. And the electronic notebook ticked twice. Skipping this question. The other 5 people. The retired soldier who had been holding Xiao Sifang stood up, leaned forward a few steps, looked at Xiao Sifang and looked at Sin Bo, who was content, and asked, "Are you from the cleanup bureau?" Xiao Sifang raised his head and said, "I'm still learning." The wounded soldier stared at Sin Bo intently, and with his inquiring and suspicious eyes, he peeled off the mask that he had always worn on his face and refused to take off. Dissecting him over and over again, Sin Bo slowly took out a certificate and placed it on the corner of the table. The wounded soldier took 2 quick steps and picked up the thin card. Xing Ho, the cleaning specialist of the 11th section of the cleaning bureau. An elder in his family worked in the cleaning bureau, so he had the honor of seeing the certificate of the cleaning bureau with his own eyes. The texture, weight and dark pattern format of the card in his hand are exactly the same as those of the elder. This person is really from the cleaning bureau. Fake ID. Big Household Sin Bo put away the ID that was returned and asked with a smile, "Do you have any other questions?" "No." The wounded soldier pursed his lips and retreated. The atmosphere became harmonious again, and the 2 sides continued to do their own things without disturbing each other. When the energy chip was replaced to the last piece, Xiao Sifang closed the secret compartment of the controller and asked the photographer, who was quite familiar with every corner of 6218, "Is the blizzard going to get smaller?" The photographer looked at the time and nodded. "In about 2 hours, the wind will be reduced to the minimum, and we can leave at that time." Xiao Sifang nodded and took out the emergency light in advance and put it on the table. More than half an hour later, the last energy ran out, and when the light suddenly went out, the well-prepared retired soldiers also took out the lamps and illuminated most of the room. The temperature began to drop, and the girl looked at the lights that were like dazzling stars in the sea of stars, and suddenly proposed, "Let's tell a scary story." The man who knew his wife's preferences touched his nose and clapped his hands in cooperation. "Okay, I agree." The other 3 were employed, so there was no reason to object. The girl still felt that it was not lively enough, and wanted to pull Xiao Sifang and Sin Bo together. "You can join in too. Meeting is fate. Leave some interesting memories." This experience was very fresh. Sin Bo nodded happily and interrupted Xiao Sifang's struggle to join their storytelling. All the other lights were turned off. The 7 people sat around, leaving only the middle one, which was deliberately adjusted to the darkest light to illuminate everyone's face. The girl held her husband's hand with one hand, cleared her throat, and announced the rules. Everyone takes turns to say a paragraph. You have to say something meaningful that can connect the story. Otherwise you have to think about it again. When everyone expressed no objection, she nodded and said, "Then let me start. What I want to say is, one day, a newlywed couple hired a photographer and 2 soldiers to go deep into the snow-capped mountains to take pictures." As soon as he finished speaking, the photographer laughed and said, "You are just stating the facts." The girl chuckled, "Don't be impatient. Take your time." The microphone was passed to the next person, and her husband lowered his voice and continued, unexpectedly. A group of 5 people got lost in the blizzard. Just when they were feeling desperate, a small house emitting a faint light appeared in front of them. The photographer suppressed his laughter and continued to state the facts. The photographer pushed open the door, and a black gun was pointed at him. Wounded Veteran 1, the woman who arrived earlier than them and was holding a man in her arms, agreed to let them enter the house to avoid the wind and snow, but asked them to stay at the door and not move. Wounded Veteran 2, the room was well heated, and they recovered quickly and started communicating with the woman. Sin Bo, the man, woke up. Xiao Sifang, the newlywed, suggested telling stories to pass the time, and the 7 of them sat together. The girl was satisfied with the cooperation of the crowd. She turned her eyes and pinched her throat to lower her voice, but in fact, telling stories is fake, and testing and exposing is real. The spearhead hidden in the darkness has already been aimed at one of them. From true to false? False, false, true, true. For a moment, no one could tell whether what she said was true or false. Everyone felt a chill on their backs, and even the husband, who had experienced it many times, felt his scalp tingling. The girl pushed her stunned husband, who hurriedly said, when the story began. Everyone soon realized the deep meaning behind this storytelling. They looked at each other with different expressions and guessed who was the one with the ulterior motive. The photographer held the camera tightly, his palms slightly sweaty, and said, "Dark speculations continued to expand in everyone's hearts. They lost trust in each other. The photographer hopes to stop this storytelling that will only bring negative emotions." The wounded veteran sitting below him, who was the one who stared at Xiao Sifang before, found it very interesting and pushed the topic to a climax. The photographer who first proposed to stop was naturally suspected by everyone. If he had done nothing wrong, why would he be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door? Although he told himself countless times that this was just a story, the strong sense of substitution still made the photographer tremble all over. The second injured veteran had no creativity and imagination. He racked his brains to come up with an ambiguous sentence, leaving the problem to the people behind. But no matter who is suspected, the truth of the matter to be revealed is the most important. This may be related to the special events that happened recently. Stop! As the supervisor of the whole story, the girl immediately pointed her finger at him and warned him, this technique is only allowed to be used once. Others should take it as a warning. Sinbo was very satisfied with the free play space created by the previous person, and said lazily, the 4 words genetic experiment silently emerged in everyone's mind. Could it be that the newlyweds have discovered clues in this regard? Although his target was the newlyweds, his eyes were gently looking at the photographer holding the camera. The girl clapped her hands excitedly, but did not say a word, silently aggravating the weird atmosphere. The essence of this kind of storytelling is to closely link the story with reality to guide the direction of the story, create a tense atmosphere, and make people feel more real and unlockable fear. It was Xiao Sifang's turn. She sorted out the logic of the story and filled in the previous loopholes. After thinking about this, a new question was born. Since the newlyweds have discovered something, why don't they reveal it directly, but take such a roundabout way? Then what is their purpose? The story became more and more complicated. The girl was so excited that she didn't mind being dragged from the innocent leader into a vortex with ulterior motives. She was afraid that the fire was not big enough, and she added more fuel. When the suspicious eyes focused on the newlyweds, the wife and husband smiled at each other. The wife said, "Let's continue playing. Everything is fate. Fate made the 7 of us meet here. So it is the 7 of us who started such a game here." Husband, "Yes. It's just a game. But I don't know why." The photographer seems to be a little overly nervous. The spearhead was aimed at the photographer again. The husband did not do this deliberately because he didn't like the photographer. It was just that his game experience made him choose the most extreme person among the participants to attack in order to achieve the purpose of promoting the atmosphere. But what he didn't expect was that just as the 3rd round began, this game that tested people's hearts really dug up a big secret. The photographer suddenly exploded, holding the camera in his hand, kicked over the small light in the middle, and ran to the door. The small light rolled away, and the surroundings fell into darkness. The dull sound of flesh hitting each other sounded one after another. A wounded soldier pulled out the energy panel for temporary lighting, and the other tacitly took out a light and turned it on with this light, restoring the light. Under the bright light, Xiao Sifang stepped on the photographer's waist, while Sinbo took the camera slowly. What? What happened? The girl's husband was shocked and stammered. "It's just a game." "No, it's not that serious." The veterans reacted faster and said coldly, "I'm afraid it's not just a game anymore. He really has a problem." There were not many photos in the camera, and Sinbo quickly flipped through them, but there were no valuable clues. The photographer couldn't move, and his nerves, which had been tense because of the guilty conscience, relaxed a little, realizing that he had overreacted just now. He bluffed and shouted, "What are you doing? I just don't want to play this kind of dark game. Let me go!" Sinbo motioned to Sifang to help the man up, and after the man stood up, he waved the camera in front of him and asked, "Will all people who come to 6218 let photographers like you follow them? Please, big brother. It's just an ordinary job to make a living. Why do you ask this?" The photographer shouted exaggeratedly. His brain was quite good, and he immediately threw the question back. "And you don't need to ask me at all. Don't you two have a photographer following you?" Sinbo shook his head and looked at the newlyweds. "Did you find the photographer when you arrived at 6218? The girl took her husband's arm and nodded nervously. "We came here after reading the guide on the internet, which said that it is better to find a photographer who lives in 6218. They are familiar with the environment and are more skilled in shooting on ice and snow. Of course, We also looked at the example pictures and thought they were really good. So we chose him. There shouldn't be any problems. Right? He has problems for sure. The wounded soldier frowned and broke her fluke mentality. It's just a matter of severity. Right. Brother from the cleanup bureau? Sinbo smiled slightly. Did not respond. Just said to Sifong, don't let go. Opened the energy panel and started searching. Xiao Sifong didn't know what he was going to do. So he had to hold the man while looking at him eagerly, hoping to get a reply soon. The undercover officer's authority was high and easy to use. And Sinbo quickly found the information he wanted to know. Since the opening of the alien hunt last year, the number of members of the Alien Killing Society has been increasing. And the list of missing members of the Alien Killing Society has also been gradually increasing. Although it is assumed that they died in an accident, they are still missing in name because the bodies have not been found. You don't know until you check. But this check is quite amazing. The current number of missing people has reached more than 9,000. Nearly 10,000. And about half of them disappeared this year. Which is too strange. According to common sense, the safety of the mercenaries equipped with alien sensors this year is more guaranteed. The number of missing people should have dropped drastically under the effect of this alarm. Just like the number of deaths. But it did not. Looking into the background, only human factors can explain it. Sinbo raised his head and looked at the photographer. With a gentle tone, what is in Crescent Moon Mountain? The photographer, with his chin raised high and a tough face, suddenly changed his face. Is it related to genetic experiments? It was obviously a very gentle tone. But every word he said was like a nail, driving hard into the heart of the man with a dead face. The other 5 people also trembled all over and looked at the photographer in disbelief. The girl was panicked. Genetic experiments? No. He is just a photographer. How can it be related to these things? Crescent Moon Mountain? Crescent Moon Mountain was also his suggestion that we should take pictures. Xiao Sifong understood a little bit, nodded and said, when I was in the Isha Club, I heard someone say that you should never go to Crescent Moon Mountain. The experience is not good. You were brought here by him. And the experience was not good. So this is to do the opposite. Let the real tourists who have experienced it personally persuade other tourists who still yearn for Crescent Moon Mountain to give up. I don't know what you were talking about. The photographer denied it. The reason why we recommend Crescent Moon Mountain is because we want to make more money. And Crescent Moon Mountain is indeed very beautiful when the wind is not strong. It's just for money. We are all ordinary photographers with a legitimate company. If you think there is a problem, you can check it out. As he talked more and more, Sinbo understood more and more. So all of you photographers are from the same company. It seems to be an organized activity. What did they ask you to do? Monitor the people who came to this planet and prevent them from getting close to Crescent Moon Mountain? Seeing that the photographer was still trying to quibble, Xiao Sifong punched him ruthlessly, causing his facial features to deform. You can choose to tell the truth now. Or let me beat you until you tell the truth. The photographer felt a sweet and fishy taste in his throat, and felt pain and fear. He was not a person with a good psychological quality, and he confessed everything after taking a punch. I say, we do have other tasks. But I promise that I have never done anything that harms the world. And at first, I thought I was doing good things. And I didn't know it was like this. What do you mean? Explain it clearly. When we joined the company sent someone to familiarize us with the environment. After the training, we were required to stop customers from running around in addition to taking photos. They said that the Crescent Moon Mountain area was extremely dangerous. For safety reasons, they hoped that we would stop customers. They also said that they were afraid that customers would have a rebellious mentality and would go more and more if they were not allowed to go. So they asked us not to tell them clearly and just take them around the non-dangerous area. We didn't know there was a problem here, and we could get more money. So we signed the agreement. It would be better if we didn't talk about this. The photographer felt wronged when he talked about it. If I could, I really want to go back and slap myself. If I hadn't been curious and sneaked into Crescent Moon Mountain, I wouldn't have ended up like this today. If he didn't know anything, he wouldn't feel guilty about a game, and then turn around and run away and be discovered. Sinbo, what did you see? I didn't see it. I took a picture. After all, the company said it was dangerous inside, so I didn't dare to rush in directly. Moreover, the blizzard became more and more violent the deeper I went. I didn't dare to go too deep, so I spent all my savings to buy a new lens. The one in your hand. Although it doesn't look good, it can be pulled to 1,000 meters away to focus and shoot. And then I took a picture of a person. He became excited. It's a person who is half human and half alien. I didn't understand it at first. Until I took the next picture. The one where two normal humans killed him and dragged him back. I thought that there might be something unspeakable here. The wounded veteran with a strong sense of justice couldn't stand it anymore and asked, "Why don't you expose it?" The photographer almost cried. "How dare I? I signed an agreement. If the illegal organization is destroyed after the exposure, I will be an accomplice. If it can't be destroyed, then I will be the one to be destroyed. Brothers and sisters, please let me go." You don't know. I also thought about resigning. But I didn't dare. I was afraid that they would find out that I had been there and secretly get rid of me. Speaking of this, he really cried sadly when the genetic experiment was exposed some time ago, and it was said to be related to the royal family. I was really scared and fortunate. Do you think that if I really had the courage to expose the matter, would such a powerful person let me go? From his incoherent words, it is not difficult to hear his torment and fear. It seems that this matter has been tormenting him, to the point that he will collapse at the slightest disturbance. Where are the photos? The photographer, who had completely given up struggling, sobbed and untied his belt, and pulled out 2 wrinkled photos from the hidden gap inside the belt. I didn't dare to keep a copy, for fear that it would be touched by a data bug. I deleted it after printing it out. Xiao Sifang and Sin Bo looked at each other. This was really an unexpected gain. Sin Bo collected the evidence and smiled, and showed the second certificate. The photographer took a look and almost knelt down. Undercover officer? After showing the ID in front of the other 4 people before putting it away, he said like a real undercover officer, "This matter involves genetic experiments, which is very serious. I hope you will cooperate fully and not make it public. Otherwise, not only will your lives be threatened, but the mastermind behind the scenes will escape and the safety of the empire will be threatened." The girl and her husband nodded repeatedly. And the 2 wounded veterans also said, "We know the seriousness of the matter and will cooperate with the arrangements of the Supervisory Bureau." The photographer stammered, Do I have to cooperate?" "Relax. You are the main witness, and the Supervisory Bureau will protect you. And you are right to be timid. Fortunately, you didn't get close. Otherwise you would have been discovered by the people inside." Based on his own experience, Sin Bo sighed slightly. There should be a life detector nearby. If you walk a few steps forward, you may be caught. Don't say it. The photographer became more and more scared as he thought about it, and clamped his lower body. "I'm about to pee." Sin Bo regretfully stopped and turned to contact Lin Yu. The efficiency of the Supervisory Bureau is daunting. 6 hours later, the nearest undercover officer was transferred here and disguised as an ordinary couple to enter the Isha Club. With the cooperation of everyone, the photographer seamlessly transitioned from the newlyweds to the undercover officer and was protected without a trace. In order not to alert the enemy, the Supervisory Bureau did not immediately send a large number of people to 6,218, but quietly started from the photographer's company and conducted a covert investigation. A new weight was placed on the already tilted scale, and the winner gradually became clear. On the return spaceship, Xiao Sifang sat in Sin Bo's cabin and read the new law for refugees sent by Lin Yu. He circled and drew on it carefully, and shared with him what he was particularly angry about or thought was good. They actually want to set up a promotion system that is the same as the old emperor's bribery of me. I am so angry. Second-class residents are not more noble than refugees, and I clearly want equal rights. Doesn't this promotion system nail us refugees to the bottom? Then you can add a rule that if a refugee family with great contributions is promoted to second-class residents, a second-class resident family with little contribution will be demoted to refugees. They will definitely not agree. That's great. You can tell them loudly that you don't agree either. Yes, that's right. Let's do it this way. Oh, this is not bad. Abolish the job allocation system for the migrant class. Open up the right to choose a career freely, and allow migrants to do business. Be sure to explain to them that no additional taxes can be levied on migrants. Yes, that's right. Make up for it. Xiao Sifang and he discussed and revised the draft of the new law written by Lin Yu and jointly passed by dozens of bigwigs. It took 2 whole days to correct the inappropriate parts and sent it back. Xiao Sifang lay on the table for a while, pounded his sore shoulders and neck. turned his head to look at Sinbo, who was leaning on the bed reading a book, and moved his small stool to sit beside the bed. Do you think the old emperor has other test bases? The first one was exposed on an ordinary semi-ruined planet. Those test subjects escaped from there. Right? And now we have found another one on a remote ruined planet like 6218. Do you know where yours is? Sinbo withdrew his eyes from the book and looked at her with a slightly sideways face. It's on the main planet. There is no suspense about this. When the emperor pushes out the scapegoat, he should design a scene to catch the person in the act to win the trust of the public. Just wait. Oh! Xiao Sifang frowned and thought for a while. Then asked, then is the time too tight? Will your testimony affect your treatment? How long will it take you to be cured? Otherwise, don't go to the main planet. Just do your treatment at 338. Since you understand the principle, you can do it as long as the equipment is in place and there are corresponding operators. Right? Sinbo laughed. Why do you have so many questions? Xiao Sifang, I always feel a little uneasy. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. You should worry more about whether the new law can be implemented smoothly. He looked calm and indifferent. Xiao Sifang looked at him a few more times before she returned to her original position with a small stool in her arms. I hope she is just worrying too much. The smoke was floating, and the strong aroma was sharp and pungent. Even the secretary, who was used to staying in such a smoky environment, could not resist it, and his brain was dizzy. But the old man at the top was energetic, and his eyes were as bright as lightning when he raised them from the official documents. The heavy and not light gaze fell on the young secretary, making the whole body tremble as if he had been electrocuted. How is the supervisory bureau? Your Majesty, everything is as planned. Yes. The emperor closed his eyes and retracted the eyes that seemed to be able to cut people into pieces, which made the secretary slightly relieved. After a moment, the person at the top asked again, is Sinbo back? He didn't receive any news of his return. The emperor slowly exhaled and opened his eyes, and the pressure was exerted on the secretary again. This is very strange. According to the time, he should have been unable to hold on and returned. Why is he still staying outside? What's good about 338? The secretary carefully considered his words and said, do you need me to notify him to return immediately? Forget it. The emperor waved his hand, his words full of contradictions. If he came back so suddenly, I would be more worried. He is not the kind of person who cares about such things. He is a heartless thing. It's better to continue to be heartless. Let him go. To be honest, 338 is indeed more interesting than the main planet. How beautiful is the mess that the Lin family kid made on that planet. The secretary dared not say a word. Oh, by the way, although we can let him go, we still have to control the time. We can't let him cause any trouble. If he doesn't come back after this week, send him back. Yes. Just as the secretary nodded in response, the door outside was suddenly knocked twice, slowly and long, with a special rhythm, revealing a sense of carelessness. The emperor's eyes suddenly slashed at the secretary like a sword, and the latter stumbled and knelt, and fell to the ground. Your Majesty, I really didn't receive any news, and I didn't deliberately conceal it. Looking at the trembling secretary, the emperor knew that he didn't dare. But Sinbo was too bold. Let him in. Yes. Yes. The secretary scrambled to open the door, and Sinbo helped him with a smile, saying, you're welcome. The secretary didn't have the heart to joke with him at this time. He was trembling and didn't dare to say anything. He pursed his lips and closed the door. Sinbo didn't salute, but walked directly to the desk. With a blink of his eyelids, he revealed a pair of eyes that belonged to the alien completely, red like the background color of the Empire's flag. The Emperor held the armrest and didn't retreat subconsciously, maintaining his former majesty and kindness. Look at you. You've been through a lot. Go and rest. Because there was nothing that could threaten Sinbo. Not only could he not completely control him, but he was controlled by him. So the Emperor never spoke directly to him about alienation, and was completely defensive. He didn't want to leave more handles for this moody jackal. What if it wanted to sit on the supreme throne of the Empire on a whim? Would he let it go or not? So they kept the balance they had reached earlier tacitly and maintained this unspoken tacit understanding. But when he said this today, he still had some tentative meaning. After all, this juncture was too sensitive. Although he didn't think that this wolf cub would wade into this muddy water that had no benefit and might even push him into the abyss. The ancient said that one should be prepared for the worst. He carefully observed every subtle expression on the face of the man in front of him, and found that it was indeed a little more strange than usual. The unchanging smile, and the pair of red eyes that never faded made him look even colder and more ferocious than before. But what St. Bo said next was like the biggest and heaviest fist in the world, smashing all his guard into pieces, and finally forging into indescribable fear. I lost consciousness a few days ago. This is the first time this has happened. Do you think I need to stay in a place with a higher security level for a while? The wide chair creaked and moved back 2 centimeters. The Emperor was so shocked that he almost stood up. St. Bo seemed to be unable to see his loss of composure. I think it's because you summon me frequently this year. Maybe after this treatment period. We need to talk about our way of getting along again? The Emperor was breathing rapidly. His whole body was red and bloodshot. He covered his chest and panted for a long time. Then looked at the secretary kneeling on the ground and said sternly, "Get out." Yes. The secretary, who successfully escaped again, suppressed his excitement and ran out with his head down. People say that Vice Deanson is a lucky star. And it is true. He escaped again. The Emperor can't care what other people are thinking now. He only knows that if St. Bo is gone, he will not be far from death. He tried his best to calm himself and made arrangements. We will talk about it after your treatment period is over. But you are right. If something goes wrong, your manor is indeed not safe enough. You stay in the palace. I will have someone transport the equipment here. And I will arrange for you to start treatment immediately. St. Bo was not dissatisfied with this arrangement, and asked very thoughtfully, "Then should I go out of this door first and then come back secretly?" "No need." The Emperor held the chair, endured the dizziness, and said, "You can stay directly on the grounds of taking care of my health." After saying this last sentence, he sat down dejectedly, and it took a long time for him to cheer up. "It's good to comfort yourself." He said it clearly, which means he doesn't want to turn against himself. He still wants to live, so he doesn't have to worry about him turning against him at the last minute. And there is no need to allocate more people to control him. On the other side, Xiao Sifang, led by several secret inspectors from the Supervisory Bureau, appeared in the ruins outside a semi-ruined star city. In the gray and inconspicuous oval building, the most influential people on various planets sat on the chairs placed here and there, regardless of whether they were men or women. Their faces were engraved with deep traces of time. Xiao Sifang, whose age was only a fraction of theirs, stood in the middle of the group, forcing himself to steady himself and straighten his chest. To be honest, this scene was extremely funny. At any time in the past, a refugee, or a minor refugee, would have been an ant that could not be seen by these big figures of Wuchen. But at this moment, this refugee was standing here, and he didn't show any humility or shortness of breath, but held his head high with the momentum to compete with them. Is it embarrassing? Embarrassing. Is it ugly? Ugly. But there was no way. The only way for these big men who valued their reputation to go to war legitimately was firmly in the hands of this refugee child who had just turned 18. Some people lowered their heads and pretended not to see to maintain their self-esteem. Some people spared no effort to put pressure on the enemy, to test the depth of the enemy. And some people acknowledged the respect that naturally arose in their hearts and encouraged the young man with a kind look. A female star master with a head full of silver hair expressed such kindness to Xiao Sifang, and joked affectionately, "Child, are you afraid of being here alone? Aren't you worried that we will threaten you with your life?" Xiao Sifang shook her head honestly. She had never thought of this for a moment. Liberating refugees is beneficial to the country and the people. It is good for both second-class residents and refugees. I am the one who proposed it. But you who come here must be supporters. I don't have to be afraid of such extreme things happening. Even if we are two classes, there are frictions during the discussion, which intensifies the contradictions between the two sides. I don't have to be afraid. The female star master laughed. Why are you not afraid of the intensified contradictions? I don't know everyone here, but I know what kind of person the director of the Supervision Bureau is. He won't let this happen. Her confident look made a certain star master sneer. And sneered, "Your confidence does not come from what kind of person the director of the Supervision Bureau is, but from the fact that he is your grandfather, and he will protect you no matter what." The noisy environment quieted down, and everyone looked at Lin Yu awkwardly, while Lin Yu himself was generous, as if it had nothing to do with him. Xiao Sifang turned back to find this person, stared into his eyes, and his slightly childish face was extremely serious. "If all your opinions are as narrow and superficial as what you just said, Then I suggest you don't participate in this new law discussion. All your thoughts have been narrowed and solidified. So no matter what I say later, you will probably feel, ah, this person is just jealous of the lives of second-class residents and wants to live a good life. So he stands here shamelessly and speaks nonsense. The Star Lord who spoke was the old Star Lord of 712, who had been in office for more than 50 years. He was now 142 years old. And Xiao Sifang was 1 year younger than his great-grandson. How could he bear being accused by the youngest of the young? He snorted and mocked, isn't it? His snort made the crowd, who were not going to speak, move. Everyone looked uneasy, and even looked at him with some contempt. The female Star Lord who spoke first sneered, according to you, we old guys came here from thousands of miles away just to listen to the nonsense of an ordinary refugee who envied the life of a second-class resident. The Star Lord of 712 was stunned. 338 Star Lord Lu Jun added with a smile, oh, we are really old. Our thinking has narrowed and solidified to this extent. It seems that we have to give way quickly and give more opportunities to the young people. 366 Star Lord, who has formed an alliance with 338, stroked his beard and echoed, openly. He complained that the young girl was not good enough. But secretly, he was scolding us for being old and confused. Brother, if you have any opinions about us, just say it directly. Others also use their taunting skills, scolding people from head to toe in a veiled way. 712 Star Lord found that he had offended the public and was attacked by the group. So he had to surrender. Okay. I was wrong. Can you give me some face? Also, I say you are too cruel. Kid, where did you learn this skill of talking? Let me learn more. Xiao Sifang, who had already mastered the essence of smiling expression from Sinbo, raised his mouth and smiled lightly. As a refugee, I have accepted the ridicule of all second-class residents since I was born. This is practice makes perfect. You should not suffer this injustice. The 712 Star Master choked. And after a while, he understood and laughed again. Good guy. This is to let him go back to his mother's womb to practice again. However, thanks to the 712 Star Master who jumped out and bravely took the knife to liven up the atmosphere, the meeting was less solemn and more generous. The meeting lasted for 3 hours. Xiao Sifang alone accepted the round-robin battle of dozens of people in power. And the situation was deadlocked several times. There is no doubt that Xiao Sifang was still too immature in front of this group of people, and her skills were not good enough. But she knew that she was the advantaged party. As long as she was strong enough, she would not let them take too much advantage. She stood up straight and held on throughout the whole scene without showing any fear. The powerful people who took turns to fight could not pry her mouth open, and they knew that they could get greater rewards by completely liberating the refugees. In the end, they took a step back and made a solid step on the road of equal rights. The two sides finally reached an agreement and signed an agreement, and each saved a video of the whole process. The 712 Star Master looked at Xiao Sifang's serious face and couldn't help but say something mean. You have fought for a lot of rights for the refugees. But are you sure that the condition that you agreed to send 1 million refugees to join the army in 3 years, and that those who signed up voluntarily can be forced to enlist will not make the refugees spit on you? Xiao Sifang looked at him strangely. Isn't the premise of this condition that you will open the combat class for free and give the refugees a chance to train systematically? I'm not going to send my helpless companions to the battlefield. Hey, do you think they care so much? They probably think you are the same as the second-class residents, selling out your companions for glory. Oh, there's nothing I can do about it. After all, it's me who is standing here to amend the bill, not them. Xiao Sifang was as calm as before, without any emotional fluctuations. If they have any objections to this new rule, they can also overturn this bill and establish rules that they are satisfied with. These words were too arrogant and too arrogant. The 712 Star Leader opened his mouth and found that he could not speak. If you say she is right, it seems that it is not right. But if you say she is wrong, it seems that it is not wrong. The dominance is always in the hands of the pioneers who dare to fight and fight. Xiao Sifang does not need to consider those rubbish who only want to get benefits but do not want to pay. She only knows that when the 1 million people really stand on the front line in 3 years and support a quarter of the world, the equal rights anniversary will not be far away. The new bill is passed, and the next step is the battle of the new alliance. The Star Leaders got up and left one after another, returning to their respective positions. Lin Yu did not rush to leave, and took a walk with his granddaughter. Looking at Xiao Sifang's frank and resolute profile, the figure of the little daughter gradually faded, leaving behind a complete young man named Xiao Sifang. Lin Yu put his hands behind his back and laughed loudly. Heroes have always been young since ancient times. Sifang, have you thought about what to do after this is over? The wind blew Xiao Sifang's hair, blowing all the small strands of hair on his forehead to the back, revealing a smooth and full forehead, and his round eyes narrowed into crescents below. I haven't thought about this yet. I have to discuss it with Sinbo after the matter is over. Lin Yu instantly became alert. Why do you have to discuss it with him? I promised him that if he helps me with this, I will play with him in the future. Lin Yu, how can I agree to this? Isn't it obvious that he has no good intentions? Xiao Sifang couldn't understand his grandfather's mentality of the good cabbage is eaten by the pig. And he spoke for Sinbo righteously. He helped me the most, and I should repay him. Well, why don't you take the exam for the cleanup bureau after graduation, so I can take him out to play while working? By the way, I can continue to look for beneficial disaster substances that can wash away the harmful effects of disasters. The more Xiao Sifang thought about it, the more he felt that this path was good. But Lin Yu didn't think so at all. The work in the cleanup bureau is very boring day after day. It's not good. You should take the exam for the supervision bureau. The supervision bureau is more suitable for you. But I'm not interested in investigations. Then go to the Institute of Science and Technology. You've also taken a manufacturing major, and your grades are pretty good. Don't waste your abilities. You can continue to do design at the cleaning bureau. You can do it anywhere. When I'm proficient at my job, I can try to improve the equipment at the cleaning bureau. No. How can I make good designs without a quiet and focused environment? Lin Yu had to make black and white. Anyway, he couldn't let his granddaughter accommodate a man like this. Xiao Sifang took it seriously and explained seriously. It's okay, as long as you have the heart. It's the same everywhere. Lin Yu was determined to cut off her path and insisted, give me an example? If you can't give me one, it won't work. But Xiao Sifang actually gave an example. The battle dolls were made in a noisy scene. Lin Yu subconsciously replied, that doesn't count. After saying a few words, he paused and turned his head. How do you know that the battle dolls were made in this way? Xiao Sifang, I participated in it. I was a tester for the first few generations. That was when the Y0925 mine was under construction. The designer was the supervisor of the mine. He designed the battle dolls while supervising the work. I also know that the battle dolls were not originally intended to be sparring partners for students. He wanted to design a robot that could go to the front line. It has been a long time since this happened. Xiao Sifang still feels a little regretful when recalling it, but whether it is the degree of artificial intelligence or the inflexibility of the machine itself, it has no way to participate in multiplayer combat. And the cost is high. I don't know if he has improved it to a new model. Lin Yu coughed and seized the opportunity to say, he is now in the Science and Technology Research Institute, and there is a team following him to design this. So, you still have to concentrate to do great things. Xiao Sifang didn't know why her grandfather had to argue with her about this. But she didn't want to give in when she had her reasons and evidence, and said stubbornly, then I still have to discuss it with him. I have promised. Lin Yu shook his head. This is not a promise. This is simply a deception. The little daughter is stubborn. And this granddaughter is also stubborn. When everyone returned to their respective positions, the smoke of war first spread on the internet, making people raise their hands with excitement. A long list of princes and grandchildren and various prominent figures were exposed. Those who usually looked extremely decent were linked to inhumane genetic experiments. The server that claimed to be able to support tens of billions of people online at the same time without lag was forced to reveal its true face. And paralysis told everyone that it was false propaganda. The engineers urgently repaired it for nearly half an hour before restoring the function. Almost the moment it was repaired, the comments under the relevant reports exceeded 1 million. Alla lighting, my hands are shaking. I am really angry and scared. Rui, I originally thought that there might be only 1 or 2 royal participants, and they are not clear-headed and self-inflated. But I am still too young. There are 5 people above. Xiao Lotzi Lotzi. Now I just want to know how many people these scum have harmed. Smile. Who by gun see you? Let these people die. Cut off their heads, and hang them on the patrol ship, and take them to travel the starry sea. Okay? Cocoa Cookie, I hope there are no fish that slip through the net, pray. Xiao Zhang de Bafei. Harrison is actually the mastermind. I always thought he was a fool. But it turns out he is so hidden. The clown is actually me ORZ. Let Brother Rang be mine. The Supervisory Bureau. Charge me. Don't let any of them go. In the dark, some people say Harrison is the mastermind. It's unbelievable. But I don't think it's surprising. How can a purebred idiot jump up and down like him for so many years without killing himself? It's obvious that he has two faces. Safety, Leopold is favored by His Majesty. Right? I want to see if he will really handle it and partially smile. In the classroom, Wang Dan was swiping comments and cursing. His 10 fingers flying and typing frantically to contribute to the number of comments. After spraying his saliva, he took a sip of carbonated drink and wiped his mouth. Xingxiao will definitely regret leaving us yesterday. Otherwise he can complain with us today. After brushing for a while, Louis started to do the questions with great self-control. Just when she felt a little bit, she was interrupted by Huang Dan's words. She looked up and glanced at him in dissatisfaction. That's enough. Do you want to stay in school for the 2-month free period? Huang Dan turned over on the table and curled his lips. It's okay. Seeing his dead pig fearless look, Louis frowned and had no idea. After struggling for a while, she secretly cast her eyes on Xiao Sifang, who had been away for a week and came back. Now he was sitting alone in the last row, fully devoted to studying hard. Beep. Louis retracted her gaze, clicked on the message she had just received, frowned after taking a look, picked up the light screen and walked to the last row, knocking on the table. Liz asked me to ask you. Is it true? Did you reach some dark deal between you? Is it true? Xiao Sifang looked up, confused for a second before reacting, and said, Then you can reply for me and say no. Louis squinted at her and did not move. Xiao Sifang closed her mouth and looked at her with her hands clasped together. Louis stood for a long time, looking down at her. I can help you without pursuing the matter. You have to tutor me before I pass the assessment and go home. Xiao Sifang. Deal? The agreement was reached, and Louis quickly sent the message, pushed the light screen that had been prepared in front of her, and sat down next to her. Xiao Sifang sighed silently as he looked at the exercises on the screen, which only changed a small condition from the original textbook. This guy is really stubborn. Just as the two girls were concentrating on the questions, Wang Dan, who had finally calmed down, suddenly sobbed again, causing the two people who were disturbed by him to look up and salute. What's wrong with you? Ah. Disgusting. Wang Dan raised his tearful eyes and sniffled. Fuck. Do you guys go to the headlines yourself? It's really so irritating and tearful. It's really a misfortune for the family. Louis rolled his eyes and pulled out the energy panel to go online. The top video was the second press conference of the royal family in hundreds of years, released by the official account of the empire. The spokesperson this time was the second prince, who rarely appeared in public. He had thick eyebrows and a dignified face, but he looked old and frail, and looked more vicissitudes than the emperor. He promised everyone that he would fully obey the judge's verdict and accept the comprehensive investigation of the Supervisory Bureau to make up for the negligence of this malicious incident. In the middle, there was a communication video of the old emperor lying in bed and looking extremely haggard. The old man on the screen choked several times and spoke intermittently. I didn't expect so many people to be involved. We have failed everyone's trust. From today, all members of the royal family will be dismissed, no longer enjoy any privileges, and start over with ordinary people. As for those who have committed many evil deeds, I will build a pillar of shame. I will carve their names on it, to warn future generations. After saying this, he fell down in grief, and the screen switched back to the press conference. Xiao Sifang couldn't bear to watch it anymore. If she continued, she would vomit up her overnight meal. Louis was also speechless. She looked at Wang Dan, who was crying bitterly, in confusion. That's it? You cried like this? Is this a normal public relations method? If he doesn't cry, doesn't look haggard, and doesn't follow the trial results, how can he appease the public anger and continue to rule the empire? Is there something wrong with your brain? Being insulted so openly, Wang Dan stood up in grief and anger. You only see these. This is not just a public relations. If you change, you are your majesty. You have to send your son-grandson to the twisting table. Do you still think this is just doing a show? Louis wanted to say that if she had such a son-grandson, she had already slaughtered the sacrifice of the heavenly hand, and Xiao Sifang pulled her to signal her. In a few days, he will regret it. Louis crooked his head confused. Harrison, wearing heavy shackles, followed the judge of the court out in a daze. He still didn't know what happened. He had been shouting for justice for a while, and his throat was broken. But no one paid attention to him. Some people even spit at him, saying that he was a scum who was inhumane. In all conscience, Harrison was a scum. But did he do something as big as genetic experiment? And they said he was very secretive. How could he not know that he was as smart as those people said? If he was really that smart, why would he end up like this? Let me go! I was wronged. When he passed by the crowd of onlookers who came to watch the excitement, he shouted with all his strength, trying to make everyone realize his incompetence, so that he could come and clear his grievances. Go! The chain on his neck was strangled, and he was pulled forward by the huge force and fell forward, falling on another equally embarrassed criminal. Leopold, who was also imprisoned, behaved more decently than him, but he was no longer as hypocritical as before, but pushed people away coldly, with viciousness and ridicule in his triangular eyes. Father, it's useless. Just accept your fate. Leopold no longer looked at the designated mastermind and strode into the courtroom. It has come to this point, and it is really stupid not to know who wants them dead. The trial process was broadcast live on the internet, except for Harrison, who refused to plead guilty. All others admitted their crimes and pointed out Harrison as the mastermind. In the end, the judge sentenced Harrison and 2 other royal family members to be executed immediately, and the other coerced accomplices were sentenced to life imprisonment, and all their property was confiscated. The emperor also fulfilled his promise immediately after the trial. The pillar of shame was erected in front of the palace, and every name on it was clearly engraved. The rest of the royal family members, who did not participate in the genetic experiment, including the emperor himself, all knelt in front of the pillar of shame and swore to the sky that they would never repeat the same mistake in the future. Just when the public opinion situation was gradually calming down, a video that was only released 10 minutes ago was pushed up by the omnipotent netizens. A blonde girl stood alone in the center of the video, rolled up her sleeves, and showed her alienation. I am one of the victims of genetic experiments. I escaped from the experimental base that has been exposed 22 years ago. After staying in the black mine for 20 years, I finally found an opportunity to settle on a planet and live an ordinary life. But the shadow of the experiment and the sequelae of alienation tortured me all the time. Most of the time, my body was suffering from a certain degree of pain. Even when I was with ordinary friends, there was still a double fear in my heart. I'm afraid that the people at the experimental base will find me. And I'm also afraid that my friends around me will find out that I'm abnormal. So even if I'm in a crowd, I'm still lonely. Speaking of this, some people may find it strange. Why do I stand up and talk about this matter after the culprit has been caught? Am I not afraid of losing friends and breaking my peaceful life at this time? No. I'm still afraid. For someone who is already abnormal, I have to use all my courage to release this video just because. The girl in the video paused, raised her head firmly, and looked straight at the camera. I don't recognize this culprit. The real mastermind is someone else. I hope the Supervisory Bureau will investigate it thoroughly and give us real justice. Please don't be afraid of me after watching this video. My friends, I won't hurt any of you. I'm sorry for hiding this. And thank you for your company all the time. The video is not long. Only 1.5 minutes. But it is enough to make the big case that just ended roll again. The pen in Huang Dan's hand fell again, and he looked up to the other 2 classmates in the classroom to confirm. Why do I feel that this person is very familiar? And he is a student of our college. Louis stared at the screen, looking at those beautiful blue eyes, and his back teeth were grinding. Isn't it? Xiao Sifang. Explain to me. Why is Liz a victim of genetic experiments? How did you know? Xiao Sifang laughed awkwardly and said nonsense. I saw it by accident. Huang Dan jumped over and grabbed her shoulders tightly. Oh my god. You are so tight-lipped. You can't even cover up such explosive news. Louis grabbed Huang Dan and threw him back, roaring, You are hopeless. You idiot. How could she have seen it by accident? This is definitely not a coincidence. It must be premeditated. Huang Dan. This scene was too exciting. Xiao Sifang grabbed the electronic book and ran away. If you can't explain it, don't explain it. Escape is shameful but useful. After returning to the dormitory and locking the doors and windows, she secretly took out an identity ring and connected to the network, in order to facilitate communication. Sin Bo handed Lin Zhou's identity ring to her. And then Lin Yu abused his power, and secretly gave her permissions. Now she can grasp the dynamics of the front line without relying on Lu Yi. After browsing the internet for a while, she sent a message to the identity ID of Sin Bo's undercover officer. Bye Shui, are you safe now? How is the treatment going? Tens of thousands of light years away. The underground palace of the Imperial Palace. The man with only a face that maintained a human shape was pushed out of the square device. And the fully armed researchers trembled and put on a bathrobe that was easy to put on and take off. The humming sound of the machine stopped. And Sin Bo opened his eyes and sat up. As the mutation faded away, the researcher's heart slowly calmed down, and he spoke carefully. Your condition is very bad. And the alienation rate is still rising steadily. From 99.04% yesterday to 99.06% today. If your alienation rate cannot stop rising in the next week, then... Sin Bo turned his head and smiled at him. So you plan to use cryopreservation technology to seal me up and wait for technological advancement before treating me. Right? The researcher smiled bitterly. Deputy Deanson. You know everything, and we can't hide it. According to the current trend, this is the only way. Sin Bo got off the physiological table, drank the warm water they prepared, and gently placed the cup on the table, making a clacking sound. A group of researchers shuddered, watching him leave, not daring to say a word. The underground passage was intricate, with one person guarding every 100 steps, and it was airtight. Sin Bo returned to the room arranged by the Emperor smoothly, took a set of clothes, and went into the bathroom. He took out the identity ring from the space button, and the green indicator light on it had been jumping for an unknown period of time. There were 2 messages in total. He clicked on Lin Yu's first. 23 o'clock tonight, he replied casually, and his eyes fell on the unread message below. His index finger touched it lightly, and 2 question marks with Xiao Sifang's characteristics jumped out. Are you safe now? How is the treatment going? He smiled unconsciously and typed slowly. Very safe. There are guards at every position. No one can go in or out. Xiao Sifang had been waiting for news and came back immediately. Then how did you escape? When will the treatment be over? I'll threaten them to wait a few days before making trouble. The treatment is fine. I can continue after the matter is over. Then why do you want to go back to the main star? And you have to go to the palace. I have asked my grandfather, and he told me that you have been staying in the palace recently and have not returned to your own manor. Are you hiding something from me? Children are too sensitive to be deceived. Sin Bo moved his fingers and replied in a relaxed tone, in order not to arouse the suspicion of His Majesty. I can already tell that this is another new story. Imagining the girl jumping up and down angrily on the other end, Sin Bo couldn't help laughing. Well, it's also for the treatment equipment. My degree of alienation is special, so the treatment equipment is also special. I have to steal the equipment back first. Xiao Sifang was really shocked, and his fingers were typing so fast that they cramped. I remembered. No wonder you avoided my question that day. So it's not as easy as you said. I was fooled by you again. The childish words made Sin Bo laugh for a while, until he couldn't laugh anymore. He slightly raised his eyelids, and red light flowed in his eyes. Sifang, let me teach you another piece of knowledge. If you decide to do something, you must do it with your eyes closed to the end. And you cannot regret it. Xiao Sifang's ominous premonition was so strong that she felt a spicy nose, and her fingers began to tremble. Are you teaching me? Or are you talking about yourself? Sin Bo smiled again, and his heart, which had long been moistened with water vapor, gradually opened up a stream that would never dry up. And the pleasant water flow would always run so happily. Sifang always gave him unexpected surprises. So smart. He put a period and stopped replying. 10 minutes later, he left the bathroom in a well-fitting white uniform. The privileged class can walk unscrupulously wherever they are, even in the heavily guarded Imperial Palace tunnels. No one dares to touch his bad luck. The tunnel not only ends under the palace, but also extends in all directions. Sin Bo walked around for about half an hour and came to a guard. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that I am really lost. How can I get back to the ground? The soldier with a stern face was also at a loss. He was on duty and couldn't leave his position, so he had to point him in a direction. Go over there. Walk to the next person, and let him show you the way. Thank you. Sin Bo smiled slightly and turned to walk in the direction he said. The soldier resumed his paralyzed face and looked forward. completely unaware that there was a little thing on his body. After going through hardships, Sinbo finally returned to the ground and took a walk in the back garden of the palace. Soon, he was invited to the government office. The old emperor held his forehead and said lightly, "Why don't you rest? There's not enough for you to walk around below. And you want to continue walking around?" Sinbo found a seat next to him and sat down comfortably, saying, "If you also have an alienation period, you will know why I haven't rested yet." The old emperor changed the topic tactfully. "Since you can't sleep, think about how to deal with the experimental subject that suddenly jumped out." The old emperor's eyes flashed, and he glanced at him. "You say, why is it that the experimental subject 338 jumped out and showed this head?" Sinbo smiled calmly. "That experimental subject is from the same batch as those reported to the Supervisory Bureau. And Lin Yu and his granddaughter are of the same mind. If Lin Yu asks his granddaughter to persuade that experimental subject to come forward, it is not impossible. In the final analysis, the Supervisory Bureau does not want to let you go and wants to drag this case on. No problem." Of course he has no problem. The old emperor put his heart back into his stomach and pretended to curse. It's ridiculous. A little girl who wants to be an internet celebrity dares to say that she does not recognize the investigation results of the Supervisory Bureau. The new press release has been sent out, and a large number of water armies have fabricated a new image for Liz without much effort, successfully keeping the public silent and no longer easily standing in line. Sinbo did not comment. "Since you don't want to rest, let someone walk with you. Having someone to talk with can help divert your attention." The old emperor talked to himself, rang the bell for the secretary to come in, and ordered, "Find 2 housekeepers to come and take Deanson to relax." They are called housekeepers, but in fact they are human monitors. Sim was used to his endless suspicion and accepted this good intention obediently. The 2 housekeepers, 1 man and 1 woman, were very talkative. Sinbo cooperated with them in chatting, and when the time came to 10:45, he stopped. "Do you want to go online? Let's find a place to sit for a while." As long as he didn't want to leave the palace, the housekeepers, they naturally had no objections, and found a stone table and stone bench to sit down. At 10:50, Sinbo opened the panel in front of the 2 of them, sent out the video that had been recorded long ago, and started the live broadcast calmly. "You need to close your identity ring to enter the government office, but you don't need to do so outside." Less than a minute after sitting down, the maid brought steaming tea and snacks and placed them on the table. "You sit down too. It's really hard to watch me so late." The internal affairs officer did not refuse too much, but he refuted this not particularly friendly remark in a gentle voice. "You misunderstood. His Majesty is just worried that you are too bored alone, and asked us to entertain you." "Sorry. It was just a slip of the tongue. I just couldn't find the right words to say it." "Don't be nervous." Sinbo quickly corrected himself, and the microphone of the identity ring recorded the conversation completely, and then broadcast it through a large traffic main account. The fans of the account were confused until someone reminded them to look at it. It rushed to the headlines in just a few minutes, making all the shocking news in the past month look like the latest news of pediatrics. They suddenly realized and felt that they were gone. Platform Operations Department. The head of the company was warmly put on the shoulder by the Star Master, and taught in a gentle voice, "If you have a bit of blood and still want to be a human being, don't be afraid to post it. And don't suppress it casually. Yes. Yes. Yes." The person in charge forced a smile, but he had already cried like a vast ocean in his heart. Please let them succeed in their rebellion. Otherwise, the family's century-old industry will be destroyed in his hands. Unable to contact Sinbo or his grandfather, Xiao Sifang, who was completely excluded from this war, sat on the spaceship heading to the monitoring planet. When there was still an hour left to the destination, he saw Sinbo's confession video. People around were watching, and everyone didn't care about any social etiquette. They spoke loudly and noisily. Sinbo wore the college uniform that everyone liked to see him in the most. The snow-white collar buttoned his white and slender neck, making his chin line even more flawless. The opening remarks were cheesy, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Xiao Sifang's eyes turned red. "Hello everyone. I am Sinbo, one of the victims of the genetic experiment. I'm sorry that I haven't had the courage to stand up and expose this evil earlier to prevent more tragedies from happening." After saying this, he activated the mutation of his body, and the contrast before and after tore apart everything that was pleasing to the eye in an extremely tragic way. Xiao Sifang heard someone screaming in the front row. She pursed her lips and thought to herself, "What's so scary about this? You haven't seen the miserable state of him being alienated to the point that he only had a pair of eyes left." The gentle and soothing voice continued. "I was implanted with the alienated gene 48 years ago, which means that the inhumane genetic experiment had begun at least 48 years ago. Where did I grow up, and who personally raised me when I was implanted with alienated genes?" At this point, everyone should have the answer in their hearts. Yes, the mastermind of the genetic experiment is none other than the ruler of the empire, our respected emperor. After so many years, I can finally say it. And I have finally waited for the day when the dirty royal family will be punished. The video is very short, without a long speech, and it ends in a few words. But no one will question the authenticity of this video. When the secretary crawled into the government affairs office to tell the emperor that something happened, Sinbo had already knocked out 2 internal affairs officials neatly, and calmly escaped into the darkness. Xiao Sifang's nerves rose and fell with a slight breathing sound in the live broadcast. His fingers unconsciously shrank together, and his nails dug deep into his palms. It was 2300 hours on the main star. The old emperor who urgently summoned his confidants to organize the public relations received bad news again. The main base of 6218 has been discovered by the people of the Supervisory Bureau. The ruined star closest to us has hidden 17 starships at some point. It will reach our sky in 10 minutes. They are well prepared. The old emperor's eyes went dark, and he waved his hands to flip the things he wanted on the table. Where is Sinbo? Has that ungrateful wolf been caught? Still searching. The confidants knelt on the ground, and the sudden change made their throats taste sweet, and they almost fainted to escape reality. But they couldn't. They could only force themselves to keep going. Looking at the crazy emperor, they begged, "Your Majesty, the current situation has no choice but to retreat temporarily. There is no time to find anyone else." "Bullshit! He can't live without me. All the equipment and all the researchers are still sealed down there. He will definitely take them away. Go. Stop him and bring him back." The confidants didn't expect him to be stubborn, so they had to suppress their anxious hearts and persuade him. "Your Majesty, it's too late. If you don't retreat in the middle, no matter how many people we have, we dare not attack and will only be defeated. Your Majesty, let's go. We must retreat now. Only by staying alive can we hope to turn things around and fight back." "Yes, Your Majesty. Those people know that they are not justified and the evidence is insufficient and cannot withstand scrutiny and trial. So they will take advantage of the public opinion shock brought by Sinbo and directly start a war to take us down in one fell swoop and change the dynasty. Your Majesty, we can't let them get their wish. We retreat first, and we can turn the tables in the future." The angry brain calmed down. The emperor stabilized his shaky body, and his eyes flashed with strange colors. "Yes, go first. Take all the equipment and personnel with you. He will come to us sooner or later to beg us, and then we can make him change his confession." Seeing that he had figured it out, the trusted ministers were overjoyed and hurriedly asked the secretary to help him escape into the tunnel under the government office. Hundreds of years of royal heritage. The tunnels are connected in all directions and extend half of the main planet. And all the first-class residents are our own people. As long as they leave the palace, no one can catch them unless the rebels dare to bomb the entire planet. The shaking camera suddenly stopped, and the dim environment changed, and the magnificent palace appeared in front of all netizens. The soothing male voice, like the breeze, and the bright moon sounded again. 3, 2. Just when everyone was counting down for unknown reasons, explosions followed the number 1. Amid the rumbling sound, Sinbo's voice seemed extremely distant and insignificant. "Are you scared? Remember today's second knowledge point. Don't fight an unprepared battle." Xiao Sifang, who had just finished listening to today's first knowledge point a few hours ago, smiled with his mouth pursed, took a deep breath, straightened his chest, and typed a response in the comment area. "Pure knowledge points are not deep enough to remember, and only real cases that win for me can make people remember them for a lifetime. Come on. Come on. Come on. If you can't catch up, then you can't catch up." She figured it out. Let adults solve adult matters, and there will be a time when she will grow up and not be forcibly excluded. Lin Yu, who was also connected to the live broadcast, punched the table. The man who never showed his emotions was as excited as a teenager. "Well done. The main star had too few people to place. And their biggest worry was that this group of people would run away. Sinbo's retreat was cut off too timely. The road that could be saved to the maximum extent had been blocked. The emperor and his party ran out of the tunnel in a panic, and immediately let the army, that was ready at all times, break through head-on. He could only blow up the tunnel under the palace at most. There was still a tunnel on the viewing platform 2 kilometers away from the main gate. Countless mechas poured out of the palace, and protected the emperor and his party on the chariot. The old emperor's hair was disheveled and his face was grim. He was so angry that his teeth were about to break. He doesn't want the equipment and the personnel. He really doesn't want to live. He really doesn't want to live. Others also felt the same way. If they wanted to turn the tables, the easiest way was to control Sinbo again and make him change his mind. Now this road was completely shattered. Bang! There was another loud noise. The latest white mecha floated in the air. The superpowered cannons extending from the shoulders flashed blue arcs, which were as dazzling as falling stars in the night sky. Sinbo, who smashed the main gate of the palace with one shot, sat in the mecha and smiled. Excuse me. Who will win in a head-on confrontation between a 1,000,000-man army and a 100-man team? He didn't even look at the screen, but connected the live camera to the mecha's vision and shared it with netizens, so that they could clearly see what the main star was like now. The palace, every family around the palace, all the people were soldiers and swarmed out. He controlled the mecha to shuttle between the countless artillery fire attacking him, avoiding the countless mechas trying to entangle him, and continued to run rampant. Of course, the 1,000,000-man army will win, he asked himself and answered. Then let me ask again. If the 1,000,000-man army and the 100-man team confront each other head-on, which side will suffer more casualties? In the broad field of vision, one mecha after another fell. He smiled and said, of course it's the 1,000,000-man army. The alliance members hiding in the main star showed their claws, rushed out in suicide style to exchange one for many, delaying the royal escape team that dared not take off. 10 minutes was long and short, and the huge starship landed at an altitude of thousands of meters. Starships on the main star, which were several times larger than the Alliance starships, also rose one after another. But their leaders were still besieged in the Imperial City, and they dared not move because they were afraid of the consequences. Behind the main battlefield, the residents of the semi-ruined star were filled with indignation and spontaneously organized one army after another, and rushed to support on civilian spacecraft. The microphone of the identity ring could not pick up the fierce fighting outside the mecha. Only Sinbo's smiling voice was particularly clear. Are you still afraid? Xiao Sifong followed the high-speed rotating and shaking live broadcast vision intently, and laughed. Not afraid. Even if he died here, it would be passed down through the ages. The video comments and comments are all crazy. The decades of accumulated diehard fans are not exaggerated, even if the former god has flaws. But so what? Now he is on the throne again. Sin Zheng Gong, too cool. But why do I still think he is so gentle? 55555. Zheng Zhengong, no way. No way. No way. No way. No one has really forgotten that he graduated from the first academy, and was ranked first in the combat department. The first person to give up martial arts and pursue literature. It's really amazing. Dad? Go for it. Chunlu people don't stand on the side. Still crazy about flowers now. If he had said it earlier, there would be no decades of genetic experiments. He is a victim, but also an accomplice, spreading hands. Gan Lin Yang, I can. I must be safe and sound. Have you washed your mouth today? Sinbo is 51 years old this year. 48 years ago, he was 3 years old. He was tortured at such a young age. It is a miracle that he is not antisocial. He is an accomplice. You are a moron. At Pure Do people do not stand in line. I want to eat rice every day. Please be safe and sound. Prayer. Don't be the front line again. You are complaining here. Do you know how many people he has saved over the years? He will chatter on the internet as soon as he closes his eyes. Have you made any contribution? Juan Air, don't give me any looks. He is so happy to see so many people looking at him. Anai Chin Chin, I really want to know what kind of person the Holy Father is. I feel that his previous image is just a business mask. Will you do? Kill the rubbish royal family. Sinbo had no time to care about what was being said online. He was now facing hundreds of people who were killing each other without distinguishing between friend and foe. A moment of distraction would lead to eternal damnation. because mechas were useless and even a burden in the face of aliens. The development of mechas has stagnated in recent years, and the training of mecha troops has been neglected a lot. The operation level of the Alliance army is quite average. But the main star, which had long been on guard against riots on other planets, was different. Their mecha warriors were undergoing rigorous training day and night. If it weren't for the fact that there were too few enemy troops, and they were looking for trouble in their own army, the situation on the battlefield would have been different. After starting the final self-destruction program, Bo ejected from the cockpit and escaped from the nearly 100-meter diameter explosion at lightning speed. The cockpit had been shattered, and a vacuum zone briefly appeared around it. The video camera shook, sweeping across a piece of yellow-brown skin that was so rough that it looked like cracked land. I forgot to say that although the alienation period will bring pain, it will also bring strength. The repairability of the alienated parts is no different from that of real aliens. There are some experimental subjects among your Majesty's personal guards who obey autonomously. Please be careful. All participants were required to connect to the live broadcast channel, and the warriors who could sacrifice at any time subconsciously replied, "Understood." Bo, who was at the tail end of the early stage of alienation, autonomously alienated all parts below his neck, instantly repaired the wound caused by the explosion just now, flipped his hands and pulled out more than a dozen double-bolt bombs, and threw them with his arms that had been amplified several times. Protect His Majesty. The soldiers who had originally rushed towards him surrounded the bombs one after another, and surrounded a full 16 layers in just 1 second. Finally, when the dazzling white light lit up, they used mechas and flesh and blood to stop the power of the bombs from spreading to the Emperor and his party not far away. Bo curled his lips and grabbed another handful of bombs with his backhand and threw them out. His movement speed was too fast, and no one could kill him in the chaos. Countless wounds that had been rubbed and bumped would be repaired by the powerful, and for a while, no one could stop him. The Emperor in the chariot screamed, "Kill! Kill him! Treat him the same way you treat the aliens. If he's gone, he's gone." He doesn't believe he can't create another Bo. The test subject's personal guards, who received the order, immediately separated a team of 10 people and approached in combat uniforms. Their alienation level was not high, only about 20%, but they were strong because they had some of the abilities of the aliens and could release energy flames. Bo never thought of dying here. When he saw that the other party was serious, he immediately chose to retreat into the crowd. The camera picture was completely unwatchable. Xiao Sifang clenched his fists in this rhythm, and his mood fluctuated with the various gunfire sounds in the video. The picture kept moving, but Bo never spoke again. Xiao Sifang didn't know how much he had become alienated, and whether he would lose control again. She only hoped that he could get what he wanted. So even if he disappeared in the smoke, it would be worth it. This was a real war. A do-or-die battle without hesitation. The spacecraft arrived at the port. There were no flights to the main star at this time. She quietly left the port and found a corner to sit down. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. The sound of the war began to become calm, and the shaking picture was filled with fire and smoke, covering the sky and swallowing everything, no matter how brilliant or small. After an unknown amount of time, a layer of warmth suddenly covered the stiff and cold body. Xiao Sifang slowly raised her head and met a pair of familiar eyes. Lin Shen put his clothes on her. His face was as serious as Lin Yu's. "When did you come? And why are you staying here alone?" At first, he thought he had seen it wrong, but when he got closer he found that it was really his sister, which scared him. Xiao Sifang had a deep impression of him, as he was a good man who saved her life in the resource war. "I've been here for a long time." She forced herself to cheer up. "I originally wanted to go to the supervisory bureau." When she answered, she was surprised at her subconscious honesty. And then she began to be surprised at the calmness and concern of this good man when he saw her appear here. "You came to see grandfather? He's not in the supervisory bureau. Tell me if you have anything to say." Lin Shen was awkward for a moment, but he endured the embarrassment and added, "I can help you solve it." Xiao Sifang was stunned by this great kindness, and it took him several seconds to react to his address. "Grandfather? You are grandfather's grandson." "So you are." She was completely awake, stood up and looked at the young and familiar boy in front of her. Surprise and an inexplicable touch temporarily drove away the heaviness in her heart and restored some vitality. "Are you my cousin or my younger cousin?" Lin Shen didn't expect that he had already laid the cards with his grandfather. But his grandfather didn't mention him in front of his sister. He said depressedly, "Of course, I am the older brother." Xiao Sifang was used to being a sister. She was only 1 day older than others, and she always regarded herself as the eldest sister. Naturally, she was not very used to calling a boy who looked about the same age as her brother. It was not until now that she understood why Bamian was always reluctant to admit that she was a sister. This subtle feeling of being inferior to others was too bad. "Oh." Xiao Sifang was vague for a while. "Hello. I haven't thanked you for the last time." "Thank you very much." Not hearing her call him brother, Lin Shen was a little disappointed, and put on a stern face and acted like a brother. "We are all family. Don't be so polite." "Sister." The last 2 words were stiff and deliberate, revealing a certain persistence. Xiao Sifang. "Okay, brother." Lin Shen felt relaxed all over, and touched her hair in a serious manner. "Let's go. I'll take you to the main planet. I heard from my dad, your uncle, that the battle is coming to an end, and now we can go to help clean up. You can come with me." After saying that, he took off the protective shield on his wrist, took Xiao Sifang's hand and put it on her, and then took her to the small spaceship park not far away. "But I'll take you there, and you have to listen to me when we get to the main planet. Otherwise I can't explain to my grandfather. Understand?" "I understand." Lin Shen narrowed his round eyes, which were inherited from the Lin family, with satisfaction. It felt so good to have a sister. The monitoring star is not far from the main star, and a slow-moving small spacecraft can reach it in less than an hour. The spacecraft landed directly at the nearest docking port to the battlefield, and the surroundings were in a mess and devastated. The green trees and red flowers of yesterday have turned into bubbles, replaced by broken stones, randomly splashing water, billowing smoke, charred wreckage and dark red limbs. After the old emperor and most of his confidants were controlled, the first-class residents, who were not determined to begin with, basically retreated, pretending that nothing had happened. And some even turned against their compatriots, who firmly supported the imperial power. The mob, who were gathered together by pure interests and had no faith in their hearts, were defeated and became dogs without a home waiting for trial. The old emperor did not escape from the palace in the end. He was put on a collar with a microbomb installed and guarded by the Alliance army. The corpses covered the entire land densely, which was shocking. The volunteers needed to obey the deployment of the Alliance army. As soon as Lin Shen and Xiao Sifang landed, they were taken to the temporary command point and put on the Alliance armband. After receiving oxygen, go to the coordinate range I gave you to rescue the wounded. Many compatriots can still be saved. Be careful. Okay? Yes. Xiao Sifang took a last look at the live broadcast that was still playing normally, turned off the energy panel, and rushed into the post-war ruins with everyone to race against death. The burial of the wreckage is the biggest difficulty in saving people, even if there is a live scanner in hand that can detect survivors in any position. It is a pity that the rescue speed is still slow. Xiao Sifang held the live scanner in his hand, and watched the light spot disappear countless times. There was even one time when he had dug up a person, but the person still closed his eyes forever. Each of them shouted until he was hoarse, and both men and women had red eyes. The word sacrifice was heavy enough to say in their mouths, and the blood dripping in front of them made people breathless. One after another, young faces were gray and miserable. No matter how tall a person was in life, he became a small ball after he left. 1, 2, rise. The heavy stone was moved away, and a bloody face dragged his crushed legs and smiled with difficulty. Xiao Sifang and everyone else persisted for a full 10 hours before retreating after more and more volunteers arrived. Lin Shen took the bag of nutrient mud and handed it to her. The two squatted on a stone slab and finished their first meal of the day in 2 minutes. Xiao Sifang wiped his dirty face and opened the energy panel again to enter the live broadcast room. But so much time has passed, and the live broadcast has long ended. Where are you going? Lin Shen saw her stand up and leave, and hurried to catch up. There are people everywhere. We can take a break for a while. I have something else to do. Xiao Sifang ran forward while trying to dial Xin Bo's phone, and when it was not answered, he dialed Lin Yu's. Fortunately, the latter could still be dialed, and was picked up not long after. Sifang, I'm a little bit. Grandpa, I just want to ask a question. Xiao Sifang interrupted him. His throat was as tight as a string that would break if a little more force was applied. Xin Bo, is he still alive? There was silence on the other end of the communication for 2 seconds. and the calm and vicissitudes of life voice was covered with a palpitating heaviness. Alive. But not well. I sent you the location. Come directly. The location distance was neither close nor far. 21 kilometers. And it only took more than 10 minutes to get there. But in these 10 minutes, Xiao Sifang felt that his heart was about to stop beating. It bounced up and down, jumping to the throat and sinking into the bottomless abyss. She had anticipated all the endings and accepted the worst. But she could not be afraid. But she could not help being sad. In just 1 year, they had been intertwined with so many things. So much so that he had become a part of her life. He was like a gentle elder who gave a fatherless and motherless girl a noble teaching, which made her admire and worship him. But he was also like a lonely child who would make trouble every now and then, which made her helpless, distressed and pitiful. Although his existence could not be clearly defined, he was a piece of flesh that had grown on her body. If he was to be cut off, it would bleed. When they arrived at their destination, she was tripped by the gravel under her feet when she got off the aircraft. Lin Shen quickly pulled her up and looked at her worriedly. Lin Yu was standing in front waiting for her. After meeting her, he didn't say much and took her directly to the door of a relatively intact room. We caught a few survivors among the researchers of the genetic experiment. They tested him with the barely usable equipment. Lin Yu paused. His alienation rate has reached 99.74%. And he has directly entered the late stage of alienation, as they say. He looked at Xiao Sifang heavily. But the latter was unexpectedly calm. Is he still conscious? Lin Yu looked surprised and nodded. He is conscious. Xiao Sifang said oh, and said that's good. She took a deep breath. Then without hesitation, she pressed her finger on the doorknob and pushed the door open. There was no light in the room. Only the light from the door, which made it a little dim. But no matter how dark it was, it couldn't hide the distinctive features of the alien wearing a neck ring in the middle of the room. There was no feature of an ordinary human being on her body, including soft hair, fair skin, and enviable contours. Facing the scarlet eyes, Xiao Sifang pursed his lips. Her expression seemed serious and numb, and she just stopped at the door, until the alien whose original appearance could not be seen at all, slowly opening her arms. The ferocious and ugly face seemed to soften suddenly, and the narrow vertical pupils, like blades, seemed to become beautiful and amiable. Her sensory nerves came back to life, and she took 2 quick steps and rushed over, with hot tears rolling down her shoulders that could no longer feel such a slight touch. Her sharp claws spread out, and her palms gently closed, resting on her thin back. Patting it gently, she gritted her teeth and didn't make any sound that exposed her vulnerability. It turns out that for some things, no matter how much psychological preparation you do, it's useless. Lin Yu turned around, glanced at his grandson who was shocked, and closed the door. Inside the door, Xiao Sifang didn't feel sad for too long. After venting his emotions, he cheered up again. He turned off the anti-mistouch function in the energy panel input method and called up the typing board for him. I ask you to answer. Sin Bo, who had completely lost his voice, nodded. Can it be changed back? The hard nails slid slowly on the screen. I don't know. Will the alienation rate continue to rise? I don't know. The same 3 words repeatedly stung her eyes, making her want to blink or shed something wet to relieve the discomfort. But this time she calmed down and continued to ask, can it be cured? There is no good way at present. Xiao Sifang closed her eyes and squeezed her upper and lower eyelids together tightly, as if this could change what she had just seen. The cold palm patted her shoulder and typed another line of words on the typing board. But I won't die immediately. Xiao Sifang looked at him. The hand on her shoulder patted her again, motioning her to look at the screen. Another line of words appeared on the typing board. There is no way now. But it doesn't mean there will be no way in the future. I can do biological cryopreservation in the School of Life Sciences and wait for research progress. Xiao Sifang pursed her lips tightly, not wanting to accept this method. But the hand on her shoulder moved to the top of her head, and the palm as hard as stone gently rubbed her head, and the other hand slowly typed a few words. You send me there? Okay. Not at all. Xiao Sifang wanted to answer him like this, but she couldn't say it, because Sin Bo must be sadder than her. At this time, she should also become a mature adult. So she nodded. Although she couldn't laugh, she also held back her tears. The soft voice mixed with a little trembling glued the 2 completely different souls together, making them extremely close. Okay. The dust settled. On July 23rd, 3845. The 312-year rule of the New Human Empire came to an end, and the Republican Alliance stepped onto the stage of New Human politics, opening a new chapter in the history of New Humans. The first president of the Alliance was appointed by X521, a half-ruined Star Master, and the vice presidents were X338, a half-ruined Star Master, and X666, a half-ruined Star Master. A cabinet was established, and the remaining ruined Star Masters were all cabinet members, enjoying the right to assist in government affairs. The president and ordinary cabinet members were supervised by the Supervisory Bureau, and they served for 3 years. After the term expired, they were replaced by a general election. At the same time, the Supervisory Bureau announced the reform of the appointment system. The director and the highest supervisory minister were replaced every 10 years and could not be re-elected. On August 1, 3846, the new law for refugees was officially promulgated and took effect immediately. The internet was in a turmoil again, and the refugees who had their rights opened this time also timidly joined the discussion. The platform server crashed continuously and had to temporarily close the business for upgrade and maintenance. Of course, none of this has anything to do with the Life Research Institute. No matter who the ruler is or how he changes, the Life Research Institute has only one direction, which is the endless exploration of life and humanity. The storage chamber is filled with a special storage matrix, and wisps of cool white mist are curling and spreading. Sanbo lies in the storage chamber, and his completely alienated eyes turn slightly. The researchers are so scared that they look away. But Xiao Sifang, who has been used to seeing them in the past few days, still thinks they are pretty good, and even thinks they are as clear and beautiful as rubies. The entire storage chamber is transparent, and the material is heavy, and the texture is like crystal. Can it be closed? The researcher urged carefully. The pair of eyes that Xiao Sifang had added 100 layers of filters to seem to smile. And at that moment, their gazes were unprecedentedly focused together, looking deeply into the eyes of the person above. After a second, they slowly closed their eyelids. Xiao Sifang straightened up, fastened the hatch under the guidance of the researcher, and then raised his hand and pressed on the sealed cabin. After a second, or perhaps a minute, she leaned over and solemnly kissed him on the forehead through the heavy hatch. Good night. See you tomorrow. The world is beautiful after the refugee rights are opened. At least it is like this for the second-class residents and refugees of 338. For the former, as long as the refugees who come to them are capable, it doesn't matter if they live in peace. Who can guarantee that they are not the next Xiao Sifang? For the latter, there are more job opportunities and life choices are open, even if they have to suffer the suspicious eyes of the second-class residents. It is not a big deal. The number of refugee students on campus has increased with each class. The combat department and the command department have also been constantly entering with special students. Although their grades are not as shocking as Xiao Sifang and Su Qingxin, they will not fall to the bottom. They are basically stable in the upper middle. The atmosphere on campus is very harmonious, and from time to time you can see the second-class residents and refugees laughing and chatting on the roadside. Time flies so fast. Those great people are about to graduate. Ha ha ha. I don't know why I'm a little happy. I finally don't have to live under their shadow. You are too naive. A boy passed by, adjusted his eyes on the bridge of his nose, and glanced at them. Although Su Qingxin has already been selected as a command adjutant and will go to the front in a few days, Xiao Bamian is confirmed to stay in school. Ah? The man's face fell. I thought he was so awesome that he would go to the Institute of Science and Technology. Why doesn't he leave? The boy shrugged. I heard that he didn't want to be too far away from home, and didn't want to go to an unfamiliar environment alone. So he stayed in the college. How can he be so useless? Why is such a useless person a genius? Some people were indignant. Where is senior sister Sifang? Why didn't you mention her? The boy sighed. I don't want to talk about that monster who only sleeps 4 hours a day. Hey, senior. Come on. I like senior sister Sifang the most. I haven't seen her recently, and I miss her so much. A girl pulled his arm and stamped her feet. The boy immediately couldn't bear it and confessed everything. Recently, the Institute of Science and Technology and the Republic of Migrants have been negotiating with her. It is said that the Institute of Science and Technology has no hope, and the Republic of Republic Corps can't keep her either. Ah? She won't go to the Republic Corps either? She will go to the Republic Corps. and she will definitely go to the front line. But she doesn't seem to plan to stay in the Corps. She said she wants to apply for the cleanup bureau. Everyone was stunned. The boy's glasses flashed with sympathy, and his voice was sullen. I said I didn't want to mention her, but you insisted on listening. Everyone pursed their lips. Who would have thought that the first in the combat department and the first in the manufacturing department would want to go to the cleanup bureau? A thankless and fruitless place. Forget this topic, senior. Tell me some other gossip, such as our anti-season CPE. The boy was stunned and laughed and scolded. You are really gossipy. But to be honest, if that nagging Dai Xingxia doesn't confess his love, I want to dare to pursue the goddess by Shui. The cheerful atmosphere suddenly froze, and the enthusiastic schoolmates all sneered. Destroy someone's family. Male mistress? Scumbag. Male. Just as the news spread by this all-knowing gossip-monger, Xiao Sifang signed a 10-year military service agreement at the headquarters of the Migrant Republic Corps. As soon as the graduation ceremony was over, he took his things to the 338th Migrant Republic Corps branch and joined the teaching corps of all second-class residents, becoming an ordinary teacher. For residents outside the circle, the name of Xiao Sifang is like the most beautiful and colorful firework that has ever bloomed in the night sky, which bloomed for a short time and finally disappeared silently. But for Xiao Sifang herself, this was another ordinary year that required her to do her best. She had a lot to do in the Republican Army. Not only did she have to personally train the refugee recruits, but she also had to write the training reports that she hated the most. She also had to improve the entire training system from her own perspective. She was so busy that she had to run to the toilet every day. When the training results of 338 appeared on the president's desk with an absolutely superior attitude, the cabinet immediately notified the Republican Army Command to attend the meeting and convened a meeting on the reform of the refugee army training system. A week later, the new system that had been determined would be fully promoted. Although no one knew that this was related to Xiao Sifang, she was indeed always there and never stopped her steps towards equal rights. Xiao Sifang and the first batch of refugee troops went to the front line together, which greatly relieved the pressure on the front line. At the same time, the gradual accumulation of the list of victims also caused the refugees to cry and curse. The refugees' complaints aroused the disgust of the second-class residents, and a new storm began to take shape. Before the situation completely fermented, Xiao Sifang, who had just returned to the rear from the battlefield to rest, learned the news and immediately contacted Lin Yu. After discussion, he recorded a 1-minute video and posted it online. She stood in front of the camera, with a thin face, a firm gaze, and a bit of coldness at the corners of her mouth, which was extremely weird. Why should refugees go to the battlefield? Anyway, there were no refugees on the battlefield before, and the second-class residents also took it. There is no need for refugees to go. The second-class residents are really good at oppressing people. They strongly urge the president to close the rights of refugees again and let everyone return to the warm and beautiful life of reunion. After speaking, she paused, her eyes suddenly sharp, coldly piercing into the hearts of every audience in front of the screen. Are you satisfied with this? I don't want to take responsibility, but want to live a good life. Xiao Sifang laughed, raised his chin slightly, and looked contemptuous. Garbage is garbage. These words would be a threat to return to the original state if they did not go to the battlefield. But it was completely different when Xiao Sifang said them. The people who mocked them were their compatriots, who had once regained dignity on behalf of the refugees, and were their closest and most solid backers. These words became a slap of extreme disappointment, slapping hard on the face of every crier. The refugees who had not joined before stood up one after another, comforted their compatriots whose families had martyrs, angrily scolded the fools who took the opportunity to fan the flames and wanted to make things worse, and apologized to the second-class residents who were hurt. The new voices overwhelmed the old speeches, and this storm that was delayed for 3 years finally failed to stir up a storm and passed peacefully. After all, no one wants to be beaten back to their original form, right? As time went on and education deepened, more and more refugee youths joined the army on their own initiative. In just 8 years, they accounted for half of the number of people on the front line. The authority was released again and again, and the high prices of refugees, which had basically doubled, were finally cut to the normal level, and the day of unified identity rings was one step closer. 1223 Defense Line. Xiao Sifang walked into the first aid room and fell on the sustained-release bed with familiarity. Weakly, my arm is broken, and there are 2 10-centimeter wounds on my abdomen. No internal organs were injured. Someone come to treat me. Due to the increase in the number of soldiers and the reduction in pressure, the first aid room has been no longer overcrowded in recent years. Hearing her voice, the refugee nurse, who was bandaging not far away, laughed and shouted loudly, "Dr. Chen! Dr. Chen! Is there any room? Sifang is here again. Come and see her." Before he finished speaking, a man in a white coat rushed out, his handsome eyebrows tightly knitted together. He clenched his fists when he saw the tourniquet wrapped around Xiao Sifang's abdomen. He was angry for a few seconds. His tense shoulders collapsed, and he said with heartache and helplessness, "How was your harvest today?" Xiao Sifang raised 2 thin and long fingers, which was both a victory gesture and a sign of quantity. 2. I promise that they will still be alive when they are sent to the laboratory this time. If the escort has a good grasp of the power, and does not let it escape or kill them directly. You have promised many times that half of the living aliens in the laboratory are captured by you. Of course, I should catch as many as I can. Next time. My goal is 3. Dr. Chen sighed, and took the medicine cart pushed by the nurse. Although I don't want to spoil your fun, I have to tell you that if you come a few more times like this, you will be injured and sent back to the rear for repair. It doesn't matter. Xiao Sifang's voice was still brisk. It won't be long before I retire. Instead of spending this year leisurely, I might as well do a few more big jobs. The cotton pad that was wiping the wound paused, and Dr. Chen barely raised the corner of his mouth. Time flies so fast. In a blink of an eye. You have been here for more than 9 years. And it has been 3 years since we met. Xiao Sifang was surprised. 3 years? It always feels like it was just a few days ago that I met you. Maybe because you are often injured. Similar images appear in your mind. Well, it's possible. Heartless. Dr. Chen looked up at her and his thoughts went back to 3 years ago. At that time, he had just arrived at the front line and had not even put down his personal belongings when several bloody people were carried in from outside. Their faces were also covered with a thick layer of blood, and they could not even see their faces clearly. The doctors and nurses stationed here put people into the emergency cabin as if they were used to it. Seeing that he was standing there, they assigned a wounded person to him. He will always remember his face with dimples when he cleaned the wounds of the wounded after first aid, and his fingers trembled when he saw those shocking wounds. She said, "Doctor, don't be nervous. Just suture it and give it oxygen again." Her posture was very familiar, and there was no pain on her face. He remembered this young face immediately. 3 years have passed. So fast. Dr. Chen took a deep breath, put aside his distracting thoughts, and treated her wound. When he stood up after the treatment, the person on the sustained-release bed had fallen asleep. The closed eyes looked as soft as her voice, and there was no trace of the indestructible and strong temperament when she was awake. The young nurse covered her mouth and laughed, gently tapped Dr. Chen's shoulder, and whispered, "Where are you going to confess? In 2 years, marriage will definitely be open. You two start dating now, and it's just right to get married in 2 years." Dr. Chen blushed, pursed his lips and said, "Wait until she retires. I don't think she has that interest in me. If I tell her now, it will be embarrassing if she doesn't accept it. Be more confident. Sifang hasn't figured it out yet, but she may not be uninterested in you." The nurse patted his shoulder to encourage him. "I still have high hopes for you." "Thank you." Dr. Chen smiled, pulled the curtain around the sustained-release bed, and walked briskly back to the office to continue working. Xiao Sifang woke up after a good sleep. The wounds on her body had almost healed. She wanted to go back to take a shower and go back to the front line directly. But the doctor who arrived in time held her down. Dr. Chen was ruthless and required her to rest for a full 48 hours. Doctor's orders could not be disobeyed. So Xiao Sifang had to sit on the bed, take out her electronic book and pen and start studying. The nurse came over and glanced at her when she was free. Sighing, "Sifang, can't you have a little romance in your life? Isn't it good to watch some TV series and play some small games to relax? Enjoy life." Xiao Sifang turned her neck. After studying for 2 hours, she really needed a break. So she nodded happily and started watching a video. The nurse nodded with satisfaction and was about to leave, when she glanced at the person on the screen. She couldn't move. "Oh my god. Sifang, are you also a fan of Sinbo? I thought no one is a fan of him now. Woo woo woo. I'm so touched." The young nurse put her hands on Xiao Sifang's shoulders, sat down on the sustained-release bed, and said excitedly, "I have watched this segment 3 times. He was only 27 years old at that time. It was the first time he spoke on behalf of the School of Life Sciences in public. He was so tender and cute." Xiao Sifang didn't see any difference between the face on the screen and the face when she met Sun Bo. But the temperament change was obvious. This Sun Bo, who was less than 30 years old, was not so calm. He took a long time to think when asked questions, and he was not so perfect. She looked at the energetic person on the screen, unconsciously stroking the electronic pen, and suddenly became lonely again. The young nurse followed and watched a segment. Her eyes fell on her pen, and she reached out to take it while saying, "Your electronic pen is so unique. This ruby is nice." The nurse had already pinched the ruby with 2 fingers, and Xiao Sifang came to her senses and pulled it out. The nurse subconsciously tightened her fingers, and the ruby button sank. Xiao Sifang's pupil shrank, and her other hand covered the nurse's hand as fast as lightning and pressed it for a long time. She didn't know whether pressing to restart the recording would delete the previous part, so she had to keep pressing it for a long time to save this recording. A familiar voice with a bit of seriousness sounded from the top of the electronic pen. "Happy birthday to Sifang, and may all your wishes come true." Xiao Sifang breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was fine. The nurse was stunned, staring blankly at her as she took the pen back and closed it in her palm. At this time, 2 wounded people came in from the door, supporting each other. They looked not too seriously injured, but not lightly either. Xiao Sifang gently touched the nurse and smiled. "You should start working. Go quickly." Her tone and smile perfectly overlapped with another person in the nurse's mind, and coupled with that familiar voice, the huge amount of information almost knocked the nurse unconscious on the spot. She stood up dizzily by instinct and walked to the wounded. Only then did her hot brain cool down. No way. Just in case. After Xiao Sifang finished the video, he changed to an electronic pen to continue studying. During the 48-hour mandatory convalescence period, Dr. Chen came to see her several times. Every time, this person worked tirelessly and without distraction. He did not dare to disturb her, so he could only sigh and go back. After finishing his shift, he went back to sleep and came back, and finally fell asleep again. He pulled a chair, sat silently beside Xiao Sifang under the teasing eyes of the nurses, and found a book to read. For a long time, no new wounded came in, and this kind of peace made him feel very good. Knock knock. The sudden knock on the door made all the awake patients and medical staff in the emergency room look towards the door. No one has ever knocked on the door in the emergency room. This is probably the first time since the establishment of this emergency room. The man knocking on the door wore a large black windbreaker and a wide-brimmed hat of the same color that almost covered his entire face, revealing only a little bit of his white chin. He was leaning against the door with his slightly bent hands wearing snow-white gloves. The whole person looked polite and elegant. "Excuse me, is Xiao Sifang here?" Dr. Chen subconsciously raised his arm, and the man turned his head and looked at him, then walked towards him. "Thank you." As he got closer, the man thanked him politely, but still did not take off his hat. "Can you please move aside?" The sustained release bed chosen by Xiao Sifang was against the wall, and only one side was accessible. Once Dr. Chen sat outside, no one else could get close, although it was very impolite. The other party's overly matter-of-fact tone and the voice that seemed familiar made Dr. Chen raise his head, and taking advantage of his position, he quickly glanced at the face of the visitor under the deliberately lowered hat brim. He was a little dazed at first glance, but he stood up and stammered, You're still alive?" The visitor smiled silently and nodded. "I'm not dead yet. Can I borrow your money?" Dr. Chen subconsciously took 2 steps out, and when he realized something was wrong, he was already sitting down by the bed. One of the white gloves was removed, revealing a well-proportioned finger. It brushed gently over the thin body, and the eyelids of the sleeping person moved a few times, as if he would open his eyes and wake up in the next second. Put 2 hands on the pale cheeks, and pull them out without any hesitation. Xiao Sifang suddenly woke up, opened his eyes, and a smiling face occupied the entire field of vision. "Good morning."